The Lord's Empire Chapter 424 to Chapter 509. After receiving this information, it was as if a massive boulder had been dropped into a calm lake, causing massive ripples to ripple. The countless top-tier factions had to take this seriously. Now, not only did Qin have a lot of fate, but his military strength was also incredibly powerful, and he was a great threat to them. If they didn't do anything, when Qin became even more powerful, they would all perish. Countless factions held a meeting to discuss this matter. Now that Qin was many times faster than them, they had to do something to prevent this from happening. The other dynasty legatees couldn't care less about their pride and also joined in. Gradually, Qin was isolated in all of China, and countless factions felt enmity towards him. Zhao Fu didn't know about any of this for now. He had reached another region. It was the third night, and even though it was night, it was as bright as day. There seemed to be countless suns in the sky, and the searing light seemed to be able to burn one's skin. The temperature was now 60 or so degrees Celsius, and the ground was cracking from the heat. The trees were so dry that they didn't have any moisture, and if a person stood under the scorching sun, they would suffer heatstroke in just a few minutes. Zhao Fu had no choice but to unleash his king's domain to defend against the searing light and the searing heat. This place was most likely suffering from drought, mainly because the light was too strong and there were too many suns in the sky. The disaster beasts here were fire birds. These fire birds were completely made of fire, and they were quite violent and savage. They gave off a large amount of light that was quite blinding, making them look like small suns. As soon as Zhao Fu arrived, he encountered 3 fire disaster beasts. These fire disaster beasts were all level 1, so they were quite easy to deal with. However, because of Zhao Fu's powerful aura, as soon as they saw Zhao Fu, they would run away. Zhao Fu found that after using up his evil crushing spear, he lacked long-range attacks. Zhao Fu thought about it. As such, Zhao Fu could only take out the Great Spirit Rock Bow. The Great Spirit Rock Bow's power was much weaker than the evil crushing spear, but he could only make do with it. Apart from the Great Spirit Rock Bow, Zhao Fu didn't have any other long-range attacks. Zhao Fu drew his bow, and a purple light shot towards the fire conflagration beasts. It drew an arc in the air and hit one of the fire conflagration beasts' wings. Most of the purple light's power was blocked by the flames on the fire conflagration beasts' bodies, and it turned back into an arrow. Then, it instantly burst into flames and turned into ashes. The fire disaster beast roared in pain and was injured. After being attacked, the fire disaster beast and the other 2 fire disaster beasts did not continue to run. Instead, they turned and started to attack Zhao Fu, sending fireballs towards Zhao Fu. Seeing that they had stopped running, Zhao Fu smiled and put away his bow. He flew into the sky and killed the 3 fire disaster beasts in a short while. Following this, Zhao Fu continued onwards and killed a few more disaster beasts, obtaining more than 20,000 virtue points. Now, he was only 30,000 virtue points away from exchanging for the Dao Comprehension Pill. Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out, and Zhao Fu looked at the horizon. It had become a sea of flames, and a 200-meter-long fire bird and a young man were engaged in a massive battle. This fire bird was most likely a level 6 disaster beast, and the young man was a city lord. There was a city lord seal floating above his head, giving off a powerful light. Zhao Fu did not act for now, and he planned to hide. Neither of them were friends, so it would be best to wait until they were both exhausted before killing them. However, by now, the young man had already noticed Zhao Fu. Seeing how calm Zhao Fu was, the young man understood something and quickly flew over. The level 6 fire disaster beast roared and spread its wings, causing hundreds of fireballs to instantly condense, giving off a searing aura. It then flapped its wings, causing the countless fireballs to shoot towards the young man like meteors. The young man gripped his sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out an arc of light that was hundreds of meters long. In an instant, it destroyed all of the fireballs. By now, the young man was not too far away from Zhao Fu, and he looked at Zhao Fu and called out, "Sir, I am my city's city lord, Mu Yuan. I am my city's city lord, Mu Yuan. Can you help me kill this level 6 disaster beast? All of its items will belong to you." Mu Yuan didn't come to kill the calamity beast for the sake of some reward. The disaster that the fire disaster beast had caused had greatly affected the system main cities, and not a single person dared to go out on the streets. They could only hide in their houses, and the water sources were almost all dried up. Crops were dying, and if it wasn't for the fact that they had made preparations, many people would have died of thirst. They had to kill this disaster beast, or else the longer it took, the more it would affect the system main cities. Once they ran out of water or started a fire, it would be incredibly dangerous. Hearing Mu Yuan's words, Zhao was not in a hurry to act, and he thought about which option would be more beneficial and less dangerous. In the end, Zhao decided to act. With the help of a city lord, it would be quite easy to kill the level 6 disaster beast. However, it was unlikely that both sides would be heavily injured, as Mu Yuan had long since discovered him. If something unfavorable happened, Mu Yuan would choose to run. No one would be stupid enough to let someone else benefit. Seeing that Zhao had agreed, Mu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It would be quite difficult for a single person to deal with a level 6 fire disaster beast. Scree! The massive fire disaster beast once again gave an ear-piercing cry and caught up to Mu Yuan. Its fiery claws gave off a boundless scorching aura as it attacked Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan turned his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Triple flying slash." Mu Yuan swung his sword, sending out 3 terrifying arcs of light that gave off an incredibly sharp aura as they collided with the incoming claws. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a shockwave blasted out like a wild gale. At that moment, Zhao also acted. He drew the Sin Dragon sword at his waist, wanting to test out the Sin Dragon sword's might. Dang! As Zhao gripped the Sin Dragon sword, a massive wave of energy entered his body. Zhao held the sword and pointed it at the ground, causing it to shine with a green light. Water started to gush out of the ground like a fountain, and more water appeared, covering the surrounding hundreds of meters. Zhao vigorously raised the sword, and a water dragon that was dozens of meters long shot out of the water. It smashed into the level 6 disaster beast like a bolt of lightning, sending it flying. The fire disaster beast's body was covered in white smoke, and it seemed to be quite injured. The Sin Dragon sword's attributes leaned towards water, and it just so happened that water countered fire, so it countered the fire disaster beast. Mu Yuan was quite shocked. He could tell that Zhao attack was even more powerful than his own. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. The person in front of him was an incredibly powerful expert. After being heavily injured, the fire disaster beast immediately turned its furious gaze towards Zhao. It gave up on Mu Yuan and charged at Zhao. Zhao and Mu Yuan attacked the fire disaster beast together, and their attacks were incredibly powerful, causing the fire disaster beast to be at a disadvantage. At that moment, Mu Yuan grasped an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the fire disaster beast, causing it to madly attack Mu Yuan. At that moment, Zhao raised the Sin Dragon sword, and countless traces of water vapor gathered, forming a 100-meter-long water sword. Zhao slashed down at the fire disaster beast from behind, and the water sword gave off water-attributed energy as it slashed the fire disaster beast's body in half. Bang! The fire disaster beast's massive body exploded into countless flames. A fire-colored crystal appeared where it had been. System announcement. You have killed a level 6 disaster beast and obtained 40,000 virtue points. Zhao now had enough virtue points to exchange for the Dao comprehension pill. Zhao felt quite delighted, and he grabbed the fire-colored crystal and put it away. Mu Yuan smiled as he flew over and said, "Thank you for your help, sir. Would you like to come to my city and have a seat? I'll do my best as a host." Zhao immediately refused. After all, this was my city's base, and Zhao didn't trust Mu Yuan. He could exchange for the Dao comprehension pill right now, and Zhao didn't want to make any mistakes. Hearing this, Mu Yuan felt a bit disappointed, and he said goodbye to Zhao before turning into a ray of light and disappearing over the horizon. Now that the level 6 disaster beast had died, the surrounding temperature dropped, and the light became dimmer, making it not as hot as before. Zhao returned to the system main city and looked at the exchange stone steel. The 10th-ranked Hunter Dragon Sun pill and the 9th-ranked Strength King pill had already been exchanged for. No one could touch the 1st-ranked Dao comprehension pill for now, so Zhao decided to exchange for it. Looking at the black and white medicinal pill in his hand, Zhao felt that he had completed his final task, so he wasn't in a rush. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu had been busy for 3 days. He planned to take a break and deal with other things. Zhao Fu first used the level 6 disaster crystal to see what he could obtain. The disaster crystal continuously gave off fiery lights, and a piece of jade giving off a searing aura appeared. This piece of jade was about the size of a palm and was shaped like a fiery bird. It was similar to the fire conflagration beast, and it was fiery red. The temperature of the jade was quite high, and if someone touched it, they would be scalded. Fire Beast Crystal, a special item from the Disaster Festival that can be used to strengthen and fuse into a disaster equipment. Disaster equipment? Zhao Fu thought about it and took out the Great Spirit Rock Bow. Right now, Zhao Fu was lacking long-range attacks. If the Great Spirit Rock Bow could be strengthened and put to use, it would satisfy Zhao Fu's needs. Following this, Zhao Fu fused the Fire Beast Crystal with the Great Spirit Rock Bow, and the Great Spirit Rock Bow went through great changes. The bow was now a reddish-violet color, and the bow was much more exquisite. There were pictures of fiery birds on it, and the bow itself gave off a fire attribute energy. Zhao Fu looked at it and found that the Great Spirit Rock Bow's name was now the Disaster Fire Bow. The bow's original stats were still there, but it had been strengthened by something called the Fire Beast Crystal. Its power was many times greater than before, and the bow itself had become an exquisite legendary-grade piece of equipment. Now, this bow's power would be useful, and Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied as he put it away. Just as Zhao Fu was about to take a heavenly sage pill and rest, he suddenly remembered that there was something that he had almost forgotten, which was the Emperor Phoenix statue. However, Zhao Fu suddenly remembered that he had almost forgotten about the Emperor Phoenix statue, so he ordered people to call Xianru over. In just a short while, Xianru arrived at Zhao Fu's room and bowed to Zhao Fu. "Your Majesty, what business do you have with my daughter?" Zhao Fu nodded and took out the 2-meter-tall Phoenix statue. He placed it on the ground and asked, "What is this, and how do I use it?" Xianru looked at the statue curiously, and she looked quite shocked as she turned and said, "Your Majesty, this is a godly item. If it has a large amount of Phoenix Chi, its effects won't be any weaker than a nation armaments, and if it has a large amount of Phoenix Chi, it won't be any weaker than a clan armaments. If it has an ocean of Phoenix Chi, its power will definitely surpass a clan armaments." Hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked, and his expression became serious as he asked, "Is this thing really that powerful? And what is Phoenix Chi?" Xianru nodded seriously and explained to Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty, you should understand that the destined Son of Heaven is also called the destined True Dragon. You should know that the destined Son of Heaven is also known as the destined True Dragon. Your bodies have Dragon Chi, and the corresponding Phoenix Chi is a type of fate that the destined Heavenly Daughter has. In ancient times, in order to be chosen as a concubine, one's body must have Phoenix Chi. There is more Phoenix Chi than Dragon Chi, but there is very little of it. There are countless women in the imperial palace, but only a few can be officially made concubines. Phoenix Chi is a very important type of fate. Dragons are incredibly domineering, and they are good at conquering and establishing powerful dynasties. Phoenixes are docile, and they are good at managing internal affairs. One is tough, while the other is gentle. As such, not only is Phoenix Chi very important to your Majesty, but it is also very important to the entire kingdom." After hearing Xianru's explanation, Zhao Fu understood and asked, "There are very few women with Phoenix Chi, right? It's impossible for them to have a large amount of Phoenix Chi. Does that mean the Emperor Phoenix statue is useless?" A smile appeared on Xianru's face as she replied, "Your Majesty, you're wrong. Have you forgotten that this is the era of kings? You legatees all have Son of Heaven's fates, and you might become emperors in the future. If they become emperors, their wives will become empresses, their mothers will become empresses, and their daughters and sisters will become princesses. They will all have large amounts of Phoenix Chi." This, Zhao Fu didn't know what to say. Isn't this taking all the women in someone else's family? Isn't this a little too ruthless? At this moment, Xianru once again spoke, "Your Majesty. Also, the more beautiful a woman was, the more Phoenix Chi she would have. Since ancient times, beautiful women often had unlucky fates, and being beautiful was a mistake in chaotic times. In ancient times, beautiful women never had good fates. Your Highness, you have a few good candidates by your side. You can. Hearing this, Zhaofu couldn't help but interrupt Xianru. Let's talk about this after the festival. Xianru could tell what Zhaofu was thinking, and her expression became serious as she said, Your Majesty, you don't need to do anything to them. You don't have to actually do anything to them. Just capture them and imprison them in the palace. Then, you can give them a title and complete the exchange of fate. In this chaotic world, you don't have to care about anything. Morality, emotions, good and evil are all unimportant. Only strength is the only law in this world. You don't need to treat them as people, you can just treat them as tools. As long as they have Phoenix Chi, the statue will become an Emperor Phoenix that will protect Qin's kingdom fate. Not only will this be beneficial to your Majesty, but it will also be of great help to the Qin Empire in the future. After hearing Xianru's words, Zhaofu sighed and said, All right, there's no need to say anything else. I'll take care of it. Hearing Xianru's words, Zhaofu lightly laughed and said, You're doing this for Qin's own good. I understand, you can leave for now. Xianru let out a sigh of relief and obeyed before leaving the room. After understanding the Emperor Phoenix statue's effects, Zhaofu put it away and sat cross-legged on his bed. He first took out a jade-green medicinal pill that gave off a faint fragrance. It was the all-poison divine pill. After consuming the all-poison divine pill, Zhaofu started to refine it. The process was quite painful, and after the all-poison divine pill entered his stomach, it turned into a wave of green energy that spread out. The green energy felt like countless ants biting at his flesh, and it was incredibly painful. Zhaofu tightly closed his eyes and continued to refine the medicinal pill. After a while, the pain subsided, and the green energy was absorbed by his body before disappearing. However, within Zhaofu's body, there was now a small green flower. This flower had 5 petals and 3 leaves. It was as tall as a finger, and it gave off a green light. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained the Poison Spirit Constitution. From now on, you will have great resistance to all poisons. Hearing this system announcement, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhaofu's face. He then took out a pure golden medicinal pill. It was the Heavenly Sage Pill. After consuming the Heavenly Sage Pill, Zhaofu's body trembled, and even his soul trembled. Within Zhaofu's stomach, the Heavenly Sage Pill gave off a large amount of golden light. This golden light passed through Zhaofu's body, causing Zhaofu's body to give off a brilliant golden light. Zhaofu once again tightly closed his eyes and started to refine the Heavenly Sage Pill. The process was incredibly comfortable, and the Heavenly Sage Pill seemed to turn into a golden spring that cleansed Zhaofu's body and soul. He felt incredibly comfortable, and his soul became calm. System announcement. You have consumed the Heavenly Sage Pill, and your grade has risen to lower stage Heaven grade. System announcement. Congratulations, you have unlocked one of the 5 celestial senses. Heaven sense. After receiving this system announcement, Zhaofu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that he would unlock one of the 5 celestial senses. Zhaofu felt quite curious and looked at what heaven sense was. Heaven's perception referred to the compatibility between one's body and the world. It was commonly known as aptitude. The higher the compatibility between one's body and the world, the higher one's aptitude would be. And at the heaven level, one would have already reached the level of heaven's perception. Their cultivation speed would be extremely fast, and it would be easier for them to grasp the origin of the world. At the same time, unlocking heaven's sense meant that you were closer to the heavens, and it was easier for you to obtain the heavens' approval. Zhaofu felt his fate greatly purify, and there was another kind of fate supporting him. This fate was not the son of heaven's fate but the fate of a peerless expert. Not only did every son of heaven have a great amount of luck, but every peerless expert also had a great amount of luck. The son of heaven's luck was more collective, while the peerless experts were more individual. Zhaofu found that the earth realm mark on the back of his right hand was flashing with a rainbow-colored light, and the mark had become even deeper. There were still 2 medicinal pills left. One was the Tao Comprehension Pill and the other was the Revival Pill. Neither of them could be consumed right now, so Zhaofu put them away. It was only the 3rd day of the disaster festival, and after refining medicinal pills for a few hours, Zhaofu had recovered his mental strength, and he once again looked at the disaster festival. Zhaofu wasn't interested in the top 10 medicinal pills, But there were some other things that were quite good, such as the stage 4 pill recipes that Zhao Fu lacked. After such a long time, the windbell fruit trees had been planted on a large scale, and the pill recipes had been improved. Soon, Qin would be able to mass-produce stage 3 cultivation medicinal pills. With stage 3 cultivation medicinal pills, Qin's soldiers' cultivation speed would definitely surpass that of the system main cities. After all, the system main cities only used stage 2 medicinal pills. In order for Qin to mass-produce stage 3 medicinal pills, he would need stage 4 medicinal pill recipes. As for stage 5 medicinal pills, he had already obtained them during the Divine Fish Festival. This time, the Disaster Festival was mainly about medicinal pills, so there would definitely be pill recipes. After all, this wasn't a common event, so there weren't as many items on the exchange stone stele, but all of them were of high quality. Apart from the stage 4 cultivation medicinal pill recipes, Zhao Fu was also interested in 3 types of medicinal pill recipes. The first was the Power Ascension pill, which could temporarily increase a soldier's battle strength. Qin also had this kind of medicinal pill, but he had bought it from the system main cities, so its effects weren't as good as the Power Ascension pill. Moreover, the side effects of the Power Ascension pill were quite small. With the Power Ascension pill, Qin's soldier's battle strength would rise to a whole new level, and a stage 7 to 7 soldier would be able to temporarily gain stage 1 strength. The second pill recipe was called the Grass Returning pill, and it was a very good healing pill. Now that the battles were becoming more and more intense, they couldn't afford to lose out on medicinal pills. They had to be good because they could save soldiers' lives. Qin had to spend a lot of money to buy these 2 types of medicinal pills, so if he could concoct them himself, he would be able to save a lot of money. The third pill recipe was even more powerful, and it could change a person's fate. At the same time, it was incredibly valuable because it was a rare stage 6 medicinal pill recipe, and it cost 250,000 virtue points, which was no less than the medicinal pills on the rankings. This medicinal pill was called the Fate-Changing pill, and it required the rare stage 6 spirit fruit, the fruit of life. Only the fruit of life could refine this medicinal pill, and no other materials could replace it. The medicinal pill's effects could increase a person's grade below a grade by 1 grade, which meant that it could increase C grade to B grade to a grade, and a grade to S grade. This medicinal pill could only be used once in a person's lifetime. If this medicinal pill fell into someone else's hands, they would only be able to increase a person's grade from C grade to B grade to a grade, and a grade to S grade. However, there were very few people with high-grade grades, so it wouldn't be very useful. However, if this fate-changing pill fell into Qin's hands, things would be different. After all, Qin had the heaven and earth refining formation, which could refine other people's corpses and obtain great orbs. Because Qin now had over 100,000 soldiers, they definitely did not have that many A-grade corpses. Because they had enough energy stones, Zhao Fu had relaxed the conditions and allowed them to refine B-grade corpses. Now, Qin had 160,000 soldiers, and there were 30,000 or so A-grade corpses and 90,000 or so B-grade corpses. The remaining soldiers did not use grade orbs and still had their original grades. Once the fate-changing pill was used with the heaven and earth refining formation, the effects would be monstrous. Qin would soon have a large number of S-grade soldiers, and Qin now had 30,000 A-grade soldiers. If they all used the fate-changing pill, Zhao Fu would instantly have 30,000 S-grade soldiers. However, this pill recipe was not difficult to obtain. What was difficult was the rare stage 6 spirit fruit. In this world, spirit fruits were quite rare, and the higher the grade, the rarer they would be. Now that he had decided on his plan, he needed many virtue points, so Zhao Fu decided to take action. With the Sin Dragon Sword stats, he would have a good advantage in areas with floods and fires. Zhao Fu thought of Seeping River. Large rivers were prone to floods, and with Seeping River's size, it was quite likely that there would be floods. It was a pity that Zhao Fu had been targeted by the boss of that region, and it was possible that he would be discovered if he went there. As such, Zhao Fu decided to give up on Seeping River for now. Zhao Fu once again asked Wang Ergu to bring all of the region's disaster information to this place, and Zhao Fu looked at the most suitable locations. Now, Qin had opened up 61 regions, and he had many choices. Each region had different disasters, and soon, Zhao Fu chose a region. There was a large river here, and even though it wasn't as big as Seeping River, it was still quite large. As such, the floods here were quite severe. After using the teleportation channel, Xiaofu quickly arrived at this region. The continuously rising river had already submerged much of the land, and the waves were incredibly ferocious, making it seem like a wild beast that had lost control. It raged everywhere. "Master, if it's a flood, I can help you quickly kill disaster beasts," the green-clothed woman suddenly said. Xiaofu felt quite surprised and asked, "What are you going to do?" The green-cloaked woman smiled as she replied, "Master, have you forgotten what my true body is and what my true attributes are?" After hearing this, Xiaofu immediately realized that the green-cloaked woman's true body was a sin dragon. Sin dragons were called sin dragons because they created disasters, which meant that their true attributes were disaster. Sin dragons were the most powerful disaster beasts, so it was much easier for them to deal with other disaster beasts. This was especially true for floods, as floods were their home ground. Xiaofu drew the Sin Dragon sword and pointed it at the murky river. The Sin Dragon sword gave off a large amount of green light, and an aura of disaster spread out. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a 500-meter-long dragon covered with green dragon scales, a pair of green dragon horns, and 4 dragon claws giving off a cold light appeared. It gave off a mighty and domineering aura. "Master, come on, ride on my body, let me under your crotch." The green divine dragon opened its mouth and spoke in a flirtatious voice. Xiaofu was a little speechless and interrupted the green woman, "Can you be more serious?" "Oh. Master, hurry up and come up." The green-clothed woman seemed to have understood what was going on and responded. Xiaofu thought that she really understood and rode on top of her, but she immediately let out a series of lewd moans, making Xiaofu unable to do anything to her. Fortunately, she did not forget her mission. She dove into the river with Xiaofu, and a green light shield emerged from her body, enveloping her and Xiaofu, isolating them from the murky water. The green divine dragon swam in the river at an extremely fast speed. The surrounding scenery flashed by, and it was impossible to see clearly. Bang! A massive splash sounded out as the green divine dragon rushed over and bit down, biting down on a 20-meter-long water disaster beast. The water disaster beast twisted its body and desperately struggled, looking incredibly panicked. It had never thought that a disaster beast that gave off a similar aura of disaster would attack it. The green dragon ignored the water disaster beast's struggles and ferociously bit down, causing the water disaster beast's body to explode, leaving behind a blue crystal. System announcement. You have killed a level 2 water disaster beast and obtained 4,000 virtue points. Just as the green dragon bit down on the water disaster beast, Xiaofu immediately received a system announcement. After receiving this system announcement, Xiaofu felt quite shocked. "I didn't kill it myself, but I still received virtue points?" After thinking about it, he realized that the green dragon was his sword spirit, so the disaster beast she killed should also be counted as his. There was nothing wrong with that. Now that the green dragon had killed a level 2 disaster beast in less than 5 minutes, it was of great help to him. He didn't even have to do anything himself, and he could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. "Master, how is it? Is it fast? Are there any rewards?" the green dragon asked in a seductive and hungry voice. Hearing this, Xiaofu immediately refused, saying, "No." The green dragon seemed to have expected Xiaofu's response, and it didn't seem to mind as it said, "Master, hold on tight. I'm going to increase my speed." Xiaofu thought that the green dragon had discovered another disaster beast, so he gripped the green dragon's body tightly. However, the green dragon moaned and said, "Master, your touch makes me feel so good." Xiaofu felt a headache coming on, and he once again said seriously, "Do you believe that I'll seal you again?" "Don't. Master, I was wrong." Hearing this, the green dragon didn't want to be sealed again, so it became obedient. Bang! Suddenly, the green dragon rushed towards another region of water, causing a massive splash as it bit down on a level 3 water disaster beast. The level 3 water disaster beast was 30 meters long, but in front of the 500-meter-long green dragon, it was quite small. The green dragon vigorously bit down, causing the water disaster beast's body to explode. System announcement. You have killed a level 3 water disaster beast and obtained 6,000 virtue points. Just like that, the green dragon continuously killed a few more water disaster beasts, and Zhao Fu didn't even need to do anything. The two of them didn't say anything either. Seeing that Zhao Fu didn't say anything, the green dragon became restless and said, "Master, you still don't know my name, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu realized that he had forgotten some things. Out of the 4 sword spirits, he only knew Celia's name. If it wasn't for the fact that the ring had Celia's name in it, he most likely wouldn't have asked. Sky Demon and Slaughtering Ghost most likely had their own names as well, but it was a pity that he hadn't asked them. Zhao Fu felt quite apologetic as he asked, "What's your name?" The green dragon happily smiled as it said, "Master, my name is Long Xiaoxiao. You can call me Xiaoxiao, or you can say that I'm helping Master Blow." Zhao Fu directly ignored Long Xiaoxiao's words and said to Sky Demon and Slaughtering Ghost, "Apologies. I've never asked for your names before, can you tell me your names?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Sky Demon felt much better, but it still felt quite wrong as it said, "Master, you've never asked for my name before. If it wasn't for the perverted dragon mentioning it, you probably wouldn't have asked for my name, right? Also, I'm called Arya." Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. Names were such an important thing, yet he had forgotten about them. He had not thought about this before. "Master, I'm called Lu Ningbing," Slaughtering Ghost said happily. Hearing their words, Zhao Fu nodded, indicating that he would remember their names. In just half a day, with Long Xiaoxiao's help, Zhao Fu had killed most of the disaster beasts in the region and obtained hundreds of thousands of virtue points. Most of them were disaster beasts below level 3. With such a massive flood, there would most likely be at least one level 6 disaster beast, and Zhao Fu was currently searching for it. However, this was quite easy, he would be able to find it if he went to the center of the disaster. After all, this kind of disaster beast was most likely the cause of this disaster. Soon, Zhao Fu found it. This water disaster beast was 200 meters long, and it was quite large. It looked like a catfish with a flat mouth, 2 feelers, and a powerful tail. When Zhao Fu found it on the green dragon, the water disaster beast attacked first. It whipped its tail, creating a formless blade of water that slammed towards the green dragon. The green dragon did not dodge, and its jade-like dragon horns gave off a faint green light as it slammed into the blade of water. A massive explosion sounded out as the blade of water was shattered. In the next second, the water disaster beast once again attacked. It opened its massive mouth and sucked in a large amount of murky water before spitting out a 10-meter wide ball of water, which contained shocking destructive power as it shot towards the green dragon. The green dragon gave a dragon's roar as if it was the king of the water. Countless amounts of water flowed towards it, forming a 100-meter tall wall of water. This wall of water was not used for defense but for offense. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 100-meter tall wall of water gave off an aura that seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas as it crashed towards the water disaster beast. The 10-meter wide ball of water was directly crushed, and countless amounts of water rushed towards the water disaster beast, sending it flying back. After suffering this heavy blow, the blue light on the water disaster beast's body dimmed, and it did not hesitate to turn and run, knowing that it could not defeat the green dragon. Zhao Fu was quite surprised. This level 6 disaster beast was quite powerful, and Zhao Fu had thought that he would have to act himself. He had never thought that Long Xiaoxiao would have such an overwhelming advantage. Seeing the escaping water disaster beast, the green dragon did not chase after it. It roared, and the river water seemed to have its own consciousness as it gathered around the green dragon's head, forming a 30-meter wide ball of water that gave off a terrifying pressure. The green dragon tilted its head, and a massive ball of water shot out. It was incredibly fast, blasting away the water in its path and crashing into the escaping water disaster beasts. Boom! The huge water ball exploded, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing a waterless zone to appear in the middle of the river. It took a few seconds for the water to pour in again. The destructive power of the water ball caused the water disaster beast to be heavily injured, but it continued to run. The green dragon whipped its tail and shot out like an arrow, instantly reaching the water disaster beast's side and biting down on the water disaster beast's neck. Bang! The water disaster beast's body exploded into water, and a blue crystal appeared where it had been. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he reached out and grabbed the blue crystal. He took a look at it before putting it away. Master. I'm not bad, right? Long Xiaoxiao's smiling voice once again sounded out. Zhao Fu had never thought that the green dragon would be able to kill a level 6 disaster beast so easily, so he nodded. Master. I'm actually better in bed. Just as Zhao Fu finished speaking, Long Xiaoxiao's enticing voice once again sounded out. Zhao Fu couldn't help but pat her as he said, all right. Most of the water disaster beasts in this region have been killed, so let's go to the next region. Long Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded. She found that Zhao Fu no longer cared about what she said. 2 days later, because Zhao Fu knew that Long Xiaoxiao had a massive advantage in areas with water disaster, he took her to all of the areas with water disaster beasts. After 2 days of hard work, Zhao Fu now had 400,000 virtue points, all of which had been obtained by Long Xiaoxiao. Zhao Fu hadn't done anything at all, and he had once again witnessed how powerful the Sin Dragon sword was. Now that he had so many virtue points, the next step was to exchange for items. After coming to a system main city, Zhao Fu first bought all of the items he needed. After spending his virtue points, he looked at the rankings and found that only the 8th ranked Supreme Pill and 7th ranked 9 Lives Pill were missing. Apart from the 4 medicinal pills that Zhao Fu had bought, no one had touched them yet. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. It was already the 5th day of the disaster festival. Could it be that no one had gathered enough virtue points? Or were they going to exchange for other items? Indeed, many people no longer cared about the rankings because the top 3 medicinal pills had long since disappeared. There was only 1 medicinal pill on the rankings, and it was only effective for 1 person. As such, rather than exchanging for 1 medicinal pill, it was better to exchange for a medicinal pill that was beneficial to a faction. Zhao Fu looked at the rankings and found that there was only the 6th ranked Vermilion Bird Blood Pill and the 4th ranked Berserk Blood Pill. By now, there was nothing else that Zhao Fu wanted, so he turned his attention to the remaining 2 medicinal pills. Even though the Berserk Blood Pill was ranked 4th, it could greatly increase one's battle strength. Before, it would have been quite attractive to Zhao Fu, but now that Zhao Fu had a City Lord's seal, he wasn't interested in it anymore. Now, he was slightly interested in the Vermilion Bird Blood Pill. The Vermilion Bird Blood Pill only cost 150,000 virtue points, so it would be quite easy to gather that amount. Zhao Fu continued to kill disaster beasts. This time, Zhao Fu brought Long Xiaoxiao to a massive lake. This was the Divine Fish Festival, and Zhao Fu had been here before. The floods here were quite ordinary, and there were at most level 5 disaster beasts. Even though the disaster beasts weren't very powerful, gathering 100,000 or so virtue points was no problem. Zhao Fu still didn't do anything, and he left it to Long Xiaoxiao to deal with. Long Xiaoxiao worked very hard, but her words became more and more vulgar, causing the other sword spirits' faces to become red. They expressed their dissatisfaction towards Long Xiaoxiao, but Long Xiaoxiao only cared about herself and didn't care about what others thought of her. Another day later, it was the 6th day of the disaster festival, and Zhao Fu had gathered 150,000 virtue points to exchange for the Vermilion Bird Blood Pill. This Vermilion Bird Blood Pill was as big as a longan fruit, and there was a picture of a vermilion bird on it. The picture was not dead but alive, and it continuously flew around the surface of the pill, looking quite mystical. The pill also gave off a bloody smell. Zhao Fu hadn't decided who to give the Vermilion Bird Blood Pill to yet, and the Berserk Blood Pill had already been claimed. By now, all of the medicinal pills on the rankings had been claimed. It was only the 6th day of the disaster festival, and Zhao Fu already felt that there was nothing left to claim. This was the first time he had felt this way after so many events. During the remaining time of the disaster festival, Zhao Fu brought Long Xiaoxiao to kill all sorts of powerful disaster beasts. Most of them were at level 4 or above, and Zhao Fu did not attack any disaster beasts below level 4 unless they wanted to die. During this period of time, Zhao Fu saw many disaster beasts. Apart from the wind disaster beasts, water disaster beasts, and fire disaster beasts, there were 6 other types of disaster beasts. The first was the metal disaster beast, which could turn the ground or plants into metal, causing all life to wither. It was a terrifying disaster that was quite difficult to recover from. It looked like an ape, and its body seemed to be made of metal. It was incredibly tough, and it was more powerful than the other disaster beasts, making it difficult to deal with. The second was the earth disaster beast, which could cause the ground to tremble and buildings to collapse. It looked like a pangolin, and its body seemed to be made of mud. However, because it often hid underground, it was not easy to deal with. The third was the wood disaster beast, which could cause trees to grow everywhere. It was good to have many trees, but the wood disaster beast could grow trees on the roads and in one's home. It was quite a troublesome disaster, but it was not as destructive. It looked like a tree devil, and its life force was quite powerful. It could recover quickly, and it was not easy to kill. The fourth was the ice disaster beast, which could cause snow to fill the sky and bury the ground. It could also cause rivers and wells to freeze, freezing everything. It looked like an elephant, and its body was made of ice. It was quite big, and every step it took would leave behind an ice footprint. Compared to the other disaster beasts, it was quite easy to defeat. The fifth was the sand disaster beast, which could turn the ground into sand and cause plants to wither. It was a disaster that was quite difficult to recover from. It looked like a sandworm, and its body was made of sand. Out of all the disaster beasts, it was the easiest to kill. The sixth was the lightning disaster beast, which could cause lightning to descend from the sky. It was incredibly powerful, and it was one of the most terrifying disasters. It looked like a python with wings, and its body seemed to be made of lightning. Out of all the disaster beasts that Zhao Fu had encountered, it was one of the most powerful. Zhao Fu had only killed a level 5 lightning disaster beast, but he had been heavily injured. Apart from the 6 disaster beasts that Zhao Fu had seen before, there were some that Zhao Fu had not seen before. There were sea disaster beasts that could only be found at the seaside, and they could create tsunamis that could destroy everything. There were also the rarest dream disaster beasts that could cause people to uncontrollably enter dreams. There was also the most terrifying disaster beast, which was the death disaster beast. The death disaster beast was definitely the most powerful disaster beast, and no one knew what it looked like. It was said that it was covered by a gray deathly aura. Wherever it went, the plants would wither and the earth would lose its vitality. Not a single living thing would survive. Once one got close to it, their life would quickly disappear, and in the end, they would become a corpse. No matter who it was, they would die if they did. Even city lords were not immune to this sort of disaster beast, so no one had ever seen it before. The death disaster beasts were quite rare, and even though they were incredibly terrifying, they were not often seen. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? There were also some disaster beasts that Zhao Fu had never seen before. However, it was now the 7th night of the disaster festival, and there was still an hour left before the disaster festival officially ended. Zhao Fu would not be able to see these disaster beasts. Zhao Fu went through his harvest: 3 level 7 disaster crystals, 12 level 6 disaster crystals, 25 level 5 disaster crystals, and 32 level 4 disaster crystals. Level 6, Level 5, and Level 4 disaster crystals dropped all sorts of legendary items, including equipment, materials, and other items. Now, Qin could forge legendary equipment, but only Road could. No one else had the ability to forge legendary equipment. Opening a Level 7 disaster crystal would give him an epic grade item, and he felt quite excited as he started to open the first disaster crystal. After the light faded, a crystal ball appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This crystal ball was 2 meters wide and was incredibly pure. There were no impurities or bubbles at all, and it gave off a pure aura. Zhao Fu looked at its stats and found that it was called Void Orb. This made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted because it could be used with the Heavenly Domain Stone. Now, he was just missing one more item before he could use the Heavenly Domain Stone to forge that item. The first item was quite good, and Zhao Fu grinned as he opened the second crystal. After the light faded, an ice saber appeared in front of him. This saber was quite thin and long, and it looked like a Miaodao. The blade seemed to be made of ice, and it gave off a chilling aura that could freeze people's hearts. Ice Soul Saber, Grade, Epic, Stats, Strength plus 30, Intelligence plus 30, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 25, Description: an ice saber forged from 10,000 years of extreme cold ice. It has extremely powerful ice-type attacks. An epic-grade weapon's stats were quite good, but Zhao Fu didn't know how to use sabers. After looking at it, he put it away and planned to give it to his subordinates in the future. Next was the final crystal. After Zhao Fu used it, the light faded, and a fist-sized orb of white flames appeared. Seeing this, Zhao Fu looked at its stats curiously. Disaster Flame, a flame that contains powerful disaster energy. It can cause equipment or creatures to have disaster attributes. If disaster beast crystals of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are fused into it, the disaster flame's attributes will become even more powerful. Disaster beast crystals were crystals that could cause equipment to become disaster equipment. Zhao Fu had obtained some before, and after opening so many disaster beast crystals, Zhao Fu had obtained quite a few. Apart from the disaster beast crystals of the 5 elements, Zhao Fu also had wind disaster beast crystals and ice disaster beast crystals. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu fused the 5 different disaster beast crystals into it. The white flame became 5-colored and flickered in the air, giving off an extremely terrifying aura that seemed to be able to burn space itself. The new disaster flame had been fused into it. Is it for equipment now? Or for creatures? For creatures, there was the Grey Wolf King, Black Forest Horse King, Void Beast, and the Wyvern that was about to hatch. For equipment, there was the Sky Demon Sword, Slaughtering Ghost Sword, Royal Wood Sword, and Sin Dragon Sword. If Zhao Fu wanted to use it on a creature, the best target would be a wyvern that was about to hatch. If it used it, it would become a disaster dragon, and its stats would greatly change. If it was a piece of equipment, the Sin Dragon Sword would be the most suitable. After all, it was a disaster attribute, and this disaster fire would strengthen its disaster attribute. There were benefits to both of these, but Zhao Fu suddenly thought of something. He went to an empty area and raised his hand, and the king's ring on his finger gave off a faint golden light. The sound of galloping horses sounded out. The 10 skeleton cavalrymen's strength exceeded stage 2, and they were incredibly powerful. However, the skeletons that they brought were still quite weak. Logically speaking, once the skeleton cavalrymen reached stage 2, the skeletons that they could control would also reach stage 2. However, let alone stage 2, they didn't even have stage 1 skeletons. This was because stage 1 and above corpses were all used to refine blood god pills, so there wouldn't be any stage 1 skeletons. Moreover, the skeleton cavalrymen could control 3,000 skeletons, which were quite good in the early stages. However, now that Zhao Fu had 100,000 soldiers, 3,000 skeletons were not enough and wouldn't be of much help at all. I wonder what will happen when the disaster flames fuse with the skeleton cavalrymen? Zhao Fu looked at the skeleton cavalrymen kneeling on the ground. They were the item spirits of the king's ring, and Zhao Fu thought about it before taking off the king's ring and fusing the 5-colored disaster flames into it. Immediately, a wild gale swept out as the king's ring floated in the air after fusing with the disaster flames and gave off terrifying ripples. The bright golden light started to fade and was replaced by a black color. The skeleton cavalrymen's bodies trembled, and the golden light around their bodies weakened. The golden flames in their heads continuously flickered and gradually turned black. A powerful aura of disaster, bringing with it shocking power, spread out. The skeleton cavalrymen's spirit flames became completely black, and a black aura came out of their bodies and covered their bodies. Their golden armor and weapons also became black. The skeleton cavalrymen completely changed, they were covered with black equipment and were covered by a black fog. Their holy and dignified aura disappeared and was replaced with an aura of disaster and destruction that caused countless people to feel fear. It wasn't just them, their horses also became black, and there was a black fog around them. The king's ring became a pure black ring, and it gave off an aura of disaster and nobility. Zhao Fu looked at its stats. The name of the ring had become the Disaster King's Ring, and its grade had become Epic Grade. Its stats had also become much stronger, but the EXP bonuses from the King's Ring had not increased. The 10 skeleton cavalrymen's names had also changed to Disaster Cavalryman, King. The Disaster Cavalryman's stats were even more powerful, and they were an SSS Plus profession, which could be said to be a top-tier profession. The summoned skeletons would retain 90% of their strength from when they were alive, and they would also have some skills from when they were alive. They would also receive disaster power, making them many times more powerful than before. What was most important was that the skeleton cavalrymen had become Lord-grade skeletons, and each skeleton cavalryman could lead 3,000 skeleton cavalrymen, which could lead 30,000 skeleton cavalrymen. Li, and, 2, and skeleton, and, had, and, 1, and Qin, 1, and, had, 1, and, 1, and all. Zhao Fu knew about this skill because of the demon god's information, so he knew how terrifying it was. Undead disaster could only be learned by king-grade skeletons, and it was the most powerful skill that king-grade skeletons could learn. King skeletons were even rarer than kings in the mortal world. Because of their special existences, there wouldn't be a single king skeleton in 100 billion skeletons. Of course, even though skeleton kings had the word king in their names, they weren't king skeletons. However, king skeletons grew from skeleton kings, so they were incredibly rare. Because Zhao Fu's disaster cavalrymen were undead and had king's power and disaster power, the three attributes fused together to create this terrifying skill. The undead disaster that they cast was even more powerful than the king skeletons, as these skeletons also had the disaster attribute. This skill was one of Qin's trump cards, but he couldn't use it carelessly. Right now, the disaster cavalrymen were still quite weak, and they couldn't control so many skeletons. As such, once they used it, they would easily lose control, so it was best not to use it unless it was a critical moment. After looking at the skeleton cavalryman's powerful attributes, Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction. Soon, it was 12 a.m., and the disaster festival had officially concluded. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out in the sky as the dark night sky gave off a bright golden light. This sudden change caused everyone in the heaven-awakened world to look up at the sky. At that moment, a massive stone stele appeared in the sky, giving off a boundless aura. System announcement. You are ranked first on the virtue rankings. Would you like to announce your name? Zhao Fu suddenly received this system announcement, and after thinking about it, he immediately chose not to reveal his name. Densely packed words began to appear on the stone stele. They were the names of the people, as well as the merit points they had obtained. Rank 1, Unknown, Virtue Points, 1, 69 million. Rank 2, Tina Pendragon, Virtue Points, 560,000. Rank 3, CG, Virtue Points, 500,000. Rank 4, Caesar Augustus, Virtue Points, 480,000. Rank 5, Di Wutian, Virtue Points, 450,000. Rank 6, Akhenaten, Virtue Points, 420,000. Rank 7, Lu Yi, Virtue Points, 410,000. Rank 8, Ji Shenming, Virtue Points, 400,000. Rank 9, Unknown, Virtue Points, 390,000. Rank 10, Muawiyah, Virtue Points, 380,000. There were 100 people's names on the stone stele, and they were all dynasty legatees with powerful nation armaments. How could ordinary people compare to them? After revealing these names, everyone received a system announcement. The disaster festival has concluded. Everyone has worked hard to eliminate disasters and received the acknowledgement of the heavens and earth. You will receive different fate. Those ranked 70 to 100 will receive this. 3 S-grade pills. No matter what grade you have, you will become S-grade after using this pill. 1 Inferior Heaven's Gift Treasure Chest. After using this, you will receive an ordinary legendary grade item. Those ranked 11 to 29 will receive this. 3 SS grade pills. No matter what grade you have, you will become SS grade after using this pill. 3 Intermediate Heaven's Gift Treasure Chests. After using this, you will receive 3 good legendary grade items. 1 SS General Summoning Talisman. After using this, you will be able to summon an SS grade general. Those ranked in the top 10 will be the most outstanding people in this festival. Not only will they receive a large amount of fate, but they will also receive a small Earthrealm mark. There are also 3 SSS grade pills. No matter what grade you have, you will become SSS grade after using this pill. 3 Superior Heaven's Gift Treasure Chests. After using this pill, you will receive 3 exquisite legendary grade items. The person who ranked first would be the most outstanding person in this event, and they would receive even more fate, as well as a large Earthrealm mark and the acknowledgement of the heavens and earth. Apart from this, one could also receive 6 SSS grade pills, which could raise one's grade to SSS. 3 superior heaven's gift treasure chests, which could give one 3 top-tier legendary grade items. 1 extreme heaven's gift treasure chest, which could give 1 ordinary epic grade item. 3 SSS grade general summoning talismans, which could summon 3 SSS grade generals. Those who received the title of Heaven's Blessed would receive the protection of the heavens and give a village 50% resistance to natural disasters, making it easier for indigenous residents to submit and trust them. No one would have thought that there would be such a reward. Because of how special the disaster festival was, not only could one receive a large amount of heaven and earth fate, but one could also receive all sorts of items. The person who benefited the most from this event was, of course, the person who ranked first. Not only did he receive a massive amount of fate, but he also received an Earthrealm mark, 6 SSS grade pills, 3 SSS grade general summoning talismans, and the title of Heaven's Blessed. Just thinking about this made everyone feel incredibly excited. Even though the person who ranked first did not have a name, everyone knew that apart from Qin's legatee, there was no one else. Xiaofu was quite shocked that there were still such rewards after the event ended. Looking at the rewards, Xiaofu couldn't help but happily smile. After these rewards were given out, the massive stone steel in the sky and the abnormal signs in the surroundings gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The disaster festival had finally ended. Xiaofu first looked at the Earthrealm mark on the back of his hand. The mark had become deeper and deeper, but apart from that, there was nothing special about it. Following this, Xiaofu called over the generals and gave out the grade pills. To Qin's people, obtaining grade pills was not difficult at all, as he had the heaven and earth refining formation and corpses. However, these 6 SSS grade pills were quite a lot. Now, almost all of the generals that Xiaofu could call out had SSS grade pills, and General Qin's strength had once again risen. The generals who had received the grade pills were incredibly grateful. Especially Li Wen, who was the son of the village chief of the Li clan. His aptitude was only at level A, but now he had an SSS aptitude. In the future, he would have a bright future in Qin. Following this, Xiaofu used 3 general summoning talismans. The 3 violet talismans started to burn, and 3 rays of violet light shot into the sky. 3 rays of violet light descended, and 3 figures slowly appeared in front of Xiaofu. "Greetings, Your Highness." After the 3 of them appeared and obtained some information, they immediately knelt down and respectfully called out to Xiaofu. Xiaofu looked at their stats. They were all SSS grade, and they had their own general professions. Their stats were also quite good. The other was dressed in coarse clothes and had an ordinary appearance. His name was Du Kong. The other was wearing a long robe and had a handsome appearance. His name was Lu Yiqing. The other was a tall and sturdy man called Niu Shirley. "You can all rise." Xiaofu had them rise and handed them over to Li Si so that they could familiarize themselves with Qin. The 3 of them did not have any general stars, and they were the same as the generals that had spawned at the origin. However, their grades were slightly higher, making Xiaofu feel a bit disappointed. However, this was not bad, as they would be of great use. General stars were not that easy to obtain, and Xiaofu understood this. As such, historical generals were quite important. Following this, there were 4 Heaven's Gift treasure chests. After opening them, Xiaofu obtained some materials, and Xiaofu was not too disappointed. Qin would be satisfied with his massive gains this time. Finally, there was the 30% disaster resistance that he had obtained from killing various disaster beasts. Adding on the 50% disaster resistance, Qin had obtained 80% disaster resistance. After the disaster festival concluded, many people started to celebrate. These disasters had caused them a lot of trouble, and even though Qin had not been affected much, they still celebrated and prepared to return to normal the next day. After the event concluded, Xiaofu felt quite at ease and rested for the night. At the same time, a massive and cold undercurrent started to attack Qin. The next day, Xiaofu returned to the real world and sat on a sofa with a serious expression on his face. Sitting across from him were a few family leaders who also had serious expressions on their faces. The various factions have come with ill intentions, and the Ying family has been forced into a defensive state. However, the Ying family is not to be trifled with, so they won't dare to do anything. The main problem is that the factions in the Heaven Awakened world have nothing to fear. Please help Legatee Qin. If you need the Ying family's help, we will do our best to support you. The family leaders said to Zhao Fu seriously, and Zhao Fu nodded before returning to the Heaven Awakened world. After the disaster festival concluded, the Ying family was attacked by many unknown factions in the real world. Even though they had not suffered great losses, the dangerous aura that they gave off made people feel quite wary. As such, the Ying family went from expanding to fully defending. They were unable to find Qin's legatee in the real world, so they turned their attention to the Ying family that could be of great help to Qin's legatee. Because of Qin's legatee, the Ying family was viewed with enmity by countless factions. If it wasn't for the fact that they were one of the 5 great families and had deep foundations, they would have long since been destroyed. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, urgent reports came in from all directions. Great Qin's merchant associations, restaurants, and other businesses had all been destroyed, and they had been attacked by local factions. There were over 10,000 casualties. Even though Zhao Fu's businesses were quite secretive, as Qin's reputation became greater and greater, people were still able to find out about them. Some factions that did not belong to Qin were also attacked. As they started to act, the entire northern side of the Midland continent started to fall into chaos. It was not just the merchant associations and other businesses that were dealt a heavy blow, but some of Qin's factions also started to rebel and invade North Vietnam's borders. Because of Zhao Fu's identity, the Tang dynasty started to openly act against him. The Song dynasty also expressed hostility because Qin had subdued later Zhou, and the Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Han dynasties all secretly supported the Qin resistance alliance in the northern side of the Midland continent. The other dynasties also participated, and none of them were able to escape. Apart from China, there were also foreign factions, such as Vietnam, Myanmar, Thailand, and Myanmar. With these factions joining in, the Qin resistance alliance in the northern side of the Midland continent became incredibly arrogant and fearless, and they openly attacked Qin's factions. It was the first time that Qin had been so heavily injured. At that moment, a soldier walked into the hall and half knelt on the ground as he said respectfully, "Your Majesty, a person called Su Yan has sent news." A person called Su Yan said that as long as Great Qin stays in one region and doesn't expand or attack any factions in other regions, he will let Great Qin off and stop all factions from attacking Great Qin. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at Great Qin. Ha ha ha, hearing this and other news, Zhao Fu was infuriated, and he coldly laughed. The hall was incredibly cold, and all of the generals lowered their heads, not daring to move. They could sense Zhao Fu's anger and the killing intent in his laughter. Do you think that I, Qin, will submit so easily? Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the people below. Your Majesty. Of course they won't be able to make me submit so easily. Qin should retaliate against them and show them Qin's true power, Wang Jian said as he walked out. Your Majesty. This subordinate believes that with Qin's strength, he should be able to start a war and start his path to establishing a kingdom, Bai Qi said as he stepped out, a look of fervor in his eyes. Your Majesty. I also agree with General Bai Qi's idea. Now that I, Qin, have many talented people, we can fight on many fronts. Time is of the essence, and we can officially start restoring Qin's kingdom, Wei Liao said as he stepped out. The other generals also expressed their opinions. The blood-red star within the boundless darkness once again gave off a blood-red light, causing Zhao Fu's eyes to give off a devilish blood-red light. Xianru. How do I use the Emperor Phoenix statue? After hearing the general's words, Zhao Fu suddenly turned to the violet-clothed Xianru and asked. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianru's face as she replied, Your Majesty. You can just place the Emperor Phoenix statue on the Heaven Prayer platform. It's that simple? Zhao Fu asked in surprise. He had thought that there would be some sort of ceremony. Xianru nodded and said, Your Majesty. The Heaven Prayer platform is a place that receives fate, so placing the Emperor Phoenix there is perfect. The Emperor Phoenix will automatically fuse with Qin. I understand. Zhao Fu then looked at everyone else and said, We can begin the path to re-establishing our nation, but we'll need to plan it in detail. Since they're attacking our businesses in the various regions, we'll have to stop them for now. There's no need to increase our casualties, so we'll have to make preparations first. Many of the generals below also responded, and then they began to discuss. The hall was filled with killing intent, and Zhao Fu began to issue orders again. By Qi. Train 40,000 soldiers and increase the number of Qin's troops to 200,000. Bai Qi acknowledged the order. Zhao Fu then looked at Wang Ergu. Find out all the information about the people who participated in the Qin resistance war, and don't let anyone escape. Wang Er also obeyed. Zhao Fu then turned to look at Little Xia and said, Little Xia, I'll expand the number of members of the Evernight faction to 30,000, and I'll let you train them. Teach them all the killing techniques. Qin needs a group of dark killing machines. Little Xia also responded with an O. Zhao Fu then looked at Ba Qing and said, Ba Qing, calculate the losses this time. Calculate our losses this time and treat those who have died or been injured well. As for those who are lacking manpower, we can immediately replenish them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ba Qing said gratefully. The people who had been heavily injured this time were the members of the business department, and with Zhao Fu's words, she would be able to give a good explanation to the others. Finally, Zhao Fu looked at Guo Binglin and said, Guo Binglin, give me all of the recent news from Heavenstone City. Guo Binglin acknowledged the order. After Zhao Fu gave the order, everyone received it, and the meeting concluded. They quickly went to carry out the order. On the other side, Zhao Fu brought Xianru to the 12-meter-tall heaven prayer platform and placed the 2-meter-tall crystal statue on it. Is this enough? Zhao Fu asked. Xianru lightly nodded, indicating that this was enough. After confirming this, Zhao Fu didn't think too much about it and said, Xianru, you can see fate. In that case, you can stay by my side in the future. Yes. Your Majesty. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianru's face. This was what she wanted. The closer she could stay by Zhao Fu's side, the more fate she would have, and the higher her status would be in the future. After placing the Emperor Phoenix statue down, Zhao Fu took Xianru back to his room. Guo Binglin had already prepared all of the recent information from Heavenstone City. Zhao Fu looked through the information carefully. After that battle, Heavenstone City's relationship with the 3 other system main cities had become better. Zhao Fu had most likely expected that it would be the first to be targeted by Qin, so he wanted to pull the other 3 system main cities to deal with Qin. The other 3 system main cities also understood this, but they didn't accept or reject this proposal. On one hand, they didn't want to cause trouble because they knew that Heavenstone City had offended a powerful dynasty legacy. On the other hand, if they lost a system main city, their overall strength would decrease, and they were worried that Qin would act against them. Zhao Fu had to think about this. If the 4 system main cities allied together, Qin wouldn't be able to do anything to them. There were many uncertainties, so Zhao Fu decided to put this aside for now and look at other information. Heavenstone City had long since replenished the 10,000 or so soldiers who had died, but their cultivations were still at stage 0 to 7 or 0 to 8, and they only had 90,000 or so stage 1 soldiers. Now, Qin had 80,000 stage 1 soldiers, which was 10,000 less. Heavenstone City now had 360,000 residents, which was about the same as most system main cities. Some of the more developed cities had 400,000 residents. Finally, there was Sherwen. After the last battle, he had become much better, but it was too late. After looking through all of Heavenstone City's information, Zhao Fu made a decision. Moreover, the threat of the Qin Resistance Alliance was incredibly great. If it wasn't for the fact that the various regions couldn't be opened up, with so many factions working together, Qin really would have to retreat. Zhao Fu knew that Qin was lacking, so he didn't think too highly of himself. As such, he knew how powerful the Qin Resistance Alliance was. For now, there was no need to do anything. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them after everything was prepared. The countless factions were quite surprised by Qin's lack of reaction. Some said that Qin was too weak, while others said that this was the calm before the storm. This matter attracted the attention of the entire world, as this was related to Qin. With so many factions working together to deal with Qin, the foreign factions were quite happy. If China didn't weaken, how could they have an opportunity? As long as Qin wasn't destroyed, how could they feel at ease? Qin was a thorn in the hearts of countless factions, making them feel both pain and fear. If a civil war broke out, no one would benefit, and any side that lost would be China's loss. On the surface, the northern side of the Midland continent had the advantage in numbers and had the support of many dynasty legatees. All of the northern side's people held their heads high and puffed out their chests, feeling incredibly confident, as if they did not place Qin in their eyes at all. Their countless factions added together had tens of millions of people, and let alone Qin, even if a few more dynasty legatees came, they would not have to fear them. This was the reason why they were so confident. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they could not gather their power together. Even though Qin was at a disadvantage, no faction could compare to it in terms of military strength. As such, everyone paid great attention to this matter. As China's oldest faction, the ancient clans also paid great attention to this matter, and 10 or so elders discussed among themselves. An elderly man said, "How about we mediate and resolve this civil war? If a civil war breaks out, the entire northern region of China will suffer great losses. Moreover, there are a few hungry wolves spying on us in the north. For China, we should act." Another elder said, "However, the northern side's factions are too vicious and don't care about anything at all. They don't give Qin any face at all. Will Qin, who is famed for his battles, compromise? Everyone should have experienced the power of the Chaos Imperial Star's descent last time. This time, Legatee Qin will become the most murderous and evil of all legatees. How could he possibly submit? Also, the northern side's factions have the absolute advantage and are already quite arrogant. Will they still be willing to compromise with Qin?" Another elder stood up and said, "That's how it is, but we have to try. This civil war will affect the entire northern side of the Midland continent and directly affect the situation of the world." Hearing this elder's words, the other elders sighed and nodded. They had to try and stop all of this. The 100 schools of thought and sects all had two different views on this matter. One was to fight, and the more chaotic it was, the better. Many factions would fight, and the final victor would be the strongest. The other was to make peace. If a civil war of this scale erupted, China's battle power would be reduced by a quarter, or even more. There was another large faction in China that also cared about this matter, and that was Flower Moon. 20 or so beautiful women sat around a long table. "Big sister, do you think we should sell these things to the northern side's factions? If we sell them now, the northern side's factions will need them, and the profits will be shocking." A woman smiled as she spoke to a mature woman sitting at the front. The other woman rolled her eyes at her. "If a civil war breaks out, all of our businesses in the north will definitely be affected. We'll be lucky if we don't lose money. Right now, the northern side's factions are in such a ferocious state, and all factions related to Qin are being crazily attacked. Even those who are suspicious aren't spared. Some of our factions are also being attacked, but I'm not worried about them. Qin is still deathly silent and hasn't done anything, but the more he's like this, the more afraid I feel." One of the women laughed and said, "Why are you so timid? I think that Qin isn't that big of a deal. He's going to face the entire northern region, so he'll definitely lose. That's why he doesn't dare to react. You don't understand how horrible Qin is." The woman who originally spoke retorted in dissatisfaction. Seeing that the two women were about to start arguing, a gentle-looking older woman said, "All right. Don't argue and see what Big Sister has to say. Should we participate or remain neutral?" The mature woman sitting at the front maintained a smile as she looked at the women and said, "I think we should remain neutral for now. There's no need to put Flower Moon at a disadvantage for such a small amount of profit. Qin has such massive fate, and he won't lose so easily. Moreover, the civil war hasn't broken out yet, so it won't be too late to do it then. That's all for today." Hearing this, the women all nodded and left. "Yuyan, you'd best be careful." Seeing everyone leave, the mature woman suddenly laughed and said to Su Yuyan, who was also about to leave. Su Yuyan's face paled, but she nodded seriously and said, "I know, Big Sister." Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day. Countless factions felt quite surprised. Qin still hadn't done anything, and none of his businesses had been opened. The ancient clan's proposals to reconcile and sign contracts had also not received any response. It was as if Qin had disappeared, and there was no news of him at all. Could it be that Qin had given in? The northern side's factions all started to celebrate. This was indeed worth celebrating, as they had suppressed the incredibly arrogant Qin. This made Qin feel quite afraid, and he saw just how powerful the northern side's factions were. The factions that had submitted to Qin were also quite surprised. Qin hadn't done anything, and they hadn't received any news, making them feel quite uneasy. "Mother, what do you think we should do?" Chai Xiaohui asked Nangong Shuiwei. Nangong Shuiwei lightly shook her head, saying, "I don't know. His Majesty is most likely preparing something, but I'm sure we'll find out soon." Wei Guo was the same, and a Wei family's disciple asked Wei Xian, "Young master, why hasn't Qin responded? Could it be that he's afraid? After all, there are simply too many northern side's factions this time." Wei Xian had submitted to Qin, so he naturally didn't have to address him as young master. In response, Wei Xian could only shake his head. He could sense that countless people would die this time, and the entire northern continent would face a catastrophe. Back at Qin, Zhao Fu brought everyone to the incubation room. There was a gray egg here, it was the wyvern egg. After so much time had passed, it was finally time for the egg to hatch. The half-meter wide egg continuously trembled and gave off a powerful might, and it seemed as if a small life was about to break free. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the dragon egg. At the top of the egg, a piece of eggshell was pushed open, and a head covered in mucus poked out. A pair of large black eyes looked around curiously, and then it broke the eggshell in a few moments, and its body also came out of the eggshell. This was a wyvern that looked like a lizard. It had a pair of wings, and its body was covered with gray scales. It also had a pair of small horns, and its body was covered with slimy liquid, giving off an innate might. After coming out of the egg, the wyvern saw Zhao Fu and happily flapped its wings before flying over to Zhao Fu. Because it had already recognized Zhao Fu as its master, it treated Zhao Fu as its closest person. Zhao Fu recalled the void beasts that were occupying the universal den and had the little dragon occupy it. The little dragon obediently flapped its wings and flew to the platform, conquering the Denver. Following this, Zhao Fu handed the little dragon over to the person responsible for feeding it while he went to the universal Denver. After looking at its stats, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now, the universal den would spawn dragons of different ages. Just like the starting ground, the universal den would spawn people of different ages. The universal den would spawn young dragons, adult dragons, and elderly dragons. Once an adult dragon spawned, it would have stage 5 strength, and it would become Great Qin's most terrifying force. Even young dragons with stage 3 strength would be able to be used, as long as they did not spawn newborns. With these dragons, Qin would be able to sweep through everything. Very few people would be able to stop Qin. However, the dragon's respawn time was quite slow, it would take 10 days for one to respawn. Moreover, this was with Qin's various stats, as well as the fact that the den itself was legendary grade. Without these stats, it would take at least 10 days for a dragon to respawn. Moreover, the den was only a basic den, so it still had a lot of potential. If there were adult dragons, they would be able to kill countless creatures, and the den would level up quite quickly. The den would take some time, so Zhao Fu decided to leave it there for now. By now, Qin's army had reached 200,000 soldiers, and the soldiers that Bai Qi had trained had also joined in. Right now, Qin was lacking blood god pills, and the corpses that he had obtained from the forest of the ancient ruins were not enough to satisfy his demands. At first, Zhao Fu had planned to attack Heavenstone City because he had been preparing for this for a long time. However, because of the northern side's ferocious attacks and their arrogance towards Qin, Zhao Fu had changed his mind and wanted to start a calamity. This calamity would be incredibly terrifying, and Zhao Fu knew that tens of thousands of people would die. However, Zhao Fu didn't care at all, he had been suppressing his anger, and now, they had to bear it. Since they wanted to kill Qin, there was no need for Zhao Fu to show mercy. What Zhao Fu had prepared for them was Undead Calamity. Undead Scourge required a large number of corpses, and there was one place that could provide a large number of corpses, which was the area that had been completely flooded. Now, that region had become a ghost region, and after the flood receded, there were swollen corpses left behind. There were humans and beasts, and the system's main cities had not been moved back because there had been too many deaths, resulting in a powerful aura of resentment, turning it into a cursed land. Creatures that stepped into the city heart would feel some discomfort and a cold and gloomy feeling, and their bodies would become weaker. Moreover, moving back to the city heart would be incredibly difficult, and the city heart would be affected by moving too many times. That was why there weren't many living creatures in that area at this time, only corpses. Even if Zhao Fu hadn't done anything, a few undead had already been born there. During those 7 days, Zhao Fu had ordered the disaster cavalrymen to continuously cast undead calamity, reviving dead people. Because they had disaster attributes, the spirit flames in their heads were black, and they were many times more powerful than ordinary skeletons. Right now, that region was filled with countless skeletons, and there were at least 10 million of them. This was because not only were there humans, but there were also some beasts. With so many skeletons around, Qin had long since lost control over them. In other words, Qin couldn't control their actions, nor could he stop them or make them attack. Everything had gone out of control. These skeletons only obeyed their instincts and killed all living creatures. It was as if Qin was playing with fire, and Zhao Fu couldn't control it. He understood the consequences, but Zhao Fu still decided to do it. Civil war? Weakening China? Detrimental to China's future development. Since they didn't care about this, why would Zhao Fu care? Zhao Fu didn't intend to let any of them go, as they were all enemies of Qin. When Zhao Fu arrived at that region, there were almost no living creatures there. The living creatures that had survived had all been killed by the skeletons that had turned into skeletons, and not a single one was left alive. The entire region was covered by a deathly aura, and even sunlight couldn't shine in. It was as if all life had disappeared, and the grass and trees had lost their green color. Occasionally, there would be howls that sounded out, and the entire place was eerie and terrifying. Anyone who stood here would feel their hair stand on end, and this was a ghost realm. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and below him, there were 10 disaster cavalrymen covered in black fog, waiting for Zhao Fu's orders. Begin the slaughter. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as he looked at the region in front of him and gave his first order. After receiving Zhao Fu's order, the disaster cavalrymen drew their black swords from their waists and pointed ahead. The countless skeletons seemed to sense something and started to gather, and their footsteps were incredibly deafening. Even though the disaster cavalrymen had lost control of these skeletons, they were still their summoned creatures, and they could still guide them. Right now, Zhao Fu's goal was to lead these skeletons to another region. They would instinctively kill all living creatures, and the disaster cavalrymen couldn't control them anymore. Slowly, the 10 million skeletons gathered like a sea of bones, and the deathly aura that they gave off caused countless creatures to feel terrified. When the 10 disaster cavalrymen led the countless skeletons into this region, countless creatures immediately sensed them. Whether they were birds or beasts, they were all greatly frightened and started to run for their lives in terror. Before the undead army arrived, a large beast tide had already formed. Sensing the auras of countless living creatures, the countless skeletons became excited and chased after them, and the 10 disaster cavalrymen's guidance was completely ineffective. A massacre with no survivors had officially begun. No matter what you were, whether you were a tiger, a pack of wolves, or a berserk lion, you were all incredibly weak and pitiful in front of the countless skeletons. You could only run for your life. Those who were fast would be temporarily safe, while those who were slow would be inundated by the countless skeletons and die. After a certain number of skeletons died, the 10 disaster cavalrymen would once again use undead disaster, causing the skeleton army to continuously grow. In the end, the entire northern side of the Midland continent would become a hell. Within the boundless darkness, the massive blood-red star seemed to start to go through changes. The sea of bones gave off terrifying sounds as it flooded forwards, passing through the grass, trees, mountains, and rocks. The massive deathly aura formed countless gray clouds that moved forwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under this deathly aura, the ground started to lose all of its life force, and the grass and trees withered as if everything was withering. The countless skeletons were incredibly fast, and in just a few moments, the sea of bones had inundated 10 or so kilometers with unstoppable force and continued to surge forwards. A completely unprepared village was instantly submerged by the sea of bones, unable to resist at all. A tiger was caught up too, and 10 or so skeletons rushed up and stabbed their sharp hands into the tiger's body, causing it to howl and die. A few goats that were too slow were caught up to by the skeletons, and they cried out in despair before being bitten to death by the skeletons. A group of 10 or so humans desperately ran forwards, but because they ran out of stamina, they were caught up to by the countless skeletons and turned into 10 or so corpses in the next second. Countless skeletons charged forward excitedly as if they weren't tired at all. They slaughtered all living beings and absorbed the life force of countless living beings, transforming it into the power of evolution. As time went on, the sea of bones covered the surrounding thousands of kilometers, and it gave off terrifying sounds as it continued to surge forwards. The gray clouds filled with deathly aura also followed the sea of bones and covered the surrounding thousands of kilometers. From a distance, it looked like a massive storm was about to arrive. Clatter, 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 the sound of countless wild beasts running shook the forest: deer, wolves, leopards, rabbits, bears. At that moment, none of the creatures that used them as food attacked other creatures, and all of them ran forwards with all of their might. This beast tide was incredibly massive, and it covered the surrounding 10 kilometers. As it ran, it was like a mountain torrent, causing the ground to tremble. Countless trees were destroyed and boulders tumbled down. Originally, this beast flood was already frightening enough, but the boundless sea of white bones behind them was even more frightening, making one's heart feel despair. Soon, the sea of bones covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, and Zhao Fu, who was at the center of it, once again gave the order to the disaster cavalrymen below to cast undead disaster. The 10 disaster cavalrymen obeyed and raised their black swords, giving off a massive aura as 10 rays of black light shot into the sky. An explosion sounded out in the sky as countless traces of deathly aura madly gathered. A 1,000-meter wide black magic formation slowly appeared in the sky, giving off boundless deathly aura. It started to spin, and black waves of light spread out from it, giving off a mysterious feeling of summoning death. An eerie wind blew, and the corpses on the ground started to change. Their flesh started to wither and fall off, revealing their skeletons, and the black tongues of flames in their skulls suddenly flashed. In that moment, the skeletons seemed to come to life, and they crawled up from the ground and swayed as they joined the sea of bones. Zhao Fu didn't know how many skeletons had joined in, but it was definitely not a small number. After using Undead Disaster, the disaster cavalrymen became slightly weaker. Undead Disaster wasn't easy to cast, but in the center of the deathly aura, they quickly recovered. The gray clouds, which were filled with deathly aura, covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. The clouds were incredibly thick and gave off an oppressive aura, making it so that not a single ray of light could pass through. The gray clouds, which were filled with deathly aura, covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. The clouds were incredibly thick and gave off an incredibly oppressive aura, making it so that not a single ray of light could pass through. The massive sea of bones gave off an unstoppable aura as it continued to surge forwards. Some of the players who had built their villages further away didn't sense anything at first, but after hearing the explosions, they were horrified to find that countless beasts were rushing towards them. Immediately, they were given a big fright, and cold sweat covered their bodies. They immediately prepared to defend, but when they saw that it was a beast tide, they fell into despair. Looking at the black wave of beasts, they were unable to stop it at all. Just what was going on? Why did such a terrifying beast tide suddenly erupt? They didn't understand what was going on, but they were powerless against such a terrifying beast tide, and they could only be destroyed. However, a miracle happened. At the very least, that was what they thought. They found that the countless beasts didn't attack them and instead quickly ran past them. This made them feel quite surprised, and one of the players felt incredibly grateful to the heavens. An incredibly massive python had appeared less than a meter away from him, but it hadn't attacked him at all. It hadn't even looked at him as it continued onwards. However, after thinking about it, the python looked incredibly terrified, as if something was chasing it and forcing it to run for its life. However, that python was 10 or so meters long and had stage 2 strength. It could easily devour a person, so what could cause it to be so terrified? Another wave of explosions sounded out as the sea of bones appeared in front of him. Looking at the boundless sea of skeletons, he felt as if someone was gripping his heart, and his hair stood on end as cold sweat flowed down his body. His body continuously trembled. The skeletons turned to look at him, and the black tongues of flames flickered on their heads, making them seem incredibly evil as they eerily laughed. The player quickly came to his senses and turned to run, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the sea of white bones engulfed him. A miserable shriek rang out, announcing the end of his life. Many players had personally witnessed how terrifying the sea of bones was, and their hope once again turned into despair. Their hearts became completely cold. Following this, the sea of bones mercilessly inundated them, and pained cries continuously sounded out. Soon, all that was left were corpses that had died horribly. The system main city closest to the undead disaster had long since sensed that something was off. A young man looked into the distance with a serious expression at the place covered by the gray clouds, and he felt that the situation was far from good. The aura of death and disaster was already rushing towards them, and the young man didn't hesitate to immediately give the order to close the city gates and have the entire city enter the highest level of defense. At the same time, the players who had died returned to the real world. Their bodies were still trembling from fear, and their minds were filled with that terrifying scene. They immediately logged on to the Heaven Awaken World Forum and spread the news. Shocking news! Undead disaster. This piece of news was like a pebble falling into water, sending out ripples. Many factions took note of this, because with how many undead creatures there were, this was no small matter. It was definitely a terrifying event, and it was likely that everyone in that region would suffer a calamity. Next to this region, the region where the flood had occurred was also found. Most people thought that some sort of mutation had caused the corpses to turn into undead, causing the undead disaster to erupt. None of them realized that the undead disaster had been caused by Qin, nor did they realize how dangerous it was. They thought that only one region had been affected. Many people took pleasure in other people's misfortune, and some people rejoiced that their region had not been affected by the undead disaster. On the other hand, the players in that region started to worry. Back in the Heaven Awaken world, the ocean of bones gave off an aura that seemed to cover the heavens and earth as it continued to surge. By now, it had covered the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, and the disaster cavalrymen once again used the undead disaster, causing the ocean of bones to become larger and larger. Some of the skeletons had obtained enough power to evolve and had changed. The soul flames in their skulls had grown larger, and they had gained some intelligence. Their skeletons had grown a bit larger, and they had used the power of death to condense weapons that looked like bone swords or bone sabers. These skeletons had automatically changed professions and became the most basic skeleton soldiers. They were slightly more powerful than ordinary skeletons, and the ocean of bones battle power had also greatly increased. Seeing the approaching gray clouds, the city lord couldn't help but turn into a ray of light and fly towards the undead army. When he saw the boundless ocean of bones, he felt incredibly shocked. His main city would not be able to defend against such a massive army of skeletons, and even if he used his city lord's seal, he would not be able to do anything in front of the skeletons. What should he do? Seeing the ocean of bones coming closer and closer to his main city, the city lord felt incredibly worried. There were very few things that could make a city lord like this, and it was evident just how terrifying the undead disaster was. Suddenly, the city lord sensed something and quickly flew towards the center of the ocean of bones. He saw a black-cloaked person giving off a powerful aura standing in the air. When he saw this person and the 10 disaster cavalrymen below him, he immediately understood that the undead disaster was not something that had been formed naturally but had been created by someone. He felt quite furious and couldn't understand why the person in front of him was so murderous and wanted to cause a disaster that would kill billions of lives. "Sir, why are you doing this?" the young man asked loudly as he furiously looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes swept over the young man as he lightly laughed and said, "Of course. I want countless creatures to die." "You." Hearing Zhao Fu's incredibly cold words, which seemed to treat all creatures as ants, the young man felt infuriated, and he immediately wanted to attack. He could already sense that Zhao Fu had a city lord's seal, which was inferior to of his city lord's seal. Facing Zhao Fu, he felt an immense sense of danger, so he endured it and didn't dare to attack. Zhao Fu drew the Sin Dragon sword, and an even greater power exploded out. If he could use the undead disaster to take down a few system main cities, that would be great. Suddenly, the young man saw that Zhao Xiaofu of it, and to he, and he, and to, and he, and to of to, he of the city. He into of it of everything to, he, and was the dead of Zhao of dead, and that he of the Chen of the of it. It was impossible for them not to know about such a large-scale undead disaster, so they couldn't help but come over to take a look. They found that Zhao Fu was the creator of the undead disaster, so they stood in the air and surrounded Zhao Fu, thinking that killing Zhao Fu would stop the undead disaster. However, what they didn't know was that the undead disaster had long since gone out of control, and even killing Zhao Fu would be useless. However, with Zhao Fu's current strength, it was impossible for the four of them to kill Zhao Fu. The four city lords were all men, and a big man said angrily, "I advise you to stop this disaster, or else the four of us will have to attack. Don't think that a city lord of a basic city like you can defeat us four city lords." The other three city lords looked at Zhao Fu seriously. In such a short period of time, the undead army had already killed millions of creatures. If they allowed the undead disaster to continue, who knew how many creatures would die? They had to stop this disaster and destroy this demon, Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "Do you really think the four of you can kill me?" An extremely terrifying aura exploded out, causing the clouds to dim. It was as if the entire space was unable to withstand it, and it started to collapse. Zhao Fu had not only used his clan armament but also his nation armament. This massive might caused the four city lords' faces to pale, and they didn't feel confident at all. In the end, the four city lords decided to take a step back and asked, "What do you want to do to stop this disaster?" Zhao Fu had other plans in mind. If the four city lords worked together, it would be incredibly difficult to deal with. With the four city lords and all of their players, they would have around 6 million players, and with the power of the city lords, they would be able to resist the undead disaster. The undead army had only just entered the first region, and it hadn't fully developed yet. Each skeleton was weaker than a person, and there weren't many of them. Of course, with so many skeletons, they would at least be able to fight with the four city lords until both sides suffered heavy losses. In fact, they might even be able to destroy the four city lords. However, Zhao Fu's ambitions weren't that small. His goal was to cause the undead disaster to sweep through the entire northern side of the Midland continent, turning the entire northern side into a ghost region. Not only would he get rid of all of the factions resisting Qin dynasty, but he would also obtain even more benefits. How could he stop here? Zhao Fu calmly replied, "The undead army has already gone out of control, and I'm unable to stop it. However, I have a way for you to avoid the undead disaster, but you'll have to pay a price." When the four city lords heard that the undead disaster had already gone out of control, they felt quite startled. However, when they heard that Zhao Fu could avoid the undead disaster, they let out a sigh of relief and asked seriously, "What price do we have to pay?" A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he took out a list of factions and said, "The first is to expel all of these factions from the system main cities and list them as criminals. As soon as they enter the system main cities, they'll be killed without mercy." The four city lords looked at the list and saw that it was all player factions that would be expelled, so they quickly agreed. Even if they didn't agree, there was nothing they could do. Otherwise, their four city lords, as well as their residents, would all die to the undead disaster. Seeing that they had agreed, Zhao Fu made a second request, saying, "In the future, I'll need your help with something. Don't worry, it won't be bad for you at all." The list that Zhao Fu had given them was naturally the list of Qin resistance factions. Since they had made a move against Qin City, Zhao Fu would also kill them. Right now, Zhao Fu wasn't going to show mercy to anyone. Without the protection of the system main cities, these people would quickly die to the undead disaster. Even those who survived would be listed as criminals of the system main cities and wouldn't be able to take a single step into the system main cities. They would be subjected to countless restrictions. Zhao Fu had already thought of the second request, but he would only be able to use them in the future. After reaching an agreement, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, these are the two requests. Go back and tightly close the city gates and use a formation to hide the aura of all living beings in the city. I'll guide you so that the undead disaster won't harm you." Hearing that Zhao Fu only had these two requests, the four city lords let out a sigh of relief and nodded before turning into rays of light and disappearing over the horizon. Now that the undead disaster had gone out of control, they had to fulfill Zhao Fu's requests as soon as possible, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. The fastest was the young man, because the undead army was closest to him. After returning to the system main city, he immediately sent out orders to expel the factions on the list. These factions were completely dumbfounded and couldn't understand why the system main city would expel them for no reason. Moreover, they had already received news that the undead disaster had broken out in this region, and they wanted to hide in the system main city for protection. Expelling them right now would be equivalent to sending them to their deaths. No matter how they cried or begged, it was useless, and in the end, they were still expelled by the system main city. The expulsion of these people caused the other players to feel quite afraid, and they were worried that they would also be expelled. Facing such a terrifying undead disaster, there was no way for them to survive. As such, all of the players became quite obedient, afraid that they would cause trouble. Rumble, the terrifying sounds came closer and closer, and the sky gradually darkened as it was covered by gray clouds. An eerie wind blew towards them, causing them to feel a chill on their backs. By now, countless skeletons had already passed over the mountains and appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing the boundless sea of skeletons, countless people were so scared that their legs became weak. They had never thought that it would be so terrifying. The city gates were closed, and the formations that concealed their auras had been activated. However, those who had been expelled from the system main cities were not so lucky. Facing the skeletons that seemed to cover the heavens and earth, there was almost no hope of escaping. They had wanted to leave the heaven-awakened world and come back in a few days, but they found that they could not leave at all. He only received one notification. Something big has happened to your region, and you are unable to leave the heaven-awakened world. The countless skeletons looked at the people outside and excitedly rushed forwards. The skeletons continuously begged for the system main city to open the city gates and let them in. However, no matter how much they begged, it was of no use. If they opened the city gates now, the aura of living creatures would leak out, causing the countless skeletons to madly attack. When that time came, there would not be a single survivor in the system main city. Screams of pain sounded out from outside the city, causing countless people in the city to shiver. They deeply understood how terrifying it was outside the city, and under the pressure of the death chi, their bodies trembled. Soon, the screams died down. Because the skeletons could not detect any aura of living creatures, they were once again led away by the disaster cavalrymen. Only after everything calmed down did everyone dare to look around. They saw corpses with expressions of terror and pain silently lying on the ground. There were broken limbs and internal organs everywhere, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood filled the air, making it seem like a scene of carnage. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a sense of fear, and they rejoiced that they had not been expelled. Otherwise, they would have ended up like them. The countless skeletons gave off an aura that seemed to be able to sweep through everything as they headed towards other system main cities. Those who had been expelled suffered the same fate. As time went on, the undead disaster became more and more terrifying, and the entire region seemed to be suffering from boundless pain. Death, 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 all of it was death. This day was destined to be a terrifying and painful one. The aura of death filled the air, and the sky lost its light, causing the surroundings to darken. The grass and trees in the surroundings became a deathly gray color, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The howls of the undead could be heard everywhere. The players who were in this area posted the tragic scenes they had suffered on the forum, attracting the sympathy of countless people. At the same time, more and more people paid attention to the undead disaster, and soon, all of China found out just how terrifying the undead disaster had been. Most of the creatures in the region had died, and it wasn't just the wild beasts. Not even 10% of the villages in the wilderness and players' villages had survived. The ground and trees had all been infected by the deathly aura, and they had lost all of their life force. It would take some time for them to recover. The entire region had suffered heavy losses, and it was understandable that they had experienced such a disaster. Surprisingly, the 4 system main cities had not suffered much damage during this disaster, and they had protected many people. Some people were quite curious as to how the 4 system main cities had not suffered any damage from such a terrifying disaster. News of players being expelled quickly spread. Many people found that these factions seemed to be resisting Great Qin, and the words Great Qin immediately appeared in countless people's minds. It was one thing for some factions to be expelled by the system main cities, but for these factions to be simultaneously expelled by 4 system main cities, this was simply too much of a coincidence. It was said that not only had these factions been expelled, but they had also been listed as criminals. Even if they didn't die, they would be forced to stay in the wilderness, and they wouldn't even dare to enter system main cities. Otherwise, even if they were killed by the system main city guards, they would not be able to escape. If it had really been Qin who had done this, it would be incredibly vicious and merciless. However, this was only a guess, and they weren't completely sure that it was Qin who had done it. However, this caused many people to feel a sense of unease. Suyan's expression became incredibly serious. There hadn't been any news about Qin recently, making him feel even more uneasy. Qin was like a ferocious beast that could attack at any moment, so he ordered all of his people to find out more information about Qin. However, the northern side's factions didn't pay too much mind, and they felt that this was just a coincidence. The northern side was so big, and it wasn't a big deal for something to happen to a small region. The various dynasty legatees started to take note of this and waited for the situation to develop. The undead disaster ravaged this region for 8 days, and the Ocean of Bones had more than doubled in size. Under the guidance of the disaster cavalrymen, the boundless Ocean of Bones headed towards the next region. Seeing the countless skeletons leave, the 4 city lords finally relaxed and heavily sighed. Looking at the lifeless scene around them, they wondered how long it would take for them to recover. At the same time, they rejoiced that they had chosen to reconcile with Zhao Fu. Otherwise, if the countless skeletons started to rampage, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They had also signed a contract with Zhao Fu to help him with something in the future. The contract was a high-grade contract, and Zhao Fu had spent a lot of money to buy it. It was custom-made for experts, and Zhao Fu wouldn't easily trust an oral promise. If it wasn't real, it wouldn't be binding at all. Zhao Fu stood in the air and took out a map as he looked at the region that the Ocean of Bones was heading to. It was a flat region with fertile soil and abundant food. However, it was a pity that it was going to be destroyed soon. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu and took out a map as he looked at the region the Ocean of Bones was heading to. The Ocean of Bones flooded into the Void Zone, and the powerful creatures within the Void Zone started to run for their lives. To others, the Void Zone was incredibly dangerous, but to the Ocean of Bones, it wasn't an obstacle at all. Following this, the Ocean of Bones entered another region. One was happy, while the other was sad. Countless people in the region that had been ravaged by the undead disaster looked as if they had a new lease on life. The countless skeletons had finally left. Over the past few days, countless people had been incredibly worried that the skeletons would attack their cities. Only now did they relax. Looking at the scene after the skeletons had left, they felt incredibly shocked. They had just escaped a calamity. While the people here were happy, the people on the other side suffered. The Ocean of Bones had more than doubled in size, and many of the skeletons had become skeleton soldiers, making the Ocean of Bones even more powerful. Soon, the countless skeletons had already passed through the Void Zone and entered another region, and they once again started a massacre. With the large number of skeletons in that region, the skeletons were able to attack this region even faster. The entire region was inundated by white skeletons at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a massive amount of deathly aura formed a gray cloud. Crap! Crap! The undead disaster is attacking our region, a terrified voice suddenly sounded out within a system main city. When countless people heard this, their expressions fell, and they hurriedly asked, "Is this true? Why is the undead disaster attacking our region?" After being surrounded by so many people, the person nervously gulped and said, "The undead disaster has long since entered our region, and many villages have been submerged by the Ocean of Bones. My friend's village has also been destroyed, and he was split in half by a skeleton soldier. I was only able to escape because I had a teleportation talisman." Hearing this person's explanation, everyone started to panic. They quickly spread the news, and everyone in the system main city started to panic. After sensing the aura of living beings, the countless skeletons became incredibly excited and madly ran forwards. The white tide flooded one place after another as they continuously advanced. Of course, the countless skeletons at the center of each region would instinctively avoid them because the auras there were too powerful. As such, the skeletons would automatically go around there. The center of each region was where the region lord was. Facing such a terrifying undead calamity, the region lord didn't dare to make any moves. It was clear that facing so many skeletons, its chances of victory were quite small. Rumble, countless wild beasts ran for their lives. Their footsteps were like thunder, and the earth trembled continuously. The white sea of bones chased closely behind them, like a wild beast that had lost control and was hunting the beast tide. Some of the slower beasts were caught up to by the skeletons, and immediately, the skeletons swarmed them. Pain screams continuously sounded out, and blood sprayed everywhere, causing the skeletons to excitedly chase after the beasts. Zhao Fu was at the center of the Sea of Bones, and because he was hiding his aura and had the Disaster King Ring's aura, he would not be attacked by the skeletons. However, the Sea of Bones was simply too big, and Zhao Fu had no way of knowing what was in front of or around the Sea of Bones. Perhaps they would encounter villages and instantly destroy them, killing everyone alive. Zhao Fu would have no way of knowing, because the Sea of Bones was so big, and Zhao Fu would not be able to see all of the regions, so there would be some losses. For example, city creation stones, materials, coins, and people, because Zhao Fu could not control the skeletons, he would not be able to obtain those things. Zhao Fu had to stay at the center of the Ocean of Bones because the center of the Ocean of Bones was filled with disaster cavalrymen that could continuously cast undead disaster. Even though the 10 disaster cavalrymen were all at least stage 2, they were still quite weak against city lords. If the disaster cavalrymen at the center were killed, the Sea of Bones would lose its cohesiveness and scatter everywhere. It would not be able to destroy everything like it did now. The sky was once again covered by gray clouds filled with deathly aura, and the ground gradually lost all signs of life. 10 rays of black light shot into the sky, and a 1,000-meter wide magic formation once again appeared. The disaster cavalrymen once again used undead calamity to revive many corpses into skeletons, and they continuously added them to the Sea of Bones. The Sea of Bones once again became larger and larger. After killing enough creatures, the skeletons once again evolved. The black flames in their heads became larger, and their skeletons also became larger. They also gave off a luster, and they became even more powerful. Mother, hurry and run. The Sea of Bones once again flooded towards a small village, quickly inundating it. Cries continuously sounded out, and a family was able to run out of the Sea of Bones, but they were still caught up by the evil skeletons. A big man picked up his pitchfork and yelled at a woman hugging a baby as he fearlessly ran towards the incoming skeletons. The woman's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the big man and quickly ran away with her baby. The big man furiously roared. In order to protect his wife and child, he used all of his strength and swung his pitchfork, sending a skeleton flying, before swinging his hand and sending another skeleton flying. By now, the big man had become incredibly valiant, and he had defeated 3 skeletons in a row. However, in front of the Sea of Bones, he was simply too weak. Following this, he was targeted by a skeleton tiger, and he was pushed to the ground before being bitten to death. The woman was quickly caught up to by the skeletons, and one of the evil skeletons suddenly attacked, piercing through the woman's body. A few other skeletons also ran over, and the woman coughed up a mouthful of blood as she tightly protected her baby. An extremely beautiful woman in white holding a sharp sword descended from the sky and supported the dying woman. However, the woman's chest had long since been pierced by a skeleton's hand, and her chest was completely blood red. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to survive. The woman looked at the woman in white with pleading eyes and handed over the child in her arms, saying, "Milady, please take him." The woman in white took the child and earnestly nodded. The woman in white took the child and earnestly nodded to the woman. A relieved smile appeared on the woman's face. She closed her eyes and died. The woman in white hugged the child with one hand and looked furious as she slashed out with her sword, sending out a sharp sword light that shattered the 10 or so skeletons charging at her into countless pieces. This woman in white was incredibly powerful, and she was a city lord. After these 10 or so skeletons were killed, even more skeletons ran over, and the white ocean of bones gave off a terrifying aura as it surged over. Left with no other choice, the white-clothed woman could only fly into the air and hide her aura. Looking at the boundless ocean of bones, the white-clothed woman felt both furious and sorrowful. Just how many creatures had died to form this ocean of bones? If this ocean of bones continued to grow, all of the creatures in this region would be doomed. She had to think of a way to resolve this disaster. Suddenly, the woman in white sensed something and flew towards the center of the ocean of bones. Just as Zhao Fu gave the order for the disaster cavalrymen to use undead disaster, a sharp sword light suddenly slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu drew the Sin Dragon sword and blocked as he looked at the woman in white. The woman in white's eyes were cold and furious as she looked at Zhao Fu. All of this was because of him. Thinking about the countless people who had died, the countless families who had been destroyed, and the little life in her arms, the woman in white roared and slashed out a 10-meter-long sword light, giving off shocking power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. She didn't even use her city lord's seal and was carrying a child, yet she dared to attack. Zhao Fu raised the Sin Dragon and sent his king's power into it, causing the Sin Dragon sword to give off terrifying ripples as he slashed out, sending out a massive sword wind. The sword wind shattered the incoming sword light and continued towards the woman in white. Because the woman in white was carrying a child, it was difficult for her to attack, so she could only block with her sword. However, she was forced back 10 or so meters. The woman in white's expression became serious. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. If she didn't use her city lord's seal, she wouldn't be able to defeat this person. That's right, Zhao Fu's strength completely surpassed that of a stage 4 expert. Zhao Fu's cultivation was about to break through to stage 3, and the cultivation speed of someone with heaven grade was incredibly monstrous. Adding on his various stats and the saint armament, ordinary stage 4 experts would not be a match for Zhao Fu at all. Just as the woman in white was about to unleash her city lord's seal, a shocking power gradually spread out from her body, causing clouds to gather. However, at that moment, 3 rays of light flew over and turned into 3 figures. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to see that they were all women, and they were all incredibly beautiful. Seeing them arrive, a look of delight appeared on the woman in white's face, and she said, "Sisters, let's work together to kill this demon and stop this disaster." Seeing this, the woman in white looked quite delighted and said, "Sisters, let's work together to kill this demon and stop this disaster." Seeing the boundless ocean of bones, the other 3 women understood how terrifying this ocean of bones was. They earnestly nodded and prepared to act. An extremely terrifying aura covered the 4 of them, and Zhao Fu once again used a bit of his clan armament and nation armament's power. He didn't waste any words and directly said, "As long as you agree to my conditions, I can guarantee that your 4 main cities won't be destroyed." This world-shaking power exploded out, causing the 4 women's faces to pale. Just this person's strength alone was enough to fight them to a draw, and that was not even considering the countless skeletons below him. What conditions? One of the women in red couldn't help but ask. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he threw out a list and said, "As long as you expel them and list them as criminals, and they agree to help me do something that won't harm you all." After looking at the list, the 3 women thought for a moment before seriously nodding. The woman in white looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Apart from system main cities, what about the other creatures?" Zhao Fu looked at her and calmly replied, "Of course they'll die." "No. You must stop this undead disaster, or else countless creatures will die." The woman in white immediately refused. "Ha ha ha." Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he looked at the woman in white with his blood-red eyes and said, "So what? If you have the power, then come and stop this disaster. However, your system main city won't be able to leave a single person alive. If you want your system main city to be destroyed, then come and try." The woman in white felt quite angry, but she didn't have the strength to stop Zhao Fu at all. If she refused, her system main city would definitely be destroyed, and thinking about the residents who loved and respected her, she couldn't do anything. The other 3 women also tried to persuade the woman in white. Right now, protecting her system main city was already the best outcome, or else the entire region would become a ghost region. Under Zhao Fu's powerful threat, the woman in white decided to compromise. Following this, Zhao Fu took out 4 high-grade contracts and had them sign them before saying, "The undead disaster has gone out of control, so it's best to hurry up." The 4 women's expressions fell, and they glared at Zhao Fu before quickly flying back to their system main cities. After seeing the four women disappear over the horizon, Zhao Fu's expression became cold again, and he had the disaster cavalrymen continue to cast undead disaster. Under the summons of death, the big man and the middle-aged woman turned into skeletons and joined the sea of bones. After the four city lords returned to their system main cities, they ordered the soldiers to expel the people on the list. The people who had been expelled looked quite confused, and when they thought about the undead outside, they refused to leave. However, they were still dragged out by the city guards. Now that the system main cities had started to expel players, countless players calmed down and didn't dare to do anything. The undead army majestically swept through everything. Because this region was on flat plains, there weren't many obstructions, and they were unobstructed. White waves gradually inundated the entire region, and the massive clouds of deathly aura covered the entire sky. The region that had been filled with life started to die, and the light became dim, making it impossible to see into the distance. An eerie aura spread out, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Countless creatures were unable to escape, and they were completely surrounded by the skeletons. They could only die in pain and despair, and the howls pierced into people's minds. Those who survived understood what kind of world they were in. The woman in white stood on the city walls and looked at the aftermath of the undead disaster. She clenched her fists, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She inwardly vowed to herself that she would make that demon pay if she had the opportunity to seek justice for the millions of lives that had died. News of what had happened in this region quickly spread to the real world. The terrifying result of the undead disaster caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked and terrified. This undead disaster was a disaster that wiped out entire regions. Whether it was player factions, wilderness factions, or ordinary beasts, it was incredibly difficult for them to survive. Anyone who encountered it would suffer a calamity. Moreover, all of the Qin resistance factions were expelled by the four system main cities. By now, no matter how stupid others were, they all understood that this had to do with Qin. The first time could have been a coincidence, but now that it had happened twice, no one would believe that it was a coincidence. Now, the undead disaster had already swept through two regions, and it showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it was becoming larger and larger, and thinking about the terrifying consequences of the undead disaster, everyone could imagine that a shocking calamity was about to occur. Countless factions, including the 100 schools of thought and various sects, held emergency meetings to discuss this matter. Even though the undead disaster had only swept through two regions, they all understood how terrifying it was. With such a dangerous disaster brewing, they couldn't help but be wary. If the scale of the undead disaster surpassed what Zhao Fu had expected, then Zhao Fu's goal would change. His goal would not only be to sweep through the northern side of the Midland continent, but to sweep through all of China and perhaps even the entire world. The aura of death would spread to every corner of the world, and all living beings would have to bear this calamity. Right now, they didn't know what Legatee Qin was thinking, nor could they guess what Legatee Qin's goal was. However, given Legatee Qin's cold and bloodthirsty personality, they understood. It wasn't just the northern side of the Midland continent that was going to suffer, all of China, and perhaps even the entire Heaven-awakened world, would be affected by the undead disaster. By now, the undead disaster had reached the third region, and it was much faster than the first time. The ocean of bones was even larger, and it was like an ocean of bones that easily inundated everything. In front of this ocean of bones, everything seemed incredibly weak and pitiful. Lives continuously died, and howls sounded out everywhere. The undead disaster gave off a shocking aura, causing everything to die, and the ocean of bones continuously expanded. At the same time, all the anti-Qin factions in this region were mercilessly expelled. Countless forces understood the seriousness of this matter, and they also understood that their own forces would definitely be affected, so none of them were careless. Mo clan, this calamity should be stopped as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it is allowed to develop, it will sweep across the entire world and countless people will die. The Confucian faction said, "This imperial Prince Qin really is a fiend of a generation. He has caused all living beings to suffer such a great calamity. He's truly cold-blooded and bloodthirsty to the extreme. We must stop him." The Taoists said, "This is a terrible disaster. The earth will be dyed red with blood, and the dead will be piled high. It's against the harmony of heaven. Let's ask Prince Qin to stop." There was not a single faction that did not want to stop this disaster, as the consequences were simply too great. In the end, the entire heaven-awakened world might be affected. However, even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't because they didn't have the ability to stop it. Prince Qin wanted to start a world-destroying calamity, and they didn't have the ability to stop it. Once the undead calamity started, they would be even more powerless. Immediately, they all felt a sense of helplessness. Even though they knew that a disaster was about to happen and that countless people would die, they couldn't stop it. The 10 or so elders in the ancient clans all looked quite worried, and one of them said, "I knew that Great Qin's legatee wasn't someone to be trifled with. With his bloodthirsty and ruthless personality, how could he tolerate what the northern side had done? Now, things have changed. Now, it's not just the northern side, all of China might be affected." Another elder said, "Back then, when we sent people to ask Great Qin's legatee to reconcile with the northern side's factions, Great Qin's legatee did not reply at all. I already had a bad feeling, and it was laughable that others thought that Great Qin would submit and swallow this humiliation. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Right now, the most important thing is to stop this disaster. We can't stop it with our strength, so we can only hope that we can contact Great Qin's legatee and talk to him so that he can stop this disaster," an elder said. Great Qin's legatee, 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 and Great Qin's legatee, Great Qin's legatee, Great Qin's legatee, Great Qin's legatee, and Great Qin's legatee, Great Qin's legatee, Great Qin's legatee. Hearing this, the others could only nod. Apart from this, they had no other choice. Flower Moon also held an emergency meeting. A woman said, "Now you know how terrifying Prince Qin is. 17th sister, you helped the northern side's factions, but now you've been targeted by Qin. Luckily, Qin doesn't know about Flower Moon's factions, or else we would have been doomed." The woman called 17th sister pouted and didn't say anything. She had indeed underestimated Prince Qin, and she had never thought that Qin would cause such a disaster. Another woman said to the mature woman, "Big sis, what should we do? The undead disaster has already swept through 3 regions, and it's becoming larger and larger. If we allow it to spread, our businesses will be greatly affected." The mature woman looked quite serious as she said, "Our business will indeed be greatly affected. Do you have the power to stop Great Qin's legatee?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were just as powerless as the other factions. The northern side's factions were the most anxious, and they all asked Su Yan for a solution. Su Yan felt a headache coming on. He had sensed that something was off from the start, and the northern side's faction's weakness was revealed. Even though there were many of them, they couldn't gather their forces. If they could gather their forces, they would be able to kill the undead disaster the moment it formed. However, their forces were scattered, and they couldn't stop it at all. Su Yan had never thought that Qin would have such a method. Right now, there was only one thing they could do, which was to sue for peace and return the regions that Qin had opened up to Qin. They also had to give a large amount of compensation to make Qin stop. They would also restrict Qin and prevent him from casually attacking other factions in order to redeem the northern side's dignity and gather more power. After making this decision, Su Yan immediately sent people to sue for peace. Now, almost all of China's factions had sent people to the Ying family, wanting Qin to stop this disaster. In just a short period of time, the Ying family was filled with people. After hearing that the undead disaster was started by Qin, countless ordinary players and factions hoped for peace. Otherwise, if the undead disaster swept across the world, they would be the ones to suffer the most. The foreign factions didn't have much of a reaction to this, because the undead disaster had only attacked 3 regions, which were quite far away from them. In actuality, they hoped that the undead disaster would weaken China's overall strength and give them an opportunity to replace China. However, if the undead disaster really did reach such a scale, it would definitely attack foreign countries. After all, Zhaofu didn't have a good impression of any faction. Now, all of China was asking for peace, hoping to resolve this peacefully. It was not just countless players but countless factions, sects, and even the military all hoped that Great Qin would stop this disaster. They couldn't find Prince Qin, so many people expressed their desire for peace to the Ying family, hoping that Prince Qin would agree. The Ying family's leaders didn't know what to do with these people, mainly because they couldn't influence Prince Qin's thoughts. On the other hand, the Ying family was quite wary of these people. After all, almost all of China's influential factions had come, and even the government, which hadn't said anything, had come to ask for peace. It could be seen how terrifying the undead disaster was, and it caused many people to feel fear. If the undead disaster exploded on a large scale, it would definitely shake the foundations of China. If Zhao Fu rejected them, he would become enemies with them and all of China. Even with the Ying family's power, it would be difficult for them to do so, especially the government and the ancient clans. They had come out many times to ask for peace. One was the most powerful, while the other was the most dignified. Normally, the Ying family would have to give them some face, but Prince Qin was the key to this matter. It depended on what Prince Qin would do, and they couldn't make a decision for Prince Qin. After taking good care of these people, they immediately went to Zhao Fu's villa. Right now, Zhao Fu was Great Qin's legatee's representative, so he was definitely with Great Qin's legatee. It would not be a problem to ask him to tell Great Qin's legatee about this. However, after they arrived, they were stopped by a bodyguard, who said, "Apologies. Mr. Zhao is currently in the Heaven Awakened world, and he ordered that no one is to disturb him." After being stopped by his own bodyguard and hearing those words, one of the family leaders was quite displeased. Just as he was about to berate the bodyguard, another family leader stopped him and briefly explained the seriousness of this matter, asking the bodyguard to think about how important this matter was. This bodyguard was the one that Zhao Fu always used. As Zhao Fu's status had risen, his status had also risen, and he had gained a lot of power. He understood that Zhao Fu's orders were the most important, as even the family leaders wouldn't dare to say anything about them. It was evident how much power Zhao Fu held. This was mainly because of Prince Qin's support. With Prince Qin's support, Zhao Fu's orders were above everyone else in the Ying family, and it was likely that these prestigious family leaders would have to behave themselves. After hearing the family leader's explanation, the bodyguard understood that this matter was quite serious, so he asked the family leader to wait for a moment while he walked into the house. Right now, Zhao Fu was in the Heaven Awakened world. The undead disaster had just finished ravaging the third region, and some of the skeletons had become even more powerful. Some of the skeletons had used deathly energy to condense bone bows and become skeleton archers, which gave them long-range attacks. With this, even those that flew in the sky wouldn't be able to escape, and the undead army's strength once again increased. At that moment, Zhao Fu received a system announcement that someone in the real world had forcefully woken him up. Zhao Fu felt quite confused, but after staying in the Heaven Awakened world for so long, he decided to replenish his food and prepare for the next part of his plan. He had the 10 disaster cavalrymen use the countless skeletons as a barrier, and if there was any danger, they would use the skeletons to stall for time until he returned. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu saw that the bodyguard was waiting for him and asked, "What is it?" The bodyguard told Zhao Fu about the family leaders. Zhao Fu nodded and said, "Have them come in and help me prepare some food." The bodyguard nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, the family leaders walked in with smiles on their faces and sat on the sofa. One of the family leaders said, "Zhao Fu, it's not good for us to disturb you this time. We can't make a decision on this matter, so we hope that you can pass this message to Prince Qin and have him make a decision." "There's no need for that. Have them go back." How did the Northern Side's factions treat Qin back then? Back then, they went there, and now they've come here to beg for peace. Do they really think that Prince Qin is so easy to deal with? Zhao Fu immediately refused. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the family leaders' expressions became quite unsightly. They knew what Zhao Fu meant, but almost all of China's top-tier factions had come, and the Ying family was under great pressure. As such, they had no choice but to take a step back. "Zhao Fu, we understand. However, the entirety of China wants peace, so Qin should take a step back. Otherwise, he'll offend all of China and become China's enemy," one of the family leaders said. This was indeed quite dangerous, but Zhao Fu's eyes suddenly became blood-red as he said coldly, "Qin definitely won't take a step back. Let them try. If they really want to act, then Qin won't show any mercy." Qin had spent a lot of time and energy on this undead disaster, and he had also made a massive plan. How could he give up so easily? Hearing this, the family leaders sighed. They thought that Prince Qin had already told Zhao Fu to say this, so they didn't say anything else. They couldn't change Prince Qin's mind, so they could only leave. On the way, one of the family leaders suddenly said, "Just then, I saw Zhao Fu's eyes glowing with a blood-red light. They looked incredibly terrifying and were filled with evil and coldness. This Zhao Fu isn't simple at all." Another family leader casually said, "It's normal that he's not simple. Otherwise, how could Prince Qin have taken a liking to him? It's all thanks to him that we were able to contact Prince Qin." Hearing this, the family leader thought about it and agreed. However, following this, the family leaders' expressions became quite worried because they would have to face countless factions and announce Great Qin's legatee's decision. This would definitely cause a massive storm. Feeling quite nervous, the family leaders went to the meeting place and started to announce, "Apologies, everyone. Everyone, Great Qin's legatee has no intentions of reconciliation." They had never thought that Prince Qin would refuse so easily and directly. However, all of the top-tier factions in China had gathered here, so did Prince Qin really want to become enemies with all of China? Is Prince Qin really going to refuse? There's no room for negotiation at all? An elder from the ancient clans asked with a trace of hope, unwilling to give up. After all, this concerned all of China, and if the undead disaster really erupted, it would shake the foundations of China, and all of China would suffer great losses. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows asked, "Is Prince Qin determined to cause this disaster? As a Chinese person, can't he think about China?" Facing these two top-tier factions, the family head looked quite troubled as he replied, "The emperor has already made his decision, and his representative in the real world told us about it. We can't change the emperor's decision." The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows coldly harumphed as he said, "It's that person called Zhao Fu, right? I want to meet him personally." The elder from the ancient clan said, "That's right. Family leaders, please let us meet Zhao Fu and have a good talk with him. This matter concerns all of China, so we can't make a decision so easily." The other factions also tried to persuade Great Qin's legatee, hoping that he would change his mind. Seeing this, the Ying family's family leaders could do nothing but leave, planning to let Zhao Fu come. Zhao Fu was currently eating as he listened to Mugillen's reports about the real world. He had a rough idea of what was going on in the real world. The family leaders could have sent people to pass on the message, but they still came personally. After all, if they sent someone to pass on the message, Zhao Fu would directly say, "There's no need to meet him." This would be too disrespectful, so the family leaders personally came and hoped that Zhao Fu would go. After all, the Ying family was under massive pressure. After hearing the family head's words, Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. He originally did not want to go, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was best to go. After all of China's top factions were here, so he had to give them some face. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed to it, the clan heads wore smiles on their faces and immediately led Zhao Fu to the venue. As soon as Zhao Fu entered the venue, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. As the representative of Prince Qin in the real world, Zhao Fu had long been known by many forces, including his appearance. Countless people gathered around. Zhao Fu had a jade medallion that Qiu Fengzi had specially made to hide his fate, so he didn't have to worry about other people discovering his true identity. Zhao Fu did not waste any more time and said, "Everyone. Qin's legatee has already made his decision, and no one can change it. The undead disaster will definitely begin, and none of the northern factions will be spared. As for other matters, we'll talk about them when the time comes." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the northern faction's expressions became deathly pale, and they could already imagine what would happen next. Everyone else's expressions were quite grim because Zhao Fu hadn't said that the undead disaster would stop after sweeping through the northern side of the Midland continent. Instead, he had said that after the undead disaster swept through the northern side of the Midland continent. In other words, Prince Qin was planning to use the undead disaster to sweep through China. If that happened, their factions would also be affected. If the undead disaster swept through the northern side of the Midland continent, with how many undead there were, it would definitely affect other regions. When that time came, it would be too late, and they would definitely become Prince Qin's prey. Facing the undead disaster that had already turned the northern side of the Midland continent into hell, who would be able to stop it? It was simply impossible to stop it. Little friend, you should have a good relationship with Prince Qin. As Prince Qin's representative, you should have a good relationship with Prince Qin. You should try to persuade Prince Qin. If the undead disaster erupts, many creatures will die, and many factions will be destroyed. When that time comes, China's vitality will be greatly damaged, and it will no longer be able to maintain its #1 position. It will also be invaded by other countries. Think about how China has been invaded by other countries in history. As a Chinese person, don't you feel heartache? Don't you feel angry about what happened to China back then? As a Chinese person, you should think about China as a whole. He wanted to say this to Great Qin's legatee so that he could think about the bigger picture and stop this disaster. Great Qin's legatee, the ancient clan's elder said. The elder's words caused many people to agree with him. That's right. Think about China, when the time comes, how many factions will be destroyed and how many creatures will die. If other powerful countries invade, China will be powerless to defend, and all of China will be in deep trouble. Many people looked at Zhao Fu and sincerely tried to persuade him, hoping that Zhao Fu would be able to change Prince Qin's mind. Ha ha ha, hearing their words, Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. They wanted Great Qin to suffer a bit in order to do what was best for China and the countless creatures in the world. Zhao Fu's laughter caused many people to feel quite displeased, and they frowned as they stared at Zhao Fu. They were speaking so seriously, yet Zhao Fu's laughter had completely disregarded them. At that moment, Zhao Fu stopped laughing and said, "Everyone, you don't need to worry about other powerful countries invading in the future because Prince Qin won't let any of them off. They will suffer the same fate as China, so you don't need to worry, they will be very powerful and will attack China. Also, what does Prince Qin's people have to do with us? If they die, they die. Will it be a loss to Prince Qin at all? Alright, everyone, Prince Qin's decision won't be changed. Aren't you being too selfish?" Someone said angrily as he pointed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly looked at him and asked, "Aren't you selfish? Is there anyone who isn't selfish? Now that Qin has the power to get rid of all resistance, why don't you use it? Are you going to wait for all of you to develop so that you can keep Qin in check together? Does anyone treat Qin as a friend? Since that's the case, why should I, Qin, care about all of you? Why should I care about the common people? Don't talk about righteousness with me, Qin doesn't buy it. If you really care about China, then submit to Qin and listen to Qin's orders. You can destroy all other countries apart from China, and Qin will establish an invincible dynasty so that the Chinese people can stand at the peak of the world. If you agree, the undead disaster will naturally stop, but will you agree?" Seeing Zhao Fu suppress the entire scene, not showing any signs of weakness despite facing countless top-tier factions, the Ying family's family leaders could not help but feel admiration towards him. Even they would not be able to do such a thing in such a situation, and they thought to themselves, "This Zhao Fu is indeed a genius." Seeing everyone's embarrassed expressions, Zhao Fu didn't want to stay here anymore. He let out a breath and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." After saying this, Zhao Fu prepared to turn around. Could it be that your legatee Qin really wants to become enemies with all of China? You'd best think about the consequences. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows said angrily. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, and his aura wasn't any weaker than the middle-aged man's. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Are you threatening Qin? You can give it a try. I, Qin, won't be threatened by anyone, and I won't show mercy to anyone who invades us. Qin will definitely kill them all." Right now, Qin had the upper hand, mainly because the undead disaster was simply too terrifying. As such, the middle-aged man couldn't directly make an enemy out of Qin. As such, the middle-aged man's aura was immediately suppressed by Zhao Fu. "It seems that you're not legatee Qin, you're just speaking for him. How can a runaway brat speak for legatee Qin? Aren't you overstepping your authority? It seems that you don't even place legatee Qin in your eyes. I really don't understand why legatee Qin would choose an illegitimate child like you to be his spokesperson." A young man's voice sounded out mockingly. He was a member of the Northern Side's faction, and he would definitely be destroyed by legatee Qin. The other factions didn't want to be affected, and they already planned to push the Northern Side's factions away. Therefore, at this time, he spoke without any scruples. He also reminded the people around him that the person in front of him was just a person who spoke for Crown Prince Qin. How could he have the power to make decisions for Crown Prince Qin? Everyone else came to their senses and said, "That's right, you're just an errand boy, how can you make decisions for Great Qin's legatee? Aren't you being too arrogant? Now that you have Great Qin's legatee supporting you, you're acting too arrogant." The people who said these words were basically the people of the northern forces. They wanted to drag everyone to fight against Qin, so that they could survive. However, some people said sincerely, "Please report this matter to Prince Qin and let him make a decision. I hope that you can try to persuade him. If the undead disaster continues, too many people will die." When he heard these words, Zhao Fu's expression became cold as he looked around. They didn't know that he was Prince Qin, and it was impossible for Zhao Fu to explain things to them. As such, Zhao Fu ignored them and turned to leave. Following this, everyone left the Ying family on bad terms. News of what had happened in the Ying family quickly spread throughout all of China. Countless people's hopes were dashed, and there was no peace. However, Qin was still determined to cause the undead disaster. This caused countless ordinary people's favorability towards Qin to plummet. Before, Qin had been mighty and domineering, causing countless people to love and respect him. However, now that their own interests had been harmed, many people started to hate Qin. Now, almost no one liked Qin, nor did they have any good feelings towards Qin. There were only disgust, hatred, and resentment towards him. There were even many posts insulting Qin on the internet. Of course, these people only dared to curse on the internet, they didn't have the guts to stand out. China's collective desire for peace had been dashed, and Qin's image had fallen to the lowest point in everyone's hearts. Zhao Fu didn't care too much about what they thought. If they really offended Qin, Zhao Fu would slaughter them all. The reconciliation failed, countless factions held emergency meetings to discuss how to deal with what would happen next. Basically, none of the factions were happy, and they couldn't do anything about Qin's unyielding attitude. However, they also said that if all the factions surrendered to Qin, then Qin would stop the undead disaster. However, none of the factions were willing to surrender. Even within the ancient clans, not many agreed. As the oldest faction in China, they had never surrendered to any dynasty. Every one of them had an extremely noble status, and they were respected by tens of thousands of people. How could they surrender to Qin? Of course, there were a few elders who were willing to submit to Qin for the sake of China and the millions of lives that were about to die, such as the Nuwa clan, Yuchao clan, and Lilian clan. It was a pity that there were only a few of them, and they couldn't make a decision on behalf of the entire ancient clans. At the same time, news of this spread to other countries. After hearing that Qin's legatee's target was not just China but the entire world, everyone started to panic. No one dared to gloat or watch from the sidelines, and they all paid close attention to this matter. Moreover, they thought of various ways to stop Qin's legatee's crazy actions. It was very rare to see foreign countries on the same side as China, and this was especially so for the countries in the northern part of the Midland continent. Su Yan had long since expected this, so he didn't have much hope. Right now, he was looking through the information he had obtained from the Heaven Awakened world, hoping to resolve this undead disaster. Within the school of Yin Yang, a beautiful young woman held Xianru's hand and said, "Big sis, can't you try to persuade Qin's legatee? Right now, the undead disaster has only swept through 3 regions, and at least 10 million people have died. If the undead disaster truly starts, many people will die." Xianru bitterly smiled and lightly shook her head as she said, "Xianling, how can I change Qin's legatee's decision? How can I change the legatee's decision? This is a disaster for everyone, but it will be of great help to Great Qin. As such, I'm quite supportive of him." "Big sis, how did you become so cold-blooded?" Xianling said angrily. Xianru lightly laughed, "You're still young and haven't seen the true nature of the world. If you reach my level, you'll understand." Xianling lightly harumphed and stood up as she said, "Big sis, I'm not like you. I won't be like you. I'll go find the sect master and have a look." After saying this, Xianling ran off. Xianru didn't mind, even the sect master wouldn't be able to stop her. Instead, she decided to try to stabilize Qin's fate and prepare for the future. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu returned to the heaven-awakened world and looked at the boundless ocean of bones. The ocean of bones had become much larger, and the time it had taken to ravage the third region had been reduced to 6 days, and it would only become shorter and shorter in the future. Rumble, the boundless ocean of bones flooded downwards, giving off massive sounds. It was as if a natural disaster had descended, and an aura of death covered the heavens and earth. All trees and boulders were destroyed, and the ground continuously trembled. The ocean of bones devoured everything, and the scale of the ocean of bones was even more terrifying than before. Countless creatures started to run away in fear. The 4 city lords immediately sensed the terrifying sounds, and they turned into 4 rays of light as they flew over. Looking at the ocean of bones that stretched as far as the eye could see, they felt incredibly shocked. Following this, they sensed Zhao Fu, who was at the center of the ocean of bones. They flew over, and after some discussions and signing contracts, the 4 city lords returned to the system main cities and started to expel the players on the list. They couldn't refuse Zhao Fu's conditions. This made everyone in the region understand that the undead disaster was attacking their region. The entire region started to panic, and the Qin resistance faction felt incredibly bitter. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have joined in. The ordinary players looked at the people who had been forcibly expelled and felt incredibly happy. Even though they couldn't leave the system main cities for now and would lose some of their profits, at least they would be able to keep their lives, which was much better than these people who were doomed to die. Because it was almost impossible to survive in the wilderness, some of the player factions in the wilderness had no choice but to relocate their villages and take their residents to hide in the system main cities. The city lords understood that this was a disaster, and they couldn't bear to see so many people die, so they allowed them to enter the system main cities. Now, all of the system main cities were packed to the brim with people. Everyone's clothes were in tatters, and they all had expressions of terror on their faces. They had all hurriedly fled to the system main cities, and they had personally witnessed how terrifying the undead disaster was. It wasn't something that humans could resist. That boundless ocean of bones could destroy everything. Nothing in the world could stop it, and they were simply too weak. As such, they could only run in fear. Some people thought of digging holes in the ground so that when the undead disaster arrived, they could hide there. However, they had to relocate their villages, and they wouldn't be able to produce any crops or structures, as they would be destroyed by the undead. However, staying alive was the most important thing right now, and nothing else mattered. Moreover, the soil had been contaminated by the aura of death, and it would be impossible to grow crops for a while. After the undead disaster, there would be famine. In less than a day, the undead disaster began to wreak havoc in the 4th region. A sea of white bones gradually covered the entire region, and cries of fear and pain continuously sounded out as the aura of death covered the entire region. The people outside the system city were struggling to survive, and they blamed Qin for causing such a catastrophe, and why so many lives had to bear this catastrophe. The people in the system city prayed sincerely, hoping that Qin would stop this massacre and restore peace to the world. Now, it was useless for them to pray to God, because all of this was led by Qin, so they could only pray to Qin. At the same time, it was useless to resent God, so they could only resent Qin. The undead disaster scale continuously grew, and its momentum became more and more shocking. Looking at the aftermath of the undead disaster, the countless factions felt incredibly terrified and wanted to ally together to destroy the Ying family. There was more than one faction that wanted to do this. For example, the governmental faction also wanted to go all out and destroy the Ying family at the cost of great losses. However, they did not dare to act. Firstly, the Ying family was one of China's 5 great families, and they had deep foundations and controlled a portion of the military. If they acted against them, they would definitely suffer great losses. However, only the governmental faction had the confidence to do so, and the other 4 families did not have the confidence to destroy the Ying family. Right now, the most important thing was that they were unable to find Qin's legatee, and they did not know where he was. The Ying family did not matter to him, and destroying the Ying family would not cause him much of a loss. Instead, it would anger him and cause him to target them, which would cause them to suffer great losses in the heaven-awakened world. This was because they did not know that Zhao Fu was Qin's legatee. Otherwise, many factions would do anything to destroy the Ying family. Time gradually passed, and the countless skeletons continued to hunt down countless creatures. No matter if they were humans or beasts, no matter how powerful they all hurriedly ran for their lives. The countless skeletons excitedly chased after them, and a skeleton holding a bone sword sent out a large wave of gray sword light, killing 5 or 6 fleeing villagers. Traces of gray aura floated out from the corpses and were absorbed by the skeleton. Following this, the skeleton's body trembled and once again went through changes. Countless traces of gray aura covered their bodies, and the black spirit flames in their heads continuously flickered. Their auras became more and more powerful, and the gray aura around them continuously changed until it condensed into bone armor. The skeleton waved its hand, and a horse that had turned into a skeleton quickly galloped over. The skeleton was already wearing bone armor, and it jumped onto the skeleton horse and changed its profession into a skeleton knight. Skeleton knights already had great power, and not only did they become more agile, but they also became more intelligent. They were 10 or so times more powerful than ordinary skeletons, and they were more ruthless and cold-blooded when killing creatures. With the skeleton knights, the undead army's battle power became even more powerful. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the ocean of bones, and looking at the changes, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. 5 days later, Zhao Fu felt that it was about time and ordered the disaster cavalrymen to head to the next region. The 10 disaster cavalrymen, who were covered in black fog, drew their black swords and raised them high into the air. All of the skeletons seemed to sense something and stopped moving before gathering towards them. The undead army finally showed signs of retreating, and the 4 city lords let out a sigh of relief. However, after seeing the undead army, the plants withered, the ground lost all signs of life, the buildings collapsed, and the ground filled with craters. They could not help but sigh. After obtaining many more skeletons from the 4th region, the ocean of bones became larger and larger, and in just 5 days, they had swept through the 5th region. The deathly aura formed into gray clouds that covered the sky and covered the sun. Everything on the ground had lost all life, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Let alone birds and beasts, there was not even the sound of insects. There was only silent death. This scene was called the most terrifying scene in this era, and it was a calamity for all life. The countless skeletons continued to advance towards the 6th region. The undead disaster was unstoppable, and it was like a bolt of lightning that destroyed everything, causing everything to fall into a vortex of death. It started to show everyone just how terrifying the undead disaster was. 4 days passed. What do you think we should do? The undead disaster has already ravaged 7 regions, and I'm sure you all know how terrifying it is. There's not a single blade of grass or living thing left, so we have to stop it. Countless factions were discussing how to deal with the undead disaster. The scale of the undead disaster was becoming larger and larger, and it was invading faster and faster. Before, it would take 8 days to invade a region, but now, it would only take 4 days. In the future, the invasion would become faster and faster. Moreover, there was only one wave of the undead disaster, and if it spread out in all directions, it would be like a torrential river that would instantly drag the northern side into an abyss. Once the northern side fell, all of China would fall. Prince Qin's ambition was simply too great, and he didn't care about the commoners at all. As such, everyone had to unite. All of the factions reached a consensus and contacted each other. They had to stop Qin right now without any hesitation, or else with how terrifying the undead disaster was, it would be impossible to stop it in the future. Many people could tell that Prince Qin's goal was to use the undead disaster to sweep across the world so that Qin would be able to establish a kingdom and revive the name of the Qin Empire. Of course, countless factions were unwilling to agree to this, as Qin wanted to step on their corpses and ascend to the throne. How could they agree to this? All of the dynasties stepped out. Xia, Shang, Zhou, Han, Jin, all of the dynasties did not shrink back and publicly stood out, saying that they would stop Great Qin's scheme and Great Qin's inhumane slaughter. Of course, they stood on the side of justice and wore the cloak of light, vowing to stop this disaster. This won countless Chinese people's goodwill, and they all passionately supported Qin. As for Qin, who was determined to destroy peace, they no longer had any goodwill towards him. In fact, they were filled with resentment, and they thought to themselves that someone had finally come to stop Qin, that murderous butcher. Qin was now an evil existence in the hearts of countless Chinese people, and he was famous for his bloodthirst. Back then, Qin had mercilessly hanged thousands of players and hung tens of thousands of corpses on trees. Many people expressed their anger, thinking that it was too cruel to hang so many corpses on the trees. Moreover, those players had already surrendered and were players like Qin's Royal Highness. Many people still thought that the Heaven Awakened world was just a game, so they treated the indigenous residents as system monsters. As such, they didn't care too much about their deaths. However, they were very dissatisfied with the way they treated the players, who had already surrendered and were powerless to resist. Isn't this torturing and killing captives? Can't you treat him well? The war movies on TV also said that the captives should be given preferential treatment and their human rights should be protected. If it really didn't work, they could just be killed. Why did they have to hang them alive? Wasn't that insulting? Although he wouldn't really die, he felt that he could sue Qin and ask for compensation for mental damage. Moreover, even though Great Shun had attacked first and was quite vicious and arrogant, Qin had done the same thing to Great Shun. In the eyes of countless people, they didn't view Qin as a good person, and they felt that both of them were evil factions. Finally, some people said that even though Qin was a dynasty legatee, he couldn't be more magnanimous and forgiving. How could such a petty and vicious person have the right to rule the world? Qin's actions caused many people to understand just how cruel and merciless Qin was. As such, their goodwill towards Qin decreased, and many things had happened afterwards. Now that Qin had disregarded everything and unleashed the undead disaster, all of China started to hate Qin. As such, they supported the other dynasty legatees in trying to stop this disaster, or rather, to stop Qin's Royal Highness, who was an incredibly cold-blooded person. At the same time, the various dynasty legatees also said that they welcomed anyone to join them. Countless ordinary factions were quite tempted to join a dynasty legatee, and this was something that many people could only dream of. As such, many people agreed without hesitation. However, most of the people who agreed were from other regions. Right now, the people in the regions near the 7th region didn't dare to do anything, and their hearts were in their throats. After all, after the undead disaster ravaged the 7th region, one of them would be next. With life and death right in front of them, they didn't think too much about it, and they didn't condemn Qin like the others. They simply prayed that legatee Qin wouldn't choose their region. Within the ancient clans, 10 or so elders continued to discuss, and one of them said, "Since the negotiations have failed, we must act to stop Qin's massacre. We can't allow the undead disaster to ravage all of China." After this elder spoke, many of the other elders nodded. However, another elder frowned and said, "But if we act, wouldn't we be offending Qin too much? It'll be easy for us to become Qin's enemies." After all, legatee Qin didn't pursue the matter of the ceiling last time. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They understood how terrifying it was to become enemies with Qin, and normally, their ancient clans wouldn't become enemies with any dynasty. In the end, an elder sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do. We're willing to let them reconcile, but legatee Qin insists on launching the undead disaster. The consequences of the undead disaster are too severe, so we must stop him." The other elders could only nod and agree. Within Flower Moon, the 20 or so women continued to discuss, and one of them said, "Big sis, all of China, including the government, has joined in. Now, all of China, including the governmental faction, has joined in. Do you think we should join in? The undead disaster has greatly affected our businesses in various regions, so we must stop Great Qin's legatee." Another woman said, "However, with how terrifying Great Qin's legatee is, if he joins in, I'm afraid that Flower Moon will be in great danger." These words caused the women to fall silent. They all understood how terrifying legatee Qin was. Suddenly, another woman said, "If we don't stop legatee Qin, we'll lose 80% of our businesses. Can Flower Moon bear that? I think we should join in. After all of China's factions have joined in, and I refuse to believe that legatee Qin can slaughter all of China." "That's right. Big sis, our losses are too severe, so let's join in. That Qin won't be able to do anything to us. Last time, so many factions joined in to seal the Chaos Imperial Star, but nothing has happened. We just need to be discreet." The other women tried to persuade Hua Yu, including the mature and beautiful woman, because only she could decide what Hua Yu should do. Hearing this, the mature woman felt a headache coming on, but she still nodded. The government's orders had already been sent to the various regions in the north, telling them to start defending against the undead disaster. The government was undoubtedly the biggest faction in China, and although they weren't very strong in each region, they had their own faction in every region. With how many regions there were in China, how terrifying would it be if all of them were added together? Moreover, the governmental faction in each region wasn't very weak, and they were at least mid-tier to high-tier factions. Now that there were countless new factions joining the northern side's factions, they felt much more at ease. They didn't believe that with so many people, they wouldn't be able to defeat Qin. Su Yan couldn't help but give a trace of a smile. This was exactly what he wanted to see. With so many factions joining, it would be much easier for his plan to succeed. Great Qin's undead disaster would no longer be unstoppable, and it would be impossible for it to continue being invincible. He was going to end this undead disaster. The requirement to form a skeleton was to have a soul flame. Only dead people could become skeletons, but players wouldn't become skeletons after dying. After all, even if players died, they wouldn't truly die, and their bodies in the Heaven Awakened world were just shells. Only players' consciousness would enter the Heaven Awakened world, and their true soul flame would remain in their bodies in the real world, so players wouldn't become skeletons. Moreover, players had another benefit, which was that they wouldn't truly die. Su Yan's plan was to use players to whittle down the undead disaster. If he could gather an army of players to continuously kill skeletons, they would be a great hindrance to the undead army. At the same time, dead players wouldn't be able to become skeletons, so the undead disaster wouldn't be able to obtain new skeletons. The skeletons that died in battle couldn't be replenished, so the number of skeletons would become smaller and smaller, eventually being destroyed. Before, Su Yan could mobilize all of the northern side's factions, but even with all of the factions combined, they were still incredibly weak in front of Qin's undead disaster. However, things were different now, as countless factions had joined and supported him. This was especially so with the top-tier factions joining, causing the northern side's factions to become many times more powerful. This made Su Yan feel even more confident in his plan. What was more important was that Qin's reputation in China was quite bad. Because he had destroyed China's hopes for peace and caused such a terrifying undead disaster, most ordinary players hated Qin. Su Yan could use this to stir up the public's anti-Qin sentiments, causing countless ordinary players to join. Now that he had all sorts of support and a massive amount of money, as long as he gave some benefits, countless players would join. Each system main city had at least 1 million players, so 4 system main cities would have at least 4 million players. If Zhaofu could use them, they would be able to help him deal with Qin. On the other hand, the skeletons were generally very weak. A single player would have no problem dealing with a few skeletons. With 4 million players, they would be able to kill at least 10 million skeletons. After a few more attacks, the undead disaster would naturally stop. This time, Qin had used the power of the disaster festival to obtain a large number of corpses to activate undead disaster. However, there weren't that many corpses for him right now. Even if Qin wanted to use undead disaster, he wouldn't have the chance. By now, the tides of the battle had turned, and Qin was at a disadvantage. The northern side had the upper hand, and Su Yan had confirmed that Qin's location wasn't in East Green, it could only be in the Forest of Horrors. When Qin was defeated, they would be able to find Qin's location and ally with the other dynasties to destroy Qin. Right now, Qin had a nation armament and a clan armament, which were Qin's trump cards. However, facing the combined attacks of all of China's dynasty's nation armaments, Qin would still be at a disadvantage. After all, he had 11 nation armaments, and Su Yan didn't believe that he would lose to Qin. However, he couldn't carry out this plan right now, as Qin was still too powerful. Su Yan didn't hesitate to report his plan to the countless factions, and they all approved of it. Following this, they started to carry out the plan. First, he put up all sorts of notices to incite people to anti-Qin. For example, he said, "Are you still enduring Qin's brutality? You're hiding in the shadows and living in fear every day. Everyone knows how bloodthirsty Qin is, so why aren't you resisting? Qin doesn't care about you at all. If he wants to kill you, he'll kill you. You're all like ants to him, and Qin won't let any of you off. Only by resisting will you survive. Join us to resist Qin, or else you'll die to the undead disaster. It's not like we'll die a true death, so why should we submit to Great Qin's tyrannical might? Why don't we fight head-on and let the high and mighty Great Qin see our power? We'll crush its pride and dignity and show that light will triumph over evil. Finally, those who join us will receive all sorts of benefits and rewards, and they'll be many times better than ordinary factions. These words and the decent rewards immediately attracted many players. Because all sorts of factions had already joined, including the ordinary players, a single system main city had 900,000 people, so 4 system main cities had 2 million people. It could be seen that many people hated Qin, but because of the decent benefits, they joined the anti-Qin faction. However, there was still a small portion of Chinese who maintained their rationality. They weren't swayed by the collective anti-Qin sentiment, nor did they join the anti-Qin forces for the sake of benefits. This was because they felt that even though Qin was bloodthirsty, he would only attack those who had offended him. This was a good example. The Northern Side's faction had offended him, and he had launched the undead disaster to retaliate. If he really wanted to kill indiscriminately, he could ask the system main cities to expel them as well. However, he only asked the system main cities to expel those who offended him. As such, they decided not to participate. However, in the face of the anti-Qin faction, they were called cowards, slaves, and idiots who didn't want to earn money. Now that he had 3 million people, Su Yan wasn't satisfied. Looking at the undead disaster still wreaking havoc in the 7th region, Su Yan calculated where the next region would be. Of the other 2 regions, one was filled with endless mountains, which was difficult to cross, and the other was filled with swamps. As such, there was only one option. With the help of the top-tier factions, the players from the 4 regions around the region passed through the void zones and arrived at the region that the undead disaster would invade. It was the first time that such a large-scale migration had occurred in the Heaven Awakened world. Adding on the region that the undead disaster had set up, there were 5 regions in total, and 15 million players had gathered. Countless factions were paying close attention to this place, and it wasn't just the Chinese factions but also the foreign factions. This battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of history because battles of this scale were incredibly rare. As for whether or not they would be able to stop Qin's undead disaster, most of the factions weren't completely confident. None of them knew how large the undead calamity was right now, but logically speaking, if each player dealt with 4 skeletons, the 15 million players could deal with 60 million skeletons. Even if they couldn't stop the undead calamity, they could at least weaken a significant portion of the undead calamity's strength. There definitely wouldn't be many skeletons left, and if they could gather another army of players, they would be able to completely destroy the undead disaster. Even if all 15 million players died, if they could achieve their goal, the Northern Alliance would still emerge victorious. There was no doubt about that. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened, Su Yan successfully convinced the 4 city lords of the regions to work together to suppress Qin's legatee. The city lords originally didn't want to participate in the battle between players, but after seeing the devastation of the undead disaster, they decided to agree and stop this disaster. Su Yan wanted to convince a few more city lords, but the city lords of the other regions weren't willing at all. This was because they weren't 100% sure that the undead disaster would invade their regions. Moreover, they understood that even if the undead disaster wreaked havoc, as long as they paid a small price, they wouldn't be attacked by the skeletons. Even though only the 4 city lords of the regions had agreed, Su Yan felt that it was enough. After all, he was only asking them to suppress Qin's legatee. Moreover, even if they lost this battle and the 15 million players died, it would be fine as long as they achieved their goal. The various factions greatly approved of Su Yan's plan, and thinking about how Qin's undead disaster wasn't as terrifying as it seemed, they all let out a sigh of relief and started to praise Su Yan. In just a short period of time, Su Yan's fame also gradually grew, and he was deeply welcomed by countless powers. Many young ladies from aristocratic families looked at him with adoration. Su Yan stood at the peak of his life, and his glory was boundless. On the other side, Zhang Heng, who was riding a donkey, was also paying attention to this matter. However, he was also feeling complicated. He couldn't guarantee that his senior brother's plan would succeed. Although it seemed that he would definitely win, it was different when he was facing Qin. Now you insist on standing on the opposite side of Qin, and you've done it several times. It's impossible for Qin to let you go. Is it worth it? Zhang Heng sighed and continued to ride the donkey forward. He did not want to get involved in this matter. Su Yan started another plan. Because of such a big move, it was impossible for Qin not to know about it. So maybe Qin would not come to the predetermined area, but to other places. If that happened, the player army that he had painstakingly gathered would be completely useless. Perhaps he could take the initiative to attack, but that wouldn't give him much of an advantage. As such, Su Yan had to think of a way to make the undead disaster enter the predetermined area. Now, Su Yan had ordered his people to start constructing defensive measures in the predetermined area. They formed a long defensive line and used all sorts of advantages to kill the skeletons. The method that Su Yan thought of was to issue a letter of challenge, and he stood out and loudly said, "Does Qin dare to fight?" Not only would this increase his side's morale, but it would also allow Qin to enter the predetermined area. With how competitive and arrogant Qin was, he would most likely choose to fight. Even if he ran away, he would lose in the future and would be laughed at for being a coward. With Su Yan and the northern side's factions issuing challenges, everything became quite lively. The players who had participated in this operation felt their blood boil, and with the confidence that they would definitely win, they also publicly issued challenges. For example, they posted all sorts of challenges on the forums. Does Qin dare to fight? Your elder will beat you up until you call me daddy. Trash Qin, you still dare to be so arrogant? Today, I'll teach you how to behave. What bullshasters T Qin? How dare he launch the undead disaster? This time, we, the forces in the north, will punish him together. We will let him know who the real master of the north is. He'd better get lost. Great Qin is probably afraid. With so many of us here, it's definitely afraid. It's a pity that I wanted to teach that idiot Great Qin a lesson. Since it dared to oppose all of China, its fate has been sealed. This time, the northern side's factions will definitely win. We'll definitely kill Great Qin's legatee. Who asked him to be so arrogant and domineering? I'm going to be the first person to piss on his head and wake him up. Just because he obtained a legacy, he shouldn't think that he's so great. Yeah. Kill that idiot Great Qin's legatee, kill his mother, and kill his little sister. This was because people had no qualms about speaking on the internet, and there were all kinds of vulgar words. Every post had many replies, and the content was basically not good. Because it was impossible to make a person who hated you say words of praise. Now, Qin's stubbornness had caused everyone in China to loathe him, and he was treated poorly. As such, he had become the most hated person. Right now, the Heaven Awaken World Forum was filled with all sorts of posts, and countless people were happily insulting Qin, venting their dissatisfaction and resentment towards Qin. As the manager of the Heaven Awaken World Forum, Flower Moon naturally did not stop them. Instead, they placed the posts at the very top to spread the word about Qin's evil deeds and make him into an unforgivable evil faction so that more people would join in the fight against Qin. Back then, Qin had used all sorts of methods to shock and awe countless foreign factions, and he had been loved by countless people. Now, he had become despised by countless people, which made people sigh. However, people were fickle and could easily be influenced by others, and they would believe whatever others said. Zhao Fu knew about all of this, from when he had first posted the announcement, which had attracted countless players to join, to when Su Yan had declared war, and to when the people on the internet had cursed him. After all, it was impossible for Zhao Fu not to know about such a big matter. Otherwise, his information would have been outdated and could not keep up with the times. All along, Zhao Fu didn't want to bring his grievances to ordinary people. After all, as an ordinary person, Zhao Fu understood them quite well. This time, Qin couldn't control the undead disaster, which caused the deaths of countless players and massive losses. However, there was nothing he could do about it. At that time, the northern side had already made a move against Qin. Their methods were incredibly vicious and merciless, and they didn't hold back at all. In an instant, Qin's business was greatly damaged, and tens of thousands of people were injured or killed. Facing such an arrogant and tyrannical force, Qin had no choice but to retaliate. Without a doubt, the undead disaster was the best method. Not only could it destroy the northern side's forces, but it could also bring even greater benefits to Qin. Humans are creatures that prioritize profit. Qin is very selfish, but who in this world isn't selfish? Only the strong had the right to stand and speak, while the weak could only kneel on the ground, lower their heads, and beg for their lives. This was how the world was. Zhao Fu didn't want to be weak, nor did he want to make a move against ordinary people. After all, it was meaningless and wouldn't bring him any benefits. They were right to scold Qin, and Zhao Fu could understand how they felt. He decided to change his way of thinking and treat ordinary people well. He wanted to believe that the world was full of light and love, and he couldn't be too dark. Zhao Fu suddenly laughed, but this smile was incredibly cold and contained a trace of cruelty. Adding on his blood-red eyes, he looked incredibly terrifying. Then, I'll kill them all. Although Zhao Fu could understand and empathize with them, he still decided to kill them all. These ordinary people had become Qin's biggest obstacle, and if he didn't kill them all, Qin wouldn't be able to develop. Zhao Fu originally wanted to let them go, but since they wanted to die, Zhao Fu could only do as they wished. As such, Zhao Fu decided to enter the endless sea of bones and accept the challenge. Countless skeletons wreaked havoc in the 7th region. They had evolved into a new type of soldier, and they were even rarer than skeleton knights because they were skeleton mages. Skeleton mages could condense a bone staff for casting spells, and they could also condense a gray cloak to cover their bodies. They also had some defensive power. The first was magic attack, which allowed the user to condense bone spears to attack. The second was undead resurrection, which allowed the user to use corpses to summon skeletons. Because necromancers had the disaster attribute, the skeletons they summoned would also have a bit of the disaster attribute. Of course, they wouldn't be as strong as the disaster knights. The third skill was a summoning skill, which could summon evil spirits to attack. Evil spirits were transparent spirits, but they were filled with malice and could invade a person's brain to control them. The addition of the skeleton mages would undoubtedly increase the strength of the undead sea of bones and increase the variety of their attacks, making it more troublesome for ordinary people to deal with. It had been more than a month since the undead disaster had erupted, and the heaven-awakened world had entered winter. The temperature became colder, but because it was only the beginning of winter, it wasn't very cold, and it was quite comfortable to wear clothes. Many of the leaves on the trees had fallen, and there was a pile of withered leaves on the ground. The branches had become gray and black, and they were quite dry and wrinkled, losing their liveliness. At a glance, all one could see were withered leaves and branches, and there was an oppressive aura, as if everything had entered hibernation. After a month or so, the universal den had spawned 3 wyverns. Their luck was quite good, as there were 2 mature wyverns and 1 young wyvern. The 2 mature wyverns had stage 5 strength, and they were quite powerful. Just the dragon's might that they gave off could cause ordinary creatures to tremble. Its body was about 17 meters long, and it was covered with gray scales that gave off a faint light. It would be difficult for ordinary arrows to pierce through it, and it had a mouthful of sharp dragon teeth and a powerful body. It gave off an innately powerful aura that could cause people to feel fear. A wyvern's strength was definitely more powerful than an ordinary stage 5 expert's. From what Zhao Fu knew, there were no stage 5 experts, and all of the city lords were still at stage 4. If that was the case, a wyvern would be able to beat up a few city lords. Of course, this was just a thought, as it was practically impossible. After all, they still had city lord seals, which were simply too powerful. Even a stage 5 wyvern would not be a match for them. However, torturing and killing a few ordinary 4th stage cultivators was still relatively easy. The den was originally a basic den, but it had now become an advanced denver. Over the past month or so, with the wyvern's stage 5 strength, it had been able to sweep through almost everyone in the heaven-awakened world, and it had gained EXP incredibly quickly. After becoming an advanced den, the respawn time had increased from 1 every 10 days to 1 every 6 days. However, Zhao Fu felt that it was still quite slow, and even after a month, he could only spawn 5 wyverns. It seemed that just relying on the den's respawn time would not be enough, so he could only rely on self-breeding. Qin had planted a lot of dragon-incubating celestial grass, which would allow the eggs to hatch quickly. However, he could not hatch them yet because there were too few wyverns, and the 2 mature wyverns were both male. There were only 3 wyverns that could be used, and they would not be of much use. As such, Zhaofu did not plan to use the undead disaster, and he decided to hide them as a backup plan for Qin. Since Zhaofu had decided to enter that region and fight with the 15 million players, he would not be so stupid as to not make any preparations. Zhaofu first called Xianru over and asked her a few simple questions. Following this, Zhaofu called over the black and white impermanences. As the underworld servants, they were more familiar with ghosts and spirits than Zhaofu, so Zhaofu asked them about some things. After making his preparations, Zhaofu once again returned to the 7th region. By now, the boundless undead army had completely massacred the 7th region, and a grey deathly aura covered the sky. Everything seemed to wither, and an eerie and terrifying aura filled the entire region, making it seem like a ghost domain. The 10 disaster cavalrymen obeyed Zhaofu's orders and raised their black swords, sending large amounts of deathly aura into them. The black swords gave off a formless ripple that spread out, and all of the skeletons simultaneously stopped moving. The black spirit flames in their heads flickered as they all walked towards the disaster cavalrymen. The white skeletons gave off an incredibly terrifying aura as they flooded towards the 8th region, bringing with them a massive deathly aura that caused the heavens and earth to dim. Within the 8th region, the 15 million players had built a 5-meter-tall wall, and all of the players looked incredibly excited as they prepared to fight. With so many players gathered, they gave off a massive aura that shook the heavens and earth. Rumble, the ocean of bones gave off a shocking aura as it flooded into the 8th region. Because the countless skeletons sensed a large amount of life aura, they became incredibly excited and quickly rushed forwards. They looked like a massive white wave as they rushed towards the defensive wall. The players on the defensive wall looked at the countless skeletons on the horizon and felt quite shocked. However, under the various commanders' orders, they regained their confidence. In a battle, it was impossible for there to be no one commanding them. Such a large player army was mainly commanded by 4 factions. The first was a few generals from the government, the second was a few people from the school of military, the third was a few people from the Xingtian clan, and the fourth was a few important members from the northern factions. The ocean of skeletons arrived incredibly quickly, and the commanders all yelled for the players to get ready. The players all became serious, and the scene became quite austere. Very quickly, the countless skeletons flooded forwards with unstoppable momentum. They arrived 1,000 meters away from the defensive wall, and it seemed that they would crash into the defensive wall in an instant. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly caved in, and the skeletons fell into large holes. The player army had long since set up traps here, and these holes were all 5 meters wide and 10 or so meters deep. At the bottom of the holes, there was water that gave off a holy aura. This water was naturally holy water, which was incredibly harmful to undead and demon creatures. There were tens of thousands of these holes, and the amount of holy water they had consumed was astronomical. However, with the support of countless factions, this amount of holy water was nothing. The skeletons fell into the holes and into the holy water, howling, and the incoming wave of skeletons paused. The countless players looked delighted, and the commanders also smiled. It was a pity that time was of the essence, and the defensive wall was incredibly large. It was 1,500 kilometers wide, and this was with the help of the 2 large mountains on the sides. Otherwise, with such a large region, they would not have been able to fully set up a defensive wall. They had to set up traps and construct defensive structures, so they did not have much time. Otherwise, they would have been able to dig countless holes and cause countless skeletons to die. Right now, they had only dug tens of thousands of holes, and they lined them up in front of the defensive wall. As countless skeletons fell, the holes were quickly filled up, and the skeleton army gave off a ferocious aura as they charged towards the defensive wall. By now, the countless players had finished preparing their bows. Ordinary bows and arrows were useless against the skeletons, but their bows and arrows were different. Not only did they have white talismans on their bows, but they also had white talismans on their arrows. The white talismans gave off a faint white light and an aura of light. These talismans were called holy light talismans, and they could give equipment a large amount of light damage. Arrows shot out, bringing with them streaks of white light. They were like thousands of specks of light, and their auras were astonishing as they shot towards the sea of bones. Once this white light landed on the skeleton's body, it would greatly reduce the skeleton's death power. No matter where it hit, it would be very effective. If it hit the skeleton's head, the skeleton would immediately lose all of its death power and collapse, turning into a pile of bones. The player's first wave of attacks was very effective against the skeleton army. Not only did they stop the skeleton army's charge, but they also caused countless skeletons to die. The player's attacks had forced the skeleton army into a passive state, causing the players on the defensive wall to smile. They believed that they would be able to stop the undead disaster. After all, under their attacks, the skeleton army did not seem as terrifying anymore. The commanders felt quite confident. Seeing that their attacks were so effective, they had thought that this would be a tough battle with countless casualties. However, it seemed that they had overestimated the undead disaster. Back then, they had been determined to continuously whittle away the undead disaster's numbers to obtain victory. Now, it seemed that there was no need to go through so much trouble. This was mainly because they had made preparations, such as building defenses and setting up traps. They had also gathered 15 million players, and all of them had actively participated, increasing their overall strength. Most importantly, they had the support of the various large factions. The holy water and holy light talismans had cost a lot of money. If they didn't have these things that were incredibly effective against the undead, their attacks would not have been so effective. Seeing the undead army's momentum weaken, the countless players couldn't help but celebrate. They had stopped the undead disaster and prevented this catastrophe. They would be remembered by the world, and as long as they went back and said that they had participated in this battle, they would be worshipped by countless people. However, the commanders with accurate information frowned. According to what they knew, the undead disaster would not be so small, and it would be impossible to deal with it so easily. This was because neither side had engaged in close combat, and the player's side had not suffered a single loss. How could they believe that they would win so easily? At this moment, the gray clouds in the sky slowly moved over, and the light gradually dimmed. An eerie wind blew over from the distance, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The atmosphere became quite oppressive, as if it was the calm before a storm. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out in all directions as 10 black pillars of light shot into the sky. The sky instantly twisted as a black magic formation that was nearly 10,000 meters wide appeared, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out from it. Under the massive black magic formation, at the center of the 10 pillars of black light, a black cloaked figure stood in the air, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. Even though it was impossible to see his appearance, everyone knew who he was. He was Qin's imperial prince. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes coldly looked at the countless players in front of him. His cloak fluttered without any wind as he slowly raised his hand. The black disaster king ring turned into a ray of light and shot into the magic formation in the sky. The black magic formation gave off an intense black light, and a boundless aura of disaster spread out, seeming to cover the heavens and earth. A massive gust of wind blew, and thunder sounded out as if a peerless demon had appeared. Zhao Fu raised his hand and pointed forwards. The scene seemed to pause, and the heavens and earth became deathly silent. It was as if all sound had disappeared. Rumble, massive explosions sounded out as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. The ground continuously trembled as a massive ocean of black bones surged out, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Before, those skeletons were just cannon fodder that Zhao Fu had sent to see what the player army had up their sleeves. The true undead army was still behind them. The black magic formation that Zhao Fu cast was still undead disaster, but this time, it wasn't a summoning spell but a support spell. It strengthened the undead army's defenses, attacks, recovery speed, and disaster attributes. As long as the black magic formation was present, undead disaster's true power would be revealed. The black magic formation fused with the disaster king ring's power, which was the combination of undead disaster and boundless disaster, creating the black ocean of bones below. Hurry! Fire! Looking at the endless number of skeletons charging at them like a black ocean, a few of the commanders shouted in terror. The countless players, who had been scared senseless, hurriedly came to their senses and shot out arrows. Swish, 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 The sound of the air being torn could be heard as the arrows shot towards the countless skeletons, giving off shocking sounds. However, as the countless arrows fell into the black ocean of bones, they were completely ineffective. The light attribute energy was completely blocked by the black disaster aura, and it wasn't able to harm the skeletons at all. Suddenly, the black ocean of bones shot out bone arrows, and the careless players were hit. Cries of pain continuously sounded out as many players were instantly killed. Very quickly, the black ocean of bones was about to reach the defensive wall. A few of the commanders ordered the barrels to be thrown out. After the barrels were thrown out, they fell to the ground and shattered, causing a large amount of oil to flow out. Hundreds of fire arrows descended, instantly creating a sea of flames. The undead were quite afraid of fire attacks, and the player army had long since prepared a large amount of oil. The blazing flames were 5 meters tall, and the intense heat caused the players on the defensive wall 10 or so meters away to sweat profusely. The commanders had hoped to use the flames to stop the undead army, but they found that the undead army was charging over without any fear. Countless traces of gray fog covered the flames, causing the flames to gradually die down. Swish, 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 just as the flames died down, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless bone arrows once again shot out from below. Immediately, blood flew everywhere, and cries sounded out as many players died. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the black sea of bones slammed into the defensive wall. The defensive wall trembled and cracks appeared on it. This defensive wall had been constructed on the spot, and it did not have the support of the city heart, so how could it withstand such a ferocious attack? Many skeletons used death power to gather on their bony fingers before stabbing them into the defensive walls and climbing up. The skeletons summoned by the disaster cavalry were not ordinary skeletons. Not only did they have power, but they also had intelligence. The commanders were shocked and immediately ordered, "Pour the holy water that we've prepared." Seeing that the countless skeletons were about to attack, the countless players hurriedly obeyed the command. They were already somewhat afraid. After all, they were players, not soldiers. Their mental fortitude was not as strong, and they had never seen such a large-scale war before. Buckets of holy water were poured onto the skeletons, causing them to howl in pain. Black aura of disaster continuously rose from their bodies, dispelling the holy light energy. Now, it seemed that the holy water did not have much of an effect. It only slightly slowed down the countless skeletons' attacks. Boom. 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 4 massive explosions sounded out as 4 massive waves of power exploded out, shaking the heavens. 4 figures stood in the air, the 4 city lords stretched out their hands and pressed down, causing a formless energy to fall on the countless skeletons' bodies. The countless skeletons paused for a moment, but they immediately struggled free. With such a huge undead army, suppressing them was not something that 4 city lords could do. The 4 city lords' expressions became quite serious. The player army was starting to lose out to the undead army. Right now, it was only a portion of the undead army, and more were coming. If this went on, the player army would definitely lose. They had to do something. Looking at the massive black magic formation in the distance and sensing the aura of disaster that it continuously gave off, the 4 city lords understood something and turned into 4 rays of light as they flew over. Under the massive black magic formation, Zhao Fu stood in the air, his blood-red eyes looking at the 4 incoming city lords. The 4 city lords looked slightly angry as they stared at Zhao Fu, saying, "Sir, I advise you to stop this undead disaster. I advise you to stop this undead calamity, or else don't blame us for being ruthless." If the player army was unable to stop the undead disaster, there would be countless casualties in this region. As such, they had to act to stop the undead disaster. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he looked at them and said, "You shouldn't have gotten involved. I didn't intend to attack the system main cities, but you've already joined in. I said that I would kill everyone who joined in, so the 4 of you must die today." Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, one of the city lords couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Do you think we don't know that you're just the city lord of a basic city? Do you think you can defeat the 4 of us? You're dreaming." Another city lord said, "Everyone, there's no need to waste words with him. Let's kill him together and destroy this magic formation. That way, the undead disaster's power will be greatly reduced." The other 3 city lords nodded and prepared to act. Seeing that the four city lords were about to act, Zhao Fu coldly laughed and said, "What reckless fools." Hearing this, the four city lords felt infuriated, and they glared at Zhao Fu as they roared, "You're seeking death." However, Zhao Fu didn't have the time to care about them, and he said to the air around him, "Everyone, are you still not going to act?" As he spoke, people appeared in the air around him, all of them giving off incredibly powerful auras. With such terrifying auras gathered together, it was enough to shake the heavens and earth and cause the weather to change. There were 28 people in total, and all of them were city lords from the 7 regions that Zhao Fu had conquered. Zhao Fu had signed a contract with them to do something for him. What Zhao Fu wanted them to do was to protect the disaster cavalrymen and kill all enemies. The sudden appearance of 28 city lords caused the expressions of the 4 city lords, who had wanted to kill Zhao Fu, to fall, and they unhesitatingly chose to run. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he looked at the escaping city lords. He then looked at the people around him and said, "What are you waiting for? Don't tell me that the 7 of you can't defeat a single one of them." The 28 city lords looked quite hesitant, and the woman in white that Zhao Fu had met last time said, "Those 4 are city lords, so we shouldn't attack them. Logically speaking, we shouldn't act against them. Otherwise, if they die, this region will die." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the city lords' expressions fell. They had signed a contract with Zhao Fu, and if they violated it, they could not use their city lord's seals. Without their city lord's seals, how could they defend against billions of skeletons with just 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers? The punishment for violating the contract was quite severe, but Zhao Fu had promised not to attack their system main cities. If they violated the contract, they would immediately die, and the contract would last for half a year. As such, the city lords were willing to sign the contract. If they violated the contract and the undead army turned around, their system main cities would definitely be destroyed, and they would not be able to resist at all. Their residents would also be slaughtered by the undead. A middle-aged man with some stubble sighed and said, "Back then, you said that you wouldn't let us do anything dangerous. Killing the city lord is dangerous, and we only promised you this once. There won't be a next time, and we'll only be responsible for protecting the disaster cavalrymen." Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that it wouldn't be easy to order them to kill city lords. Killing 4 city lords at once was already quite good, so Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. Seeing Zhao Fu agree, the 27 figures turned into rays of light and chased after the escaping city lords. The woman in white stood where she was and looked at Zhao Fu before coldly harumphing and also turning into rays of light to chase after the others. Boom! The 4 escaping city lords were caught up in an instant, and a shocking battle unfolded. Massive explosions sounded out, shaking the heavens. The terrifying destructive power destroyed everything in its path, causing the heavens and earth to be reduced to nothingness. Seeing the 4 city lords being chased down, the countless players, including the commanders, felt their hearts plummet. They had hoped that the 4 city lords would be able to suppress Qin's legatee, but now, it seemed that they might not even be able to survive. Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to the battle over there because even more skeletons had arrived. Zhao Fu ordered the disaster cavalrymen to once again lead the way. The skeleton cavalrymen continuously gathered, forming 10 groups of at least 10,000 skeletons each. Following this, the 10 groups of skeleton cavalrymen prepared to charge. They gripped their bone spears and looked ahead. Compared to the chaotic battlefield, this place was completely calm. Boom! The skeleton cavalrymen shot out like arrows, and their massive auras shook the entire battlefield. They formed a triangular formation and rode on their skeleton horses as they quickly rushed towards the defensive walls. Their bodies gave off traces of gray aura, forming a massive cone above their heads. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton cavalrymen were like bolts of lightning as they slammed into the defensive wall, causing massive sounds to ring out. The cone directly pierced through the defensive wall, opening up a large hole. As the skeleton cavalrymen charged in, the hole became larger and larger. The other skeletons also rushed towards the large holes. The 10 large holes were like a flood, and countless skeletons rushed in, attacking the players from behind. On the other side, countless skeletons climbed up the defensive wall and gave off eerie smiles as they charged at the players. In the distance, another tide of skeletons ferociously surged over with a boundless aura. At this moment, the commanders also understood that they had lost and had no hope of winning. However, they did not forget what their main mission was. Even if they died, as long as they killed a portion of the skeletons, they would have accomplished their goal and would be able to stop the undead disaster. The generals, people from the school of military, and ancient clans drew their weapons and roared, "Kill!" The people from the military, the school of military, and the ancient clans all raised their weapons and roared as they charged towards the skeletons that were climbing up with great momentum. However, it was only these few factions that had appeared to resist. The other northern side's factions and ordinary players had already started to flee, not daring to face the countless skeletons head-on. Many parts of the defensive wall started to collapse, and ordinary people felt no pain or fear against the skeletons. Moreover, the skeletons had the disaster attribute, so they were not a match for them at all. Even ordinary people were at a disadvantage against the skeletons, and there were 10 times as many skeletons as there were. There was simply no way for them to fight, and seeing the skeletons continuously killing other people, causing blood to continuously dye the ground red, they were so scared that they lost all will to fight and only wanted to run. The countless skeletons did not show any mercy and started to chase after these people. Some skeletons pierced through players' chests with their hands, some sliced through players' waists, causing blood and organs to flow everywhere, and some people were nailed to the ground by bone spears. The even more terrifying skeleton knights held bone spears and used charge to pierce through 4 or 5 players' bodies, skewering them like meat skewers. The countless skeletons were incredibly excited and enjoyed this slaughter, while the players' cries of pain continuously sounded out. All of the players could only run in terror. The 3 factions that had dared to resist were simply too weak, and after a massive wave of skeletons, they immediately fell silent. The main commander of this battle, an official general who was quite famous in the real world, had his head pierced through by a skeleton knight's bone spear, and his corpse was picked up by the bone spear. This officially announced that the players had lost this battle. Following this, Xiaofu felt quite interested as he flew over and watched from above. The skeletons continuously killed players, and the ground was covered with corpses. Blood covered the ground, and the stench of blood was incredibly pungent. Some of the players who were unable to escape looked terrified as they loudly begged Xiaofu for mercy. "I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please let me go. Please, I'm only doing this for a bit of money. I really didn't want to become enemies with Qin. I surrender. Don't kill me. Please spare me." Xiaofu coldly looked at them. What was the point of begging for mercy now? Xiaofu had no intention of sparing them, and he continued to watch as they were continuously killed by the skeletons. Elsewhere, the battle between the city lords was coming to an end. 3 city lords had already been killed, and only 1 city lord remained. However, facing 28 city lords, the outcome was quite obvious. This city lord was forced into a corner, and he madly roared as he prepared to self-destruct. This gave the 28 city lords a big fright. The power of a city lord self-destructing was not something that ordinary people could withstand, as they would also detonate their city lord's seals. The 28 city lords hurriedly flew away and dodged to the side. Clang, 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 just as the city lord was about to self-destruct, the sound of chains could be heard as chains shot out from the air, piercing through the city lord's body. Immediately, the city lord died instantly. His body had been pierced by hundreds of chains, and his death was incredibly tragic. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed, and blood dripped from the air. Xiaofu ignored their gazes and slowly opened his clenched fist. Chains flew out of the city lord's body, and a jade-white jade seal that gave off a faint light floated out of the city lord's corpse. Killing a city lord so easily wasn't difficult at all. The city lord's power had been almost completely depleted, and the god-sealing beast's chains contained sealing power. Adding on the chains from the dragon sealing well, it was even more powerful. This would be able to suppress the city lord's self-detonation and quickly kill him. The other city lords had thought that they wouldn't be able to stop the city lord, so they had chosen to avoid it. However, they had never thought that Xiaofu would be able to stop it. The aura that the chains gave off made them feel that they weren't simple at all. Xiaofu grabbed at the air, and the city lord's corpse and the jade seal flew over. Xiaofu looked at the city lord's corpse and found that it was SSS grade, so he put it into his spatial ring. Zhao Fu held the jade seal in his hand and felt a warm feeling, and he could feel the power that it gave off. Kongming City Seal, the core item of a city. It has the authority to manage all things within the city and is extremely powerful. After becoming a city, one didn't need to conquer a city heart. Anyone who obtained a City Lord seal would obtain the city. In other words, Zhao Fu had obtained a system main city. However, Zhao Fu didn't completely obtain it, he needed to conquer a city heart first before the system main city would completely belong to Zhao Fu. However, with a City Lord seal, he would have the authority to manage the city. Moreover, since he had killed their city lord, they would most likely resist. Just the 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers were not a force to be reckoned with. This would be a massive obstacle to Zhao Fu, so Zhao Fu decided to use the undead disaster. Even though he wouldn't be able to obtain the population, he would be able to obtain a system main city and 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers' corpses. After making this decision, Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at the other city lords and stretched out his hand. The city lords helplessly stretched out their hands and took out city lord seals and threw them at Zhao Fu. 3 city lord seals flew towards Zhao Fu. These were the city lord seals that had killed the other 3 city lords. Zhao Fu received the 3 city lord seals and gave a trace of a smile before putting them away. Even though they had killed the city lord, they had followed his orders, so the city lord seal naturally belonged to Zhao Fu. If it wasn't for the city lord seals, Zhao Fu wouldn't have sent them to kill 4 city lords. However, if they could work together and continue to kill other city lords, Zhao Fu was willing to give these 4 city lord seals to them. After all, the benefits would be greater, and the city lord seals would not be as simple as 4 city lord seals. On the other side, the countless escaping players were inundated by the boundless undead army. After struggling for a few moments, all that was left behind were corpses. The 15 million players had been completely annihilated, and not a single one of them had survived. The scene was incredibly gruesome. 15 million or so corpses covered the ground. They were in different postures and had died in different ways. Their weapons were strewn to the side, and blood dyed the ground red. The stench of blood seemed to reach into the clouds, and the heavens and earth seemed to fall silent. This was a shocking and chilling scene. When the city lords saw this scene, even though they knew that these players would fail, seeing this scene with their own eyes, they could not help but feel incredibly shocked. After all, there were simply too many people who had died, and all they could see were corpses. What are you going to do with the remaining 4 main cities? The woman in white asked as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't hide anything and simply replied, "Of course I'm going to slaughter them. After that, I'll be able to easily conquer the main cities." Compared to the players who could be revived, the 4 main cities had millions of people. If they died, they would just die and wouldn't be able to revive. None of the city lords could bear to slaughter them all. "You can't do that," the woman in white said as she stared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Then can you tell me how I can easily conquer the main cities? Don't tell me that you're going to take in those people. I won't agree because I'm going to get rid of them by the roots." When the woman in white heard Zhao Fu's cold-blooded words, she felt quite angry, but she couldn't find any words to refute him. Indeed, using undead disaster was the fastest and simplest method. Suddenly, the woman in white thought of something and said, "You most likely need people. Some of them will resist fiercely, but there will also be people who are willing to submit. If I can convince them to submit to you, you can agree now, right?" Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Of course, Qin needed people, but Zhao Fu felt that the main cities would resist fiercely. After all, the people in the main cities were quite loyal, which was why they would resist so fiercely. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to slaughter them all. Since the woman in white said that she could persuade them, why wouldn't Zhao Fu do it? Zhao Fu nodded and agreed, but he said, "I can give you some time to persuade them, but once the time is up, don't blame me for what I'll do." The woman in white coldly harumphed and did not reply to Zhao Fu, and she flew towards the 3 other women. After discussing for a while, the 4 women turned into 4 rays of light and flew in different directions. Zhao Fu did not mind the woman in white's attitude and temporarily deactivated the undead disaster support formation. He put away the disaster king ring and ordered the disaster cavalry to slow down the ocean of bones. The other city lords continued to stay in the air. The real world seemed to explode. 15 million players had been slaughtered. All of the players were incredibly shocked, and countless factions were incredibly terrified. 15 million players, so many people, had actually been slaughtered. How cruel, how terrifying, how shocking was this? Almost the entire world was sent into an uproar, and Qin's ferocity seemed to soar into the heavens, shocking everyone. All of the factions fell silent. According to the plan, the 15 million players should have been able to kill 60 million skeletons. However, no one had expected that Qin's undead disaster would be so monstrous, and each skeleton was far more powerful than ordinary skeletons. Most of the ordinary players and factions had fled, which was one of the reasons why they had lost this battle. The number of skeletons that the 15 million players had killed was not even 1/10 of the skeletons in the ocean of bones. It was far from meeting the requirements. After spending a lot of money and resources to gather the players of 5 regions to fight against the skeletons, the 15 million players had died so easily. This caused the various factions to feel defeated. Now, all of the Chinese players' disgust towards Qin had turned into fear, and no one dared to say anything bad about Qin. Qin had become a taboo existence. If it weren't for the large number of ordinary players and the useless northern factions fleeing, they wouldn't have been able to fight against the skeletons like the other official factions, clans, and militarists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suffered such a miserable defeat. At the very least, they would have been able to consume 10% of the skeleton's power, which would have been a massive help to them. However, there were 15 million players in 5 regions, and they couldn't even destroy 10% of the skeletons in the skeletons. How were they supposed to fight in the future? They would be able to replenish the skeletons that they had consumed after wreaking havoc in the 8th region. The 15 million players had died for nothing. What was more important was that many players had been scared stiff. Would they be able to gather so many players in the future? That was simply impossible. What should we do now? Su Yan let out a breath and calmed himself down as he thought about what to do next. The plan that they had been so confident in had been destroyed, and this dealt a heavy blow to the countless factions. The various dynasty factions looked quite bitter. Even though they hadn't sent any people, they had provided a large amount of resources. However, they had still suffered a crushing defeat, which proved that they had lost to Qin. The 10 or so elders in the ancient clans all sighed, and one of them couldn't help but say, "What should we do now?" Even though the plan wasn't a complete failure, it was at least able to suppress and strengthen the undead disaster. Not only were we unable to stop the undead disaster, but we also lost a large amount of resources and manpower. In the end, we even offended Qin. Hearing this, one of the elders looked as if he had a headache and said, "What should we do now? Should we continue to stop the undead disaster, or should we go to the Ying family and apologize? If we don't do anything about the undead disaster, China will be plunged into misery and suffering." When they thought of these questions, all of the elders felt incredibly frustrated and couldn't make a decision. Within Flower Moon, 20 or so women looked incredibly dispirited, and one of them said, "Big sis, we were completely wrong this time. Even with so many people, we still couldn't stop Qin. What should we do now?" The mature and beautiful woman also shook her head, not knowing what to do next. She had a terrible headache. The other women didn't know what to say, and the room fell silent. In the end, Su Yuyan said, "Big sis, let's reconcile. Let's make peace. Instead of resisting Qin, we should choose to help him. With Qin's control of the undead, we can keep at least 60% of our business." These words caused everyone's eyes to light up. However, many people also raised their doubts. Now that we are willing to reconcile, will that Crown Prince Qin be willing to reconcile? With his ruthlessness and bloodlust, would he let go of them who were already his enemies? Although they will also pay a huge price to Qin, it's hard to say if Qin will agree. While all the major powers were feeling dejected and depressed, the ones who were smiling the happiest were the Ying family. That's right, their Crown Prince Qin had once again dealt a heavy blow to the alliance of countless major powers. This caused the entire Ying family to let out a sigh of relief. Their Crown Prince Qin had insisted on activating the undead disaster, and the Ying family had been under immense pressure. They had gone into a state of high defense in fear of other factions allying together to attack the Ying family. After all, their Crown Prince was an enemy of all of China. Now that their Crown Prince had viciously stepped on their heads, no faction dared to touch the Ying family. Now, even the governmental factions had to behave themselves, much less the other factions. The woman in white stood above a large city and said in a loud voice, "You've all received news that your city lord has died, and the city lord's seal has fallen into someone else's hands. The undead disaster is about to descend, and not a single one of you will be left alive. You can choose to resist, or you can choose to submit. Those who choose to resist, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. However, you must understand that you won't be able to survive. Even 15 million otherworlders were slaughtered, let alone a few 100,000 of you. If you're willing to submit, hurry up and come out. If you're not willing, then wait for the undead army to descend. That's all I can say, and I'm sure you understand." After the city lord had died, the main cities below had fallen into a state of grief, and they had started to fall into chaos because they knew that countless undead were about to arrive. Staying within the main cities was no longer safe, as the city heart had automatically released a protective barrier. This was not to defend against others but to defend against them. Now that the city lord's seal had fallen into someone else's hands, all of their residency had been revoked. They were now outsiders and no longer belonged to this city. What was even more infuriating was that the sturdy city walls, which were dozens of meters tall, had completely collapsed because Zhao Fu had controlled the city lord's seal and used the city heart's power to cause any structures within the city to collapse or lose their effectiveness. However, they knew that they would die, so most of them were unwilling to come out. Some of the soldiers felt quite pained, and they tried to persuade the residents to stay. "Auntie, you should go out, or else it'll be too late for the undead. Little brother, listen to me and go out. Listen to us and quickly leave. You don't have to die with us. Wife, I'm sorry. I'm loyal to this place, and I'll only submit to the city lord. Even if I die, I'll guard this place until the end. However, you have to leave. I hope that you can live well. Everyone, hurry up and leave. Don't wait for your deaths like this. You're different from us, and we don't want to go against our oaths. However, this has nothing to do with you, so please leave with this, sir." Looking at these moving scenes, the woman in white's eyes became a bit moist, and she couldn't help but feel even more hatred towards Zhao Fu. After all of this was because of him. Following this, some people walked out, and others followed. It was a pity that only about 100,000 people had come out, and there were 300,000 or so people who were unwilling to come out. The white-clothed woman sighed and did not try to persuade him. Being able to save so many people was already quite good. The ocean of bones in the distance gave off a terrifying aura as it prepared to attack, and the white-clothed woman did not hesitate and immediately led the 100,000 people away. A while after the woman in white left, countless skeletons flooded towards the main city, giving off a heaven-shaking aura. The system main city soldiers, as well as some residents, took out their weapons and rushed up. The battle quickly began and ended. Apart from the 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers who had some resistance, everyone else was instantly killed. This wasn't too surprising, as they had to face hundreds of times more skeletons. Zhao Fu stopped above the countless player corpses. Even though player corpses could not be turned into skeletons, that did not mean that they were useless. Even though they were just shells in the heaven-awakened world, they had cultivation power and life aura. The life aura of 15 million people had been turned into evolution energy by the countless skeletons, causing a large number of skeletons to evolve and obtain even more power. At the same time, a new type of soldier appeared in the undead army, which was called the skeleton berserkers. These skeleton berserkers were all 4 meters tall and had thick and tough bones that gave off a gray light. They held weapons that were 2 meters long, and there were massive swords, massive axes, massive hammers, and all sorts of other heavy weapons. All of their auras were incredibly powerful, and they could rival a person with stage 3 cultivation. When they fought, they were incredibly ferocious and berserk. Their attacks were incredibly destructive, and they would destroy all living creatures in front of them. They were incredibly terrifying. However, these skeleton berserkers were still quite rare, and there were only a few hundred of them in the massive ocean of bones. Now, the skeletons were rushing forwards, and there were no longer any skeletons left. There were only corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhao Fu looked at the player corpses and found that they had the support of countless factions. Their equipment was quite good, and they were worth at least 5 or 6 gold coins. Suddenly, Xiaofu thought about it and was completely dumbfounded. There were 15 million corpses here. If each corpse was worth 5 or 6 gold coins, how many gold coins would those 15 million corpses be worth? If each corpse was worth 5 gold coins, that would be 75 million gold coins. If that was converted to copper coins, it would be worth trillions of gold coins in the real world. Such a massive amount of wealth was dozens of times more than what Qin currently had. Xiaofu could not refuse such a large sum of money. At that moment, the 4 city lords used teleportation channels to transport residents here. Each system main city had only brought 100,000 people, so there were 400,000 people in total. Xiaofu thought about it and immediately ordered them to start looting the corpses. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, the 400,000 people were given a big fright, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. As such, they obediently obeyed Xiaofu's orders and quickly looted the corpses. The city lords realized what Xiaofu was trying to do, and they felt quite shocked. Normally, they wouldn't even spare a glance at the equipment on this corpse, but with so much equipment added together, the gold coins would be hundreds of times more than their current wealth. 75 million gold coins. Even though they were city lords, they had never seen so much money before. They felt quite envious. Xiaofu had not only obtained 4 system main cities, but he had also obtained so much money. Half a day later, the 400,000 or so people had gathered their equipment together. There was a mountain of equipment, causing the city lords to stare in shock. Xiaofu took out a pile of about 200,000 sets, which was worth more than 1 million gold coins. Everyone. Xiaofu smiled and said to the city lords, "Thank you for your help this time, and I'll give these to you as a gift." The total amount of money they had on them was around 1 million gold coins, so they were quite tempted. After thinking about it for a moment, they didn't stand on ceremony and stored the equipment into their storage rings. Xiaofu looked at the woman in white and the other 3 city lords and said, "Thank you, everyone, for helping me convince so many people to surrender. These pieces of equipment are for you." After saying this, Xiaofu pointed at the 4 piles of equipment that were much larger than the others. There were 300,000 sets of equipment, which were worth 1,500,000 gold coins. The city lords felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Xiaofu's attitude would suddenly become so good. He had been so domineering before that they couldn't even raise their heads, and they had no choice but to take a step back. Apart from the woman in white, who coldly harumphed and didn't take the equipment, the other 3 women put the equipment away. Xiaofu looked at the woman in white and didn't say anything before putting the equipment into his storage ring. Apart from the equipment here, the 4 system main cities also had massive amounts of wealth. There were at least 400,000 sets of blue-grade equipment, 40,000 sets of silver-grade equipment, and other items that were worth millions of gold coins. What was most important was the 4 system main cities. Apart from that, there were 400,000 Stage 1 soldiers' corpses and a large number of high-grade corpses. For a long time, Xiaofu wouldn't have to worry about not having enough corpses to refine. There was no need to share any of this with them. The reason why Xiaofu had given them so much equipment was because there were too many of them, and they wouldn't be able to sell them. Moreover, Xiaofu had a cooperative relationship with them, and he would have to rely on them in the future, so there was no need to make their relationship so tense. After accepting the equipment, the city lord's attitude towards Xiaofu became much better. Apart from the woman in white, the city lord's attitude towards Xiaofu became much better. Apart from the woman in white, Xiaofu understood that she was a good person, so he didn't mind her attitude too much. However, if she harmed Qin in the future, Xiaofu would still kill her. Xiaofu once again looked at the countless corpses. After hearing about their plan to reduce the number of skeletons, it wasn't as if he hadn't made preparations. Since they wanted to reduce the number of skeletons, Xiaofu naturally chose to increase the number of skeletons. By now, 2 alluring figures had appeared beside Xiaofu. They were the black and white impermanences. Before, Xiaofu had asked them how to increase the skeleton's power, and he had found out that they had a forbidden technique. This forbidden technique was called the Azura Demon Image, and Xiaofu planned to use these 10 million or so corpses as sacrifices to open the Shura Gate and summon the Azura Demon Image. The black and white impermanences used countless drops of blood to draw a massive blood-red magic formation. Zhao Fu couldn't understand this blood-red magic formation, but he could faintly sense an evil and murderous aura. As a forbidden technique, it was most likely something very dangerous. Your Majesty. Are you ready? The black and white impermanences asked Zhao Fu with a rare serious expression. Zhao Fu nodded and went to the center of the magic formation, and the black and white impermanences stood on either side of the magic formation. At that moment, Zhao Fu gathered his king's power at his fingertip and sliced his arm, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the center of the magic formation. The black and white impermanences chanted as their auras became more and more powerful and strange. Suddenly, the black and white impermanences squatted down and pressed their hands against the blood-red magic formation, causing a black aura and a white aura to enter the magic formation. The magic formation was immediately activated, and it gave off a bright blood-red light as an evil and murderous aura flowed out like a spring, causing the city lords to frown. Blood-red runes swam about like tadpoles, causing the power that the magic formation gave off to become more and more powerful. Boom! Zhao Fu pressed his hand against the blood-red magic formation, and just as he spoke, a massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red magic formation exploded out with an intense blood-red light that shot into the sky. The entire sky seemed to be stained with blood. Silently, it spread out bit by bit. That kind of evil, murderous, and hair-raising aura also quickly spread in the sky. The blood-red magic formation on the ground started to spin, and a formless and powerful energy spread out. The countless corpses in the surroundings started to melt until they turned into blood-red water. At first, it was the surrounding corpses, then the corpses that were closer, and then the corpses that were further away also started to melt. As the corpses continuously melted, more and more blood-red water gathered. Gradually, a blood-red ocean formed, and the 15 million or so corpses all melted. The blood-red ocean covered the surrounding 1,000 kilometers, giving off a shocking aura. The stench of blood could be smelled even from far away. At the center of the magic formation, Zhao Fu's hand continued to press against the magic formation, and his arm continuously bled as it entered the magic formation. Suddenly, Zhao Fu once again sent his power into the magic formation. A muffled explosion sounded out as a formless energy rippled out like a wave of light. The sea of blood started to change and the blood-red water started to spin. The entire sea of blood slowly turned into a massive vortex with the magic formation at the center. Traces of blood-red chi continuously floated out from the blood-red ocean and flew towards the magic formation. More and more blood-red chi gathered on the magic formation, and an extremely terrifying power started to form. The sky was completely covered by the blood-red light, and the evil and bloodthirsty aura spread throughout the entire region. Even from other regions, they could feel the coldness from this region, causing their hairs to stand on end. It was as if they were in purgatory. The city lords standing in the sky felt the power from the magic formation become stronger and stronger, and they all felt a sense of unease. The city lords understood that Qin was once again unleashing a terrifying technique. Thinking about the terrifying thing that 15 million creatures had unleashed, they felt quite shocked. This was not something that ordinary people could deal with. The blood-red chi on the magic formation became denser and denser, and it covered Zhao Fu's body. The dangerous aura reached its peak, as if it was a volcano that was about to erupt. At that moment, Zhao Fu once again roared, 6 paths of reincarnation. Slaughter of all living beings. Surrogate. Open. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out throughout the heavens and earth, and the nearby 100 or so regions all heard this sound. Countless people looked in that direction and instinctively felt a trace of danger. He turned his gaze to the center of the blood sea. The blood energy on the formation seemed to have been sucked into the ground. The spinning blood sea also seemed to have been sucked into the ground in just a moment. The ground turned completely blood-red, giving off a nauseating smell of blood. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed as wild gales started to blow and blood-red lightning descended from the sky. A black aura that seemed to be from hell rushed to the ground, and a soul-piercing coldness burst forth, causing the city lords to feel quite shocked. They almost couldn't help but want to stop Zhao Fu, because what Zhao Fu was using was simply too dangerous. Just from the aura alone, they could feel a great threat. However, just as they were about to stop him, they suddenly realized that if they did, they would lose all of their power. Adding on the fact that they had received benefits from Zhao Fu, the city lords did not say anything or do anything, and they instead distanced themselves from this place. A 1,000-meter long and 200-meter wide blood-red gate appeared on the ground, giving off a shocking aura. A blood-red magic formation was at the center of the gate. This blood-red gate seemed to be made of metal, and there were Shura pictures on both sides of the gate. One side was a female Shura, all of them incredibly bewitching, while the other side was a male Shura, all of them incredibly ugly and savage. The entire gate gave off an ancient and evil aura, and it was also filled with a murderous aura. Creak, a massive sound could be heard as the blood-red gate slowly opened, and a figure giving off a heaven-toppling ferocious aura slowly rose up. The surroundings fell into deathly silence, and under this terrifying aura, the city lords felt their hearts rise to their throats. Finally, a 1,000-meter tall Shura appeared. This Shura had a savage expression and a mouth full of fangs. There were 2 horns on its head, and it had a muscular body. Its hands were like sharp claws, and it wore black battle armor. It held a metal spear, and its body gave off a terrifying demonic flame. This was the Azura demon image, and its power was incredibly shocking. It was like a giant that stood between the heavens and the earth, and its aura could shake the heavens. It was much more powerful than the boss monster of a region, and even the 28 city lords added together would not be able to compare to this Azura demon image. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and looking at the Azura demon image's power, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. In the distance, the city lords could sense how terrifying the Azura demon image was, and they felt incredibly shocked. Suddenly, the Azura demon image opened its blood-red eyes and casually waved its hand, bringing with it massive power as it sent out a massive gale and slammed into Zhao Fu in the air. Bang! Zhao Fu's body flew out like a sandbag and crashed 1,000 meters away, opening up a crater that was dozens of meters wide. The city lords' expressions fell. They had never thought that the Azura demon image would go out of control and attack the person it had summoned. The black and white impermanences were also taken aback. Suddenly, the Azura demon image turned its head, its blood-red eyes filled with bloodlust as it looked at the city lords. The city lords were greatly startled and hurriedly unleashed their city lord seals, causing them to shine with rainbow light. The entire sky was filled with vibrant colors, and the sounds of so many city lords using their city lord seals were incredibly shocking. However, the Azura demon image's aura was not any weaker than the city lords. In fact, it even surpassed the city lord's aura. The sky on its side was completely blood-red, and it formed a strong opposition to the city lord's colorful sky. The Azura demon image raised its spear and gave a savage smile, not caring about these city lords at all, and it prepared to attack. Clang, 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 the sound of chains could be heard as Zhao Fu half-squatted on the ground, a trace of blood at his lips. He pressed a hand against the ground, and thousands of chains shot out from the ground towards the Azura demon image, wrapping around its body. Zhao Fu had not expected the Azura demon image's attack at all, and he had not been able to defend at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used his clan armament in time, he might have died. The countless chains tightly wrapped around the Azura demon image, and it desperately struggled. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and used his clan armament's power. His body gave off a large amount of golden light as a shocking power exploded out. The Azura demon statue continued to struggle on the ground, letting out bestial roars that shook the sky. However, the countless chains tightened and started to pull the Azura demon statue into the ground. The Azura demon statue struggled with all its might, but its body seemed to have sunk into a swamp as it slowly sank. The Azura demon statue let out an unwilling roar until it completely sank into the ground. Only then did the Azura demon statue calm down. If the Azura demon statue hadn't been summoned with Zhao Fu's blood, he wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Right now, he could only seal it underground. The Azura demon statue had no intelligence. Like a wild beast, it only had killing intent in its heart. This thing that had been summoned with 15 million corpses was actually unable to be controlled, and it could even kill its owner. It was quite a failure, but the Azura demon image's power was truly terrifying. When the city lords saw that the Azura demon statue was sealed, they let out a sigh of relief. Even with so many of them, they didn't have the confidence to face the Azura demon statue. "Your Highness, please forgive me." The 2 women, black and white impermanents, knelt on the ground and nervously asked for forgiveness from Zhao Fu. Something big almost happened because of them. Zhao Fu told them to get up, but he did not blame them. This time, he had underestimated the power of the forbidden magic and had been too arrogant. Sir, it's best not to use those things in the future, they don't even exist in this world, a city lord kindly reminded Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and said, now that the matter has been resolved, everyone can return to your respective regions. I'll send someone to inform you if there's anything else. Hearing this, the city lords left one after another. In the end, only the white-clothed woman remained. She looked at Zhao Fu and asked, what do you want this thing for? Now that she had personally seen how terrifying the Azura demon image was, the woman in white felt quite uneasy. If this person used this power, the damage he would cause would be no less than that of an undead disaster. Zhao Fu looked at her and replied, I don't know yet. At that moment, Zhao Fu wanted to use the Azura demon statue to do something. After all, this terrifying power could not be wasted, but he had not yet thought of how to use it. The white-robed woman snorted. It's best if you don't use that power. Otherwise, you might lose control of it. Not only will you draw fire to yourself, but you'll also harm the common people. With that, the white-robed woman turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. As Zhao Fu watched the white-clothed woman leave, he naturally understood that he had to be extremely careful when dealing with this matter. He couldn't afford to be careless. Following this, Zhao Fu brought over 200,000 soldiers to bring the 400,000 residents back and started to clean up the mess in the system main cities. When Zhao Fu went over, he only saw ruins and corpses all over the ground. At the center of the city, there was a protective barrier that was perfectly fine. The protective barrier of a small city was already not that easy to break. The protective barrier of a great city was even more difficult. Without some time, it would be impossible to break it. The countless skeletons were only interested in living creatures, so they had no interest in destroying this place. Zhao Fu took out a city lord's seal and deactivated the protective barrier before heading to the city hall. Looking at the golden cube floating in the air, Zhao Fu felt quite happy. This was the first system main city that he had obtained. Zhao Fu walked over and placed his hand on it. He chose to conquer it and then relocate it, and system announcements sounded out in his mind. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. System announcement. Because you are a legatee, you have conquered a system main city and obtained a large amount of the region's fate. System announcement. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 820,000 EXP. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 200 war points. The surrounding structure slowly collapsed, and Zhao Fu picked up the cube that had turned into a city creation stone and quickly chose to leave. He then went to the other 3 system main cities and chose to conquer or relocate them. Most of the system announcements were the same, but there were some other ones. For example, Zhao Fu received news that Qin City had leveled up, as well as a region announcement and a reward announcement. System announcement. The Pouring Sun region's 4 system main cities have been conquered and relocated. This region will no longer spawn players. Not only did Zhao Fu hear this region announcement, but everyone else in China also heard it. However, they were all quite shocked. The Pouring Sun region was where that massive battle had taken place. They had never thought that not only had 15 million players been slaughtered, but even the 4 system main cities had not been able to escape such a fate. Now that Qin City had obtained 4 system main cities, its power would become even more monstrous. This made countless players even more afraid of Qin City. Following this, there was another reward announcement. Congratulations! You have conquered a region and obtained a region treasure chest. This region treasure chest was a pure gold treasure chest that was as big as a palm. There were all sorts of gems and diamonds on it, and one could tell at a glance that it was a good item. After Zhao Fu opened it, a blinding golden light shined out as a 1-meter-tall tree made of crystal appeared. Zhao Fu looked at it curiously. Reality tree, a tree that contains the power of reality. It will bear 5 reality fruits every day, and anyone who consumes this fruit will be able to enter the Heaven Awakened world. Only otherworlders can consume it. After consuming the reality fruit, one would be able to enter the Heaven Awakened world from the real world, making Zhao Fu feel quite shocked. With this reality tree, Zhao Fu would be able to completely ignore all threats in the real world. After all, his body would be in the heaven-awakened world and would belong to a different world, so how could they threaten him? With Qin's power in the heaven-awakened world, he did not fear anyone. Zhao Fu had always been quite worried. He was still too weak in the real world and did not have any power at all. It could be said that he was the kind of person who could be bullied by others without daring to retaliate. Now that he had this reality tree, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about this anymore. This allowed Zhao Fu's tense heart to completely relax. However, Zhao Fu did not plan to let his body enter the heaven-awakened world because there were many things in the real world, such as intelligence reports. Moreover, he was already the proxy leader of the Ying family and had great power, so he would not be in much danger. The reality fruit should be used in times of crisis, allowing his body to enter the heaven-awakened world and eliminating all worries. After obtaining this item, Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. This might not be very useful to ordinary system factions, but to Zhao Fu, it was incredibly valuable. Cough. Seeing Qin City's massive gains, Zhao Fu wanted to laugh, but he felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The injuries he had just suffered were quite severe. Zhao Fu decided to rest for a few days. The past month or so had been quite tiring. He had been at the center of the ocean of bones every day and night, protecting the disaster cavalrymen to prevent anything unexpected from happening. He had been incredibly tense, and he couldn't relax at all. At the same time, he had destroyed 4 system main cities and obtained city creation stones. There were many things that he needed to take care of, so he returned to Qin City. Zhao Fu had the ocean of bones remain in this region for a few days while he returned to Qin City. He took out a large number of corpses and equipment and gave them to Li Si, Ba Qing, and the others to deal with. He then carefully planted the reality tree in a large flower pot. It would bear 5 reality fruits every day, which was quite important to Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu re-established 4 system main cities and appointed Bai Qi, Wei Liao, Wang Jian, and Meng Tian as city lords. They each had a city lord seal, and he ordered them to go to the Pouring Sun region to protect the disaster cavalrymen in case anything unexpected happened. Qin City now had the power of 4 system main cities, and the power it gave off was not any weaker than that of an ordinary system main city's city lord seal. Qin City had also leveled up into an intermediate city, and Zhao Fu looked at its stats. Village name, Qin City, Epic, Level, Intermediate City Village Area, 1,600 square kilometers. Village territory, 51,800 square kilometers. Popular support, 85 special stats, territory crop output plus 130%, territory crop growth time minus 130%, population limit plus 95%, resident stats plus 9, soldier stats plus 10%, population attraction plus 115%, high grade attraction plus 115%. Subsidiary village limit, 2 for 100 subordinate villages, Log Village, Jin Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. This was the current attributes of Qin City. Zhao Fu glanced at it briefly. There was nothing special about it, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. The only thing that was worth celebrating was that Qin had almost leveled up. Now that he had obtained the EXP from 4 main cities, he was halfway to becoming a great city. Once he became a great city, Qin wouldn't be far from becoming a great city. After returning to his room, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on his bed and swallowed a healing pill, slowly healing himself as he rested. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the afternoon of the second day. The orange glow of the setting sun shone into Zhao Fu's room. Zhao Fu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Zhao Fu's injuries had fully recovered, and he was full of energy. The tiredness from before had been swept away. Zhao Fu comfortably stretched and got off the bed. He opened the door to his room and was surprised to find that Xianru had been waiting outside for some time. Looking at her standing under the setting sun, it was as if there was a golden veil draped over her body. Her graceful figure, as well as her faintly discernible face, made her look incredibly beautiful. "What is it?" Zhao Fu asked. Xianru smiled as she replied, "Your Majesty, everyone knows about what happened in Guanyang City. Everyone knows about what happened at Guanyang, so I've come to congratulate your highness." Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He knew that she had come for a reason, so he said, "All right, tell me what it is." What is it? Xianru understood and slightly lowered her head as she asked, Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with the Emperor Phoenix statue? The Emperor Phoenix statue has been there for more than a month, but it hasn't received any Phoenix Chi. Your Majesty, please don't waste such a godly item. Because Zhao Fu had been so busy with the undead disaster, he had almost forgotten about this matter. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu nodded and said, Come with me. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the meeting hall and gathered many of his generals to discuss this matter. Zhao Fu had changed his mind about these ordinary people. Before, he didn't want to harm these ordinary people, so he let them off and focused on the large families. However, in this battle, they had caused great harm to Qin. If they gathered hundreds of millions of players and fought with their full strength, even if they didn't destroy the undead disaster, they would still be heavily injured, and they wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu couldn't ignore them anymore, and he had to do something. Otherwise, with so many players united, it would be incredibly difficult to deal with Qin. Right now, Qin had the undead disaster, but what if he didn't have it? With Qin's current strength, it would be incredibly difficult to win. What's more, they were undying, while Qin's soldiers would die if they died. It wouldn't be a fair battle at all. Right now, Qin had to face far too many enemies. Not only were there countless factions in the Legacy Land, but there were also true empires, kingdoms, dukedoms, and god kingdoms in the future. Zhao Fu felt that Qin's strength was still too small, and he wouldn't be able to make a decisive difference. Of course, these were all things for the future. Right now, what was most important was Zhao Fu and his subordinates, and they decided to issue a Qin writ. Anyone who had a Qin writ could establish a faction that was subordinate to Qin. As long as a faction had a Qin writ, it would receive Qin's approval, and it would be immune to Qin's attacks. Regions with Qin writ would be immune to the undead disaster, and they would also receive Qin's attention. As long as it was a faction that belonged to Qin, it wouldn't be attacked by Qin. Apart from that, any faction or person would be viewed as an enemy of Qin. Wherever the undead disaster went, it would be expelled, and the outcome would be certain death. Zhao Fu wouldn't provide any support to these factions, because they only belonged to Qin in name. He didn't even know if they were loyal or not, and he didn't want Qin to use resources to support them, only to be betrayed by them. Originally, Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to do this, but with how terrifying the undead disaster was, as well as the massacre of 15 million people, he would be able to create widespread panic and force countless people to join Qin's faction. He would also be able to use them to destroy all factions that didn't belong to Qin. As they attacked, with Qin's support, it would create an atmosphere that people would die if they didn't join Qin's faction. Perhaps this would cultivate a group of players that were loyal to Qin, but it would also make it impossible for them to deal with Qin's attacks. In this way, Qin's resistance would become smaller and smaller. With the help of the undead disaster, Qin would be able to establish a kingdom as soon as possible to deal with the crisis after the real world was devoured. After receiving the demon god's message, Zhao Fu wouldn't be so short-sighted. He also understood what would happen in the future, and how terrifying the future would be. It was hard to say whether Qin would still exist at that time. The Holy Daughter writ was to help Great Qin choose women with Phoenix Chi, and each region had to offer at least 10 of them. Of course, Great Qin could not reveal its plan to collect Phoenix Chi, so those who met the requirements of the Holy Daughter writ could not reveal their Phoenix Chi. Qin's requirements were that the women had to be between 12 and 45 years old, which was quite a big age range. Zhao Fu had wanted to set the age range to be between 18 and 30 years old, and it would be best if they were virgins. Only then would he be able to reconcile with Qin's identity. However, under Xianru's persuasion, Zhao Fu found that he was just like ordinary people, and he was bound by worldly morality. As an adult, he should only care about his own interests, while children cared about right and wrong. This was how the world worked, and as a king, he had to prioritize Qin's interests. What Qin needed was Phoenix Chi, and as long as they could provide it, he did not care about anything else. It did not matter what history said, as history was written by those who succeeded. Apart from the age range, there was another requirement, which was that the women had to be beautiful, and they had to be extremely beautiful. Ordinary women did not need to be beautiful, as the more beautiful they were, the more Phoenix Chi they would have. Moreover, the aristocratic families had to offer a woman from the main family, as they were aristocratic families and had fate legacies. It was very likely that a woman from the main family would have Phoenix Qi. At the same time, Zhaofu also wanted to take them as hostages. Aristocratic families were much more powerful than ordinary people, and it was always good to have more restrictions. Whoever became a saintess would be greatly beneficial to their family and aristocratic families. Not only would they directly belong to Qin and receive Qin's protection, but they would also receive Qin's support. Without any benefits, how could anyone become a saintess willingly? In the early stages, it was mainly voluntary, but in the later stages, it would not be so troublesome, and they could directly plunder through war. Since these ordinary people dared to oppose Qin, Zhaofu did not care about them. As for the women who became saintesses, they would be imprisoned in the palace for the rest of their lives. As for the aristocratic families, unless they were conquered by powerful forces, they would not submit. However, Qin would treat them even more cruelly than aristocratic families, as they were aristocratic families and had to be treated differently. Of course, if they surrendered willingly, Qin would treat them well. After carefully discussing all kinds of relevant matters, Qin also began to officially issue two kinds of orders to the public. It was like a meteorite falling into the sea, setting off huge waves and shaking the whole world. Qin is too barbaric and overbearing. If he doesn't join, he'll die. He even wants every region to offer him beauties. He's the only person in the world who dares to do something like this. Does he really think that he's an emperor and wants to build a huge harem? Also, we need those aged between 12 and 45. Shouldn't everyone in this age group be on the list? He's too much of a beast and too much of a scum. Everyone's original impression of Qin was that he was cruel and bloodthirsty. Now, two more impressions were added: barbaric, domineering, and licentious. Now, Qin's reputation was completely ruined. Although everyone was resentful, no one dared to say no. Compared to the resentment in their hearts, they were more afraid of Qin. If they didn't obey, they would slaughter the whole district. How could they dare to say anything? If they said that they would be suppressed by absolute power and treated inhumanely, they would no longer have any illusions about Qin. The merciless killing had proved that Qin wasn't kind or merciful, and he definitely wouldn't let them off. At this moment, many people resented the ordinary people who had participated in the Battle of Guanyang. Originally, Qin had been competing with the other factions, but ordinary people had joined in. Now, Qin had turned his anger onto everyone, and no one would have an easy time. Now, they had to join Qin's faction, or else they would be attacked by other people who had joined Qin's faction. If the undead disaster attacked, they would be expelled, and it would be almost impossible for them to survive. Under Qin's threat, many people had already submitted. The northern side's factions that had started to oppose Qin didn't have much confidence anymore, and a small portion of people wanted to surrender to Qin. The ordinary people hurriedly tried to think of ways to join Qin's faction or obtain Qin medallions. As for Holy Daughter medallions, every region had at least 10 of them. These 10 Qin medallions were not compulsory, and they were voluntary. This was because they couldn't be forced. If they didn't want to, they could just die and go to another region or not enter the Heaven Awakened world. What could they do to them? Why would they give up their bodies for a region that had nothing to do with them? In the beginning, they would rely on the benefits to attract them, but in the future, when the real world was devoured, they would no longer be able to do anything about it. If a large family wanted to join Great Qin, they had to offer up a woman from the main family. This was compulsory, and large families were different from ordinary people. They had foundations, and Great Qin could threaten them. If they did not want to be destroyed, someone had to bear the fate of the entire family. As such, this was compulsory. Zhaofu didn't think too much about this because it was Xianru who had suggested it. Zhaofu thought about it and felt that there weren't any disadvantages to it. It was all for Qin's sake, so he agreed. Xianru was naturally quite happy that Zhaofu agreed with her. This was the type of person she wanted, someone who wasn't bound by anything and only worked for the most powerful kingdom. Only such a person would be able to establish a truly peerless dynasty. Xianru didn't care too much about the ordinary people and large families, as they weren't Qin's subjects and would obstruct Qin's faction. As such, there was no need to care about their lives and deaths. All Zhaofu had to do was use them up. After hearing about the 2 decrees that Qin had issued, a high-ranking official was so angry that he slammed the table and said, "This legatee Qin is simply too lawless. He's so domineering and wants countless people's women to play with. He's a tyrant and incapable ruler, and if the world fell into his hands, how could it have a good life?" A chubby middle-aged man sighed and said, "Even if he's like this, what can we do about him? We can reduce the scale of the undead disaster, but we won't be able to stop it. It'll be very difficult to gather so many people this time, and more importantly, Qin has made us his targets. All of our region's factions will be cleared out, which will be a great loss for us. We won't be able to control our regions in the future, and this will have a great impact on us." Everyone inwardly nodded. However, there was another problem: when would the regional passageway open? They couldn't just wait like this, or else the undead disaster would have already ravaged the entirety of China. When that time came, even if the regional passageway opened, they wouldn't be able to deal with Qin at all. This matter couldn't be dealt with in a hurry, so the important governmental figures continued to discuss. The various dynasty legatees and nation legatees tried their best to resist Qin's orders. After all, Qin's undead disaster was already terrifying enough. If he could also mobilize a large number of ordinary players, they wouldn't be able to deal with him at all, and they would be at an absolute disadvantage. There was no way for them to reconcile with Qin. After all, nation legatees were enemies, and only when one side was destroyed would the other side be victorious. It was incredibly difficult for nation legatees to coexist. Moreover, everyone wanted to unify China, and there wouldn't be a second nation within their own territory. The various dynasty legatees and nation legatees definitely wouldn't submit, nor would they easily surrender. Qin definitely wouldn't let them off either. That was the relationship between nation legatees and nation legatees. By now, the northern side's factions were like a plate of loose sand, and Su Yan still hadn't found a reliable way to deal with them. The ancient clans had been discussing Qin's situation, and they were quite displeased with Qin's orders. He had massacred ordinary players and dragged everyone else in, forcing them to make a decision. Before, the undead disaster would only cause great losses to the factions, and ordinary players wouldn't suffer much. However, now that everyone had been dragged in, not a single one of them would be able to escape. For Xianxia, this is an act of destroying their foundation. However, this act of destroying their foundation was caused by the war they launched. Who can they blame? The ancient clans didn't care too much about the Holy Daughter Medallion, and the 100 schools of thought were the same. After all, Qin was only taking in women, which was normal for an emperor. Moreover, how could these women compare to the rest of the world? As such, these factions only cared about Qin's medallion, and they didn't care about the Holy Daughter Medallion. Many people guessed that the 100 Dragon Sun pill, which was ranked 10th in the Disaster Festival, had been claimed by Qin, or else he wouldn't have been able to deal with so many women. However, Huayu was different. They didn't care about the Qin token, but the Holy Maiden token. They didn't care about the situation in the world, as long as they had business to do. However, the Holy Maiden token forced women to sell their bodies, which made many women in Huayu angry. As a force made up entirely of women, they had a certain feminist ideology. They believed that women should be above men, and that men should submit to women and attach themselves to women. Everything revolved around women, not men. They wanted to build the Flower Moon Kingdom, a kingdom where women were the masters and everything depended on women. It was a kingdom where women were superior to men. Therefore, they were very angry at Qin's behavior of treating women as objects, which made them change their original idea of reconciling with Qin. When many forces were discussing Qin's 2 orders, Qin also began to carry out another plan. During the undead disaster, Zhao Fu had ordered Little Sha and a few experienced killers to continuously train the members of the Eternal Night faction, and the number of members had reached 30,000. Now was the time for them to show their worth. Zhao Fu felt that he needed some help to carry out the 2 orders. He needed to make them more afraid of Qin, so that they would give in and carry out Qin's orders. First, Zhao Fu wanted to take revenge on the 4 regions around the 8th region. These 4 regions and the 8th region had joined forces to launch this war against Qin, and they would definitely suffer Qin's crazy revenge. The 8th region had already become a wasteland, so there was no need to count it. Therefore, Zhao Fu set his sights on the other 4 regions. Originally, Zhao Fu had wanted to divide the undead disaster into 4 groups and have them invade the 4 regions separately. However, Zhao Fu was afraid that the undead disaster's power would be too scattered. If they joined forces with the other regions again and formed 4 armies of millions of soldiers to ambush the undead army, Qin might lose. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to carry out the 2 orders first to disperse the undead disaster's power. Most of the people in these 4 regions had participated in the war, and now that they had died, the 4 regions were quite empty. However, people quickly respawned. Because many of the factions in these 4 regions had died, they were still quite weak, so they were easy to deal with. Zhao Fu's order was to wipe out all of the factions, leaving no one alive. As long as he didn't go too far, they wouldn't be afraid. The 30,000 members of the Eternal Night faction were quite excited. This was their first time carrying out a mission. They all put on their black hoods and tied their hidden blades to their arms, and their eyes revealed a desire to kill. Back then, Zhao Fu had ordered Little Xia and a few other killers to train a group of killing machines, so the training was incredibly cruel. It was said that hundreds of people had been killed or injured. Even though there had been some casualties, it had ensured the Eternal Night faction's strength. It was a dark and windy night, and the temperature was quite cool, making it perfect for sleeping. It made it easy for people to relax, and it was a good time to start killing. The Eternal Night faction's people had already arrived at the 4 regions through teleportation channels and started to carry out their killing plan. One after another, human figures appeared on the roofs and streets. Right now, the system main cities were completely silent, and not a single system main city's soldiers were patrolling. After all, they had signed a contract with Zhao Fu, and they knew that the 4 city lords in the Pouring Sun region had been killed and that the system main city had been completely massacred. As such, when Zhao Fu came to find them, they didn't hesitate to agree. After all, if they didn't agree, they would suffer the same fate as the Pouring Sun region. With their strength, how could they defeat 32 city lords? Zhao Fu originally had 28 city lords, and because they had destroyed the 8th region, they had 4 more. This meant that if they didn't agree, each of them would have to face attacks from 8 city lords. After signing the contract, Zhao Fu wouldn't attack anyone from the system main cities, but he could kill players within the system main cities. In other words, even if Qin killed people on the streets, no one would care. Now, Qin's strength was enough to force the city lords to compromise. This would have been impossible before. With the system main city's tacit approval, Qin would be able to do as he pleased and infiltrate the various factions and start killing. He didn't hide his voice or smell, and pained cries sounded out in the night. The stench of blood spread out, and the entire system main city was covered in a dangerous and oppressive atmosphere, making it so that ordinary people didn't dare to leave. As for the governmental faction, ancient clans, 100 schools of thought, and Flower Moon, Zhao Fu did not plan to show mercy. They had put in a lot of effort in this battle, and Zhao Fu had already been very kind not to take revenge on them for sealing the Chaos Imperial Star. Now, they had allied together to deal with Qin. Did they really think that Qin was easy to bully? If Zhao Fu did not teach them a lesson again and again, they would continue to think that Qin would not do anything to them. Because these factions were discussing the 2 orders that Qin had given out, they had not expected Qin to suddenly attack, and they hurriedly responded. However, Qin's assassins did not care and stabbed their swords into their throats, ending their lives and completing the first killing trial. Within the governmental faction, a handsome-looking young man held a saber and faced off against 5 Qin's assassins. However, he was already greatly outnumbered, and wounds appeared on his body as he yelled, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Do you know what faction we belong to?" Ordinary people did not dare to offend governmental factions. Apart from the fact that the governmental faction was not weak, there was another reason for this: if you offended them, you would not have a good life in the real world. No one replied to him, and Great Qin did not have time to bother with him. A skinny figure suddenly attacked, and a blood-red light flashed as a long gash appeared on the young man's chest. The young man powerlessly fell to the ground, but he did not die and still had a trace of life force. Little Xia's attack was incredibly precise, and he looked at the young man on the ground in a daze before saying to the people beside him, "Take him away." A few of Qin's assassins obeyed and went to tie up the young man and fed him a few healing pills. This young man was the son of a major figure in the governmental faction, and his status was quite prestigious. Jiaofu did not kill these people and had other plans. Within the ancient clans, a valiant-looking young man held a large spear and vigorously stabbed towards Tuoba Qing. Tuoba Qing cried out and slashed out with her heavy sword, sending the young man flying and knocking him unconscious. A valiant-looking young man from the school of military lay in a pool of blood, and Wang Ergo calmly said to the people beside him, "Take him away and treat his injuries." "Yes, my lord." Several Qin assassins obeyed the order, walked over, lifted the young man's body, and left quickly. Within Flower Moon, a beautiful woman heard the sounds of fighting outside and immediately understood that the situation was bad. She wanted to leave the Heaven-awakened world, but she found that she was in battle mode and could not leave. For the time being, she didn't know which force had suddenly attacked. Now, with the release of Qin's order, everyone who didn't belong to Qin's force would be in danger. At this time, the inside of the organization was empty. There were basically not many people, and there was no way they could defend against this menacing force. She rationally chose to go to the back door, and was about to escape through the back door. However, just as she walked out, she saw a bewitching woman smiling and waiting for her. Just as she was about to do something, Lu Mei's body suddenly blurred and appeared in front of her. Lu Mei's fist landed on her abdomen, causing her to lose all ability to resist. Then, she was also taken away by several Qin assassins. Overnight, shocking news spread out that countless factions in the 4 regions had been destroyed, and many innocent ordinary people had died. Blood flowed all over the system main cities, and player corpses were everywhere. In fact, the system main cities didn't even care about people being killed on the streets. It could be seen just how arrogant Qin was. The governmental faction, ancient clans, Flower Moon, and various other factions immediately found out that their factions had been destroyed, causing them to feel both shocked and furious. Qin didn't give them any face at all and had killed all of their factions. It could be seen that Qin's attitude towards them had changed, and he wouldn't show them any mercy. Qin's cold-bloodedness forced them to take Qin seriously. This was because from now on, Qin would also act against them, and if they dared to do anything, Qin wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them all. What shocked them even more was that after Qin took away the people with high statuses in their factions, their bodies disappeared in the real world. This caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked, and they couldn't understand what was going on. How could their bodies disappear in the real world? This most likely had something to do with Qin, but they didn't know how Qin had done it. Qin didn't hide anything and announced that Qin had obtained a method to bring people from the real world into the Heaven-awakened world. Whether or not the 6 people who had been brought into the Heaven-awakened world would depend on their faction's performance. This shocked everyone in the world. Qin had obtained such a terrifying method. This meant that in the future, players would no longer be safe in the Heaven-awakened world. This officially announced that players' undying privileges would disappear. With this method, the danger level increased by more than 10 times. It wasn't just the countless factions but also ordinary people. Only when their lives were truly threatened would they feel fear. Now, who dares to say a single word about Qin? There won't be any more, as this is a true death. It's not like in the Heaven-awakened world. Now, who isn't afraid of death? All factions started to truly fear Qin, because if they lost to him, they wouldn't have any more chances. After all, how could a dead person have any chances? Under the threat of death, the countless factions felt incredibly terrified. They realized that they didn't have enough strength, so they no longer wanted to oppose Qin. They started to carry out the 2 writs that Qin had given out. Even the factions had no way to do anything, so how could ordinary people do anything? They could only obey. Qin's writs and Holy Daughter writs quickly spread throughout China, and many people asked how to obtain Qin's writs. As for how to obtain Holy Daughter writs, it was very detailed. As long as one was an exquisite beauty, it would be fine. Women from large families could also obtain Holy Daughter writs. In actuality, Holy Daughter writs could also be used as Qin's writs, as the factions that had Holy Daughter writs also belonged to Qin. However, they were slightly different. One required a woman to fulfill certain conditions, while the other required some other conditions. The factions that obtained Holy Daughter writs would also receive some support from Qin, while those that obtained Qin's writs would not receive any support, and they wouldn't be as important as holy daughter writs. As for how to obtain Qin's writs, Zhaofu wanted to quickly expand it, so he didn't set any strict conditions. If one fulfilled all of the conditions, they could go to the Ying family to obtain Qin's writs and obtain Qin's acknowledgement. This caused people from all over China to go to the Ying family. Many foreign factions saw how powerful Qin was and wanted to obtain Qin's writs. After Qin swept through China, they would be next. The Ying family's family leaders followed Zhao Fu's orders and gave out Qin's decrees with smiles on their faces. Looking at the sea of people, they felt that it wouldn't be long before Qin would be able to restore the Ying kingdom. The mission that had been passed down for thousands of years was finally going to be fulfilled in their generation, so how could they not feel happy? At the same time, they did not like that Qin's legacy had been obtained by someone from the collateral family, and they did not approve of it. They felt that this was a humiliation to the Ying family, but now, it seemed that they were quite glad that he had obtained Qin's legacy. Now, let alone the Ying family, no one in the world could rival him. The other dynasty legatees were also weaker than him, and he was fated to be someone like the founding emperor. With him as Qin's legatee, the Ying family was truly fortunate. What do you think we should do? My son is in their hands, and if we do anything, with Qin's temper, he won't hesitate to kill my son. A bearded middle-aged man anxiously said to the others. The governmental faction had been discussing how to deal with Qin, but they had never thought that Qin would suddenly reveal a method to bring people from the real world into the heaven-awakened world. They had no idea how Qin had obtained this. If the heaven-awakened world devoured the real world in the future, it would not be strange for their bodies to be brought into the heaven-awakened world. However, this method was simply too shocking. A square-faced middle-aged man said, "Old Zhou, don't worry. Your son should be fine, and we're currently discussing this. We'll give you a satisfactory answer." Hearing this, the bearded middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. An elder from the Xingtian clan said angrily, "Qin's legatee has gone too far. Not only did he slaughter all of our people, but he also took one of our direct descendants hostage. Now that he has such a method, who would dare to make an enemy out of him?" An elder said, "I told you long ago that Qin isn't someone to be trifled with. Forget about sealing the Emperor's star, but we've done many things against him, so how could he not take revenge on us? We have no choice but to negotiate. Even though the undead disaster will greatly damage China's vitality, it will also create a powerful empire. Moreover, since the undead disaster will sweep through China, it will also sweep through other regions. In terms of strength, China will be about the same as the other regions." The other elders nodded, agreeing with this idea and advocating peace talks. A woman in Flower Moon said, 14th sister has been imprisoned by Qin. Not only does Qin have an unstoppable undead disaster, but he also has such a terrifying ability. Almost no one dares to make a move against Qin. If we want to go against Qin by ourselves, we'll undoubtedly be seeking death. Also, if we make a move, Qin will immediately kill 14th sister. Let's negotiate peace. This is already a foregone conclusion, and there's no faction that can stop Qin. The other women felt some fear towards Qin because they knew that if they went against Qin and fell into Qin's hands, the only outcome would be death. In fact, they might even suffer a fate worse than death. It seemed that Qin's legatee was interested in beauties, and if they fell into Qin's hands, they would be used as sex toys. They would be toyed with by him every day. As such, the women didn't want to say anything and agreed to negotiate peace. Seeing this, the mature woman could only sigh and say, "All right, I'll give it to you. Let's carry out the plan to reconcile with Qin." "Big sis. Can you leave this to me?" Suddenly, Su Yuyan, who was sitting to the side, spoke to the mature woman. The mature woman thought about it and felt that Su Yuyan seemed quite confident, so she nodded and left the negotiation to her. Facing the current Qin, the factions didn't have much confidence in resisting, so they started to negotiate. As more and more people started to negotiate, the northern side's Qin resistance alliance was on the verge of collapse. Within Qin city, Zhaofu was wearing his cloak as he sat on a chair. Below him stood 6 people. There were 4 men and 2 women, and they were all important figures of the various factions. Back then, Zhaofu had captured them to use as hostages and showed them the method that Qin had obtained to bring bodies from the real world into the heaven-awakened world. Adding on the fact that his family had been destroyed, countless people felt a deep fear towards Qin. From the very beginning, Zhao Fu had never wanted ordinary people to like Qin. Instead, he wanted them to feel fear and respect. As for the method to bring their bodies into the heaven-awakened world, of course, it was through Zhao Fu using reality fruits. After 2 days, the reality tree had produced 10 reality fruits, and 6 of them had been used by them. As for the remaining 4, Zhao Fu kept one for himself in case of danger. The 6 people below all nervously stood there. They knew that their bodies had already entered the heaven-awakened world and could never leave. Once they died, they would truly die, and their lives would be decided by the person above them with a single thought. Moreover, they knew who the person sitting above them was. It was the incredibly ferocious and bloodthirsty legatee Qin. The outside world had always heard how terrifying he was, and now that the 6 of them were standing under his aura, they started to feel quite afraid. Zhao Fu could sense their nervousness and laughed as he said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you right now. It depends on your faction's performance. Just stay in Qin City, and I won't mistreat you." Hearing this, the 6 people let out a sigh of relief. Their lives had been saved for now. A handsome young man from the governmental faction said, "In actuality, the Zhou family has no intention of becoming enemies with Qin, but the situation forced us to do so. Please let me go, Your Majesty. The Zhou family will never become enemies with Qin again." After he spoke, the woman from Flower Moon also said, "Flower Moon has no intention of offending Qin either. We were just doing business, so please let me go. In the future, Flower Moon will never become enemies with Qin, and we can even cooperate with Qin in many ways." The remaining people all said the same thing. They weren't stupid, they knew that they could die at any moment if they stayed here. They understood that after that battle, countless factions had given up on becoming enemies with Qin, and their factions had long since given up on opposing Qin. However, one person coldly harumphed and said to the other 5 people, "Weaklings." This person was from the Xingtian clan, and Xingtian was a war god from ancient legends. He had heaven-toppling power and was extremely warlike. However, that was the Xingtian of legends. In the real world, the Xingtian clan's people were all warlike as well. Zhao Fu didn't care about their words. Since he had brought them to Qin City, it was almost impossible for them to return alive. As such, he couldn't agree to their request. However, after looking at the Xingtian clan member, Zhao Fu felt that he was quite courageous, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. Even though his aura was weaker than Zhao Fu's, he seemed to like fighting. "I'll think about it. You can all leave now." Even though Zhao Fu had already made his decision, he didn't completely refuse them. He gave them a bit of hope and told them to stay here. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the other 5 people obediently prepared to leave. However, that Xingtian clan member suddenly said, "Emperor Qin. If we had 30 million soldiers in that battle, we definitely wouldn't have lost so miserably. At the very least, our plan would have succeeded." Zhao Fu frowned. This Xingtian clan member was quite arrogant and seemed quite disobedient. So what? There are no ifs in war, only wins and losses. In the end, you'll lose, and I, Qin, will win. Zhao Fu said calmly as his gaze fell on that Xingtian clan member. "Humph." The Xingtian clan member coldly harumphed and loudly said, "That's because your Qin is good." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Fu pointed with his finger, and a terrifying power shot out from his finger, sending the young man flying back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. In the entire Qin city, no one had ever dared to speak to Zhao Fu like this in the main hall. Did they really think that Zhao Fu was a good person? This young man was quite stubborn, and this had something to do with Zhao Fu. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still of some use to Zhao Fu would have killed him. The main hall immediately fell into a serious atmosphere, and the other 5 people felt quite startled. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to do anything as they thought to themselves, "Emperor Qin is indeed incredibly ruthless. Take them away." Zhao Fu wasn't interested in paying attention to this group of people, and a few soldiers prepared to take them away. "Your Highness." Xianru's eyes flashed with a violet light and a trace of a smile appeared on her face as she spoke to Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a bit confused, but after thinking about it, he understood. He waved his hand and signaled for the soldiers to take the other 4 men away, leaving only the two women behind. Both of them started to feel uneasy. They have phoenix chi? Zhao turned to Xianru and asked. Xianru smiled and nodded as she replied, they have quite a bit of phoenix chi, so your majesty should start sending phoenix chi into the Emperor Phoenix statue. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the two women again. They were both in their early 20s, and there was nothing to say about their appearances. Their facial features were delicate, their skin was fair, and their figures were slim. They were considered to be pretty beauties. This wasn't just because they had a lot of phoenix chi. The reason they had a lot of phoenix chi was because one of them was a member of Flower Moon. Flower Moon was one of the two most ancient factions in China, so Zhao Fu naturally knew about it. The Flower Moon appeared a little later than the ancient clans, but it also had thousands of years of history. Not only was it powerful, but the luck it had gathered was also not weak. Otherwise, it would not have existed for so long. The other was the head of an aristocratic family. He had obtained an aristocratic family's legacy, so his luck was not weak either. Zhao Fu also understood that only with the support of great luck would there be more phoenix chi born. He knew some of the reasons for the amount of phoenix chi. What are your names? Zhao Fu looked at the two women and asked. The two women had a bad premonition, but they couldn't disobey Zhao Fu's words. They knew what would happen to them. The one on the left belonged to Huayu, and she was a sweet-looking woman. My name is Miao Qianmeng. The one on the right belonged to an aristocratic family, and it was a mature and knowledgeable woman. She also bowed and said, Your Majesty. My name is Bai Qin. Zhao Fu nodded and looked at Xianru. Xianru picked up a brush and quickly wrote 2 pieces of paper before looking at Zhao Fu and nodding. Let's go. Zhao Fu said as he walked down from above. They obediently followed behind Zhao Fu, and the bad premonition in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Xianru rolled up the 2 pieces of paper and followed behind Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu brought them to a tall stage, the Heaven Prayer Platform. This was the first time Miao Qianmeng and Bai Qin had seen a legatee's Heaven Prayer Platform, and they both looked quite curious. Zhao Fu came to the Emperor Phoenix statue and took the 2 pieces of paper from Xianru before taking out the Imperial Ruler's Seal. Now that he had the Imperial Ruler's Seal, which contained great fate, he could directly confer titles to the 2 of them. Otherwise, he would have to go through a ceremony. You two, stand properly. Zhao Fu looked down at the words on the paper before looking up at Miao Qianmeng and Bai Qin. Hearing this, Miao Qianmeng and Bai Qin immediately obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and straightened their bodies as they looked at Zhao Fu in confusion. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a formless energy spread out, lifting the 2 pieces of paper into the air before spreading them out. Zhao Fu pressed the Imperial Ruler's seal against the 2 pieces of paper. The 2 ordinary pieces of paper immediately gave off rays of dignified and solemn golden light, making them seem quite extraordinary. Wu. Emperor Qin, the future ruler of the Qin Empire, I hereby bestow upon you the titles of imperial concubines, and you will now officially become Emperor Qin's imperial concubines. After speaking, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the 2 pieces of paper turned into rays of golden light that shot into the 2 women's bodies. Miao Qianmeng and Bai Qin still didn't understand what was going on. It seemed that they had been made imperial concubines by Emperor Qin. However, it had been so simple and fast that they hadn't been able to react at all. Zhao Fu looked at the 2 women, and after conferring the titles, a phoenix cry sounded out as golden auras rose up from the 2 women's bodies, causing them to feel incredibly shocked. The golden auras seemed to be attracted by something, and they floated towards the Emperor Phoenix statue and fused into it. After fusing with the golden auras, the Emperor Phoenix statue seemed to have gained life and came to life. The Emperor Phoenix statue flapped its wings, twisted its body, and raised its feet. Its movements were quite rusty, but it quickly adapted to its body. Soon, the Emperor Phoenix's movements became incredibly nimble, and it flew in the sky. Its body was made of crystal, and it gave off waves of golden light. It looked like a living Emperor Phoenix, and it gave off a massive aura. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. The Emperor Phoenix statue had only obtained the Phoenix Chi from these 2 women, and it already had such power. If it obtained more Phoenix Chi, it would become even more powerful, and if it had a massive amount of Phoenix Chi, it might not be any weaker than a clan armament. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he ordered people to bring Miao Qianmeng and Bai Yiqin away and told them to treat them well. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu found that countless factions' representatives had gathered at the Ying family's residence. A luxurious hall was filled with people, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. The people who had come were all rich and noble, and they wore beautiful clothes and spoke elegantly. Following this, a young man walked in with a group of bodyguards, causing everyone to fall silent. Countless people's gazes gathered on the young man's body. Reconciliation. Zhao Fu agreed. He wanted to reduce the resistance. If they destroyed them one by one, it would take too much time and effort, and they would definitely resist to the death. Qin was mainly relying on the undead disaster. Even though it seemed like the undead disaster was unstoppable, if they gathered a few teams of 20 million players and worked together, they would still be able to destroy the undead army. In the previous battle, they had lost because they had been too confident and had not been united. Most of them were ordinary people who had never seen such battles before, so it was impossible for them to work together. Zhao Fu wanted the undead disaster to grow to a point where no one could stop it. Right now, Zhao Fu felt that it was only a small matter. There were roughly 2,000 regions in the northern side of the Midland continent, and after 1.5 months, the undead army had only reached the 8th region. At this rate, how long would it take for them to ravage the entire northern side? And how long would it take for them to ravage all of China? And how long would it take for them to ravage the entire world? At such a slow rate, it was likely that the heaven-awakened world would devour the real world before they finished ravaging all of China. The system would not allow this legacy land to develop endlessly. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to speed up the process and reduce unnecessary resistance. When the undead disaster reached a point where it could destroy the heavens and earth, it would not be too late to deal with them. Instead, it would be much easier. Zhao Fu went on stage and said a few words, indicating that Qin was willing to reconcile, causing the countless factions' representatives to let out a sigh of relief. He also said that peace was the most beautiful thing, and that Chinese people should not fight Chinese people, and that all of China should be united. Zhao Fu casually listened to these words and did not pay them much mind. Some people even praised Zhao Fu for his contributions to China's pacifism, making Zhao Fu unable to help but laugh. Now, with the abundance of materials, life was getting better and better, and there were more and more saints. Of course, Qin's ultimate goal was also peace. But now, after the war, there are many powerful figures. In the future, the entire human race will face a catastrophe. Can there be peace? Zhao Fu casually replied with a few words. Because he was worried about these forces, Zhao Fu also put forward some conditions. He couldn't let them go against Qin just because they wanted to, so he asked them to make some compensation. In truth, Zhao Fu had originally wanted to ask each faction to provide a hostage. But after thinking about it, if there really was a huge profit to be made, then a direct disciple wouldn't count for anything. It would be better to just directly ask for some benefits. As for compensation, all the major forces were willing to accept it. What they wanted the most right now was to resolve this matter peacefully. The compensation would be given in the heaven-awakened world and not in the real world. Only the Ying family could take care of the real world, but if anything happened, the Ying family would be hated by all of the factions. Now, Zhao Fu didn't want the Ying family to be destroyed. On one hand, the Ying family's performance was quite good, and on the other hand, they would be of great help in the real world. As such, Zhao Fu had created the impression that the Ying family wasn't much to Qin's legatee, making it unnecessary for it to attract so much hatred. The negotiations concluded very quickly, and everyone left. Only 6 factions people remained. Of course, they had important people in Zhao Fu's hands, and they were the 6 people Zhao Fu had imprisoned. A resolute-looking young man walked over. He was most likely a member of the government, and he gave off the aura of a soldier. I wonder if Qin can release my little brother. The others also asked, asking Qin to release the hostages. Zhao Fu smiled and immediately refused, saying, "They're doing very well, and they have food and water in Qin City. You don't have to worry about anything." A rough-looking, white-bearded elder unhappily yelled, "No. You must release the Xingtian clan's people." Zhao Fu frowned. Since they didn't want to listen to him, there was no need for Zhao Fu to say anything else. His voice became cold as he said, I won't release them. As the price for opposing Qin, if you can maintain good relations with Qin, Qin can consider releasing them. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the white-bearded elder felt quite angry. He clenched his fists and prepared to attack Zhao Fu, but in consideration of the entire ancient clans, he endured it and angrily turned and left. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to leave as well. However, there was one person who stayed, an extremely beautiful woman, Su Yuyan. Su Yuyan looked at Zhao Fu with a complicated expression. Back at the banquet, she had some impression of Zhao Fu, mainly because he had been brought in by Wu Qingyang. The Wu family had always had good taste in men, so she was surrounded by all sorts of men. Most importantly, all of them had great potential. Su Yuyan had started to investigate Zhao Fu, and after finding out that he was just an unremarkable minor figure, she hadn't paid much attention to him. However, she had never thought that such an unremarkable minor figure would suddenly become the acting leader of the Ying family and the representative of Qin's legatee, making countless factions, large and small, respect him. She had heard that he also had King's fate, but normally, it was impossible for two people with King's fates to get along. It was like how a mountain could not contain two tigers. She had never expected that Imperial Prince Qin would treat Zhao Fu so well and hand over all of his power to him. No matter how Su Yuyan thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. However, with Prince Qin's extraordinary way of thinking, ordinary people wouldn't be able to figure it out. As Qin City continued to expand, perhaps Zhao Fu would also become very important. Thinking of this, Su Yuyan smiled, Hello. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Fu also knew the Su Yuyan. She was a super popular celebrity. Before Zhao Fu was a university student, he already knew of her. He had seen her in person at the last banquet, but the two of them didn't have any interaction at that time. What's the matter? Zhao Fu gave a gentle smile and nodded before asking, What is it? This wasn't because Zhao Fu treated women well. If others treated Zhao Fu with respect, then Zhao Fu would treat them with respect as well. I'm from Flower Moon. Can you let my 14th sister go? Su Yuyan smiled and didn't hide anything as she spoke her purpose. Even though he knew that Su Yuyan was a member of Flower Moon, Zhao Fu still wouldn't let her go. After all, Miao Qianming had already been conferred the title of imperial concubine and provided Phoenix Chi for the Emperor Phoenix statue. She was much more useful than anyone else, so Zhao Fu refused, saying, I'm sorry. Miss Su, I can't agree to this. Su Yuyan wasn't surprised, and she still smiled as she said, Flower Moon can help Qin achieve greatness. With Flower Moon's support, Qin's life will be much more convenient. This made Zhao Fu feel quite tempted. With the massive support of Flower Moon, Qin wouldn't lack any resources or information, which would make things much more convenient for him and allow him to develop more quickly. However, Zhao Fu still refused. On one hand, Miao Qianming's Phoenix Chi was quite important, and on the other hand, Zhao Fu didn't want any factions to infiltrate Qin. In the future, when Qin was truly powerful, he would consider cooperating with them. Su Yuyan felt quite surprised. There was no reason for Zhao Fu to refuse. It was evident that Qin would receive great benefits if he cooperated with Flower Moon. Why would he refuse? It was just releasing a hostage, it was quite simple. In the face of massive benefits, it was nothing. Can you tell me why? Su Yuyan asked as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. How could he tell her? He directly said, no matter what, it's impossible for her to be released. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Hearing this, Su Yuyan felt quite surprised. From Zhao Fu's tone, it seemed that 14th sister had become very important to Qin. Could it be that Emperor Qin really likes beauties and is interested in 14th sister? Is that why he can't release her? Thinking about how 14th sister has to be humiliated every day, Su Yuyan thought about it and made a decision. She said to Zhao Fu, Mr. Zhao, I can exchange someone for you. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, Who is it? Su Yuyan answered seriously, He is Li Wu. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. Back when Zhao Fu had heard that Li Wu had been rescued, he hadn't known who it had been. Now that he thought about it, it was most likely Su Yuyan who had sent people to rescue him. However, Zhao Fu had never placed Li Wu in his eyes, so he hadn't paid much attention to him. Miss Su. Do you think that I would trade such an insignificant person with an important member of Flower Moon? That Li Wu Qin didn't take it seriously at all. Well, Miss Su, I have something to do, so I have to leave now. After saying that, Zhao Fu didn't want to continue and led his people to the side. Su Yuyan watched as Zhao Fu left under the protection of countless bodyguards. There was nothing she could do. She could only sigh and leave. Li Wu was currently within a villa. Back when Su Yuyan had found out that the Ying family wanted to kill Li Wu, she had felt that Li Wu had some ability. As such, she decided to nurture him and make him one of her chess pieces. Li Wu felt quite embarrassed after being saved by Su Yuyan. His noble and luxurious Emperor Qin's clothes had been cruelly ripped off, and now, he was nothing but a lowly, ordinary person. He didn't even know how to face Su Yuyan. However, Su Yuyan didn't say anything because she knew that he was fake. She had encouraged him and helped him regain his confidence. This made Li Wu feel quite grateful, and he just wanted to develop his faction and marry Su Yuyan. However, what he didn't know was that Su Yuyan had almost sold him out. Back in the Heaven-Awakened world, Zhao Fu had already arrived at the 8th region. He stood in the sky and looked down at the boundless ocean of bones. He gave the order for the ocean of bones to split into 4 groups, and the 10 disaster cavalrymen were split into 4 groups to act as the core of the ocean of bones. The 10 disaster cavalrymen rode on their skeleton horses and drew their black swords, sending out formless ripples that caused the ocean of bones to split into 4 groups and advance in different directions. Now that Zhao Fu had split the ocean of bones into 4 groups, he didn't have to worry about them gathering players to attack the ocean of bones. This was because of the Qin's decree and the countless factions' demands for peace, so even if there were people with ill intentions, they wouldn't be able to gather so many people. Now that the ocean of bones had split into 4 groups, even though they couldn't use undead disaster anymore, the skeleton mages could continuously summon skeletons, causing the ocean of bones to continuously grow. Once it reached a certain size, the 10 disaster cavalrymen would be able to create 10 groups of undead skeletons that would attack from different directions. This way, the expansion of the ocean of bones would be much faster. The first group of skeletons had already entered the 1st region, and the second group had already entered the 2nd region. Just as the 3rd group was about to enter the 3rd region, something unexpected happened. A system announcement sounded out, and everyone in the northern region received this system announcement, making them feel quite surprised. System announcement. A major regional event has occurred, and the undead calamity has wreaked havoc. The entire northern side has been enveloped by the will of death, and anyone who dies will be turned into undead within 3 days. Killing undead will give you some rewards, and the northern region's paths have been temporarily opened. During this time, everyone can freely travel to any region. This caused Zhao Fu's expression to fall. Most importantly, the northern region's paths had been temporarily opened, meaning that the northern region's players could freely travel between regions. This meant that Qin's greatest advantage was gone. Before, Qin had been able to fight against all of China because the paths between regions had not been opened. As such, they were unable to gather their strength, and Qin could destroy them one by one. They were unable to resist, so they were afraid of Qin, which was why they had chosen to compromise. Otherwise, why would they submit to him? However, this advantage was gone, and the northern region's players could freely travel between regions. They could gather all of their strength, and once the northern region's factions allied together to deal with Qin, Qin would definitely lose. With Qin's current strength, how could he stop them? There were more than 300 million players in the northern region, and there were countless villages that the players had developed. How could Qin win? Even with the undead disaster's current scale, it was impossible for him to stop them. This system announcement was simply tricking Qin, causing Qin, who originally had the absolute advantage, to be at a disadvantage, and he might even be destroyed. Moreover, there were rewards for killing undead. Wasn't this just trying to attract others to oppose Great Qin? This was simply too much. Even now, Zhao Fu still didn't understand what was going on and why such a major incident had occurred. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu felt that it was because his undead disaster had killed too many people and was too destructive, so the system had to suppress it. Ha ha ha, after receiving this system announcement, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh, even the heavens are helping me. Because of this system announcement, all of the factions that had been negotiating with Great Qin stopped what they were doing and started to discuss. The other factions all felt incredibly excited. Wasn't this the same as the heavens wanting to destroy Qin? If they could mobilize all of the northern side's factions, how could Qin stop them? They would definitely lose. No dynasty has any hope of winning against so many factions. Qin had been incredibly domineering and arrogant, and he had killed countless people. Now, he was going to receive his retribution. The countless ordinary people, who had been suppressed by Great Qin, felt indescribably happy. They were finally able to vent their frustrations, and all of their suppressed anger exploded out. The fear that Great Qin had caused also disappeared as a system announcement appeared. The implementation of Qin's writs and the Holy Daughter writs also stopped because of the changes in the northern side. Now, the entire world's attention was once again focused on the northern side, waiting to see how the situation in the northern side would develop. Su Yan raised the flag of the anti-Qin rebellion and started to incite rebellion with the slogan "Destroying Qin by the heavens." Qin will definitely lose this time. Even the system has prepared an opportunity for us to destroy Qin. Are we going to miss this great opportunity? Do you want to endure its atrocities forever? Do you want to kneel at its feet? Do you want to live in its shadows and fear forever? Don't hesitate anymore, fight for a better future. Those who can't stand Qin's brutality, fight. Qin will definitely be destroyed this time, and even if Qin has the undead disaster, he won't be able to stop so many of us. Now that the northern side's regions had been opened up, countless players could gather together, and as their power gathered, a terrifying wave of players was formed. The factions that had reached an agreement with Great Qin didn't hesitate to tear off all pretenses and join the resistance against Great Qin. Before, just 5 regions had been enough to suppress the undead disaster, and now that there were 2,000 of them, how could Great Qin win? Compared to the humiliating peace, these factions wanted to destroy Qin more. Once Qin was destroyed, there would no longer be any faction that could threaten them in the northern side. Destroying Qin by the heavens. Destroying Qin by the heavens. Destroying Qin by the heavens. Countless cheers sounded out in the system main cities, and countless people were incredibly excited. Wherever there was oppression, there would be resistance. Before, Qin's Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs had caused countless people to complain, and it was only because of the fear of the undead disaster that they had submitted. However, it was different now. They could gather the power of all the factions in the north. With such a huge force, not to mention the Qin state, even the 5 great dynasties would be destroyed. In an instant, their surging momentum completely suppressed the Qin state. On Qin's side, there was dead silence. This time, Zhao Fu had completely miscalculated. The 2 orders issued by Qin had aroused the anger of most people. There were definitely many people who wanted to kill Qin. In fact, they forced Qin to issue the Order of the Qin clan and the Order of the Holy Virgin. If they hadn't participated in it, Zhao Fu wouldn't have issued these 2 orders. Zhao Fu wanted to use undead disaster and reality fruit to cause widespread panic and force them to submit. This would naturally enrage them, so not only would Qin have to face countless factions, but he would also have to face countless players. There was nothing wrong with the Qin medallion and the Holy Daughter medallion. However, because of this incident, the 2 medallions had attracted so much hatred. This was something that Zhao Fu had never expected. The hall was deathly silent, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone's face was solemn. Wei Liao walked out and cupped his hands as he said in a serious tone, "Your Majesty, this is not a small matter. I think we should be ready to move Qin City at any time. There are countless citizens there. With such a huge force, Qin City will not be able to resist it." Wang Jian also stood up and said, "This subordinate agrees with Wei Liao's thoughts. As long as Qin's foundation is not destroyed, there is still a chance for him to make a comeback." Bai Qi deeply frowned, and his expression became serious. With Qin City's strength, it was impossible for them to resist the northern side's forces. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were useless. Even though Bai Qi didn't want to admit it, Qin City was going to lose this time. Zhao Fu sat on the throne, feeling a headache coming on, and he sighed as he said, "Is there really no way to stop the northern side's forces?" The hall fell silent, and no one could think of a way to defend against hundreds of millions of players. Suddenly, Li Si walked out and cupped his hands as he said, "Your Majesty. Why don't Qin City negotiate with them? There's no other way right now. Your Majesty. If there's a negotiation, I'm willing to go, this is something I'm good at." Xianxia also stepped out and bowed as he cupped his hands. "All right. You can all leave," Zhao Fu said as he rubbed his head. Facing such a great disaster, the general's expressions were quite grim, and they obeyed and left the hall. In the end, only Zhao Fu was left, silently thinking to himself. "Do you guys think we should get involved? Qin's actions are so barbaric and domineering, so I feel that we should support him in destroying Qin City. After all, Qin City will definitely lose this time." A square-faced middle-aged man sat at a table and said to the other important members of the government. The others nodded in agreement, as it was possible that the heavens would truly destroy Qin City this time. "What about old Zhou's son? If we make a move, his son will definitely die," a skinny middle-aged man suddenly said. The square-faced middle-aged man coldly harumphed, "In the face of such a major event, what's the big deal about one person dying? Old Zhou's son will be sacrificing his life for the country." Hearing his words, no one said anything else. A white-haired elder from the ancient clan said, "I never thought that the situation would change so quickly. This system announcement was too unexpected, and Qin City might not be able to escape. What should we do? We don't need to do anything. Qin City is so arrogant, and he deserves it. Moreover, even we can't stop such a massive northern faction," the white-haired elder, who was the leader of the Xingtian clan, replied. The other elders thought about it and realized that this was not something that they could interfere with, so they could only sigh and say, "Qin City was originally the dynasty with the most potential in China, but it's going to end up like this." The women in the flower moon were also discussing, and a quiet woman said, "Let's not do anything. It doesn't matter if we participate or not. After all, Qin City will definitely lose. If we don't participate, 14th sister will probably be able to survive." The other women also nodded in understanding. The mature woman on the top also made the decision not to participate. Su Yuyan had never thought that the situation would change so quickly, and that the arrogant Qin City would end up like this. After the lesson from last time, the northern side's factions did not dare to be careless at all. Even though they had an absolute advantage in numbers, they still made all sorts of preparations. After all, they knew that they were facing Qin. With how terrifying Qin was, perhaps he really did have some terrifying trump cards. As such, they had to make ample preparations to destroy Qin. If they could destroy Qin, everything would be worth it. They would be able to get rid of the greatest threat in the Heaven-Awakened world, and they would have even more opportunities in the future. Moreover, if they could take down Qin, the benefits would be immense. Just the 4 system main cities that Qin had obtained would be enough to make countless dynasty legatees envious, and there might even be other good things. For example, the core item that Qin had used to create the undead disaster, as well as the item that could bring people from the real world into the Heaven-Awakened world. For Qin to be at the top of the pyramid and be feared by countless dynasty legatees, it definitely had countless precious treasures. This was enough to make them go crazy. Even if they only obtained one, it would be incredibly beneficial to them. It was evident just how tempting Qin was to them. In order to obtain enough things to deal with the undead, they all sought help from the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the Vatican's branch in China. Many people in China believed in God, so the Vatican also had a branch in China, and it was quite powerful. As the northern side's factions made all sorts of preparations, Zhao Fu, who was sitting alone in the hall, finally made his decision. His eyes gave off a dense killing intent as he said, "Since they're afraid that I'll kill too many people and do such a thing, if Qin dies, I'll drag the entire Heaven-Awakened world down with me." "Li Si. Xianxia. You two, come in." Zhao Fu made his decision and called out to Li Si and Xianxia, who were waiting outside. Li Si and Xianxia walked in, thinking that Zhao Fu had decided to negotiate. Otherwise, Qin really wouldn't have the power to stop them. The two of them asked simultaneously, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have?" Zhao Fu said, "Check how much food Qin has. It's best to have enough food to feed all of Qin for 5 years. Check other materials as well. If you don't have enough, you can buy more." Also, buy all the talismans that can defend against ghosts from the market. This matter concerns the survival of Qin, so don't be stingy and buy them in large quantities. Then, everyone in Qin City should stop all work and build an underground city under Qin City as soon as possible. It should be big enough to accommodate everyone in Qin City. After hearing Zhao Fu's orders, Li Si and Wang Chong were stunned. They didn't understand why Zhao Fu didn't send them to negotiate for peace, but to prepare for these things that they didn't understand. However, since it was Zhao Fu's orders, they would carry them out seriously. Yes. Your Highness. The two of them obeyed and quickly turned to leave. Zhao Fu summoned the black and white impermanences again and brought them to the 8th region to begin his plan. According to the original plan, the 4 groups of undead continued to invade 4 regions. There were very few players in these 4 regions, as most of them had died in the previous battle. Then, they had been massacred by Qin City, so it wasn't easy for them to replenish their numbers. After invading these 4 regions, the system announcement stated that the Will of Death had covered the entire northern side. After dying for 3 days, corpses would become undead, which would be of great help to the undead disaster. With the Will of Death, the skeleton's power would also increase. Moreover, after dying for 3 days, corpses would become undead. This meant that all creatures that had died recently would become undead, which would greatly increase the undead ocean of bones. However, the undead that these creatures had become didn't have a disaster attribute, so they were relatively weak. Moreover, they weren't summoned by the disaster cavalrymen, so they couldn't be guided. However, because of the undead's nature, they would follow the undead. After entering the 4 regions, even though the undead had been split into 4 groups, their auras weren't weak at all, and they were just as terrifying. Rumble, the sea of white bones was like a mountain flood, giving off terrifying sounds. It was like a real mountain flood, destroying everything in its path. The immense death aura also arrived, causing the ground to die and the plants to wither, losing all life. Under this terrifying aura, tens of thousands of birds flew away in fear and beasts madly ran away. A beast tide was formed, and sensing the auras of living creatures, the countless skeletons became excited. They gave off evil and eerie laughter as they rushed at these creatures. A massacre once again unfolded. Following this, the undead ocean of bones continued to massacre, but the scale of the massacre didn't increase at all. After all, almost all of the skeleton mages were left in the 8th region. In order to make sure that all of them stayed, the disaster cavalrymen gave the skeleton mages the number of skeletons that they could lead. Before, the disaster cavalrymen could lead 300 skeletons, and now that they were Lord-class skeletons, they could lead 3,000 skeletons each. Because these 30,000 skeleton mages were completely controlled, they weren't like the other skeletons, and they could directly listen to Zhao Fu's orders. On one side, the undead ocean of bones madly slaughtered, while on the other side, countless skeleton mages stood by Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and cut his wrist, allowing his blood to continuously drip onto the ground. The black and white impermanences performed hand seals, causing their hands to flash with black and white lights as they cast various curses. The northern side's factions had successfully obtained the support of the Taoists, Buddhist sects, and Christian churches. The Taoists could provide a large number of talismans, the Buddhist sects could give Buddha's light, and the Christian church could provide holy water. They could also make special equipment that dealt great damage to the undead. The school of Taoism, the Buddhist sect, and the Vatican were all righteous factions, and they were quite disgusted by Great Qin's undead disaster, as it had caused too many creatures to die. The school of Taoism was fine, as they did not like killing, but how could the merciful Buddhist sect and the Vatican, which were both righteous and righteous, tolerate Great Qin's slaughtering? During the last battle, they had wanted to help the northern side's factions stop Qin's undead disaster, but because of the various regions, they had been unable to do so. However, things were different now. All of China's northern side's paths had been opened, and they could freely go to any system main city. As such, they could naturally help the northern side's factions. With their full support, the northern side's power to resist the undead greatly increased, making them even more confident. It wasn't just the Taoists, Buddhist sects, and Christian churches that supported them, there were many other factions as well. For example, the School of Military sent many of their disciples to lead the scattered factions and to guide them in this battle. Even though the school of Confucianism didn't specialize in dealing with ghost-type creatures, they sent many things that could weaken the undead. At the same time, in order to prevent the same thing from happening again, where they would run away as soon as they encountered the undead, they began to use all sorts of methods to strengthen their cohesiveness and combat awareness. For example, they exaggerated their kindness, saying that they were on the side of justice, and that they were enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Even the heavens supported them in destroying Qin City and released Qin City's evils. They poured all kinds of dirty water on Qin City, making Qin City into a heinous faction. This was very effective, because the undead disaster and the Holy Maiden Order had attracted a lot of hatred for Qin City. With hatred, there would be fighting spirit. Another method was to increase their confidence and make them believe that they would definitely win, so they wouldn't be afraid. They also told them about the support from all sides, making them feel that the whole world was helping them. All sorts of methods were quite effective. This time, everyone's battle strength and cohesiveness were definitely many times greater than last time. This would be a decisive factor, because if they were not united and did not have the will to fight, they would definitely lose. Just as the northern side's factions were preparing fervently, someone suddenly said, "Now that all of the northern side's factions have gathered together, we have a massive advantage. If we attack Vietnam or Thailand, no one will be able to stop us. Perhaps we can directly destroy them. Even if we can't destroy them, with our large numbers, we will be able to heavily injure them, making them unable to resist China." However, no one paid attention to this. Right now, they only wanted to destroy Qin City, and they didn't have the mood to fight other countries. As long as they could destroy Qin City, nothing else mattered. On Zhao Fu's side, he spent most of his time sitting cross-legged on the ground. From time to time, he would cut his wrist and let his blood drip onto the ground. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Zhao Fu's body became thinner and weaker, and his face became incredibly pale. Qin City was also working hard, continuously digging soil. He listened to Zhao Fu's orders, and planned to build an underground city under Qin City. The 4 waves of skeletons had already ravaged 4 regions, and Zhao Fu gathered them again to invade another region. After a round of slaughter, they returned to the 8th region. The northern factions and Qin City's factions were all nervously preparing, and the whole world's eyes were on them. They had never relaxed, because they could feel the tense atmosphere spreading in the north of China. Many people weren't optimistic about Qin's chances in the upcoming battle, because Qin had to face too many people. It was basically impossible for him to win. Of course, they were quite happy to see this, as Great Qin's legatee was a great threat to them. A large part of the reason they feared China was because they feared Great Qin. After all, Great Qin was simply too dazzling, making them seem incredibly weak. Facing such a great enemy in the future, it would be best if their own people were killed right now. That way, they could also heave a sigh of relief. Another 3 days later, the northern forces that had been preparing for a long time officially launched their attack. A total of 170 million players had gathered for this campaign. With such a large number of players, it would be enough to slay a god. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying it was to have so many players gathered. At a glance, it was a sea of people, and the aura they gave off wasn't any weaker than the Sea of Bones. In fact, it seemed that the Sea of People was even larger than the Sea of Bones. Su Yan personally led the troops for this campaign, and he had planned to directly go to the Forest of Horrors and destroy Qin City in one fell swoop. However, the 8th region was right in the middle of the road, and the teleportation channels around it couldn't be used. It was as if they were blocked by some sort of power, and if they went around it, they would be easily attacked by the undead army. As such, it would be better to fight to the death with Qin City in the 8th region. Right now, the only thing that Qin City could resist was the undead disaster. If they destroyed the undead disaster, Qin City would be powerless to retaliate, and it would be incredibly easy to go to the Forest of Horrors to kill Qin City. After making this decision, they led the massive player army to the 8th region. After returning to the 8th region, they thought about how they had suffered a crushing defeat here last time, and they were determined to make Qin City pay them back tenfold. Because the 8th region had been occupied by the undead army for a long time, there wasn't a single trace of life here. All of the plants had withered and rotted, and the ground was gray and gave off traces of deathly aura. The sky was covered by gray clouds, and not a single ray of light could pass through. The surroundings were incredibly dark, and there was a cold and eerie aura everywhere, making it seem like a ghost realm. Because the Sea of People and the Sea of Bones were both massive, they quickly met in the 8th region. On one side, there was a massive wave of people, giving off a world-shaking aura. Their voices gathered together sounded like wild thunder, and as they stepped on the ground, the entire ground seemed to tremble. In front of them, everything seemed incredibly fragile. On the other side was a boundless sea of bones that similarly emitted an overflowing aura of death that shook the 9 heavens, causing all creatures to feel fear. Black soul flames continuously flickered within their skulls. Their eye sockets collectively looked at the countless people in front of them and let out cruel and eerie laughter. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the Sea of Bones started to attack. The countless skeletons ferociously rushed forwards, and 10 pillars of black light shot into the sky as a massive black magic formation appeared in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura of disaster. The Sea of Bones gave off a large amount of black aura and turned into a black sea of bones. The aura it gave off was even greater and more evil, and it flooded forwards as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Facing the terrifying black sea of bones, the Sea of People did not show any signs of weakness. Su Yan confidently smiled and said to the people next to him, "It's time for everyone to act." The people nodded and each brought a group of people to the center of the Sea of People. A scholarly-looking middle-aged man led a group of people, and the scholarly-looking middle-aged man yelled, "Confucian disciples, heed my command." All of the Confucian disciples' expressions became serious, and they took out a book and opened it, causing rays of azure light to shoot into the sky. Boom! A deep explosion sounded out as a massive book giving off azure light appeared in the sky, giving off a boundless aura. There were also faint sounds of a sage reading from within, and those who were covered by the azure light felt a wave of righteousness within their hearts. They did not feel any fear at all. A benevolent old monk led a group of monks to the center of the Sea of People. The old monk pressed his palms together and said in a loud and clear voice, "Buddha is merciful." Boom! Another explosion sounded out as a Buddha giving off boundless light appeared in the sky, giving off a boundless benevolent and dignified aura. Countless people's bodies gave off rays of Buddhist light, blocking the gray deathly aura around them. Everyone felt their bodies warm up and did not feel any coldness. A holy and beautiful woman led a group of people dressed in white robes to the center of the ocean of players and drew a cross in front of her chest. The other church members did the same, and they all gave off holy and solemn white light. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as an angel giving off large amounts of white light slowly descended from the sky. Within the range of the white light, countless people felt incredibly comfortable, and they were also given a holy light power. This power was incredibly harmful to undead. At the same time, countless players used the talismans that they had been given, obtaining all sorts of buffs. The player army, which had all sorts of buffs, did not show any weakness at all, and they gave off an ocean-like aura as countless people roared and rushed towards the incoming ocean of black bones. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. One was a sea of black bones, while the other was a sea of colorful people. The two seas fiercely collided, as if two worlds were colliding. The sound was incomparably terrifying. Clang, 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 the sound of countless weapons clashing could be heard as blood and bones flew everywhere. The skeletons showed no fear at all and savagely slaughtered the players. The players showed no fear, and with the buffs from the various buffs, they continuously killed the skeletons. Corpses and skeletons continuously littered the ground, and the collision between the two massive waves did not weaken at all. The countless skeletons gave off an aura that could exterminate all creatures as they ferociously slaughtered the countless humans. The countless humans were filled with battle intent and continuously defended against the skeletons. The humans and skeletons continuously died, and more corpses and bones piled up under their feet. The battle was incredibly intense, and the skeletons cruelly slaughtered the humans while the humans did their best to kill the skeletons. Not a single one of them took a single step back, and they were like two massive waves that gave off unstoppable power as they ferociously charged at each other. Heaven's destruction Qin. One of the soldiers from the school of military roared as he swung the large saber in his hand and charged towards the countless skeletons. The others also followed suit, shouting Heaven's destroyer Qin. All of a sudden, the morale of humans rose, and countless people were filled with resentment. They wanted to return the oppression that Qin had inflicted on them tenfold, and they swore to destroy Qin to vent their anger. Now that the heavens had given them this opportunity, and with the support of the entire Huaxia, they believed that they would definitely be able to defeat Qin. Following this, the humans continuously rushed forwards, and the boundless sea of bones started to lose out. Even though there were countless skeletons madly rushing forwards, their stamina was not enough, and they were gradually pushed back by the massive sea of humans. Su Yan and the other factions' leaders all had smiles on their faces. Even the terrifying spectral disaster was showing signs of defeat in front of him. This made them feel incredibly proud, and they were even more confident that they would be able to destroy Qin. Under the massive black magic formation in the sky, Zhao Fu stood in the air, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Zhao Fu's current state was quite strange. His body had completely lost its color and had become a gray-white color. There was not a single bit of flesh or blood on his body, and it was as if he was just a layer of dried skin covering his bones. His sunken eyes were completely blood-red, and they gave off a ferocious aura. Boom! Zhao Fu pointed with his finger, and the disaster cavalrymen raised their black swords and started to guide the skeleton cavalrymen. In just an instant, hundreds of thousands of skeleton cavalrymen gathered together and charged towards the sea of humans. The aura of the hundreds of thousands of skeleton cavalrymen was incredibly terrifying, shaking the entire battlefield. It was an unstoppable force that could break through anything. Facing this charge, the countless humans instinctively felt a trace of fear. Seeing this, Su Yan still had a confident smile on his face as he said, "Let's use that one." Everyone else looked quite relaxed and smiled as they nodded. They then passed down orders, and the 200,000 or so players knocked their bows and shot out arrows. After these arrows shot out, they turned into rays of white light that shot into the skeleton cavalrymen. Countless rays of blinding white light flashed as shocking waves of holy light energy exploded out. Under the white light, the countless skeleton cavalrymen howled as a large amount of gray aura rose up from their bodies, and their bodies collapsed. It was the same for the skeleton horses. In just an instant, the unstoppable skeleton cavalrymen were completely annihilated, leaving behind only a pile of bones. No one knew what they had used for those arrows to be so powerful. In actuality, each of the arrows had a holy light crystal tied to them. These holy light crystals contained incredibly powerful holy light energy, and they could deal massive damage to undead and demons. Each crystal cost 20 gold coins, so the 200,000 or so arrows were worth roughly 4 million gold coins. It could be seen that the northern side's factions had paid a great price to destroy Qin City. However, they also had the support of countless other factions, or else they would have felt a great heartache. After all, 4 million gold coins were equivalent to 400 million copper coins, and 400 million copper coins were equivalent to $4 billion in the real world. After shooting out a wave of holy light crystals, the 200,000 archers took out an arrow with a holy light crystal tied to it and shot it towards the boundless ocean of bones. Bang, 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 explosions sounded out as countless rays of blinding white light exploded out. The skeletons howled as they died and turned into piles of bones. Following this, the 200,000 archers took out an arrow with a holy light crystal tied to it and shot it towards the boundless ocean of bones. Countless rays of white light flashed, and the skeletons howled as they died. The massive ocean of people used the holy light crystal's power to ferociously attack the skeletons, and the entire skeleton army started to collapse. Even though the skeletons fearlessly continued to charge up, they were unable to stop the massive ocean of people, and the skeleton army's size continuously decreased. In the end, there were less than a few million skeletons left, announcing the skeleton army's defeat. Zhao Fu could only sigh and say, in the end, Qin still lost. Su Yan and the northern side's factions loudly laughed. Now, the outcome was already set in stone. Qin had lost and was unable to resist at all. The countless players felt incredibly delighted. They had endured Qin's brutality and oppression, and now that they had vented their anger, they were naturally in a good mood. One of the leaders of the northern side's factions loudly laughed as he yelled at Zhao Fu, "Emperor Qin, you've already lost this time. You've already lost this time, and you deserve it for being so barbaric and domineering, looking down on our northern side's factions." Today, I'll definitely destroy Great Qin. Even if you kneel down and beg for peace, it'll be useless. Su Yan smiled and looked at Zhao Fu in the distance, but he didn't say anything. After all, he had to destroy Qin and kill Qin's emperor. Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu with mockery in their eyes. The infamous Emperor Qin was about to become nothing. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out in all directions, and it was as if the entire heaven-awakened world had heard it, causing everyone to look towards the north. King Arthur's legatee, the Roman Empire's legatee, the Pharaoh Kingdom's legatee, Great Xia's legatee, Great Shang's legatee, the School of Taoism's sect master, the School of Yin Yang's sect master, the Buddhist sect's pope, indigenous sorcerers, countless people sensed something and felt as if a calamity was about to descend. Their expressions fell as they hurriedly yelled, "Everyone, leave the heaven-awakened world!" Everyone else did not understand what had happened for their young master to be so panicked. However, they still obeyed and prepared to leave the heaven-awakened world. System announcement. Due to the heaven and earth abnormal changes, you cannot leave the heaven-awakened world. System announcement. Due to the heaven and earth abnormal changes, you cannot leave the heaven-awakened world. System announcement. Due to the heaven and earth abnormal changes, you cannot leave the heaven-awakened world. Notifications of being unable to exit rang out one after another, because it was already too late. On the horizon, a massive blood-red star giving off a boundlessly terrifying aura slowly descended. A devilish, evil, murderous, and calamitous blood-red light gradually shined out from the blood-red star. The sky seemed to be dyed blood-red, and the blood-red light continuously spread out. The blue sky was gradually dyed red, and soon, the entire heaven-awakened world was dyed blood-red. Some ordinary people did not know what was going on, and they curiously looked up at the blood-red sky, wondering what was going on. Within the 8th region, countless people stared at the blood-red star in shock, feeling a bad premonition. Su Yan also felt that the situation was far from good, and he felt a wave of terror in his heart. However, the truly terrifying thing had only just begun. Clang, 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 the sounds of massive chains rang out, and because the surroundings were completely silent, the sounds of the chains were incredibly loud. Zhao Fu raised his wrinkled arm and shot out 6 chains, which shot into the ground like bolts of lightning. The ground instantly cracked as a soul-freezing coldness burst forth from the ground, causing countless people's hearts to feel a chill, as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The ground began to tremble violently. Gigantic demonic hands that were hundreds of meters long stretched out from the ground and pressed down forcefully on the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Following this, their terrifying bodies crawled out of the ground with earth-shaking noises. 6 terrifying and suffocating auras spread out. Countless people felt like they were small boats in the ocean, powerlessly swaying. Their bodies trembled non-stop, and fear came from their souls. The Buddhist light and holy light that soothed their souls were actually ineffective. 6 enormous demon god statues crawled out from the ground and appeared in front of everyone. These 6 demon images were 1,000 meters tall, and they all had chains around their necks. Their bodies gave off heaven-toppling demonic flames, giving off a heaven-like pressure. In front of them, everything else seemed incredibly weak and small. Apart from the first Azura demon statue that wielded a great spear and wore battle armor, there were 5 other different Azura demon statues. Hell Dao demon image, it looked like a demon and had a well-developed body. Its skin was black, and it was completely naked. Tongues of flames occasionally burned on its body and gave off a dense smell of sulfur. It had a demon's head and 2 sharp black horns. It held an iron trident in its hand. Hungry Ghost Dao demon image, it looked like a weak human and did not have any flesh on its body. Its limbs were very long and thin, and it had a large round stomach. It had gray skin and an ugly face. Its ears were somewhat sharp, and its gray eyes were filled with savagery. There was a piece of cloth wrapped around its waist, covering its lower body, and it held a large bone cleaver. Human Dao demon image, it looked like a human and had a handsome face and a well-built body. It wore white clothes and had a blood-red sword at its waist. Its eyes were also blood-red and gave off a dense killing intent. Heaven Dao demon image, it looked like a demon and had a pair of pure black eyes, a mouth full of fangs, a pair of wide wings, and a tail. It wore black armor and held a large halberd. Animal Dao demon image, it was also humanoid and had a body of powerful muscles. Its body was quite tall and sturdy, and it had grayish-white skin. It had 3 heads, one was a chicken head, one was a duck head, and one was a pig head. There was a piece of beast skin wrapped around its waist, and it seemed to have great physical strength. The auras that the 6 paths demon images gave off were abnormally terrifying, and each of them had been summoned by Zhao Fu at the cost of tens of millions of lives. This was why the undead disaster had not increased in scale even though it had ravaged the 5 regions, as Zhao Fu had used all of his corpses on it. After being summoned, these demon images could not be controlled. Just like the Azura demon image, they were like wild beasts that tried to destroy everything. Zhao Fu could only use his blood to strengthen his control over the demon images and use the King's Crown's chains as support to finally control the 6 paths demon images. At the same time, this was the reason why Zhao Fu looked like a skeleton. In order to control the 6 paths demon images, Zhao Fu had used up a lot of blood and was in a weakened state, and his life could be in danger at any moment. The Chaos Imperial Star was formed from the fusion of the Chaos Demon Star and the Myrtle Imperial Star, and both of these stars were incredibly powerful. One represented an emperor, while the other represented countless disasters. Now that the 2 stars had fused together, the terrifying power it released was even greater. Back then, when the Chaos Imperial Star had descended, it had created a terrifying scene, and Zhao Fu did not casually summon it. This was because it was simply too powerful, and if Zhao Fu was not careful, he could suffer a backlash. The 6 paths demon images were a type of ultimate power in the underworld, and they could kill gods and destroy Daos. Ordinary people could not control them, which was why they were classified as forbidden techniques. Zhao Fu had used the blood of tens of millions of creatures to summon them, allowing their terrifying power to descend into the human world. Now, the Chaos Imperial Star and the 6 paths demon images had fused together, creating a terrifying power that even Zhao Fu could not estimate. It was definitely a world-destroying power, and as such, the entire Heaven Awakened world fell into a crisis, making it impossible for anyone to leave. The various legatees and sect masters, it was only after sensing this power that their expressions fell, and they had everyone leave the Heaven Awakened world. However, it was too late. They looked towards the north seriously, and even though they were far away, they could sense the terrifying ripples coming from the north, making them feel incredibly shocked. This was most likely a major change in the destruction of Great Qin, and this was most likely caused by Qin's legatee. However, this power was simply too monstrous, and it was likely that the destruction of Great Qin would fail. The consequences would be countless corpses, and the entire northern side of China would be heavily injured. If they did not die, they would be crippled. In the 8th region, countless people looked up in terror at the sky. Under the massive blood-red star, Zhao Fu stood in the air, and the 6 chains on his arms hung down. They were connected to the 6 shocking demon images, and his aura was so terrifying that it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Everyone was deeply immersed in fear, unable to extricate themselves. Some of the more timid people had already collapsed to the ground in fright and lost control of their bowels. The ocean of bones had killed 70 million or so players, and the ground was covered with corpses and bones. Now, there were only about 100 million players left, and it was a massive ocean of players. Su Yan yelled, "We have so many people while they only have 6. We also have other types of buffs, so don't be afraid. Charge. As long as we kill Qin's legatee, everyone will be greatly rewarded." The leaders of the other factions also yelled. Now was not the time to be afraid, and their only option was to defeat Qin's legatee. Hearing their words, countless people agreed. They still had about 100 million players, and including Qin's legatee, there were only 7 of them. With so many people, they would be able to overwhelm Qin's legatee to death. Suppressing their fear, countless people roared as they charged towards the 6 paths demon images. The massive ocean of players gave off an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they charged towards the 6 paths demon images. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and because of the descent of the Chaos Imperial Star, Zhao Fu's eyes were like a pair of rubies that gave off a bright blood-red light. His eyes were incredibly cold, and they seemed to be filled with killing intent. Facing the ocean of players, the Azura demon image at the center stepped out, causing the ground to tremble. The Azura demon image gripped its great spear and vigorously swung it. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the great spear seemed to tear through space, bringing with it a massive storm. Within 10,000 meters, whether it was people or rocks, everything was crushed by the power, and those outside 10,000 meters were sent flying like sand. This massive storm caused the ocean of players to pause, and its terrifying might instantly cleared out a large portion of the ocean of players, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The Buddhist sect, Confucian school, and Vatican all used their full strength, wanting to help the others. Their bodies gave off different auras and entered the abnormal signs in the sky. The book that was emitting a green glow became even brighter, and the sage's voice became even louder, giving off a feeling of righteousness. The Buddha light that the Buddha gave off became even more intense, and the sonorous chanting of scriptures sounded as if it wanted to expel all evil and purify the world. It was an angel. It spread its pure white wings and emitted a blinding white light. Everyone felt an emptiness in their hearts as boundless light enveloped them, resisting the invasion of evil. The combined strength of the three factions was somewhat effective, and everyone felt their fear lessen. They were no longer as afraid of the six paths demon images, and they rushed over even more vigorously. Clang, a cruel smile appeared on the human demon image's face as it drew the blood-red sword at its waist. It gripped the sword with both hands and raised it high into the air. A massive amount of power flowed into it, causing it to give off a brilliant blood-red light. Boom, the sword slashed out, seeming to split the heavens and earth. A massive blood-red sword light flooded forwards like a massive river, leaving no survivors in its wake. A 100,000-meter long and hundreds of meters deep sword gash appeared on the ground. Because the human demon image's main targets were the three factions, not a single person from the Buddhist sect, Confucian school, or Vatican was left alive. Not even a corpse was left behind. Boom, another massive explosion sounded out as the animal demon image slammed its fist against the ground, causing the ground to crack. A formless energy blade that was tens of thousands of meters long slashed out, causing countless people's bodies to explode and turn into a bloody mist. The hell demon image also attacked and evilly laughed as it held its pitchfork and pointed at the ocean of players. A large amount of black fog rose up and flooded towards the ocean of players, covering hundreds of thousands of people in just an instant. Those within the black fog cried out, and after the black fog passed, they were left with desiccated corpses. The hungry ghost path demon image coldly laughed as it continuously swung the massive bone cleaver in its hand. Grayish-white sword light slashed out, cleaving players in half. Blood and organs covered the ground, creating a gory scene. In the end, the heaven demon image also attacked. Its expression was cold as it stabbed its halberd towards the sky, resulting in a massive explosion. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless transparent spears descended from the sky like a torrential downpour, nailing people to the ground. In just a few minutes, the six paths demon images had killed millions of people. It could be seen just how terrifying they were. Even the boundless ocean of players came to a halt. No one foolishly rushed up to throw away their lives, because even now, none of them had come within 1,000 meters of the six paths demon images. Su Yan and the other faction leaders' expressions were incredibly unsightly. Even with so many people, they could not even get close to the six paths demon images and could not deal any damage to them at all. This was a battle on a completely different level. Soon, they changed their plans and did not rush up anymore. Instead, they used ranged attacks, and they ordered people to take out bows and arrows to attack the six paths demon images. Countless arrows tore through the air and gave off a sharp aura as they shot towards the six paths demon images. The rain of arrows was like toothpicks in front of the 1,000-meter-tall six paths demon images. Before the arrows could even get close, they were blocked by a formless energy 100 meters away, making it impossible for them to hit the six paths demon images. Su Yan hardened his heart and ordered the 200,000 or so archers to take out the last arrow with holy light crystals attached to it and shoot it towards the six paths demon images. Holy light crystals dealt great damage to demons and undead, but they were quite expensive. Even with the support of the northern side's factions, they could only afford this much. They had already shot out a few waves of holy light crystals, and they only had one wave left, hoping that it would be able to deal some damage to the six paths demon images. The arrows turned into rays of white light that gave off a large amount of holy light aura and formed a terrifying wave of holy light energy that shot towards the six paths demon images. Seeing the countless rays of white light shooting towards it, the Azura demon image revealed an expression of disgust and raised its great spear before stabbing out. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out, and the air seemed to explode as a formless energy stabbed out, destroying the countless rays of white light. Moreover, the formless energy did not weaken at all and continued to fall into the hands of the 200,000 or so archers. Bang! An explosion sounded out, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly into the air, blocking everyone's vision. After the dust settled, a 10,000-meter wide and 100-meter deep crater could be seen in the ground. The crater was filled with corpses, and 80% of the 200,000 or so archers had died. Countless people looked quite bitter as they looked at Su Yan, waiting to see how he would deal with this situation. However, there was nothing Su Yan could do, as he had used up all of his trump cards. Even though he had destroyed the terrifying undead disaster, he had never thought that Qin would have an even more terrifying trump card. Seeing that Su Yan couldn't do anything, the others started to feel quite worried. They watched as the Six Paths demon images slaughtered people, and if this continued, they would be killed by the Six Paths demon images sooner or later. Rather than being completely annihilated, it was better to choose to escape. The number of people who could survive was better than wasting all of their strength here. If they died, their forces would also fall into a state of emptiness, which would be extremely dangerous. After one person said that they should run, everyone else also said that they should run. In the end, all of the factions chose to run, as they didn't want to waste all of their strength here. This time, they were doomed to fail. The massive ocean of people gradually collapsed, and countless people ran back in fear. In just a short period of time, the Six Paths demon images had killed tens of millions of people. If they didn't run now, they would all die here. Seeing this, Su Yan sighed. They had failed again. However, being able to destroy the undead disaster was already quite good. Now, Su Yan could only give the order for everyone to retreat, and they would think about how to deal with the Six Paths demon images later. The ordinary people received the order and started to quickly run. The massive ocean of people seemed to be flowing backwards, and countless people were retreating. However, at that moment, a hoarse and cold voice sounded out in the sky. I said it before. I want everyone in the heaven-awakened world to die. Standing in the sky, Jiaofu coldly looked at the countless people running away. He once again slowly raised his hand, and the 6 chains on his arm straightened, causing the Six Paths demon images to stop moving. They obeyed Jiaofu's order, and they also raised one of their hands and spread out their fingers towards the sky. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to fall silent, and not a single sound could be heard. It wasn't just space, even time seemed to stop, and everything seemed to freeze. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Open! A loud cry sounded out, and it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Everyone in the heaven-awakened world felt an intense pain in their ears, and they felt an immense sense of danger. Boom! A massive shockwave rippled out from the 8th region, sweeping through the entire heaven-awakened world. Countless trees were uprooted, and boulders were blown into the sky. Everyone felt this terrifying power, and whether it was their bodies or souls, they froze, feeling as if they had fallen into an abyss. What happened in the north? Countless people thought in horror. He turned back to the 8th region and saw that the 8th region had become a flat land. Whether it was the mountains, the peaks, or even the trees, they had all disappeared. At the center of the shockwave, the ground had completely collapsed, and lava rose up from the ground, covering the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. The blood-red star in the sky was like a blood-red sun, giving off a boundless light. The 6 Paths demon images stood in the air, giving off a heaven-toppling aura flame, and they raised one hand towards the sky. As for Su Yan's group of people, they were all crushed by the shockwaves, leaving nothing behind. The Qin Exterminating Alliance had been completely annihilated, and not a single person was left alive. However, the heaven-awakened world's crisis had only just begun. A gash appeared on the 6 Paths demon image's hand, and a ball of black blood slowly floated out and rose into the sky. It turned into a black blood-red mist and started to spin, and soon, 6 massive vortexes appeared in the sky. A boundless chilling intent from the underworld instantly covered the entire heaven-awakened world, causing all creatures to feel a chill as if a calamity was about to descend. The 6 vortexes gradually became larger, and an eerie and terrifying aura spread throughout the heaven-awakened world. Countless beasts were startled and ran in all directions, but none of them felt safe. However, in their terror, they still madly ran. Countless people looked at the 6 vortexes, their faces pale. They understood that a calamity was about to descend, and not only would billions of creatures die, but the entire heaven-awakened world would also be destroyed. If we had known things would turn out like this, we would have risked our lives to stop the northern side from attacking Qin. Now, Qin is about to open the 6 paths of reincarnation and allow countless ghosts to invade the heaven-awakened world. When that time comes, the entire heaven-awakened world will be destroyed. One of the ancient clan's elders cried out in grief. The ancient clan's elders' expressions were quite unsightly. They had thought that Qin would definitely lose this time, and because of everything that had happened before, they did not want to get involved. However, they had never thought that Qin, who had nowhere else to go, would have such terrifying methods to open the 6 paths of reincarnation and destroy the heaven-awakened world. The square-faced middle-aged official furiously roared, "What can we do to stop all of this? Is Qin's legatee crazy? He's even willing to do something so crazy that he wants everyone in the world to die." Hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Now that things have come to this, what can we do to stop it? Could it be that we still have to negotiate? They had just reached an agreement, but because of the northern side's opening, they all betrayed Qin and tried to destroy Qin. How could Qin's legatee reconcile with them? Within Flower Moon, a well-behaved woman patted her chest as she said, "Luckily we didn't continue to oppose Qin, or else we would have died a horrible death." Another classical woman sighed. So what? The heaven-awakened world is facing destruction, which is not good for us at all. All of our businesses in the heaven-awakened world might be destroyed as well. A young girl with a baby voice said in agreement, "It's most likely that Qin's legatee was angered to the point of exploding and tried to reconcile with the countless factions. However, those factions were merciless and wanted to destroy Qin. Now, Emperor Qin hates everyone in the world, which is why he opened the 6 paths of reincarnation. We're doomed this time." The other women sighed and nodded before discussing how to deal with this disaster. The countless factions outside the heaven-awakened world had never thought that instead of hearing news of Qin being destroyed, they would be met with a disaster of destruction. They had been waiting to watch a good show, but now, their hearts sank. The 6 vortexes in the sky became larger and larger, and they covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The terrifying might they gave off caused the air to seem to freeze, and it was as if countless evil ghosts were attacking. Roar! Roar, roar! On the other side of the crack, the countless evil ghosts sensed the aura of living beings on this side and gave off deafening roars. Even though the crack was quite long, it was also quite thin, so the countless evil ghosts were unable to break through it and descend into the heaven-awakened world. However, when everyone in the heaven-awakened world heard the ferocious roars, they felt their scalps go numb and their hairs stand on end as they felt an immense sense of danger. The entire sky was like a thin screen, and countless ghosts were on the other side, bearing their fangs and claws. They looked incredibly ferocious, wanting to break through this thin screen and slaughter all living beings. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? A great calamity was about to descend, and countless people started to panic. They were at a loss as to what to do. Countless evil ghosts were about to descend, and they didn't have any confidence in being able to defend against them. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened, countless evil ghosts would flood in, and their might wouldn't be any weaker than the undead disaster. In fact, they would be hundreds of times more powerful than the undead disaster. In terms of scale, there would be far more ghosts than the ocean of bones, and in terms of battle power, Qin's skeletons had evolved step by step, so they wouldn't be much stronger than players. However, the ghosts in the 6 paths of reincarnation were different. There were countless types of ghosts, and they existed for different amounts of time. Those that existed for a short period of time were quite weak, but the longer they existed, the more monstrous they would be. There were stage 1 to stage 9 ghosts, and even stage 9 ghosts and above could appear. Right now, most people in the heaven-awakened world had less than stage 1 ghosts, so how could they defend against them? They would be completely slaughtered. It wasn't just China's factions that were at a loss, all of the factions in the world were at a loss. It was as if being slaughtered was their fate. The heaven-awakened world fell into chaos. Right now, countless people's hearts were filled with hatred, unwillingness, anger, and regret. If they had known that things would turn out like this, none of them would have been willing to betray Qin. After all, they would have been in a much better situation. However, it was too late to regret now. Right now, the crack was still quite thin, and even though there were countless ghostly qi flowing out, there was not a single ghost to be seen. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. The 6 paths demon images also grabbed at the air, and a massive power caused the entire sky to tremble. Bang! The sound of glass shattering rang out, and a thin crack suddenly extended into countless cracks before shattering like a mirror. A large black hole appeared in the sky. The other 5 rifts also shattered, and 6 enormous holes that were 10,000 kilometers wide appeared in the sky, giving off boundless ghostly qi. By now, the 6 paths of reincarnation had been completely opened, and there were no obstructions at all. Countless ghosts laughed evilly as they flooded into the heaven-awakened world. The heaven ghosts flooded into the heaven, and the atmosphere, and the heaven, and the heaven, and the world, and the heaven, world. Suddenly, a massive dragon's roar sounded out, shaking the heavens. Everyone in the heaven-awakened world heard this dragon's roar. At the same time, 6 1,000-meter-long spears of light giving off a thunderous aura shot out from the sky. In just an instant, the 6 spears of light pierced through the hearts of the 6 paths demon images. The 6 paths demon images howled as they turned into black aura and dissipated. And spirits, and ghosts. And boom. An unbearable might descended, and the sky seemed to split apart. Countless rays of azure light shot out, and a massive figure gradually appeared. This was an incredibly large divine dragon, and its body covered the entire sky. It was covered with azure jade-like scales, and it had 4 steel-like dragon claws. It had a pair of jade-like azure dragon horns, and a majestic and domineering head stretched out from the clouds as it looked at Zhao Fu. Under this terrifying might, Zhao Fu's body froze. This divine dragon's power surpassed anything Zhao Fu knew, and it was unimaginably powerful. Within his body, whether it was his nation armament or clan armament, they were all suppressed by a formless energy, unable to resist at all. Zhao Fu felt as if his body had sunk into an icy lake, and his entire body was icy cold. He felt incredibly shocked as he looked at the divine dragon in front of him. "Emperor! You've gone too far," the azure divine dragon said in an ancient voice as it looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu continuously searched for information about demon gods in his mind, and he finally found out what kind of existence this divine dragon was. "They wanted to destroy me, Qin, so I wanted them all to die." "What's wrong with that?" Zhao Fu said with a trace of killing intent as he looked at the divine dragon. The divine dragon once again said, "If you killed them all, I wouldn't care, but if you opened the 6 paths of reincarnation and allowed countless ghosts to invade the heaven-awakened world, causing the entire heaven-awakened world to face destruction, I have to care." Zhao Fu did not say anything else. He understood that he had gone too far this time. More importantly, Zhao Fu could not defeat the divine dragon at all, and a casual attack from the divine dragon had been able to kill Zhao Fu's most powerful 6 paths demon images and suppress his nation armament and clan armament. It could be seen just how powerful and terrifying this divine dragon was. In front of it, Zhao Fu was simply too weak and could not resist at all. However, the 6 paths demon images were only clones that Zhao Fu had summoned, and they were much weaker than the real 6 paths demon images. If it was the real 6 paths demon images, they definitely would not have been killed so easily. However, with Zhao Fu's current strength, he could not summon the 6 paths demon images at all. Even if he could summon them, he would not be able to control them at all, and it was possible that he would suffer a backlash. Right now, Zhao Fu was simply too weak. However, even though this was the case, his original plan had been forcefully disrupted. He had spent so much money and resources, but he had not been able to use them at all, so Zhao Fu felt quite unwilling. Of course, Zhao Fu knew that the divine dragon definitely would not kill him, so he said, "I did go too far this time, but if I don't destroy them, they will gather again to destroy me, Qin. Lord Guardian, do you want me, Qin, to die?" The divine dragon realized this and fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you don't destroy the heaven-awakened world again, I can guarantee that you, Qin, will not be destroyed for 100 years. After 100 years, Qin will have the power to face all dangers." "All right. Lord Guardian, I can promise you that. I hope you can take care of me in the future." A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and his attitude completely changed. Being able to obtain the Azure Dragon's powerful protection made Zhao Fu feel quite happy. Qin would not be in any danger within 100 years, and even if they gathered hundreds of millions of people, Zhao Fu would not have to worry. Now that Zhao Fu knew the Azure Dragon's identity, he understood how powerful it was. It could use the world's energy, and in front of it, no one could resist at all. The Azure Dragon nodded, and its massive body twisted as it disappeared into the sky. Zhao Fu put away the Chaos Imperial Star, and the blood-red light faded as the world returned to normal. Countless people looked quite confused, not understanding what had happened. Wasn't the heaven-awakened world about to be destroyed just as the 6 paths of reincarnation had opened? Why did it suddenly disappear? Even though they did not know what had happened, they knew that the calamity had stopped. Countless people couldn't help but loudly laugh. They had been given a new lease on life, and they felt incredibly fortunate. The scene of countless ghosts flooding into the heaven-awakened world was simply too terrifying. The countless factions did not understand what had happened. The 6 paths of reincarnation had disappeared, and they guessed that it had something to do with that dragon's roar. However, now that the 6 paths of reincarnation had disappeared, the heaven-awakened world had avoided a calamity. This was something worth celebrating. The entire world was filled with joy and laughter, and many people danced and sang to express their joy and excitement. Now that this matter had concluded, the world returned to normal. It had been nearly 2 months since the undead disaster had begun, and the 6 paths of reincarnation had begun. The 13 regions had been severely affected, and almost all creatures had disappeared. During this time, more than 100 million creatures had died, and more than 200 million players had died. The northern part of Xianxia fell into a state of great loss. Every region became sparsely populated, no longer as bustling as before, and became somewhat deserted. After this incident, it was impossible to make up for this loss in numbers in a short period of time, and countless factions were on the verge of collapse. Most of their members had died, and all sorts of resources had been lost. This caused the northern side's players' strength to fall back by a few months. Out of China's 4 cardinal directions, the northern side was the weakest, and if it fell back, it would continue to fall behind. In the future, the northern side would be weaker than the other regions. But who could he blame? They were the ones who stirred up trouble and had to bear the terrible consequences in the end. The main reason for this incident was that the leaders of the 10 or so factions had to be replaced. This was because the factions had suffered such great losses, so someone had to take responsibility, or else everyone would resist. As for Su Yan, he disappeared after this incident. No one knew where he went. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The ordinary people's losses were even worse. After dying, their cultivation, equipment, and skills would all disappear, leaving them with nothing. Now, they were filled with regret. After fighting for so long, they had returned to their starting point. Basically, no one dared to mention Qin anymore. Whenever they talked about this topic, they would automatically avoid talking about it. It could be seen how powerful Qin's deterrence was at this time. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation were closed this time, who knew if Prince Qin would go crazy and open it again? No one could be sure. Because of the opening of the northern side's passageway, the Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs had also stopped. Many people thought that Qin would be destroyed, and if Qin had been destroyed, how could they be stupid enough to join Qin? Before, they had been oppressed and threatened by Qin, which was why they had chosen to accept the Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs. If Qin had been destroyed, they would have been overjoyed. As such, the Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs had been stopped. It was a pity that they had lost miserably, and they had even dragged the entire heaven-awakened world into danger. If it wasn't for the 6 paths of reincarnation being stopped, they would not even know how they had died. Now, they knew how powerful Qin was, so they wanted to accept the Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs and receive Qin's protection so that they would no longer be threatened or attacked by Qin. However, even if they wanted to do this, they no longer had the chance. Qin had already sent out news that all Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs had been stopped. This caused countless factions to feel panic, as this meant that Qin would no longer accept anyone's surrender. Everyone would be his enemy, and the only outcome would be destruction. Countless factions' representatives regretfully and fearfully went to the Ying family, wanting to discuss things with Qin. However, the Ying family rejected all of them. All of the world's large factions started to investigate just what had happened. The 6 paths of reincarnation had definitely been stopped, and what was that dragon's roar? How was Prince Qin? These were all things that needed to be investigated. After all, they had to know about this, as they were worried that Prince Qin would do something even more terrifying. However, no matter how much they investigated, they could not find anything. The world's large factions could only send their representatives to express their goodwill. Even the Chinese government lowered their heads and sent people over. The ancient clans also wanted to ask about Prince Qin, and Flower Moon wanted to discuss working with Qin. However, they were all rejected. No matter who went, the Ying family still said the same thing: no matter who it is, we won't see them. This resolute attitude caused the countless factions to dejectedly return. At the same time, they felt even more curious as to what had happened and why Qin was so calm. Back in the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu was lying on a bamboo chair next to a small stream, holding a fishing rod as he leisurely fished. Because the weather had become cold, he could no longer sit on the ground, and there was a blanket on the bamboo chair. Ever since the matter had concluded, Zhao Fu had started to recover. After a few days of recuperation, Zhao Fu had gradually recovered from his skeletal appearance. His face now had some color, and he had gained some flesh on his body. However, it would take a long time for him to fully recover. After all, Zhao Fu had used too much essence blood, and he could not recover it in a short period of time. Zhao. Try this, it's so sweet. A flower spirit with a small rose on her head said happily as she flew over to Zhao Fu while hugging a grape-like fruit. She was Rose, one of the flower spirits that Zhao Fu had taken in a long time ago. The other 2 flower spirits were sitting on Zhao Fu's body and happily eating fruits. This little girl Asani, no matter who she was with, had a good relationship with. She was liked by many people and was very popular. Facing the fruit that Rose handed over, Zhao Fu opened his mouth and ate it. It was indeed quite sweet and tasty, but he did not know what kind of fruit it was. Seeing that Zhao Fu had eaten the fruit, Rose sat back on Zhao Fu's body and started to play with the other 2 flower spirits. They normally stayed in the medicine garden because they had the ability to reduce the time it took for plants to grow. This was especially so under Qin's nurturing, and their strength had reached stage 2. Their abilities were even more powerful, so they were sent to the medicine garden to speed up the growth of various spirit medicines. Because Zhao Fu was busy, he rarely saw them. This time, the 3 flower spirits came to find Zhao Fu. After all, during winter, countless flowers would no longer bloom. Even if they could speed up their growth, they would not be able to bloom because those flowers did not bloom in winter. The flowers no longer bloomed, and Qin City no longer had flowers everywhere. As such, the 3 flower spirits came to find Zhao Fu and wanted to see if Zhao Fu could resolve this issue so that Qin City could continue to be filled with flowers. After all, they loved this sort of Qin City. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that this matter was quite easy to resolve. He just had to plant some flowers that would bloom in winter, such as plum trees, winter cherry trees, camellias, and so on. Even though there weren't many flowers that bloomed in the winter, there were still a few. The flowers that bloomed in the winter were different from the ones that bloomed at other times. They gave off a cold aura, which Zhao Fu liked. As such, Zhao Fu sent people to plant a few types of flowers in Qin City to resolve this issue. After this matter was resolved, the 3 flower spirits were naturally quite happy and stayed by Zhao Fu's side. They did not leave and continued to accompany Zhao Fu as he fished. By now, everything in Qin City had returned to normal, and the various organizations started to operate. First, the population had reached 1 million. Qin City now had 632 villages, and just based on the number of people that spawned in a single day, it had reached 10,000. The 4 system main cities spawned around 2,000 or so people every day. With these villages, after 2 months, the population would definitely be quite high. With 1 million residents, Zhao Fu expanded the army to 400,000. 200,000 of them were Stage 1 soldiers, and the remaining 200,000 had decent cultivations because they had all used Stage 1 blood god pills. The undead army had destroyed the 8th region and slaughtered the 4 system main cities, providing Qin City with 400,000 Stage 1 corpses. They had already used 200,000 of those corpses, and there were 200,000 left to provide Qin City with a large number of high cultivation soldiers. This time, Qin City had also obtained massive benefits. What made Zhao Fu the happiest was that the 4 system main cities had allowed Qin City to have 4 city lords, greatly increasing their high-end battle strength. Moreover, there were also countless pieces of equipment, medicinal pills, and many resources. Putting aside what they had obtained from the system main cities, Qin City would not be able to sell off all of the equipment from the 15 million players in a short period of time because there were simply too many of them. What was even more pitiful was the equipment that the 170 million players had. Each piece of equipment was worth 5 gold coins, which was worth 850 million gold coins. This was a terrifying figure, and it was hundreds of times more than Qin City's current wealth. However, at that time, there had been no time for him to pick up the equipment. All of the equipment, including the corpses, had been turned into nothingness by the shockwaves from the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a great pity, and after calming down, Zhao Fu felt quite pained. In terms of military affairs, Zhao Fu ordered the 400,000 soldiers to split into 4 teams and start a carpet search from the north, south, east, and west, destroying all of the villages in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. After taking control of the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, Zhao Fu had to consider taking down the Forest of Horrors. He had to speed up the process of restoring Qin City, as there was less and less time left. However, Zhao Fu still wanted to destroy Heavenstone City first, as this could only be done after his body recovered. Now that he had 4 city lords, there was no chance of failure for Zhao Fu's original plan to fail. Zhao Fu had been waiting for this day for a long time. In terms of business, Qin had opened up 92 regions, and all of the restaurants, merchant associations, and shops had reopened. Now, Zhao Fu was not worried about the northern side attacking him at all. After all, even if the northern side's factions weren't dead, they were crippled. How could they dare to attack Qin City? Now that Zhao Fu had given them a way out, they felt incredibly fortunate and did not dare to do anything. Now, Zhao Fu did not place the northern side's factions in his eyes at all. After dealing with things here, he would properly take care of them. At first, Zhao Fu had wanted to let them off, but they had repeatedly betrayed him and tried to destroy Qin City. Now, how could Zhao Fu spare them? With the Azure Dragon's protection, Zhao Fu was not afraid of them allying together. As such, he cancelled the Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs, viewing everyone as Qin City's enemy. He would use his power to conquer them, and he would not be merciful at all. That's right. Zhao Fu knew the Azure Dragon's name. It was called the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon was not a monster, which meant that it was not a Lord-class creature or a King-class creature but a guardian beast. Its duty was to protect a world, so it could use the world's power. It was incredibly powerful, and because it was a guardian beast, it had stopped Zhao Fu from opening the 6 paths of reincarnation, as that could destroy the Heaven-awakened world. As the guardian beast of this world, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon naturally knew everything, and Zhao Fu was someone it paid close attention to, so it knew everything about Zhao Fu. It knew that Zhao Fu had killed a god and had information about a demon god, and it knew that Zhao Fu had the heaven and earth refining formation. It also knew some things that even Zhao Fu did not know about. Moreover, there was not just one guardian beast in this world, there were 3 others, for a total of 4 guardian beasts. Even though the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon was an Azure Dragon, that did not mean that the other guardian beasts were the White Tiger, the Black Tortoise, and the Vermilion Bird. Back at the Great Qin Town's construction, the 4 stone roads had already been constructed, and the Great Qin City had been expanded to accommodate even more residents. At the same time, they were constructing commercial streets to promote the city's economic development. After all, there were more and more people, and they could not allow the city to be centralized. In the end, they started to produce large amounts of winter crops. Moreover, the underground city had been built for nothing. Your Majesty. It's time for you to heal. An elf girl who looked 16 or 17 years old walked over to Xiao Fu with a slight blush on her face and bowed before saying in a small voice. She was Asani. Before, Asani's healing skills were already at the advanced level, and after such a long time, her healing skills had surpassed the pinnacle level and were at the Grandmaster level. She had great effects on healing and recovery. In Qin, only she had reached the Grandmaster level, and everyone else had only just reached the pinnacle level. At the same time, her grade was SSS grade. Qin didn't lack SSS grade corpses, as all of the city lords and the 3 great generals had SSS grade corpses. There were 16 corpses in total in the 4 system main cities, and Qin had obtained a large number of SSS grade medicinal pills during the disaster festival. Now that there were so many SSS grade corpses, Qin didn't lack SSS grade orbs. The reason Xiao Fu gave Asani a grade orb was because her performance in Qin had been quite good. Xiao Fu felt that he needed a top-tier healer in order to deal with some troublesome matters in the future. It wasn't just Asani, there were also 3 elders who had appeared in Qin, the blacksmith Wang Dao, the apothecary Zhang Baishu, and the tailor He Yun. In actuality, these were all support professions, but their effects were not inferior to main professions. This was because they embodied powerful support functions. Blacksmiths could forge higher-grade equipment, apothecaries could refine higher-grade medicinal pills, and tailors could create higher-grade defensive equipment. These 3 things were absolutely necessary in life, and they were incredibly useful. As such, they required people with high grades. After all, having high grades didn't just mean one's cultivation speed but also their comprehension. Apart from them, Xiao Fu also gave Rode a reward. Most of Great Qin's legendary grade equipment had been forged by him, and he had contributed greatly to this, so he deserved this reward. Xiao Fu also gave the remaining grade orbs to other professions, but most of them were given to generals and civil officials. Li Si was still SS grade, not because Xiao Fu was unwilling to give him a grade orb, but because he was a historical figure. Xiao Fu felt that it was better to give him a grade orb. However, because Li Si was a civil official and did not need to fight, and the corpses of the historical generals were urgently needed by the other generals, Li Si had dragged it out until now. However, this was not a big deal. If the Heaven-Awakened world devoured the real world, Li Si's fate seal would be undone, and his grade would automatically increase. Of course, Xiao Fu could have used the corpses of historical generals to help him level up. Following this, Xiao Fu received Asani's treatment. Her hands gave off a green light that was filled with the aura of life, and it covered Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu's injured body quickly recovered. In actuality, Xiao Fu still had the royal wood sword, which could also heal him. However, even though the royal wood sword could provide a large amount of life force, it could not heal him, so Xiao Fu still had to eat healing pills and receive Asani's treatment. The treatment lasted for half an hour, and Asani put away the green light in her hands and looked at Xiao Fu with concern as she asked, "Your Majesty, how do you feel? How do you feel?" Xiao Fu carefully sensed his body and found that it was much better, so he smiled and nodded. "Is that so? That's great." Seeing that she had helped Xiao Fu, Asani happily smiled. It was very meaningful for her to be able to help others, especially Xiao Fu, the future ruler of Qin. After all, people like them had to rely on Xiao Fu in order to stay in Qin and have their current lives. Seeing her like this, Xiao Fu couldn't help but smile as he said, "All right, if you have anything to do, you can go back first." Asani hurriedly shook her head, indicating that there was nothing to do. Asani hurriedly shook her head, indicating that there was nothing to do. Asani. 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 Seeing that Asani was done, the 3 flower spirits happily flew over and started to play with her. Seeing how happy they were, Xiao Fu felt quite happy, and he retracted his gaze and went back to cultivating. Time gradually passed, and Xiao Fu's body became better and better. On the 6th day, Xiao Fu's body had mostly recovered. Now, it was time to carry out his original plan, which was to destroy Heavenstone City. Xiao Fu asked his generals to gather the soldiers while he went to find Guobinglin and asked for the latest information on Heavenstone City. Since he had decided to attack it, he needed to know what had happened and what had changed recently. After looking through the report, Zhao Fu found that Heavenstone City hadn't changed much, and it was more or less the same as before. The biggest factor in this battle was most likely the attitude of the three other system main cities. Right now, the attitude of the three system main cities was still unclear, and Zhao Fu couldn't tell if they would help Heavenstone City or not. As such, he had to make some preparations. However, Zhao Fu now had 5 city lords under his command, so there shouldn't be any problems. The main problem was the 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to set up an isolation barrier. If they wanted to help Heavenstone City, he would immediately activate the isolation barrier to stop them from coming. Each system main city was tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other, so even if they sent their soldiers, it would take them at least a week to arrive. By then, Qin City would have long since conquered Heavenstone City. If they really dared to come, Zhao Fu would set up an ambush and take the opportunity to destroy the other 3 system main cities in one fell swoop, taking over all of East Green. Zhao Fu first gathered his generals to discuss and come up with a strategy before starting the plan to destroy Heavenstone City. Large numbers of Great Qin's soldiers orderly stepped into the teleportation channel, giving off an austere aura. It now seemed like a majestic nation. Zhao Fu put on his black cloak and went to the innermost part of East Green to look around. East Green was quite rocky, and there weren't many trees. Because there were many creeks and the air was quite humid, the moss here was quite lush. By now, Zhao Fu had already used stealth and concealed all of his aura as he flew in the sky. Zhao Fu was currently searching for the boss of East Green's region. East Green's region creatures were an important part of his plan, as they were all quite big. For example, the Forest of Horror's 6-eyed flood dragon and Seeping River's fish monsters were 1,000 meters long, so they would be quite easy to find. Zhao Fu searched for a while in the innermost part of East Green, but he didn't find anything. Zhao Fu felt quite confused as he searched again, and he finally found something. The boss of East Green's region was a rock giant that was 1,000 meters tall. Its entire body was made of dark gray rocks, and its body was covered with green moss. The rock giant rarely moved, and it spent most of its time in a deep sleep. Normally, it wouldn't wake up unless something big happened, which suited Zhao Fu's plan. Suddenly, Zhao Fu looked over and saw a 2-meter-tall tree next to the rock giant. Whether it was the tree's branches or leaves, they were all blood red, and there were 9 fruits on the tree. These fruits were as big as fists and looked humanoid. They were purple and gave off a mysterious luster, and it was clear that they weren't low-grade spirit fruits. What's more, Zhao Fu happened to recognize this fruit. It was the fruit of life that Zhao Fu was looking for. The fruit of life was the main ingredient for refining the fate-changing pill. The fate-changing pill was a pill recipe that Zhao Fu had exchanged for during the disaster festival, and its effects were incredibly powerful. It was incredibly powerful, and it could raise anyone's grade below a grade by 1. With this pill and the heaven and earth refining formation, Qin would be able to nurture a large number of S-grade soldiers. When Zhao Fu saw this fruit, he couldn't help but feel quite happy. However, right now, Zhao Fu couldn't touch the fruit tree. It was evident that it was incredibly important to the rock giant, and if Zhao Fu did anything, he would definitely wake it up. Qin had to obtain this fruit of life, so I'll leave it there for now. I'll come back and dig it up when the time comes. After making this decision, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and left the depths of East Green. Ever since that incident, Heavenstone City's defenses had been quite tight. Shi Jian knew that Zhao Fu would come to find him sooner or later, so he had made all sorts of defensive measures to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Shi Jian's biggest weakness was his son, Shi Wen. If he could capture Shi Wen, there would be nothing Shi Jian could do. Perhaps because Shi Jian realized this, he was afraid that others would attack Shi Wen. As such, Shi Wen spent most of his time within the city lord's residence, and he was protected by Lu Xing, one of the 2 remaining great generals of Heavenstone City. Without Shi Wen's destruction, Heavenstone City became much better. Many players came to Heavenstone City to develop, causing it to become much livelier and more prosperous. Even though Zhao Fu had been listed as a criminal by Heavenstone City, with Zhao Fu's strength, no one would be able to discover him. However, because he was a criminal, his stats would be weakened by 30%. Even so, Zhao Fu was still quite powerful. Zhao Fu hid his aura and activated Stealer, causing his body to become invisible. He first snuck into Heavenstone City before entering the city hall. After searching the city hall for a while, Zhao Fu found where Sherwen was. Jian never would have thought that Zhao Fu's growth would surpass his, nor would he have thought that Zhao Fu would dare to infiltrate his city hall. The city hall was at the center of a system main city, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Although Sherwen had become a lot more sensible, and many soldiers had changed their impression of him, Sherwen still had some problems. Even though it was daytime, within a luxurious room, Sherwen was forcefully plucking at the bodies of 3 flirtatious female attendants, causing them to pant. Lu Xing, who was standing guard outside, had a strange expression on his face. Only when Zhao Fu saw Lu Xing did he discover where Sherwen was. Lu Xing's strength was still at stage 3, but in front of Zhao Fu, it was nothing. After all, Zhao Fu's cultivation was only a step away from stage 3, and he had countless other powers supporting him. However, Zhao Fu still carefully took out a dagger and slowly approached Lu Xing. Because Zhao Fu was an assassin, it wasn't difficult for him to do this. Arg! The moans from within the room were incredibly loud, and this slightly distracted Lu Xing, allowing Zhao Fu to get within 5 meters of Lu Xing. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body pounced over like a cheetah. Only then did Lu Xing instinctively sense something, and he was given a big fright. However, it was too late. By now, Zhao Fu had arrived behind Lu Xing and covered Lu Xing's mouth with one hand while gripping the dagger with the other. He didn't hesitate at all as he slit Lu Xing's throat, ending his life. Before, with Zhao Fu's strength, he would have been able to put up a bitter fight against Lu Xing. However, things were different now, and Lu Xing was much weaker than before. Following this, Zhao Fu put Lu Xing's corpse into his spatial ring. Zhao Fu lightly opened the door to the room, and because the 4 people on the bed were in the middle of doing it, they didn't notice him. Young master, you're so amazing. A flirtatious female attendant under Sherwen's body said as she panted with a red face. However, at that moment, 3 black sword lights shot out and pierced into the heads of the 3 female attendants, killing them on the spot. Sherwen was given a big fright, and he quickly turned around to find that a black-cloaked person had appeared in the room. Sherwen wanted to loudly ask who this person was and why he had barged into his room. At the same time, he wanted to call someone in. Back then, because Sherwen had been drunk, he didn't know what Zhao Fu looked like, so he didn't realize that the person in front of him was the person that his father had told him to be careful of. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Fu's body flashed and appeared beside him, knocking him unconscious. Then, he grabbed the bedsheet and wrapped it around the naked man. Before, Zhao Fu had been able to use his invisibility to easily sneak into the city lord's residence without being discovered. However, now that Zhao Fu was carrying such a large group of people, it was impossible for him to leave so easily. As such, Zhao Fu didn't bother hiding anything. He grabbed Sherwen and rushed into the sky, flying out of the city lord's residence. This sudden turn of events gave everyone in the city lord's residence a big fright. Jian immediately sensed this and rushed out of the room. At the same time, Jian sensed that his son's aura had disappeared, and he looked at the person being held by the cloaked figure in the distance. He roared and exploded out with a powerful aura as he leapt up and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was incredibly fast, and he was like a black ray of light as he shot out of the city lord's residence. Jian was slightly behind, but he still chased after Zhao Fu with all his might. The 2 of them gradually closed in on each other, and Zhao Fu didn't pay any attention to Jian, who was chasing after him. He only glanced at him before continuing onwards. "Give me back my son." Seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Jian's heart sank, and he once again exploded out with a powerful aura, causing his flying speed to increase by many times. However, Zhao Fu still didn't pay any attention to Jian and continued onwards. Just as the distance between them became smaller and smaller, 2 people giving off powerful auras rushed out and stopped Jian. Sar was the city lord of a basic city, while Mengkuo was the city lord of a system main city. Their combined strength was enough to stall Jian, which was why Zhao Fu wasn't worried about Jian chasing after him. He had long since made preparations. Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Bai Qi stayed near the 3 other system main cities to prevent them from interfering. If it wasn't for the fact that the other three system main cities wanted to interfere, Zhao Fu would have been able to lure Shi out and kill him. After all, with Zhao Fu's help, Qin would have 6 city lords, and with 6 against 1, Shi would definitely lose. However, this wasn't Zhao Fu's original plan, he could only obtain the fruit of life by himself. Zhao Fu continued to fly towards the depths of East Green. Shi looked at the 2 people in front of him and felt quite startled. He could sense that one of them was a system main city's power while the other was a basic city's power. With his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape from them. Sirs, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, Shi said to Mengque and Sar with a cold expression. He still didn't know that Mengque and Sar were Zhao Fu's subordinates, and he thought that they were reinforcements that Zhao Fu had invited. He had no idea that Zhao Fu was so powerful. Of course, Mengque and Sar ignored Shi words and took out their weapons. Humph. Shi coldly harumphed and took out a large saber, using his full strength. He had to catch up to Zhao Fu, or else his son would be in danger. He slashed out, sending out a massive saber light towards Mengque and Sar. Mengque and Sar also unleashed their city lord Seal's power to defend against Shi attack. Very quickly, the 3 of them started a massive battle in the sky, and the terrifying shockwaves caused the clouds and clouds to howl, causing countless birds and beasts to flee. It was as if a massive disaster had descended. Meng Tian and Tian didn't attack, instead focusing on defense. Their main task was to stall Shi so that Zhao Fu could carry out his plan. Zhao Fu quickly went to the depths of the Forest of Horrors. Looking at the sleeping rock giant, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and took out a small incense stick. This incense stick was very short and looked like it could burn for 3 minutes. It had 5 colors and gave off a dream-like fragrance. This was the dream incense, and it had a powerful effect that could cause the boss of a region to fall into a deep sleep. It was a pity that it could only fall into a deep sleep, and once it suffered immense pain, it would wake up. Otherwise, it would have been possible to kill this stone giant. Zhao Fu took out a match and lit the dream-like incense. He held his breath because if Zhao Fu breathed in the dream-like incense, he would also fall asleep. There wasn't much time left, so Zhao Fu quickly started to act. He first placed the dream-like incense next to the rock giant. The rock giant was already asleep, and after breathing in the dream-like incense, it fell into a deep sleep. Following this, Zhao Fu took out a sturdy iron cage and placed it next to the Tree of Life. He threw Shi into the cage and locked it up, then took out a few chains and tied them around the rock giant's body. This iron cage had been specially made by Zhao Fu, and it was incredibly sturdy. It contained some legendary grade materials, and it could withstand a full-strength attack from a city lord. Following this, Zhao Fu smiled. Of course, it was time to dig up the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was a rare stage 6 spirit fruit, and it was even more difficult to find than ordinary stage 7 spirit fruits. It was incredibly precious, and Zhao Fu had never thought that he would find one here. As such, Zhao Fu was incredibly careful as he dug up the Tree of Life and put it into his king's ring. On the other side, Meng Tian and Zhao Fu followed their plan and stalled Shi for a while before leaving. Of course, Shi wouldn't chase after them, and he instead quickly ran in the direction that Zhao Fu had disappeared. By now, the dreamlike incense's scent had completely disappeared, and Zhao Fu went into stealth, hiding his aura. Zhao Fu had thought that after the dreamlike incense's scent disappeared, the rock giant would wake up because of the Tree of Life's disappearance. However, Zhao Fu discovered that he was wrong. The rock giant continued to fall into a deep sleep. It seemed that the dreamlike incense's effects weren't as simple as it seemed. Even after burning the dreamlike incense, it could still cause a creature to fall into a deep sleep. Without an external force, it was possible that the creature would never wake up. Zhao Fu had never thought that this would happen. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have used up all of the dreamlike incense, and he could have used it 2 more times. However, it was too late now. Since the rock giant continued to fall into a deep sleep, Zhao Fu had nothing to fear. He drew the Sin Dragon sword and flew above the rock giant because Shi had caught up. Shi stopped and stood in the air, furiously looking at the scene in front of him. A black-cloaked figure giving off a powerful aura and holding a sword stood above the rock giant. Under the cloak, there was a pair of blood-red eyes that gave off a mocking gaze as he looked at Xianxia. Next to the rock giant, Xianxia's son was locked in an iron cage. The black-cloaked figure's goal was obvious: he wanted Xianxia to fight the rock giant. In order to save his son, Xianxia had to fight the rock giant. "Sir, you're too despicable." Xianxia coldly looked at Zhao Fu. He knew that this day would come, but he had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Just from his aura alone, Zhao Fu was no weaker than him, and he also had a nation armament and clan armament. Despicable? Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "Could it be that only you can do evil, and I have to do good?" Hearing this, Xianxia felt quite furious, but he suppressed it and said, "Heavenstone City was in the wrong before, but Heavenstone City paid a heavy price. Back then, you only lost 10 or so people, but Heavenstone City lost over 10,000 soldiers and countless residents. I believe that this matter ends here, and Heavenstone City will not make any trouble for you." Ha ha ha. Hearing Xianxia's words, Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he said, "You still don't understand, right? It was I, Qin City, who made trouble for you. Even though 10 or so people died, they were all Qin citizens. This enmity has been settled, and it's time to take revenge." After speaking, Zhao Fu raised the Sin Dragon sword and sent his power into it, preparing to forcefully awaken the sleeping rock giant. "Wait." Seeing this, Xianxia was greatly shocked and hurriedly called out. Zhao Fu stopped and looked at Xianxia as he said, "What else do you have to say?" Xianxia deeply breathed in and calmed himself before saying, "I can give you some compensation to resolve this enmity. I'll do my best to satisfy you." "What do I want?" "Are you willing to give Heavenstone City to me?" Zhao Fu coldly laughed when he heard Xianxia say that he would satisfy all of his requests. "Absolutely not." Xianxia resolutely refused. How could he just give away a system main city like this? How could he face the soldiers who trusted him and the residents who respected him? Moreover, he had developed Heavenstone City for so long, and he had worked so hard to establish it. How could he be willing to give it away so easily? Once he lost his system main city, he would only have stage 4 cultivation. If he didn't run into city lords, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, if he ran into a city lord, even if it was a city lord of a basic city, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. When that time came, the other party would be able to kill him however they wanted, and he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Zhao Fu knew that things would turn out like this, and seeing that Xianxia still wanted to negotiate, Zhao Fu didn't say anything. Apart from the system main city, he didn't want anything else. As such, Zhao Fu sent his power into the Sin Dragon sword, causing it to give off a terrifying green light. There seemed to be a dragon swimming around the sword, and Xianxia was quite startled. Just as he wanted to stop Zhao Fu slashed down with the Sin Dragon sword. Bang! The Sin Dragon sword gave off a massive sword chi that slammed into the rock giant's body, resulting in a muffled explosion. The sword chi blasted out like a wild gale, causing some cracks to appear on the rock giant's body. Zhao Fu had used his full strength in this attack, but because the rock giant's defense was simply too tough, he was only able to deal a small amount of damage. Rumble! An earth-shaking sound rang out as the slumbering rock giant furiously roared, shaking the sky. No one would be happy to be disturbed in their sleep, and the rock giant felt an intense pain in its body, so it immediately woke up and tried to stand up. Zhao Fu completely hid his aura and entered stealth. In an instant, he seemed to have disappeared, and no one could sense Zhao Fu's existence. Xianxia was both shocked and furious, and he hurriedly rushed towards the rock giant. After all, the cage was tied to the rock giant's body, and within it was his son. Ah! Understanding that time was of the essence, Xianxia roared and used all of his strength. He gripped his saber with both hands and gave off an incredibly sharp saber light, giving off a shocking aura as he slashed out. Boom! Space seemed to split apart as a huge green blade light slashed towards the iron cage. However, although the iron cage was covered with cracks, it was not damaged at all. This chain actually blocked my attack. Xianxia was a little shocked, but he soon realized that the iron cage was already full of cracks. A light blow would break it. However, just as Xianxia was about to attack again, roar! The rock giant once again let out a terrifying roar because the saber light had hit it at the same time. Suffering two massive attacks at once, the rock giant was completely enraged, and before it could even stand up, it swatted at Xianxia with a backhand. The massive stone hand gave off shocking power as it slammed down, resulting in a massive explosion and forcing Xianxia to dodge. By now, the rock giant had fully stood up. By now, Zhao Fu, who was hiding in the distance, could clearly see the rock giant's true appearance. It was 1,000 meters tall, and its head seemed to reach into the clouds. Because its body was made of massive rocks, it looked quite crude. However, one could roughly make out that it had a human body and a face. Now, this face was angrily looking at Xianxia. Then, as if sensing something, it turned its head and found that the fruit tree had also disappeared. Immediately, not only had it been woken up from its slumber, but it had also suffered two massive attacks. Now, the fruit tree that it had been guarding had disappeared. Human! I'll kill you! The stone giant let out a loud male voice before clenching his fists and punching toward Xianxia with all his might. The power of the stone fist was shocking, and it brought with it an intense pressure that covered Xianxia's entire body, making it difficult for him to dodge. He wanted to explain, but the rock giant did not give him an opportunity. Bang! Xianxia could only unleash his city lord's seal, which formed an azure barrier and blocked the rock giant's punch. After failing to hit Xianxia again, the rock giant furiously raised its two fists, which were like two small mountains, and punched towards Xianxia. Seeing this, there was nothing Xianxia could do. He looked at Wen, who was still hanging from the rock giant, and roared as a 1,000-meter-long azure saber image slashed out. Bang! The two mountain-like fists and the 1,000-meter-long saber image clashed, resulting in a massive explosion that blasted out like a wild gale. The rock giant's body was sent flying backwards, and it took a step back before stabilizing its body. Evidently, the azure saber image was stronger. Just as the rock giant lost its balance, Xianxia grasped this opportunity and charged at it. He quickly arrived beside the cage and slashed it apart with his saber before grabbing the unconscious Wen. Xianxia didn't hesitate to turn into a ray of light and escape to the side. Roar! Seeing that Xianxia was trying to escape, the rock giant was completely enraged. It gave a heart-rending roar and slammed its palms against the ground. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the ground instantly cracked and collapsed. 1,000-meter-long stone pillar suddenly shot out of the ground. Xianxia was given a big fright, but it was too late to dodge. In order to prevent Wen from being injured, Xianxia could only take all of the damage himself. Bang! Xianxia's body was like a sandbag as he quickly flew into the air, and he was lifted thousands of meters into the air by the massive stone pillar. Gee! Xianxia coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and he felt an intense pain in his body. His chest was a bloody mess, and blood dyed his clothes red. Bang! Another massive explosion sounded out as the rock giant stomped on the ground, leaving behind two massive footprints. It then leapt up and attacked Xianxia in the air. Arg! Xianxia roared. He knew that if he didn't risk his life, he would die here. His city lord's seal gave off a large amount of azure light, and Heavenstone City's city heart continuously trembled. Everyone in Heavenstone City felt an abnormal disturbance. The 100,000 system main city soldiers' expressions fell, and they understood that their city lord was in danger. As such, they wanted to rush out to save Xianxia and their city lord. If something happened to the city lord, Heavenstone City would perish. After all, the city lord's seal was the core of a city, and Heavenstone City's only remaining great general had wanted to defend the system main city in case someone attacked Heavenstone City. However, they were now faced with a dilemma: should they defend the city? Or should they save the city lord? Zhao Fu thought for a while. Yu Linping decided to personally lead 80,000 soldiers to help the city lord and leave 20,000 soldiers to defend the city. Of course, 20,000 people would not be able to defend such a big city, so Yu Linping gathered a large number of residents and gave out quests to players for help. With 200,000 residents and 600,000 players defending the city, Yu Linping felt quite at ease. As such, he gathered 80,000 soldiers and headed towards the center of the region. Back at the center of the region, Xianxia roared as the city lord's heart's power continuously entered his body, causing him to explode out with a terrifying aura as an azure aura flame appeared around him. Facing the incoming rock giant, Xianxia raised his large saber and sent his power into it, causing it to give off a brilliant azure light that dyed the entire sky azure. A terrifying saber light flashed on the saber, causing the weather to change as a dangerous aura spread out. Boom! Xianxia slashed down at the incoming rock giant, and the heavens and earth seemed to be split apart as a massive azure saber light slashed out, bringing with it an extremely powerful saber wind that seemed to destroy everything. The rock giant was given a big fright and immediately used its hands to block in front of it. At the same time, its arms gave off a gray-black aura as it defended. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the ground shook. The rock giant was slashed back to the ground, creating a large crater. A long gash appeared on the rock giant's chest. The gash was quite long, but it was not deep. If an ordinary boss monster had been hit by that attack, they would have been heavily injured. However, the rock giant was not heavily injured, showing just how powerful its defense was. Roar! After suffering this heavy blow, the rock giant furiously roared, its heart filled with rage. It stretched out a hand towards Xianxia, who was trying to run away again. Boom! The rock giant gripped the air, and a formless energy exploded out. The countless boulders in the surrounding 100 kilometers seemed to be grabbed by a formless energy, and the floating boulders shot towards Xianxia like cannonballs. Tens of thousands of boulders shot out simultaneously, giving off a ferocious aura. Facing such a terrifying attack, Xianxia, who was about to escape, could only stop. He gripped his saber tightly and took a deep breath. His eyes glowed with a green light as he yelled, "Chaos-breaking saber!" Boom! 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 Loud noises rang out as Xianxia stood in place, constantly waving the large saber in his hand. His hand left countless afterimages as he slashed out a terrifying blue saber light, cutting apart the flying boulders and causing them to fall like rain. Boom! As Xianxia destroyed the countless boulders, a gray-black aura rose up from the rock giant's body as it used all of its strength. It leapt up from the ground and heavily punched towards Xianxia. At this point, Xianxia couldn't dodge, nor could he do anything, because he had to hold Xianxia with one hand while holding the saber. Perhaps some people would say, why don't you just put Xianxia to the side and focus on fighting the rock giant? That way, you won't have to be so passive. This was because the shockwaves from the battle with the rock giant were too large, and it was possible that Xianxia would die from the shockwaves. Moreover, the cloaked figure was still nearby, and if Xianxia left, the cloaked figure would definitely try to threaten him again. Xianxia could only block with his saber in front of him. The saber emitted a large amount of green light as he defended with all his might. Bang! The massive fist smashed into Xianxia, sending him flying like a sandbag. Xianxia tightly held on to Xianxia so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. The rock giant also landed on the ground and continued to ferociously attack Xianxia, and the battle continued. The other three city lords sensed the terrifying ripples coming from the center of the region, and their expressions fell, not knowing what was going on. Following this, they received a request for help from Heavenstone City's General Yu Linping, telling them that Heavenstone City was in danger and asking them to go and save Xianxia. After hearing this news, the three city lords' hearts sank. This day had finally come. The seeds that had been planted back then had now been destroyed. They were a bit hesitant about this, but after thinking about it for a moment, they had the soldiers wait for orders. They decided to head to the center of the region to take a look at the situation before making a decision. The three city lords turned into rays of light and left their system main cities. However, soon, they were each stopped by a person. Sensing the aura from the person in front of them, the three city lords' expressions became serious. This was because the person in front of them was also a city lord of a system main city, and they had never seen this person before. This meant that this person was most likely a city lord from another region. Just what was going on? Why did a city lord from another region interfere? The three city lords felt incredibly shocked, and they understood that things weren't as simple as they thought. They looked at the person in front of them seriously and asked, "Sir, who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Bai Qi coldly looked at the city lord in front of him and said, "Qin is here to do business. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." These words made one of the city lords feel quite angry. After all, this was their region, and yet they were being prohibited from entering by someone from another region. they didn't take them seriously at all. However, after thinking about it, the other party had most likely been waiting for them, which meant that the other party had predicted that they would interfere. This made the city lord feel quite uneasy. As for the other two city lords, they were most likely stopped by someone as well. That opponent can actually mobilize 3 city lords? Just what faction had interfered? Could it be that the dynasty legatee that Heavenstone City had offended had developed to such a powerful level? Sensing the terrifying shockwaves coming from the center of the region, the 3 city lords started to hesitate. This was evidently a muddy water, and they wondered if they should get involved. However, Heavenstone City was East Green's system main city, and if it was destroyed, the entire East Green region would be heavily affected, and their overall strength would be greatly reduced. He thought about it again and again. The 3 of them decided not to participate. After all, the person in front of them was a city lord, and he had come prepared. It was very likely that they would be stalled by him, and they would not be able to make much of an impact on the battle. Since they could not help, there was no need for them to foolishly step into these muddy waters. Heavenstone City was destined to suffer this time, and they couldn't change the outcome. Facing the people in front of them, the 3 city lords could only coldly harumph and return to their respective system main cities as if they were neither strong nor weak. Following this, they found that they couldn't teleport to Heavenstone City as if they had been stopped by some sort of power. Now, even if they tried to help, they wouldn't be able to. Elsewhere, Yu Linping led 80,000 soldiers towards the depths of East Green. The ominous feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger, as they were about to face an ambush from Qin's 400,000 soldiers. Of course, Yu Linping didn't know what he was going to encounter. He just wanted to go to the center of the area and save Shijian. Half of the 80,000 soldiers rode on warhorses, while the other half ran on foot. The system main cities had nearly 30,000 cavalrymen, and they had around 40,000 warhorses in reserve. At this moment, they were already unable to use the teleportation formation to head to the center of the region, because Zhao Fu had already given the order to use the isolation formation. They could only run over or borrow the strength of their horses. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, when the 80,000 troops stepped onto a flat ground, Qin's soldiers, who had been waiting for a long time, shot arrows one after another. The rain of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to tell how many arrows there were. However, in the face of this massive arrow aura, countless soldiers were shocked, and their hairs instinctively stood on end. Quick! Shield defense! Yes! Yu Linping hurriedly shouted. Countless soldiers also reacted in time. They raised their shields and formed a defensive wall. The soldiers who did not have shields hid inside the defensive wall. Puff puff puff, countless arrows tore through the air and descended like rain. Even though the system main city soldiers had formed a defensive wall, there were simply too many arrows. Moreover, they had come so suddenly that many of the system main city soldiers were exposed to the rain of arrows. Under such a terrifying rain of arrows, blood splattered everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the air. Not many people were able to survive. Most of them were killed by countless arrows, and their deaths were quite miserable. There was also the warhorses. Because they were quite large, even though they had some simple defenses, they were unable to withstand the rain of arrows. As such, many of the warhorses were killed. This sudden wave of attack killed a quarter of the 80,000 soldiers in just a moment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, suddenly, there was another loud sound of something tearing through the air. This time, it wasn't ordinary arrows that were shot out, but crossbow bolts and spears. Ballistae and spears were extremely powerful, and were very suitable for breaking through shields. However, the opponent was already a stage 1 soldier, so normal ballistae wouldn't work. As such, Qin used a stage 1 ballista, which required blue-grade materials to make. Bang, 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 the ballistae and spears smashed against the shield wall with immense force, and the shield-wielding soldiers felt as if a wild beast was charging at them. Blocking a single beast was not a problem, but blocking a group of them was something that they would not be able to defend against. One by one, the shield-wielding soldiers were knocked to the ground, and the shield wall also collapsed. Once the shield wall collapsed, countless ordinary arrows whistled through the air. Puff puff puff, countless soldiers wanted to resist, bringing out large amounts of saber light and sword shadows. However, they were unable to defend at all, and their bodies were pierced by the arrows. At the same time, the system's soldiers lost another quarter of their soldiers. Seeing this scene, Yu Linping could only give the order to retreat. Now, let alone saving the city lord, it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves. Yu Linping had never thought that the other side would be so powerful. There were already 400,000 soldiers, and there were 200,000 Stage 1 soldiers. The other soldiers also understood the current situation, so without any hesitation, they turned around and fled. On the other side of the plains, 80,000 or so cavalrymen were lined up, riding on tall black forest horses and holding spears. They looked ahead, giving off an oppressive and dangerous aura. Charge! As soon as the order was given, countless cavalrymen shot out like arrows. Rumble! The sound of countless horses galloping was like muffled thunder, extremely loud. The countless cavalrymen were like a torrent as they surged towards Yu Linping. By now, most of the warhorses on the system's soldiers' side had died, and only a small portion were left. Most of the soldiers had to rely on their legs. Seeing this, Yu Linping's heart sank. They definitely could not outrun warhorses, so Yu Lin could only give the order to stop retreating. The remaining cavalrymen gathered together, while the shield-bearers formed a shield wall and the other soldiers supported the shield-bearers. Soon, under Yu Linping's command, the remaining soldiers formed a defensive wall, and the countless cavalrymen did not feel any fear at all. They raised their spears and sent their power into them, causing the spears to shine with a cold light. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the countless cavalrymen gave off ferocious auras and slammed into the defensive wall like a black torrent. The black torrent only paused for a moment before breaking through the middle of the defensive wall. Once a gap appeared in the middle, the entire defensive wall collapsed. Because Qin's side had an advantage in numbers, and their equipment and stats were slightly better than the system's soldiers, the system's soldiers were more or less injured. Adding on the cavalrymen's advantage, they were able to easily destroy the defensive wall. After the defensive wall collapsed, the other Qin's soldiers on both sides started to charge. Now, not only did the system's soldiers have to face the cavalrymen, but there were also countless infantrymen rushing over from both sides. Yu Linping could only continue to give the order to retreat, because if they stayed, they would definitely die. However, how could Qin's soldiers let them escape? Qin's soldiers rushed up from the left and right, and a large number of archers came to the back, cutting off the system's soldiers' escape routes. The battle quickly concluded. The ground was completely dyed red with blood, and the stench of blood was quite pungent. Corpses lay silently on the ground, and weapons were scattered everywhere. Even though Yu Linping had stage 3 cultivation, he was still killed by 7 or 8 generals. The 80,000 system soldiers were completely annihilated, and it was incredibly rare for them to surrender. Even if they knew that they would die, they would rather fight with you than surrender. However, Qin's soldiers didn't suffer many losses, only around 1,000 or so people were injured or killed. After clearing the battlefield and putting away the corpses and equipment, the 400,000 soldiers started to advance towards the system main city. The battle at the center of the region continued, and both Shijian and the rock giant had many wounds on their bodies. However, it was evident that the rock giant had a big advantage. After all, it had incredibly powerful defenses, and with its powerful body, it was very difficult to injure it. Zhao Fu hid in the distance and watched the battle. Boom! The azure saber light shot into the sky, causing a wild gale to blow. The massive saber chi wildly danced about, slicing through everything within a 10-kilometer radius. The trees, rocks, and ground were all left with saber gashes. Shijian used all of his strength to slash towards the rock giant. The azure saber light gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, and it sent the rock giant's massive body flying. The rock giant heavily landed on the ground, causing the ground to violently tremble. A deep gash appeared on its body, and some green liquid flowed out. It seemed that the rock giant had been heavily injured. The rock giant, who had lost control of its emotions, furiously roared and exploded out with all of its strength. A gray aura flame appeared around it, and its body blurred before it disappeared. In just an instant, the rock giant appeared above Shijian's head and slammed out with its palm, creating a gravitational field that covered 1,000 meters and smashing towards Shijian with enough power to crush steel. Shijian was unable to dodge, and he could only use his saber to block. Boom! The massive gravitational field slammed into Shijian's body, causing him to fly towards the ground like a rubber ball. When Shijian's body landed on the ground, the terrifying force caused the surrounding 100 meters to collapse. However, Shijian used his body to protect Shiwen, taking on all of the damage. The massive tremors caused Shiwen, who had breathed in the dream fragrance, to gradually wake up. Shiwen opened his eyes and looked at his father, who was covered in blood. He felt quite surprised and hurriedly asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Shijian's face was covered in blood, and he lovingly smiled, wanting to say something. Boom! A massive figure landed beside them, causing the ground to tremble. Shijian looked up and saw a rock giant ferociously glaring at them. Facing the two of them, the rock giant wouldn't show any mercy. It raised its massive foot and stomped down towards them, wanting to turn them into meat paste. Shijian pushed Shiwen away with great difficulty and roared as he gripped his saber with both hands, giving off an intense green light as he blocked the rock giant's foot and dodged to the side. Boom! Suddenly, as the two of them fought, an extremely terrifying power exploded out from behind the stone giant. A pillar of demonic chi rushed into the clouds, and the entire sky was covered by demonic chi. The sun seemed to be dyed black, becoming like a demonic sun that gave off a boundless demonic might. A massive gale of sword chi spread out, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. A black-cloaked figure stood in the air, raising a sword that gave off a soul-devouring black light and a god-killing aura. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, and the entire world seemed to tremble as a 10,000-meter-long black sword light slashed out, seeming to split apart the heavens. The rock giant was greatly startled, but it was too late to block. Its entire body was hit by the black sword light, which easily sliced apart the rock giant's body. The rock giant gave a pained roar that shook the heavens. Large amounts of green blood flew everywhere as a savage gash appeared on the rock giant's back, almost splitting it in half. Bang! The rock giant weakly knelt on the ground. Even though it had suffered such severe injuries, it still had a sliver of life left in it. It could be seen how strong the rock giant's life force was. Zhao Fu withdrew his power because the rock giant was no longer a threat. Just then, Zhao Fu had used his clan armament and city lord Seal's power, or else he wouldn't have been able to deal such terrifying damage. Now that he had the support of a few nation legatees, Qin's fate quickly increased. Occasionally using his clan armament would not have much of an impact, and killing boss monsters would also give him a lot of fate. After fighting with Shijian for a long time, the boss of this region had already suffered many injuries and was almost out of strength. Adding on Zhao Fu's sneak attack, it had been able to achieve such a result. Zhao Fu's original plan was to use the rock giant to fight with Shijian, and then ambush Shijian with the death dagger and poison dragon liquid. However, he hadn't expected his strength to increase so quickly, so he changed his original plan and targeted both Shijian and the rock giant. Now, there was no need to use the death dagger and poison dragon liquid. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at the dying rock giant with his blood-red eyes. A strange emotion appeared in his heart, and he said, "You can choose to surrender. I can spare your life." Even though Zhao Fu wanted to spare the rock giant weakly cried out, "You humans! Die!" After saying this, the dying rock giant raised its hand, wanting to attack Zhao Fu. It was a pity that the rock giant's body was on the verge of death, and it didn't have much strength left. Even raising its hand was incredibly slow. Zhao Fu didn't waste any words and easily dodged the rock giant's attack. He came to its head and slashed out 10 or so sword lights, decapitating the rock giant's head. The rock giant's massive body shattered into countless rocks. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the side and quickly escaped. Zhao Fu didn't have time to see what the rock giant had dropped, and his body turned into a ray of black light and blocked the ray of light. "Do you really think you can escape?" Zhao Fu coldly stared at Shijian, who was trying to escape with Shiwen in his arms. Shijian's expression was quite unsightly as he said, "Sir, I advise you not to kill us. I advise you not to kill them all, as the 3 city lords in this area won't just stand by and watch." Hearing his words, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. "Is that so? Then why aren't they here yet?" Seeing how confident Zhao Fu was, Shijian's expression fell. Something must have happened, the 3 of them should have arrived long ago, but they still hadn't arrived. Father. Who is he? Why is he trying to kill us? Sherwin angrily looked at Zhao Fu. He still didn't know who Zhao Fu was, so he asked Shi Jian. Shi Jian sighed and said, he's the dynasty legatee that you offended before. Hearing this, Sherwin's expression fell, and he panicked. However, he quickly calmed down and said, I was in the wrong before, the Qian family was the main culprit. It was their trap, and I've already destroyed the Qian family. If you let us go, Heavenstone City will compensate you. Seeing that Sherwin had become so mature, Shi Jian felt quite pleased and smiled as he said, all right, sure, he won't let us go. Sure, there's no way he'll let us go, so we can only fight. I'll hold him off while you run. No. Father, I want to stay here. Now that I have stage 2 strength, I can help you. Sherwin surprisingly chose to stay. It seemed that he truly loved his father. Deep love between father and son? Zhao Fu coldly looked at this scene and raised the sky demon sword. He slashed out, and a 10 or so meter long black arc of light flew towards Shi Jian and his son. Shi Jian coldly harumphed, and his body exploded out with a large amount of azure light as he prepared to counterattack. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out his fist, and a few rays of azure light shot out from his fingers. Shi Jian's face paled because Zhao Fu was holding a City Lord Seal shard, which was what Zhao Fu had obtained during that battle. Now, the City Lord Seal was resonating with the shard, and each of them gave off an azure light. However, the azure light around Shi Jian's body started to slowly disappear, as the City Lord Seal wouldn't attack it. This was because Zhao Fu had the shard, so the City Lord Seal recognized him as one of its own. At that moment, the City Lord Seal automatically stopped giving off power. Only when the City Lord Seal fused with the shard would the City Lord Seal once again give off power. Once he lost his City Lord Seal's power, how could Shi Jian, who only had stage 4 cultivation, be a match for Zhao Fu? Even if Zhao Fu didn't use his nation armament or clan armament, just his City Lord Seal would be enough to defeat him. Sir. I'm willing to give Heavenstone City to you, but please spare us father and son. It was clear that he wasn't a match for Zhao Fu, so Shi Jian could only soften his tone and speak to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sneered. How could he let them go now? After all, Shi Jian was a stage 4 expert, and he might cause some trouble. Getting rid of him was the best solution. Zhao Fu did not reply to Shi Jian and was about to kill this father and son pair. Seeing this, Shi Jian hurriedly said, aren't you afraid that I'll detonate the City Lord Seal? Although I can't use the City Lord Seal's power, I can still detonate it. This caused Zhao Fu to stop because Zhao Fu was indeed worried that Shi Jian would detonate the City Lord Seal. Once the City Lord Seal was detonated, the system main city would degenerate into an advanced town and would have to condense a City Lord Seal again. This was something that Zhao Fu did not want to see. After all, the value of a system main city would greatly decrease. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. He didn't want to let the Shi family's father and son go, and he also wanted to obtain the City Lord Seal. However, just as Zhao Fu was hesitating, Shi Jian took out something and threw it to the side with all his might. It was so fast that it flashed past like a green shadow. In the blink of an eye, it was already far away. Zhao Fu sensed the City Lord Seal's aura, so he turned into a ray of light and chased after it. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Fu vigorously rushed forwards and grabbed at the air, causing a massive formless hand to grab the City Lord Seal. Looking at the stone seal in his hand and confirming that it was indeed a City Lord Seal, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He quickly turned and found that the Shi family's father and son were still there. However, Zhao Fu immediately felt that something was off. Shi Jian had cut open his palm, causing blood to continuously flow out. He drew a blood-red talisman in the air, which looked quite extraordinary and gave off a mysterious and obscure power. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shi Jian's appearance began to age. It should be because of the blood talisman. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and was about to make his move. On the other side, Shi Jian gave a loving smile and handed a spatial ring to Sherwin. Sherwin's eyes were filled with tears, but Shi Jian patted his back and said gently, "You'll have to rely on yourself in the future." Sensing Zhao Fu's attack, Shi Jian pointed out, and the blood-colored talisman in the air entered Sherwin's body, causing him to turn into a streak of blood-colored light that shot into the sky. Clang clang clang, chains shot out from the void, entangling the blood-red light. However, the blood-red light was incomparably fast, and the chains actually failed to lock it down. Seeing the blood-red light disappear into the sky, Xiaofu felt quite angry. He looked at Shijian and waved his hand. A formless energy sent Shijian flying. Bang! Shijian's body crashed into a massive boulder, and the terrifying force caused cracks to appear on the boulder. Shijian coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body slowly slid down the ground. He had already been heavily injured in the battle with the rock giant, and he had used a forbidden technique that consumed a large amount of his essence blood to allow Shiwen to escape. Now, he did not have any strength left in his body. However, as long as Shiwen could escape, it would all be worth it. As Shijian's body slowly slid down, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the throat. Xiaofu was not so angry, and he looked at Shijian calmly. He could feel the deep fatherly love that Shijian had for Shiwen, and he said softly, "You're a good father." Shijian bitterly smiled. Xiaofu looked away and did not say anything else as he twisted the hand around Shijian's throat. Gotcha! Shijian's throat was broken by Xiaofu. Shijian was the city lord of Heavenstone City, and he was dead. Xiaofu put Shijian's corpse into his spatial ring. He did not have any good things on him, including the large saber that he had used before. They had all been put into that spatial ring, which was the one that Shijian had given to Shiwen. This spatial ring was incredibly valuable, and it was worth at least 600,000 to 700,000 gold coins. There were at least 2 pieces of legendary-grade equipment, and there were many other pieces of equipment and skills. Xiaofu did not care too much about the spatial ring, but he felt that it was a pity that Shiwen had escaped. However, obtaining the Heavenstone City Lord Seal was not bad either. Xiaofu took out the Heavenstone City Lord Seal and looked at it before taking out the shard. The shard gave off a faint azure light and flew towards the City Lord Seal, fusing with it, forming a complete City Lord Seal. Xiaofu already had the Qin City Lord Seal, so he could not have another City Lord Seal. As such, Xiaofu decided to give this City Lord Seal to Sima Qiu. After returning to the place where he had killed the rock giant, Xiaofu felt quite curious and excited, as he wondered what the boss monsters of this region would drop. Xiaofu looked closely and found that there were 4 types of items. The first was a grayish-black rock, which was the rock on the rock giant's body, and it had special attributes. Body stone, the rock on the rock giant's body can be fused into any stone structure, greatly increasing the sturdiness of the structure. It also has a certain degree of immunity to all magic skills. There were roughly 1,000 or so of these body stones, and it could be fused into a structure or all of them. The sturdiness of the structure would also be different. The second type was 4 crystals that were as big as a palm. They were dark green and irregularly shaped, and they gave off an oppressive aura. Rock Giant Crystal, a type of crystal from the rock giant's body. It is a high-grade legendary-grade material and can be used to forge legendary-grade equipment. For stone golem crystals could create 4 pieces of high-grade legendary equipment, which was quite good. Of course, the more legendary equipment he had, the better. Xiaofu put away the 4 stone golem crystals and looked at the next item. The third item looked like a shard of a mask. It was black and made of wood, and it was as big as half a palm. There were some pictures on it, but because it was a shard, it was impossible to tell what they were. At the same time, it gave off an ancient aura. This made Xiaofu feel quite delighted, as this was a shard of the desolate blood mask. In the previous auction, Xiaofu had bought a nation armament shard at a high price, which was a desolate blood mask shard. The desolate blood mask had been split into 4 pieces, and Xiaofu had now obtained 2 of them. Xiaofu wondered if he would be able to restore it after collecting the 4 desolate blood mask shards. If he could restore it, that would be great, as Qin would have another nation armament. This item was a gray stone orb that was as big as a watermelon. It was very round and rough, and it gave off a very sturdy aura. Rock Giant Heart, the core of a rock giant. It contains a large amount of stone power and can summon 5 rock puppets. After looking at the information, Xiaofu felt quite interested in these rock puppets, so he took out the rock giant heart and tested it out. The stone orb floated up in Xiaofu's hand, and a formless energy spread out, causing large rocks nearby and underground to gather. Following this, the rocks started to form humanoid shapes under the control of the formless energy, forming 5 rock giants that were 10 meters tall. These stone golems could also be called stone giants. After all, 10 meters was quite tall, and these stone golems did not have true life. Instead, they were formed from the stone golem heart and were controlled by the stone golem heart. As such, even if these stone golems were destroyed, they could reform after some time. Xiaofu felt that it was quite a pity that he didn't have the rock giants to protect him. If he could control the 1,000-meter-tall rock giants, they would definitely be powerful siege machines. Now that he only had 5 10-meter-tall rock giants, they definitely wouldn't be as effective. Finally, there were the system announcements for killing the boss monsters. System announcement. You have killed the rock giant and obtained 10,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have killed the rock giant and obtained a large amount of region fate. System announcement. You have killed the rock giant and obtained 300,000 EXP. System announcement. You have obtained 1 legend point. After looking at these achievement points, Xiaofu felt that there was quite a lot, and he instantly became a second-ranked count. As for the region fate, it was something that could be obtained from destroying a system main city or killing a boss monster. However, the amount of EXP was quite low, only 300,000 EXP. Finally, Xiaofu didn't know how to use the legend point, so he put it aside for now. Following this, Xiaofu put away all of the spoils of war and started to attack Heavenstone City. Yu Linping had gathered a large number of residents and players to defend the city, and seeing that the rewards were quite good, countless players had joined in, wondering who would be so bold as to attack a system main city. After all, apart from Qin, who had used the undead disaster to destroy 4 system main cities, there hadn't been a single system main city that had been destroyed. With how powerful system main cities were, they weren't something that players could contend against. They had been incredibly confident, and they had thought that no one would attack Heavenstone City. As such, they had been waiting for the reward for defending the city. However, they had never thought that groups of well-equipped and powerful soldiers would surround Heavenstone City. At the same time, they found that teleportation channels couldn't be used, and the countless players started to panic. However, after being comforted by the system main city's officials, they calmed down. After all, they had more than 1.4 million people. Although the enemies outside the city were powerful, and their numbers could reach 400,000, as long as they worked together to defend the city, the enemies outside would definitely not easily attack. Back then, Qin's soldiers indeed wouldn't easily attack. Even though there weren't many soldiers in the city, and the residents' and players' cultivations were quite low, there were still quite a few of them. If they forcefully attacked, Qin would lose a quarter of his soldiers. As such, according to the plan, they would only surround Heavenstone City and not attack. They would wait for Xiaofu to kill Shijian and take the city lord's seal before attacking. At first, the residents and players were filled with confidence, but after hearing that Shijian had died and that Heavenstone City had changed owners, they started to panic. An azure energy barrier appeared around the city hall to protect itself, and the city was in complete chaos. Everyone quickly packed their things and prepared to escape. After all, the city lord was the spiritual figure of a system main city, and the city lord's seal was the core item of a system main city. Now that the spiritual figure had died, the city lord's seal had fallen into someone else's hands. Now that the 2 most important things of a system main city were gone, how could they have the confidence to defend against the enemies outside? They were like a pile of loose sand. Xiaofu quickly flew outside Heavenstone City, and Sar and Meng Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, bowed and respectfully called out, "Your Majesty." Hearing this, Xiaofu nodded and looked down at Heavenstone City. Boom! A massive aura covered the entire city, causing all of the panicking people's bodies to sink as a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the person in the sky. Xiaofu stood in the air and looked down at the people below as he said, "I'm sure that you've all guessed my identity. Qin has taken revenge for that day. Whether it's the 80,000 soldiers or your city lord, they were all killed by Qin. You only have 2 choices, either you die, or you surrender. Also, it's best if the players don't get involved, or all of the leaders of the factions will be executed. I'm talking about a true execution." After hearing that their city lord had been killed by the person in the sky, some of the residents looked furious, while others looked fearful. As for the players, they all looked terrified. When Zhaofu reported Qin's name, all of Heavenstone City's players were greatly shocked. Before, the entire world had been shrouded by Qin, and countless people could only tremble and pray for their lives. Even though the undead disaster had stopped and the 6 paths of reincarnation had been closed, countless players' fear towards Qin hadn't decreased at all. East Green's players naturally knew that there was enmity between Heavenstone City and Qin. It was because of what had happened at Heavenstone City that Qin's legatee had appeared, resulting in a terrifying battle. Now that so many people were attacking Heavenstone City, the first person they thought of was Qin. After all, apart from Qin, no one else had the strength to do such a thing. At first, they had felt a bit of hope, but now that they had personally heard that it was Qin, they couldn't help but feel terrified. Most importantly, the person standing in the air was the incredibly ferocious legatee Qin. Just then, he had said that if any player factions got involved, all of the leaders of the factions would be executed. Countless players knew that Qin had the ability to bring people into the Heaven Awakened world, so if he said that they would be executed, then they would be executed. Under the threat of death, countless players came down from the city walls and yelled, "Legatee Qin, we surrender. We don't dare to be your enemy, please spare us." Hearing these players' words, the countless residents' expressions fell. They were already quite weak, and they would definitely lose against Qin without a doubt. As such, they wanted to pull in countless players to have a chance of fighting. However, they had never thought that these players would surrender so quickly without any resistance. Now that they had lost the players' support, the countless residents didn't know what to do. What should we do? Heavenstone City's officials hurriedly discussed among themselves. This was a moment of life and death, so they couldn't help but feel anxious. Right now, there were only 2 paths they could take: surrender and preserve their lives, or resist and face certain death. They had no chance of victory. A short official with small eyes said with a fearful expression, "I say, let's surrender. If we continue to resist, we'll be massacred. Don't think about us, think about the innocent residents." If Shijian was still here, he would be able to preserve his loyalty, but now that Shijian was dead, he had to think about himself. Of course, no one wanted to die. Death meant that they would lose everything, and they would never be able to enjoy this world again. Another well-built big man unhappily harumphed and said, "I think you're the one who's afraid of death. How dare you drag Heavenstone City's residents into this? I think we shouldn't surrender and kill as many as we can. It's best if we can take revenge for the city lord." This big man was evidently very loyal to Shijian, so he was willing to sacrifice his life to resist. The others all had different thoughts, and they were split into those who wanted to surrender and those who wanted to resist. The 2 sides were arguing, and neither side could convince the other. In the sky, Zhaofu didn't give them any time to think. He took out Heavenstone City's City Lord's seal and chose to remove the city walls, making all of Heavenstone City's residents criminals. A formless energy burst forth from the City Lord's seal, and the incredibly sturdy city walls that were dozens of meters tall started to crack. Soon, they started to collapse, giving off massive sounds that shocked countless people. Now that their defensive city walls were gone, their confidence in resisting plummeted. The players all wanted to surrender, and they didn't dare to resist at all. Heavenstone City's residents' expressions were quite unsightly. Not only were their defensive city walls gone, but they had also been made criminals. If they continued to stay within Heavenstone City, their stats would be reduced by 30%, and they wouldn't receive any buffs from the city either. Now that their stats were slightly lower than ordinary players, it would be much easier for Qin to kill them. It would be a massacre. The officials' expressions fell, and they immediately fell silent. The few of them fell silent. It was time to make a final decision. Heavenstone City's residents, I'll say it again. If you're willing to surrender, come out and enjoy the same treatment as Qin City's residents. If you're not willing, I can only kill all of you. Zhaofu's voice, which was filled with killing intent, sounded out. This caused the officials to make a decision and say, "I choose to surrender. If this goes on, we'll just die a meaningless death." The other officials sighed inwardly and did not try to stop them. After all, they had no right to ask others to die with them. However, they also made up their minds to fight to the death with Qin. Very soon, the system main city's residents split into two groups. One group walked out of the city and knelt on the ground, choosing to surrender, while the other raised their weapons and set up simple defenses, preparing to fight. Roughly 200,000 or so people had come out, and they were all system main residents. There were not a single system main city soldier. Heavenstone City had 380,000 residents, which meant that 180,000 residents had chosen to resist, and the remaining 20,000 soldiers had also chosen to fight. Zhao couldn't help but coldly and cruelly laugh. Now, there was no need for Qin City to act, and Zhao loudly said to the players, "Do you usually envy the indigenous residents' equipment? Do you envy their skills? Do you covet their wealth? Now, I've listed them as criminals, and their stats are even lower than yours. I'll allow you to commit any crime, whether it's murder, robbery, or anything else. As long as you don't leave a single person alive in the system main city, I'll open the isolation barrier in 4 hours, and you can leave." Zhao words caused countless players' eyes to go red. Every system main city's indigenous residents had a lot of wealth, and just as Zhao had said, players coveted the indigenous residents' wealth. However, because of the system main city's soldiers' suppression, they didn't dare to do anything. However, it seemed that Heavenstone City didn't have the power to stop them anymore. What was more important was that Qin City's legatee had given permission to do this, so they could openly plunder everything without fear. There were roughly 200,000 indigenous residents and soldiers left, and if Qin City's 400,000 soldiers charged in, they would be able to easily kill everyone. After all, their equipment and cultivations were far superior to theirs, and this was especially so for the 200,000 Stage 1 soldiers. After all, Stage 1 soldiers could kill a group of people with lower cultivations. However, there were 200,000 indigenous residents, and Qin City's casualties could reach 10,000. As such, Zhao wanted to use the players within the city. After all, the wealth within the city wasn't something that Qin City cared about. Hearing Zhao words, the countless players immediately started to move. Not only would they be able to obtain great benefits, but they would also be able to survive, so of course they would be happy. Many players picked up their weapons and rushed at the indigenous residents, and the battle immediately started. Countless players excitedly rushed at the indigenous residents and started to kill them, taking everything of value. The indigenous residents had never thought that before they could even fight with Qin, they would have to face countless greedy players. There were nearly 1 million players, and their stats were slightly higher than theirs. The only advantage they had was their equipment. The indigenous residents did their best to resist, but they were unable to stop the countless greedy players from plundering. An official, who was the valiant-looking big man from before, led 10,000 soldiers out of the city and rushed towards Qin's soldiers, ignoring the countless players behind them. He didn't want to die at the hands of those players, as they only had one enemy, Qin. However, Qin had long since set up his bow, killing anyone who rushed out. Countless arrows rained down, and before the 10,000 or so soldiers could reach Qin, they were completely annihilated. This bloody and terrifying scene scared some of the players who had wanted to rush out of the city to pick up equipment, and they could only retreat in fear. The surrendered indigenous residents all had complicated and sorrowful expressions as they looked at the people being chased by countless players. They had once been from Heavenstone City, and many of them knew each other. However, there was nothing they could do as they watched them being killed. This was the outcome of not surrendering. The battle concluded much sooner than expected. All 200,000 indigenous residents had died, and 100,000 or so players had died. Corpses littered the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air. The city was in complete disarray, but most of the players still looked delighted as they stepped into teleportation channels and headed to other system main cities. Behind the disaster cavalrymen was a large group of skeleton mages wearing grey cloaks and holding bone staffs. They had black tongues of flames in their heads, and there were 30,000 of them. During the last undead disaster, Zhao had kept 30,000 skeleton mages. Because the disaster cavalrymen could control 30,000 skeleton mages, they could completely control the skeleton mages. This was one of the reasons why Zhao had kept the skeleton mages. In the Heaven Awakened world, the mage profession was incredibly rare, which was another reason why Zhao had kept the skeleton mages. Apart from single-target attacks, the skeleton mages could also summon creatures, which was the undead resurrection skill. Each skeleton mage could control 5 skeletons, so 30,000 skeleton mages could control 150,000 skeletons. That way, with the help of the disaster cavalrymen, Zhao Fu could control 150,000 skeletons. This was the third reason why Zhao Fu had kept the skeleton mages. These skeletons were different from the undead disaster skeletons because they were all controlled by Zhao Fu. As such, they could listen to Qin's orders, and they wouldn't just follow their instincts and pounce on any living creature. Now that most of the players had left, the other 3 system main cities also heard about Heavenstone City's destruction. The reason why Zhao Fu had let the skeleton mages into the city was because he wanted to use the countless residents' corpses to summon more skeletons. The soldiers stood guard outside the city and didn't need to clean up the battlefield. After all, anything of value would be taken by the players who valued money as much as their lives, so there wouldn't be anything of value left. Countless skeleton mages flooded into the city and chanted strange incantations beside the corpses. They then raised their bone staffs, and a gray light covered one of the corpses. The corpse's flesh and blood slowly withered before falling off, revealing a pure white skeleton. A tongue of black flame appeared in the skeleton's head, and the skeleton seemed to come back to life as it slowly stood up. As the skeleton mages continuously used undead resurrection, Zhao Fu went to Heavenstone City's city hall and looked at the golden cube floating in the air. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he chose to conquer it and relocate it. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. System announcement. Because you are a legatee, you have conquered a system main city and obtained a large amount of fate. Notification. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 840,000 EXP notification. Congratulations, you have received 200 war points. A series of notifications rang out in his mind. Zhao Fu took a few glances at them, but they were the same as before, so he didn't pay much attention to them and ordered them to return to Qin City. By now, countless factions in the real world had received the news that Qin City, which had been very calm this entire time, had finally made a move. What's more, he had shocked everyone by destroying a system main city. This was the first time that a player had relied on their own strength to take down a system main city. Before, when the undead disaster had destroyed 4 system main cities, everyone had felt that it had been quite easy, so they weren't too surprised. However, if a single faction had been able to take down a system main city, they would be quite shocked. After all, just how much power was needed to conquer a system main city? One's power had to surpass that of a system main city, or else how could one attack a system main city? Does Qin have such strength now? Countless factions felt a deep fear towards Qin City's strength. As a last resort, countless factions once again came to the Ying family to ask for the Qin writs and Holy Daughter writs. With these 2 writs, they wouldn't have to worry about Qin City suddenly destroying the city, and they would be able to keep themselves safe. However, the Ying family had long since obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and didn't accept anyone's visit. As such, the countless factions could only act shamelessly and surround the Ying family, refusing to leave no matter what. The Ying family couldn't do anything, they couldn't kill all of them, so they could only let them be. Suddenly, another big piece of news spread: the Feng family had sent Feng Xiyu to the Ying family. Feng Xiyu was the 10th-ranked beauty on the ancient beauty rankings, and she was a descendant of Feng Xiaolian's family. All of the women on the ancient beauty rankings were the focus of countless men's attention. Even in their dreams, they dreamed of meeting them. If they could get close to them, they would be incredibly lucky. Basically, every woman was pursued by countless young masters of influential families, officials, and nobles. News about them was the hottest topic on the forum. Now that the Feng family had sent Feng Xiyu to the Ying family, it was obvious that they wanted a Holy Daughter writ so that they could become a part of Qin City as soon as possible. At this moment, those who knew that they couldn't defeat Qin City could join the Qin family as soon as possible, which would bring them great benefits. Those who joined later wouldn't be able to enjoy such benefits. After that, 3 more pieces of news came out. After Li Qingzhao's family, Li Muqing volunteered to join the Ying family. After Lu Rushi's family, Lu Ruyan was sent to join the Ying family, and after Pan Yunu's family, Pan Yuling was also sent to join the Ying family. These three women were all famous beauties, and their rankings were quite high. Especially Li Muqing, with her outstanding talent and beauty, she was ranked 11th on the ancient beauty rankings. Many geniuses and celebrities from influential families didn't expect that she would volunteer to join the Ying family. Many geniuses who adored her were heartbroken. They wrote many poems describing Qin City's brutality and debauchery. There were 4 rare beauties in the world. Now, they were sent to the Ying family and became the women of Qin City's crown prince. Many men were jealous and envious of them. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud, which made them feel aggrieved. Facing these 4 women, the Ying family thought about it and decided to accept them. After all, as an emperor, he would definitely have many women. Moreover, they were all top-grade beauties, and the family leaders were sure that their legatees would like them very much. Moreover, their crown prince had issued the Holy Daughter writ before, which was obviously an action to plunder all the beauties in the world. Therefore, they accepted the 4 women and took good care of them. Of course, Zhaofu didn't know about these things. After returning to Qin City, he gave the fruit of life to the people of the medicine department and told them to take good care of it. The life-changing pill made from the fruit of life was very important to Qin City. The 9 fruits on the tree hadn't ripened yet, so they had to wait for a while. After all, they were level 6 spiritual fruits. The higher the level, the longer it would take for them to ripen. After taking care of the fruit of life, Zhaofu went to the city wall of Qin City and took out many huge body stones. Now, Zhaofu had more than 1,500 body stones. Zhaofu planned to use only 300 body stones in Qin City. Zhaofu planned to save the remaining body stones for later, which was to use them on the 4 kingdom barriers that Qin City had planned. Because those were the borders of kingdoms, battles would be quite intense, which was why they needed powerful defenses. Qin City was the core city of Qin City, so it was very important. However, if the enemy attacked Qin City, it meant that Qin City might lose. After all, if a faction's core was attacked, even if it didn't die, it would be crippled. As such, it wasn't enough for the core city to be powerful, and they needed the other cities to be powerful as defenses. In other words, they couldn't just focus on developing one city, they had to develop the other cities as well, and they had to put on armor for the core city. Only then would they be truly powerful. Otherwise, no matter how powerful their core city was, if the other cities were conquered, how could they be called a kingdom? Zhaofu didn't just want a lord or a few cities, he wanted a kingdom with countless cities and citizens. The body stones were quite easy to use. After placing them on the city walls, they would give a prompt asking if they wanted to fuse with the city walls. If they did, the stones would automatically fuse with the city walls, and they would slowly sink. After the stones fused with the city walls, Zhaofu received a system announcement, Rockman's Wall. This attribute greatly increases the defense of the city walls and makes them immune to magic. After looking at these attributes, Zhaofu felt quite satisfied. Now, Qin City could refine stage 3 medicinal pills. These were medicinal pills made from windbell fruits, which Zhaofu cared a lot about. As such, he went to the alchemy room to take a look. Zhang Baishu was in charge of alchemy, as he was an advanced alchemy grandmaster in Qin City. Zhang Baishu watched as Zhang Baishu placed the ingredients into the cauldron one after another. Then, he used the flames of the spell formation to fuel the concoction. Countless ingredients melted in the cauldron, and under Zhang Baishu's control, he used a variety of other methods to produce medicinal pills the size of peas. Zhaofu picked up a windbell pill that had just come out of the furnace. The pill was still very hot and gave off some white steam, giving off a fruity fragrance. Zhaofu used his power to cool the pill down before consuming it. The windbell pill entered his body and turned into a wave of green spirit energy. Its effect was several times better than a stage 2 pill, and Zhaofu smiled in satisfaction. With the windbell pills, Qin's soldiers' cultivation speed would far surpass that of ordinary system soldiers. This was because Qin's medicinal pills were good and his talent was high, so he would definitely surpass them. Finally, Zhaofu refined Shijian, Lu Xing, and Yu Lingping's corpses and obtained 3 SSS grade orbs, 2 rank 3 blood god pills, and 1 rank 4 blood god pill. Following this, Zhaofu called Sima Qiu over. Sima Qiu's grade was now SSS grade, and he had used an innate talent blood crystal to raise it. He also had general fate, but it was a pity that his soldier soul was still lacking. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would have been able to see what general star he had awakened. The reason why Zhao Fu called him over was to give him Heavenstone City seal. Heavenstone City had long since been rebuilt, and Sima Qiu was now the city lord. Zhao Fu had left half of the 200,000 residents in Heavenstone City, and the rest had been sent to other cities. The main reason was to prevent them from having any thoughts of resisting. Moreover, the city needed to be rebuilt. Even though they could easily relocate the city, the buildings would not be moved, and they needed to be rebuilt. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and handed over the Azure Heavenstone City seal. Sima Qiu looked quite excited because this was a system main city seal. With it, he would instantly become one of the most powerful people in the Heaven Awakened world, and he would be able to truly serve Qin. Sima Qiu immediately half-knelt and accepted the city lord's seal as he said gratefully, "Thank you, your majesty." Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Now, Qin had 6 city lords, and this did not include Zhao Fu himself. His power was extraordinary. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu had his soldiers and generals rest for a while. The next day, he would gather the generals to discuss Qin's future plans. Of course, Qin's next plan was to continue attacking cities and speed up the restoration of his kingdom. There were 3 main goals. The first was Westpan City, which was the Cobalt City. Qin had been trading with it for a long time, using a large number of medicinal pills containing hidden evil and equipment containing shatter steel iron to exchange for goods and slaves. Now, 3 or 4 months had passed, and the hidden evil pills' effects were most likely going to take effect soon, allowing them to attack Westpan City. The second was the region near North Nam, which was the border between China and Vietnam. Zhao Fu had used a scheme to cause a war between a Vietnamese system main city and a Chinese system main city, providing a large number of Stage 1 corpses for Qin. That Vietnamese system main city had suffered heavy losses, and it had lost 50,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers. Now, there were 40,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers left, and most of the players had died. Even though soldiers could be replenished and players could be respawned, they had not recovered their strength yet. Compared to other system main cities, it would be easier to attack. However, there were 2 things that Zhao Fu had to pay attention to. The first was that the other Vietnamese system main city's city lord would definitely help. Back then, she had stopped Zhao Fu from killing Flowing Water City's city lord, causing Zhao Fu to waste his fate and use his nation armament's power. Zhao Fu clearly remembered this, and he had told her to prepare for Qin's revenge. The second was that as a Chinese faction, if Qin wanted to destroy a Vietnamese system main city, ordinary players would desperately resist, and they would not be able to do as much damage as Qin had done in China. After all, even though they were afraid of Great Qin, they understood that Great Qin was a Chinese person. If Great Qin was a Vietnamese faction, Great Qin could come out and scare them, and they would choose to run. However, Great Qin was not a Vietnamese faction and did not belong to the same country. As such, they would definitely receive hatred and resistance. The third target was, of course, the Forest of Horrors. If they could unify the Forest of Horrors, that region would completely belong to Qin, which would bring them great benefits. It would become Qin's base and provide a large amount of resources and manpower. It would be the first cornerstone of Qin's establishment, and it would slowly devour other regions until it could restore Qin. However, this would be quite difficult because Qin was in the Forest of Horrors, and the other 3 system main cities definitely knew of Qin's existence. They would realize how dangerous Qin was, so they would definitely make preparations. If Qin did anything, he would have to face the attacks of 3 system main cities, which would be quite difficult for Qin to deal with. As such, Zhao Fu had to think of a good plan, otherwise, it would be best not to act first. After thinking about it for a while, since he had chosen Westpan City as his target, he had to gather some information. As such, Zhao Fu called Guo Binglin over and had him bring over the information on Westpan City. After looking through the information, Zhao Fu found that there weren't many changes to Westpan City. Apart from having 30,000 more people, there were also some more buildings. This was all thanks to the equipment and medicinal pills that Zhao Fu had provided. Even though these medicinal pills had side effects, if it wasn't for Qin, they would have been good equipment and medicinal pills that could greatly increase one's battle strength. Once one's battle strength increased, they would attack others, plunder resources, and occupy large amounts of land. However, the kobolds were still the same, staying in their old places and not expanding. This was why Zhao Fu had said that it was all thanks to the medicinal pills. It seemed that these kobolds had been living too comfortably. Even though they were powerful, they didn't attack others. This wasn't wrong, and it could be said that this was a righteous act that many people would support. However, in Zhao Fu's eyes, this was completely wrong. If you didn't attack others when you were powerful, would others not attack you when they were powerful? The answer was that they would definitely attack because they would occupy large amounts of resources when they were powerful. Once they became weak, others would definitely try to plunder them. You might be righteous and not bully the weak, but don't think that others would be like you. China was a good example, so in ancient times, it had often been invaded by other races. Only by standing in a position of absolute strength would you be able to welcome true peace. However, if you became weak, you would immediately suffer all sorts of backlash. From how Zhao Fu saw it, conquering others was the only way to resolve things. One couldn't give one's enemies any opportunities unless one was always powerful. Otherwise, one would suffer all sorts of backlash, humiliation, and even death. After all, one's enemies wouldn't show any mercy. As such, Zhao Fu felt that the kobolds' actions were completely wrong. Zhao Fu worshipped power, but his ultimate goal was to unify the world and achieve true peace. Today was the time for the trade. Normally, it would be Qin's other people who went to trade, but now, Zhao Fu could personally go and take a look. They definitely had to attack West Pan City, as it was the weakest of the three targets, and Qin could easily take it down. After a few teleportations, Zhao Fu arrived at West Pan City. The one who received Zhao Fu was still the kobold named Bellin. It seemed that he was living quite a good life. He was dressed much more extravagantly, and his entire body had gained a lot of weight. "Long time no see, Lord Bellin." Zhao Fu slightly smiled and bowed as he spoke. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Bellin looked quite happy. Being able to trade with Zhao Fu had caused his status to continuously rise, and so had his treatment. "Yeah. Long time no see, please take a seat." Bellin warmly invited Zhao Fu to sit beside him. Zhao Fu sat down and asked, "Now that so much time has passed, what do you think of my medicinal pills, Sir Bellin? West Pan City's battle strength has increased greatly, right? Have there been any gains recently? I've recently obtained a large number of Stage 3 cultivation pills that I can exchange for." "What? A large number of Tier 3 medicinal pills?" Bellin was delighted, but his expression became bitter. Apart from Ceylon spice, some normal resources, and a few slaves, they had nothing good to exchange for. Zhao Fu had wanted to test if West Pan City had anything good, as well as if they were hiding something. However, it seemed that there wasn't anything special, and Zhao Fu was quite disappointed. "Guest. I'm willing to use 3 times the amount of Ceylon spice to exchange for your Stage 3 medicinal pills. Are you willing?" Bellin wanted to use 3 times the amount of Ceylon spice to exchange for the Windbell pills, but Zhao Fu wasn't interested in the spice. Even though he knew that the spice was top grade and was liked by the higher-ups in Qin City, it had been sold to other regions and received great rewards. However, Zhao Fu didn't refuse, nor did he agree. He only said that he would consider it for a while. Hearing this, Bellin felt quite disappointed and decided to report this to the city lord to see what he could offer. After all, a large number of Stage 3 medicinal pills was quite tempting. Of course, there was no need for Zhao Fu to continue trading with West Pan City. After all, when he returned, it would be time to attack West Pan City. After chatting with Bellin for a while, Zhao Fu pretended to leave and used his invisibility ability to do a simple search around West Pan City. After confirming that there weren't any problems, he returned to Qin City. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu ordered his people to prepare food. However, he hadn't been back in the real world for a long time, and his body was probably starving. As such, Zhao Fu decided to return to the real world first to fill his stomach. Just as he returned to the real world, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Zhao Fu hurriedly called his bodyguards to prepare food, and he found out that the 4 beauties were at the Ying family. Mu Gilin reported this to Zhao Fu on behalf of the family leader. Because this wasn't a big deal, the family leaders didn't want to disturb Xiao Fu. As such, Mugilin told Mugilin to wait for Xiao Fu to wake up before telling him about this. Hearing this, Xiao Fu frowned. If he could capture these women in the Heaven Awakened world, Xiao Fu would be interested. After all, Emperor Phoenixes required large amounts of Phoenix Chi. However, no matter how many of them came from the real world, it was useless. After all, the method Xiao Fu had used to bring people into the Heaven Awakened world was to capture them in the Heaven Awakened world and feed them a reality fruit. That way, their bodies in the real world would enter the Heaven Awakened world and fuse with their bodies. Now that he couldn't bring them into the Heaven Awakened world, he couldn't provide them with Phoenix Chi, so they were naturally useless. It seemed that fusing with one's real body was beneficial to one's cultivation. Xiao Fu had heard this from the people who had fused with their real bodies, which were the people that Xiao Fu had captured. Come to think of it, after that battle, Xiao Fu hadn't killed them and had instead kept them. Since their factions had rebelled, they didn't place them in his eyes at all. There was no point in killing them, and keeping them alive might be of some use. As such, even though Xiao Fu kept them, their treatment was quite ordinary. Xiao Fu didn't send people to properly serve them, but the two women who had been made concubines were treated well by Xiao Fu. Acting family leader. How are you going to deal with them? Perhaps you should report this to the legatee. If the legatee sees these four peerless beauties, he'll probably be very happy, Mugilin said as he smiled. Hearing this, Xiao Fu couldn't help but laugh. How do you know he'll be very happy? Of course. As a man, who wouldn't want to take in all of the beauties in the world? Plus, didn't the legatee give out the holy daughter writs to take in all of the beauties in the world? Now that four of them have delivered themselves to him, the legatee will definitely be very happy, Mugilin said confidently. Hearing this, Mugilin felt quite surprised and said, Acting family head, don't you want to see them? Those four are definitely rare beauties in this world, they are hard to come by. Especially the two women called Feng Xiu and Li Muqing. They're both outstanding beauties, and when they came to the Ying family, countless Ying family's disciples couldn't help but go over to take a look. If it wasn't for the fact that they're legatee's women, countless Ying family's disciples would have madly pursued them. By now, the bodyguard had returned with the food and placed it in front of Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu moved the food around as he replied, so what? Even though they're beautiful, they're legatee's women, so they have nothing to do with me. Xiao Fu was completely lying. He was Qin's legatee, so how could this have nothing to do with him? However, Xiao Fu didn't want to waste time on this matter. After eating and filling his stomach, he still had to attack West Pan City, so he didn't have the time to see them. However, Mugilin suddenly bowed and said in a low voice, however, acting family head, you're the most important person to legatee. If you're willing, legatee will definitely give them to you. Right now, acting family head, as long as you want them, any woman will throw themselves into your arms. If acting family head wants this, I'll deal with it. Also, I'm only loyal to acting family head. Xiao Fu ate a mouthful of food, and when he heard this, his body froze. He found that this Mugilin was here to express his loyalty. That was right, his authority now surpassed that of the Ying family's leaders. As long as legatee Qin didn't say anything, he would be the true family head, and countless factions would try to curry favor with him. After all, he was now legatee Qin's representative in the real world, and all factions had to curry favor with him. Xiao Fu still refused his good intentions and replied, have them stay in the Ying family for now and serve them well. I'll report this to legatee, so it won't be convenient for me to see them. Mugilin was a little disappointed. He thought that he could help Xiao Fu deal with this matter and be put in an important position by Xiao Fu. He didn't expect that Xiao Fu wasn't interested in this. However, after thinking about it, Mugilin realized that the relationship between the substitute family leader and Wu Qingyang was not simple at all. Mugilin understood what was going on and nodded before leaving. Xiao Fu, on the other hand, ate quickly. When he finished eating, he took a napkin to wipe his mouth. However, there was a lot of noise outside the house. A lot of people must have come outside. This made Xiao Fu frown. Seeing this, the bodyguard standing beside him immediately turned around and went out to check. Not long after, the bodyguard returned and said, Mr. Zhao. There are 4 women outside who want to see you. They should be the 4 beauties. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a bit helpless. He picked up a cup of water and nodded. Then let them in. The bodyguard nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, a beautiful girl with delicate features, snow-white skin, a slim figure, and a delicate aura rushed in angrily. Pa! The young woman slammed her palm on the table that Zhao Fu was eating at and yelled, "You don't want to see me? Do you know who I am? I'm your legatee's future imperial concubine." Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Fu had been drinking water, and after hearing this, he choked. He stopped and looked at the young woman. However, the young woman glared at Zhao Fu and said, "You're in trouble, you'd best apologize to me now. Otherwise, in the future, I'll tell my husband, your legatee, and have him properly punish you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite strange and said, "Since when did you have a relationship with the legatee? Why did you become his imperial concubine?" Feng Xiyu crossed her arms and harumphed, "Go back to the heaven-awakened world and tell him that I'll naturally become his woman. Do you think I'll be afraid that the legatee won't like me?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked at Feng Xiyu and found that she was incredibly beautiful. Whether it was in terms of temperament or looks, she was flawless, and she was one of the few beauties that Zhao Fu had seen. However, it seemed that everyone around Zhao Fu was quite good-looking. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Feng Xiyu felt quite pleased. However, she thought about it and wrinkled her nose before looking quite ferocious. She stretched out a snow-white finger and pointed at Zhao Fu as she said, "It's best if you don't have any improper thoughts about me. I'm your legatee's woman, and I definitely won't like you. Look at your skinny arms and legs." Zhao Fu looked away, not knowing what to say. At that moment, the three other women walked in. They were all incredibly beautiful, and anyone who looked at them would be mesmerized. The first woman looked to be in her early 20s and had a slim figure. However, she gave off a scholarly aura, and what surprised Zhao Fu was that she was wearing an ancient dress. The second woman looked to be around 23 or 24 years old and had jade-like skin. She had a graceful figure and gave off a gentle aura. Her fingers were quite slim, and she seemed quite skilled at playing musical instruments. The third woman looked to be around 20 years old and had a voluptuous figure. She had some baby fat and snow-white skin, and she looked quite obedient. However, she made people want to possess her. From their auras, Zhao Fu could guess their names. The first was most likely Li Muqing because he gave off a scholarly aura. The second was most likely Rowena because she was skilled at playing musical instruments. The last was most likely Pan Yuling because she gave off an alluring scent. Seeing that the others had come in, Feng Xiyu lightly harumphed and returned to her normal appearance as she sat on a sofa. Zhao Fu looked at the four women in front of him and asked, "What is it? If it's for Prince Qin's sake, I'll inform him." Rowena and Pan Yuling lightly shook their heads, indicating that there was nothing else. They had come to inform Prince Qin so that their families could receive Prince Qin's acknowledgement. However, they and Feng Xiyu were happy to accept it, as Li Muqing had come willingly. They had all been forcefully sent here by their families, and their fates had already been decided. They could not feel happy about this decision, and they looked slightly sad. Li Muqing slightly smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, shouldn't you ask my daughter to sit down first?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu quickly came back to his senses. He had been in a high position for too long and did not remember such common sense. After asking Li Muqing and Rowena to sit on a sofa, Zhao Fu looked at Li Muqing to see what she had to say. Zhao Fu did not like these scholars. He felt that they were too scholarly and were not suitable for survival. After all, this was the Warring States period, and they could not display much combat power. However, these scholars could not afford to offend them. For example, Qin Shi Huang had burned books and buried Confucians. In order to unify ideas, he had burned some books, but he had never burned books on medicine, agriculture, or other practical techniques. Burying Confucians was only caused by necromancers. During the Qin dynasty, the old Confucians wanted to imitate the Zhou dynasty and infect the world. However, enfeeblement was the main cause of the Warring States period, so how could Qin Shi Huang agree? Later on, necromancers coveted a large amount of wealth and slandered Qin Shi Huang, forcing Qin Shi Huang to burn Confucians. Most of the necromancers were killed, and only a small portion of Confucians were implicated. Even so, the number of people killed was only 400 or so. Even though it was only 400 or so, it was not a big deal. For example, when Zhu Yuanzhang established the Ming dynasty, he massacred tens of cities and killed hundreds of thousands of people to consolidate his rule. However, not many people thought that he was a tyrant. Many wise emperors were injured and stained with blood, but they were still wise emperors. Qin Shi Huang had only done a small thing, but he was still remembered. This was because the people Qin Shi Huang had offended were scholars. They were the most important people in spreading ideas, and many books were left behind or written by them. If they wanted to scold you, no matter what you did, you would go down in history. Those who did not understand would definitely think that Qin Shi Huang had burned all books and buried all Confucians. That was why these scholars could not be easily offended. Every dynasty valued these scholars and supported them. However, it was not good to have too many scholars. For example, in the Song dynasty, there were many scholars and their living standards were the highest in China's history. However, it was the dynasty that had suffered the most humiliation in China's history. The Qing dynasty had only ceded land and paid compensation, but the Song dynasty's emperor's princess and concubines had all been taken as slaves and killed. It could be said that it was the most humiliating dynasty in China. As such, what was the point of having so many scholars? What was the point of having high living standards? What was the point of having the most developed economy? However, your military strength is the weakest, so you suffer more humiliation, because in this world, strength speaks, not mouth speaks. Due to these reasons, Zhao Fu cared a little about Li Muqing. Of course, Zhao Fu did not hate these literati. After all, they were the carriers and disseminators of ideology and culture. I want to see Prince Qin in person. Can you help me? Li Muqing sat on the sofa and said to Zhao Fu with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, that's impossible. Right now, the legatee rarely meets people. If you have something to say, I can pass on the message. Also, why do you want to see the legatee? Li Muqing lightly leaned against the sofa and lightly nodded before saying, in actuality, it's nothing much. I just want to see what kind of person he is. Don't misunderstand, I don't want to become his concubine. I just want to see if he can establish a powerful kingdom and protect literature and poetry. As such, I want to come to the state of Qin to take a look. Zhao Fu knew that things wouldn't be so simple, so he replied, that's for sure. Culture is the core of a nation, and the legatee will definitely protect it. Hearing this, Li Muqing happily smiled and said, all right, I don't have much to do right now. I don't have anything to do right now, so I'll continue to stay in the Ying family. If Great Emperor has any questions, I'll be happy to help. Zhao Fu nodded, indicating that he understood. Following this, Li Muqing, Lu Ruyan, and Pan Yuling left. Finally, Feng Shiyu glared at Zhao Fu and said, remember to tell your legatee that I've come to the Ying family and that he needs to acknowledge me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying this, Feng Shiyu swung her little fists, looking like she was going to beat up Zhao Fu before leaving. Zhao Fu dryly laughed and did not pay much mind to this, and he returned to the heaven-awakened world. By the time Zhao Fu returned to the state of Qin, all of the generals and soldiers had already gathered, and Qin officially set off towards West Pan City. A few hours later, Zhao Fu led his army to the outskirts of West Pan City. Looking at West Pan City, Zhao Fu did not use any schemes and instead ordered his army to charge. They would first destroy the villages outside the city before surrounding West Pan City. Because Zhao Fu's strength was enough to completely suppress the enemy, scheming would be quite troublesome. As such, Zhao Fu decided to use brute force to conquer. The 400,000 Qin soldiers were like a massive black tide that surged forwards, seeming to want to devour everything. Of course, the ones at the front were the cavalrymen. Suddenly, the kobold villagers who had been attacked looked quite confused. They had lived in peace for a long time, and with their strength, even system main cities did not dare to attack them. They had never thought that someone would dare to attack them. The countless Qin cavalrymen did not care about these people. They only had one thing in mind, which was to kill anyone who resisted. They held spears and rode on their warhorses as they charged forwards with unstoppable momentum, piercing through the kobold villagers' chests with their spears. Immediately, blood flew everywhere as howls sounded out, and countless kobold villagers died. The kobold villagers immediately resisted. After all, they were outlanders, and their battle instincts were incredibly wild. The kobold villagers held spears, sabers, and clubs as they ferociously faced off against the Qin cavalrymen. However, the outcome was tragic. Firstly, they were just villagers and not soldiers. Secondly, their cultivation and equipment were far inferior to Qin soldiers. What was more important was their numbers. There were only a few thousand of them, but they had to face hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers. No matter how ferocious the kobold villagers were, they were incredibly weak in front of the Qin soldiers. They desperately threw out spears, but they found that they were all knocked away by the Qin soldiers, and they were unable to deal much damage. What's more, the kobold villagers were quickly inundated by the black tide, and everything returned to normal, leaving behind corpses lying on the ground. However, even though the kobold villagers had resisted quite quickly, they had also surrendered quite quickly. After all, they revered strength above all else, and after hearing that they would not kill those who surrendered, many of the kobold villagers obediently knelt on the ground and chose to surrender. After dealing with the villagers, Great Qin soldiers tightly surrounded West Pan City. The person standing on the city walls was a tall and muscular kobold, and he was most likely West Pan City's city lord, West Pan. West Pan looked at the countless Qin city soldiers with a serious expression. He had never thought that someone would attack West Pan City, and there were at least 400,000 enemies below. Just what was going on? Why had such a large number of enemies appeared? Could it be that they were all otherworlders? However, from their auras and appearances, West Pan could tell that they weren't otherworlders. However, if they were system factions, they wouldn't have so many people. After all, the three system main cities only had 300,000 soldiers, so how could there be 400,000 of them? Moreover, after staying in this region for so long, West Pan hadn't caused any trouble, so there was no need for the system main cities to expend so much manpower and resources to attack West Pan City. After all, if they wanted to attack, they would have done so long ago. Just what faction did the enemies below belong to? West Pan couldn't understand at all, and he couldn't figure out what faction the enemies below were from or why they were attacking West Pan City. The dense mass of Qin city soldiers slowly parted, and Zhao Fu rode out on his black forest horse, leading a group of generals and generals. West Pan didn't recognize Zhao Fu and the others, but when Belen saw Zhao Fu, his expression fell. He recognized Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu was the person who had traded with him and had helped him become rich. How could he not recognize him? But didn't he say that he would consider exchanging for items? Why did he bring so many people to attack West Pan City? Moreover, he seemed to be the leader of a faction, which Belen hadn't expected. After all, Zhao Fu had been incredibly respectful and courteous to him, but after thinking about it, Belen realized that he had been tricked by this person. West Pan sensed Belen's change, and his gaze became cold as he said, "Belen, do you know him? Do you know him? Tell me what's going on." Belen didn't dare to hide anything, and he hurriedly told West Pan everything that had happened from the beginning of the trade to now. After listening to everything, West Pan felt quite strange. Since the other side had wanted to attack West Pan, why had they traded with West Pan City and provided a large amount of equipment and medicinal pills to increase West Pan City's strength? Evidently, they weren't idiots. Could it be that there's something wrong with the pills and equipment? However, West Pan had also inspected the medicinal pills and equipment, and they were all very good equipment. There was nothing wrong with them, so what was their goal? Perhaps the other party wanted to use large amounts of benefits to subdue West Pan City? Zhao Fu looked at the city walls and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "I advise you to surrender. I'll treat you well, and resisting will only result in death. Don't even think about reaching 400,000 soldiers, that's simply impossible." Hearing this, West Pan's expression became grim because he found that it would indeed be very difficult to defend against 400,000 soldiers. Moreover, the person talking to him seemed to be the city lord of a basic city. Now that West Pan City was at a disadvantage, it was possible that they would lose. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat so easily. "Sir, I won't surrender like this. Instead, we can become allies. In the future, I'll give you everything we exchange at half price. How about it?" West Pan understood that they would most likely lose, so he decided to form an alliance to resolve this matter peacefully. He would sacrifice a large portion of his profits to resolve this matter peacefully. Hearing Westpan's words, Zhaofu couldn't help but laugh. Who would want his items? Zhaofu was only interested in Westpan City and its large population. That won't do. I just want Westpan City. You can only choose two paths, submit or die, Zhaofu said with great confidence, and his tone was incredibly domineering. Westpan felt quite furious. He had already taken a step back, and his tone had become weaker, but this person was still acting so domineeringly, not putting Westpan City in his eyes at all. It was as if Westpan City was afraid of him. You can try then. Don't think that Westpan City is weak, Westpan said angrily, his tone becoming filled with enmity. Ha ha ha, Zhaofu looked at Westpan and loudly laughed before giving the order, begin the attack. After giving the order, all of Qin City's soldiers became serious, and their auras became incredibly oppressive, causing the countless kobold soldiers on the city walls to feel quite shocked. First, next to Zhaofu, 6 figures exploded out with powerful auras and rushed into the sky. That terrifying power caused the weather to change, shaking the entire region and startling all creatures. Sensing the sudden explosion of auras, the 3 system main cities' city lords' expressions fell, and they quickly left their system main cities and turned into rays of light as they flew towards Westpan City. They were all incredibly shocked. Just what had happened at Westpan City. Back at Westpan City, the countless kobolds stared at the 6 powerful figures in the sky in shock. They were actually 6 terrifying city lords, and 5 of them were system main cities, while 1 was a basic city. How could they not be shocked to see 6 city lords gathered together? After all, city lords weren't as common as carrots, and a region could only have 4 city lords. However, the other side had 6 city lords, and that didn't include the leaders of the factions. This made Westpan feel incredibly shocked. Swish, 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 as the kobolds stared in shock, countless ballista bolts with hidden evil roots attached to them tore through the sky and flew towards Westpan City. The kobolds quickly reacted, and facing the countless ballista bolts, they raised their shields to defend while those without shields immediately hid. However, the ballista bolt's target wasn't them, as the hidden evil roots had already been ignited and gave off dense white smoke. Even though the countless ballista bolts didn't cause many casualties, the white smoke still slowly spread out. Westpan immediately felt that there was something off about the white smoke, and he wanted to dispel it. However, before he could do anything, the 6 people in the sky started to attack, forcing Westpan to dodge. Within the large amount of white smoke, the kobold soldiers breathed in some of the white smoke and felt their bodies become incredibly weak. Beads of sweat continuously flowed down their bodies as they collapsed against the town walls. Westpan City now had 60,000 soldiers, and because they had consumed medicinal pills with hidden evil, they instantly fell to the ground and lost all ability to fight. Because these 100,000 or so kobolds hadn't taken any medicinal pills that contained hidden evil, they were immune to the white smoke, and they were now the main force defending the city. Zhaofu once again yelled, "Westpan, I'll give you one more chance. I'll give you one more chance. Do you choose to surrender? If you don't, I'll kill you." Right now, Westpan was completely suppressed by the 6 city lords. If it wasn't for the fact that he was constantly dodging and using the residents to cover him, he would have long since died. However, part of the reason why Bai Qi and the others hadn't killed him yet was because they hadn't used all of their strength yet. After all, it was 6 against 1, and 5 of them were city lords of system main cities. Westpan was only the city lord of a basic city, so he had no chance of winning. The city lords of the other 3 system main cities could only watch from afar. Because Qin was simply too powerful, they didn't dare to rashly get involved. Moreover, Westpan City was just an outlander city and had nothing to do with the human race, so they wouldn't interfere. However, Westpan still refused to surrender, and he looked like he wanted to run away with the city creation stone. "Hurry! Cover me!" Westpan yelled, causing the countless residents to shoot arrows at Bai Qi and the others while Westpan quickly flew towards the city hall. Westpan wasn't stupid, and he knew that he couldn't defeat the 6 of them. Now that 60,000 soldiers had fallen ill, it seemed that there was something wrong with the medicinal pills. However, with only 100,000 or so residents remaining, they wouldn't be able to defend at all. After all, these residents didn't have any professions, and their cultivations weren't very high. How could they defend against an army of 400,000 soldiers? West Pan knew that he would lose, so he decided to run away with the city creation stone. With the city creation stone, he would still have a chance. If they surrendered, they would be living under someone else's roof and would have to listen to someone else's orders. If someone else wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to resist, and they wouldn't be able to enjoy the power that they currently had. As such, most people wouldn't choose to surrender unless they had no other choice. The countless residents obeyed West Pan's orders and shot a massive wave of arrows at Bai Qi and the others. Even Bai Qi and the others couldn't ignore so many arrows. They used their city lord's seal's power to form a formless barrier that blocked all of the incoming arrows. However, because there were simply too many arrows, they became much slower. Although Bai Qi's group of 6 was slowed down by the hundreds of thousands of residents, West Pan City wasn't the only city with archers. Qin City also had archers, and their numbers, scale, and strength far surpassed that of the kobolds. Swish, 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 with the sound of something breaking through the air, Qin began to launch a counterattack. Wave after wave of arrows shot towards the city wall. The huge and sharp arrows made people's hair stand on end, and their bodies could not help but tremble instinctively. The kobolds were instantly suppressed by Qin, and the 6 city lords caught up with West Pan in a moment. Zhao Fu did not hold back and said, "Kill him." Hearing Zhao Fu's order, the 6 of them exploded out with even greater power and their expressions became serious. They used all of their power and became serious. Bai Qi gripped the 7-kill sword, causing it to hum and give off a terrifying aura of slaughter. A brilliant blood-red light flickered on the sword. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Bai Qi slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red sword light, bringing with it a blood-red sword wind that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it slashed towards West Pan. West Pan was given a big fright, and he could only change directions and dodge to the side. The terrifying blood-colored sword light swept across the ground, instantly destroying countless houses and leaving a terrifying sword mark that was 100 meters wide on the ground. Even though West Pan had dodged this attack, he had changed directions and was heading towards the city hall. He wanted to continue flying towards the city hall because he had seen how terrifying Bai Qi was by himself, and he was even more determined to escape. However, how could Great Qin allow him to escape? Wei Liao also made his move. He raised the greedy wolf sword, which was glowing with a green light, and countless strands of green aura gathered towards him. A 10-meter-long wolf gave off a terrifying aura and ferociously charged towards West Pan like a bolt of lightning. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as West Pan had been careless and was hit by the wolf. The terrifying impact caused West Pan's body to fly backwards and crash into the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. Arg! There was a trace of blood at the corner of West Pan's mouth as he furiously roared and exploded out with a terrifying power. After being suppressed for so long, West Pan was enraged, and he exploded out with all of his power. A blood-red aura flame rose up as West Pan held a spear and vigorously swung it. Ferocious dogs appeared out of nowhere, numbering in the thousands. They were about 2 meters long and howled as they rushed towards the 6 people in the sky. Facing the ferocious dogs, Bai Qi and the others' expressions did not change at all, and they unleashed their most powerful attacks. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as saber lights, sword images, and spear lights filled the sky as they shot towards West Pan, bringing with them dazzling destructive power. The incoming ferocious dogs were instantly shredded into countless pieces, while the saber lights and sword images continued to attack West Pan. West Pan blocked with all of his strength, but he was still easily sent flying. He crashed through 10 or so buildings before stopping, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Zhao Fu ordered the 300 ghost illusionists and 300 ghost summoners to go to the other side of the city wall. Zhao Fu's side would attract a large number of people, and Zhao Fu's side was not in a hurry to attack the city. As such, they only shot out a large number of arrows to suppress and attract more people. The 300 ghost illusionists came to the other side of the city wall and raised their wooden staffs as they chanted. Traces of ghostly qi spread out from the ground and covered this side of the city wall. There were not many people defending this side, as most of the people had been attracted by Zhao Fu's side. Adding on the fact that these residents' cultivations were not very high, they were quickly dragged into the dark ghost world and had to endure the attacks of countless ghosts. The ghost summoners pressed their hands against the ground, summoning evil ghosts. They obeyed their orders and quickly ran towards the city wall. Their sharp claws could easily tear through rocks, and the 300 evil ghosts easily rushed up the city wall and started a massacre. Mournful cries sounded out within the area filled with ghostly qi, making it so that no one dared to take a single step forward. Zhao Fu's soldiers stealthily moved towards the 100 ghost illusionists' side and started to attack the city wall. The soldiers carried ladders and hooks, and as soon as the ghostly qi released by the 100 ghost illusionists dissipated, they would immediately be able to reach the city wall. Not long after, Qin's soldiers had already taken control of this side of the city wall. It could be said that it was very easy. In fact, if Zhao Fu had brought the wyverns and 150,000 skeletons, it should have been easy to settle. Now that this side of the city wall had been taken over, the city gates were opened, and most of the soldiers started to rush over. The kobolds knew that the other side of the city wall had been broken through, but they were unable to provide any reinforcements. It was already incredibly difficult for them to defend against Zhao Fu's attacks, so how could they have the strength to help the other side? On the other side, West Pan City's soldiers immediately controlled the elderly and women before attacking the other three walls. West Pan City's defeat was already decided. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as West Pan's body was sent flying by Meng Tian's spear. No matter how strong West Pan was, he was only the city lord of a basic city. In actuality, any city lord of a system main city would be able to take him down, even though it would be slightly difficult. However, Qin's side had 6 city lords, and they were on completely different levels. After being sent flying, West Pan crashed onto the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body was covered in wounds, while the 6 of them were completely uninjured. Even their clothes were pure white without a speck of dust on them. The outcome was already decided, and in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, Zhao Fu stood in the air. Zhao Fu had long since discovered the 3 city lords hiding in the distance, and he mainly wanted to prevent them from interfering. Right now, Qin was only here to destroy West Pan City, and these 3 city lords weren't his targets. If they dared to come close and interfere, Zhao Fu wouldn't mind attacking them. However, they were standing so far away, and if Zhao Fu went over, they would most likely run away. Ah! West Pan was already heavily injured, and he gave a heaven-shaking roar as he exploded out with the last bit of his strength. His muscles bulged, and he gripped his spear as he stared at Zhao Fu. He made a spear-throwing motion, wanting to throw the spear towards Zhao Fu to kill him. Pooh! The sound of a weapon piercing a body rang out as Bai Qi appeared behind West Pan. His face was cold as he stabbed out with the 7 murder sword, piercing through West Pan's chest. Blood slowly flowed out from the corner of West Pan's mouth as he struggled to hold on to his spear, wanting to deal the final blow to Bai Qi. However, Bai Qi wouldn't give him this opportunity. The 7 murder swords slashed out, sending out a blood-red sword light that completely destroyed West Pan's internal organs. West Pan's eyes gradually dimmed, and he lost all signs of life as he powerlessly fell to the ground. After West Pan died, an iron-black city lord seal that gave off a faint light floated out of his body. Zhao Fu was quite surprised by this. He had thought that West Pan would surrender, but he hadn't expected that West Pan would choose to fight to the death in the face of such a crushing situation. However, with West Pan's death, West Pan City lost its ability to resist. Right now, the only ones resisting were the commoners, and there were almost no soldiers. West Pan was their only hope, and with his death, everyone's hope was gone. Of course, there were still a small number of people who were loyal to West Pan City and wanted to resist. However, when they rushed up and fought with Qin's soldiers, they were shocked to find that their weapons had shattered, and they were killed by Qin's soldiers. As such, facing the enemies who had already entered the city, many of the kobold residents who had already died started to surrender, allowing Qin's soldiers to easily take control of West Pan City. Seeing this scene, the 3 city lords in the distance chose to leave in case they attracted trouble. Now, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Zhao Fu first gathered all of the captives, including the kobold residents who had surrendered and the kobold soldiers who had fainted, while the other soldiers looted everything of value. Bai Qi walked over and handed the iron-black city lord seal to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and played with the city lord seal in his hand, feeling how powerful it was. Qin City had obtained another city lord seal, and it fulfilled another requirement to level up to a great city. Holding the city lord's seal, Xiaofu went to West Pan City's system main hall and chose to conquer and relocate West Pan City. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered West Pan City and obtained 1000 achievement points. System announcement. Because you are the legatee of a nation, you have obtained a large amount of fate from conquering West Pan City. System announcement. Congratulations, you have relocated West Pan City and obtained 340,000 EXP. System announcement. You have obtained 100 war points. Another string of system announcements sounded out, and because they were all the same, Xiaofu didn't pay too much attention to them. The surrounding buildings started to collapse, and the light from the city heart became dimmer and dimmer as it degenerated into a city creation stone. Finally, a golden city creation stone floated into Xiaofu's hand, and Xiaofu grabbed it and put it away. After coming outside, the countless surrendered kobold residents had been gathered together, and the unconscious kobold soldiers had been woken up. At the same time, their bodies were bound by ropes, making it impossible for them to break free. When Xiaofu and his people arrived, the countless kobold people knelt on the ground in fear. Xiaofu looked over and saw that Belen was among them. Sensing Xiaofu's gaze, Belen thought back to what had happened before, and he had acted so noble in front of Xiaofu, not putting him in his eyes at all. He had never thought that Xiaofu's status was thousands of times higher than his, and yet he had dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. This was like a mouse trying to intimidate a lion, and it was very likely that he would be skinned alive. This scared Belen so much that he pressed his head against the ground, and his body trembled. He was afraid that Xiaofu would kill him, and he couldn't help but yell, "Sir! This lowly one didn't mean to offend you before, please forgive me." Xiaofu lightly laughed and ignored him. He walked to the front of the group of captives and said, "West Pan City has already lost. The kobold people who have submitted to Qin can enjoy the same treatment as Qin's residents. If you don't surrender, I can only kill you. Don't think that I'll let you off." These words were mainly said to the soldiers who had just woken up. As for the kobold residents, they all chose to surrender. "Sir, we're willing to surrender and become Qin's residents. Please don't kill us, sir. As long as you tell me to, I'll do anything. I'm willing to offer my body to you." "You despicable bastard, you killed the city lord. I'll definitely kill you to take revenge for the city lord." As soon as Xiaofu finished speaking, countless voices sounded out from below. Some people surrendered, while others cursed. In the end, Xiaofu obtained 160,000 kobold residents and 40,000 kobold soldiers, which added up to 200,000 Qin city's total population to 2.5 million. This was especially so for the 40,000 kobold soldiers, who all had stage 1 cultivation. Without Xiaofu nurturing them, he would be able to create another 40,000 stage 1 soldiers. Apart from population, Xiaofu also obtained many other materials and coins, and he once again collected equipment from West Pan City. These were the equipment that he had obtained from trading with West Pan City with shatter steel iron. After all, Qin Xiaofu wouldn't do anything that would cause him to lose money, so he had to pay back double. "Your Majesty. This person knows the core recipe for Ceylon spice. I brought him here," a general respectfully reported. "Ceylon spice?" Xiaofu was quite interested and nodded, asking the general to bring him here. "This lowly one pays his respects to Lord." Belen walked forward submissively and bowed respectfully. Xiaofu was quite surprised to find that it was Belen again. Xiaofu didn't think much of Belen, he was quite capable. "Tell me the recipe for Ceylon spice," Xiaofu directly asked. Ceylon spice was a very expensive spice, and if he could sell it in large quantities, it would be very profitable. Belen lowered his head and obediently told Xiaofu about the recipe for Ceylon spice and how he had discovered it. Kobolds were naturally sensitive to all kinds of smells, and it was the same for fragrances. According to Belen, this Ceylon spice was made by an old kobold, but that old kobold had long since died. Ceylon spice was mainly used to make incense. After being lit, it would give off a unique and elegant fragrance. This fragrance could not only repel mosquitoes and insects, but it could also raise one's spirit. It seemed that it would also be beneficial to one's cultivation. However, the method to create Ceylon spice was quite complicated, and it required 20 or so types of orchids and a relatively rare type of Ceylon incense wood. Qin had the flower's blessing and powerful city stats, so he didn't have to worry about the orchids. Jiaofu also went to take a look at the Ceylon incense wood. It was a type of tree that was 5 or 6 meters tall and had a pink trunk but dark green leaves, making it look quite strange. West Pan City didn't have many Ceylon trees, so they couldn't mass-produce Ceylon incense. Jiaofu dug up all the tin incense wood and decided not to make Ceylon incense for the time being. He planned to cultivate a large amount of tin incense wood first before mass-producing it. After taking care of these matters, Jiaofu took his people back to Great Qin and rebuilt West Pan City. He also took care of the kobolds. Then, Jiaofu set the Shipon seal as a subsidiary seal. The black iron-colored Shipon seal became smaller, and part of its core power was deprived by Qin Ling. Jiaofu casually threw the Zimpan seal to Doke, who had been waiting for a long time, and gave him a rank 3 blood god pill to increase his cultivation. Doke excitedly and happily received the things that Jiaofu had given him. He quickly knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your reward." Jiaofu lightly nodded and had him get up. Doke was one of the earliest kobolds who had followed Qin City. Even though he had only been a small village chief, under Qin's nurturing, he had become a powerful figure. He had no flaws in terms of cultivation or talent, so giving him the Zimpan seal was perfect. Because they had just conquered West Pan City, Jiaofu didn't rush to attack the second target. Instead, he had his soldiers rest and reorganize themselves so that they were in their best condition. Soon, it was the next day. A muffled explosion sounded out within Jiaofu's room as a formless mite spread out. Jiaofu's grave expression immediately relaxed. Jiaofu now had stage 3 cultivation. Heaven-grade cultivation was incredibly fast, and Jiaofu's cultivation had already surpassed Bai Qi's. Back then, Jiaofu's cultivation had been much lower than Bai Qi's, but he had been able to surpass him in such a short period of time. This was mainly because of his heaven grade. After breaking through to stage 3 cultivation, Jiaofu felt that his power had become much stronger. It wasn't just his power, but his bloodline and body had also become much stronger. Jiaofu walked out of his room and stretched his limbs. The weather was quite cold, and even though it was noon and the sun was high in the sky, there wasn't much heat. "Your Highness, the team in Gloomy Jungle has returned, and they have a large number of legacy shards," a soldier respectfully reported. Those shards were the Silver Lake Immortal Legacy shards. Gloomy Jungle could provide many stage 1 and above corpses, and Qin had continuously collected these shards. Each of these shards required 1,200 shards to fuse into a Silver Lake Immortal Legacy equipment. Jiaofu had already fused a Silver Lake Immortal sword. The Silver Lake Immortal Sword was a legendary grade piece of equipment and had martial conception power. The sword's power was incredibly great, but it was not easy to wield. As such, Jiaofu had not found a suitable person to wield it yet. As such, the Silver Lake Immortal Sword had remained within Jiaofu's spatial ring. There were 7 pieces of Silver Lake Immortal Legacy equipment, and after Jiaofu fused them into a sword, the goblins wouldn't drop any more sword essences, so there were only 7 pieces of Silver Lake Immortal Legacy equipment. Jiaofu had been collecting these shards this entire time, and after such a long time, Jiaofu had obtained quite a few. Adding on the newly obtained shards, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fuse the remaining 6 pieces of Silver Lake Immortal Legacy equipment. Jiaofu first went to an empty area and took out the saber essences. These saber essences gave off a sharp white light and were shaped like sabers, and they were as long as a finger. Jiaofu didn't need to do anything. As soon as he took out the saber essences, they resonated with each other. Just like when he had fused with the Silver Lake Immortal Sword, countless saber essences flew into the sky, and a massive wave of saber chi spread out, shattering all of the clouds. The saber essences turned into resplendent motes of light, looking as beautiful as the stars in the sky. A beautiful and calm image of a lake, giving off boundless concept energy, gradually appeared. Finally, the countless saber essences fused together, forming a silver saber that gave off a bright silver light and slowly descended from the sky. Jiaofu stretched out his hand and caught it before looking at it. This silver saber was 1 meter long, and it was longer than most sabers. It was 3 fingers wide, and there were patterns on it. The hilt was also very long, and it could be held with both hands. Overall, the saber looked quite exquisite. After fusing with the Silver Lake Immortal Sword, Jiaofu took out another spear essence. This spear essence looked like a small spear that was also as long as a finger, and it gave off a piercing aura. Jiaofu once again took out 1,200 spear essences, and they resonated with each other as they flew into the sky, turning into resplendent stars. Following this, the image of a lake appeared, and the countless spear essences fused into a silver spear that slowly descended from the sky. Jiaofu caught the spear and looked at it again. Following this, Jiaofu took out another essence. This essence was a small shield that was 1 finger long and 3 fingers wide, and it gave off a firm defensive aura. The 1,200 shield essences automatically flew into the sky and fused into a large silver shield. This silver shield was about half a person's height and was round. There was a blooming daffodil at the center of the shield, and it was covered with inscriptions. It looked quite exquisite, and it gave off a firm aura that seemed to be able to block everything. Following this, Jiaofu fused the remaining bow essence, axe essence, and hammer essence into 3 pieces of equipment. The 3 pieces of equipment seemed to be made from silver and were covered with inscriptions. They all looked quite exquisite and gave off different powerful auras. The silver bow gave off a feeling that as long as one held it, they would be able to hit with 100% accuracy and kill all enemies. The silver axe gave off a ferocious aura that seemed to be able to split apart mountains, and the silver hammer seemed to be able to destroy everything with brute force. Now that the Silver Lake's 7 pieces of equipment had been fused, all of them gave off powerful auras and seemed to be connected to each other. The 7 pieces of equipment seemed to have their own consciousnesses and would automatically choose their masters. This made Jiaofu think of the assassin's 12 equipment sets. They were connected to each other and represented different powers. They would also choose their masters, and they could be passed down through generations. The difference was that the Silver Lake's 7 pieces of equipment focused on direct battles and were powerful and destructive, while the assassin's 12 equipment sets focused on assassins. Even though their battle styles were different, they still focused on the assassin profession. Moreover, the assassin's 12 equipment sets were only gold-grade equipment. Even though they could evolve and reach higher grades, they still started out as gold-grade equipment. However, the Silver Lake's 7 pieces of equipment were different. They started out as legendary-grade equipment and contained martial concepts that only high-grade cultivators could control. They were definitely more powerful than the assassin's 12 equipment sets. It was a pity that the more powerful a piece of equipment was, the more difficult it was for it to choose its master. Looking at the 7 pieces of equipment floating around him and giving off powerful auras, Jiaofu felt quite conflicted. These pieces of equipment were only suitable for warriors and were not suitable for generals. This was because the core of the general profession was not fighting, but leading troops into battle. It was different from the 7-piece equipment set, so the Silver Lake equipment could not be used to its full potential. Right now, Jiaofu was surrounded by either generals or ministers. The other suitable candidates had all become assassins, so Jiaofu didn't have any suitable candidates. Xianxia, on the other hand, did not specialize in being a general or an assassin. He was just a swordsman, but Xianxia was still not suitable. Xianxia walked the path of the sword, and he did not focus on how powerful his weapon was. Instead, he focused on how determined his heart was. As such, the sword that Xianxia used wasn't very good, and he used the iron sword that he had first chosen from the armory. However, as Xianxia continuously fought, this iron sword's spirituality became stronger and stronger, and it became a decent sword. With Xianxia's abilities, he would be able to comprehend a sword intent that suited him, so he did not need the Silver Lake Immortal Sword. If Jiaofu gave the Silver Lake Immortal Sword to Xianxia, it would be detrimental to Xianxia's development. Right now, Jiaofu did not have a suitable candidate. However, it was best for legacy equipment to find a master as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to fully control its power. As such, Jiaofu could only sigh and put the 7-piece Silver Lake equipment set into his spatial ring and wait for them to find a suitable master. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out from the horizon, and Jiaofu, who had just put the equipment into his spatial ring, looked up in shock. He saw a star giving off green and black light, and it gave off a boundless aura as it broke through the sky and slowly descended into the world. This was not a general star entering his life but a general star returning to his life. In other words, a historical general's fate seal had been undone. What was even more shocking was that not only did this general star give off a green light and the voracious wolf star's mysterious and cunning aura, but it also gave off a black light and the conquering aura of the army destroyer star. The two lights covered most of the sky, and the auras they gave off were incredibly powerful, causing countless creatures to feel incredibly terrified. Now, all of China's people looked incredibly shocked as they looked at the two general stars in the sky. Zhaofu was also quite shocked. Just what kind of general star is this? Why does it have the voracious wolf star's power and the army destroyer star's power? This definitely wasn't one of the 13 general stars, as all of them had different powers and different attributes. There was no general star that had two types of power. Moreover, this general star definitely wasn't simple either, as it had the voracious wolf star and the army destroyer star, two of the three that could throw the world into chaos. This was enough to prove that this general star wasn't simple and had immense power. Then who was it that awakened such a general star? Countless people were incredibly curious, but they were unable to guess who it was that had awakened this general star. Zhaofu was also quite curious as to who it was. After all, this person's power definitely surpassed his three great generals, which were Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao. Zhaofu looked over at Great Zhou City and saw a white-haired, ruddy-faced elder at the center of a massive magic formation. He gave off a transcendent aura. He was the famous old Duke Jiang, also known as Xianxia. Apart from him standing at the center of the magic formation, there were 6 other people beside him. One of them held a sharp sword, one held a book, one held a black and white painting, one held a law medallion, one held an ink ruler, and one held a Tai Chi diagram. The 6 of them gave off different types of power, as they represented the school of military, Confucianism, famed scholars, legalism, Moism, and Taoism. They sent their power into the magic formation, and a powerful force lifted Xianxia into the air. A 2-colored pillar of light shot into the sky from his body, making Xianxia look like a god as he stood in the air. Xianxia's abilities were unparalleled, and he could be said to be the #1 person in China. Not only was he proficient in the art of war, but he was also proficient in internal affairs, feng shui, metaphysics, literature, and governance. He was proficient in almost all of them, and the 100 schools of thought regarded him as a member of the 100 schools of thought, and he was known as the 100 schools of thought's grandmaster. Throughout history, all of the great records acknowledged his lofty status, and this was something that was rarely seen in China's history. However, this was enough to prove Xianxia's abilities. Perhaps only he could awaken a 2-colored general star. Luckily, Xianxia did not like to kill, or else he might have awakened a 3-colored general star, which was the voracious wolf star, the army destroyer star, and the 7 murders star. A general star that fused 3 types of power. As Xianxia's general star descended, the entire Great Zhou dynasty's fate went through massive changes. The ocean of fate continuously roiled, becoming larger and larger, and the sounds it gave off became more and more shocking. Zhaofu silently looked at the 2-colored general star for a long time. Only after the 2-colored general star slowly disappeared into the sky did Zhaofu look away. He didn't know what method that person had used to unlock fate, but he felt that it wasn't through a general armament. It was normal for others to have opportunities, but he had to investigate who that 2-colored general star was. After all, that person could become a stumbling block for Qin. If such a person became a stumbling block for Qin, it would be incredibly difficult. As such, Zhaofu had to investigate that person and be prepared. AI. Zhaofu suddenly thought about it and couldn't help but sigh. Qin's path in the future will only become more and more difficult. Moreover, even after such a long time, Stage 1 soldiers still haven't become commonplace. When will there be Stage 9 soldiers? The path is simply too long, and Qin's growth is still too slow. Following this, Zhaofu called Guobinglin over and told him to prepare information on the second target, which was Flowing Water City, the Vietnamese city. Guobinglin quickly went to do as he was told and brought over a lot of information. Zhaofu sat on a chair and carefully looked through the information while Guobinglin respectfully waited by the side. The room became quite silent, and only the sound of Zhaofu flipping through the pages could be heard. An hour or so later, Zhaofu finished looking through the information and found that the border regions were still quite chaotic. They were like fire and water, and there were no signs of them slowing down at all. Anything that was related to a nation's enmity was not a big deal. Perhaps some factions would betray their nation for benefits, but most ordinary people were very patriotic and chose to resist. Perhaps they would suffer some losses, but compared to their hot-bloodedness, such losses were insignificant. If the commoners were like this, how could the border regions be peaceful? Of course, they would hate each other and attack each other. The other border regions weren't what Zhao Fu cared about. What Zhao Fu cared about was the situation in Flowing Water City. In the previous battle, not only had a large number of soldiers died, but many players had also died. Now, Flowing Water City's situation was like this. There were 330,000 commoners and 100,000 soldiers, but there were only 40,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers. Most of the remaining people were still at Stage 0 to 8 or 0 to 9, and even though the players had recovered, there were only 600,000 or so of them. In other words, Flowing Water City's battle force was nearly 1 million, but because Qin was a Chinese faction, the Vietnamese side would definitely resist to the death, and the battle would be incredibly intense. There was also the other Vietnamese system main city. She would definitely interfere, so Zhao Fu had to be on guard. Her system main city was called Fragrant Moon City, and it had 400,000 residents, 100,000 soldiers, and 1 million players. It had a total battle force of 1.5 million, and if the two factions added together, they would have a battle force of 2.5 million people. Now, Great Qin had 450,000 soldiers, and adding on the 40,000 kobold soldiers, Zhao Fu added another 10,000 soldiers to make things easier for them. Now, they had 450,000 soldiers. Even though Qin's equipment was quite good, Qin, and Fragrant Qin City, Qin would be at Fragrant 1,000 people. Even though Qin's equipment was quite good, he would still be at a disadvantage against a force that had a battle force of 2.5 million. Even with the 150,000 skeletons, he might still lose. After making this decision, Zhao Fu gathered all of his generals to discuss this in order to make sure that there were no loopholes or things that went wrong. The generals all approved of Zhao Fu's plan, and Wei Liao smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, this plan is quite feasible. The only problem is how to convince the other two system main cities to participate. Even though there is enmity between them, they definitely won't let Qin take advantage of them." Wang Jian nodded and said, "Indeed, those two system main cities are crucial. If we can mobilize them, there won't be any suspense in this battle." Suddenly, Bai Qi thought about it. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Your Majesty, I have a plan that we should try." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "Your Majesty, I have a plan that we should try." Bai Qi cupped his hands as he replied, "Your Majesty, I have a plan that we should try." Bai Qi cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty. With Qin's strength, a system main city won't be able to defend against us, and ordinary players fear Qin's name and don't dare to make an enemy out of Qin. We can have our army surround one of the Chinese system main cities and have Qin's 7 city lords appear, forcing them to participate in this battle. With how powerful Qin was, if it didn't want to die, it would definitely agree to participate. However, Qin could also give up some benefits, such as giving all of the resources in Xianxia City to the players to motivate them. Moreover, we'll give all of the resources that the two Vietnamese cities have taken over to the two Chinese system main cities. If there are benefits, they'll be more cooperative." Hearing this, everyone thought about it and nodded. Zhao Fu felt that this was a good plan, so he asked the other generals for their opinions. After receiving their support, Zhao Fu decided to carry out Bai Qi's plan. Qin's soldiers had rested for a few days. They were in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. They were ready to go and carried into the transmission formation to the border area. Whiteleaf City. Suddenly, an isolation barrier covered Whiteleaf City, making all of the city's teleportation channels unusable. Everyone in Whiteleaf City felt quite startled and didn't understand what was going on. Why did the teleportation channels suddenly become unusable? Rumble, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded out from outside the city, and a shocking aura rushed into Whiteleaf City, causing countless people's expressions to fall. Seeing the flood of Qin's soldiers, the defenders on the city walls looked terrified and yelled, "Enemy attack! Hurry and close the city gates!" Seeing this terrifying scene, the players outside the city quickly retreated back into Whiteleaf City, and news of someone attacking Whiteleaf City quickly spread throughout the city. Whiteleaf City was the system main city that had fought with Flowing Water City, and it had also lost some people. It was weaker than the other system main city, so Zhao Fu made it his first target. After hearing about this, Whiteleaf City's city lord, Bai Rusheng's expression fell, and he immediately came to the city walls. Looking at the densely packed army, Bai Rusheng felt quite startled. Who was attacking Whiteleaf City this time? Could it be Flowing Water City again? Hadn't they learned their lesson last time? At first, Bai Rusheng thought that it was another system main city attacking, but after looking closely, he found that it wasn't a system main city's faction. There were many outlanders below, which meant that it wasn't a system main city's faction. After all, no system main city had outlanders as soldiers yet. There were now 400,000 or so people below, and half of them had stage 1 cultivation, while the other half had stage 0 to 8 or 0 to 9 cultivation. This force completely surpassed Whiteleaf City's strength. When he thought of that, Bai Rusheng gave the order to issue an emergency city defense quest and recruit a large number of players. With Whiteleaf City's own strength, they might not be able to defend Whiteleaf City. Suddenly, the people below stopped and didn't immediately attack, which surprised Bai Rusheng. Whiteleaf City hadn't reacted yet, so this was the best time to attack. However, they had actually stopped. Following this, the crowd parted, and 20 or so people riding on black warhorses appeared. Seeing these people, Bai Rusheng's pupils constricted, and he felt quite shocked because he found that there were 8 city lords. 5 of them were system main cities, and 3 of them were basic city lords. Because Zhao Fu and the others didn't hide their auras, Bai Rusheng was able to immediately tell that this was what Zhao Fu wanted. "City Lord Bai. Can I discuss something with you?" Zhao Fu said loudly to Bai Rusheng with a trace of a smile on his face. Bai Rusheng felt quite nervous because no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't defeat 8 city lords at the same time. This was a battle that they would definitely lose. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Bai Rusheng thought about it and felt that there was still hope. It would be best if they didn't fight, so Bai Rusheng relaxed and asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu didn't hide his identity or his goal, and he directly said, "I am Qin's legatee. The Vietnamese side has repeatedly offended China and humiliated our nation, so I want to destroy them and restore China's reputation. I heard that there is enmity between Whiteleaf City and Flowing Water City, so I came to invite City Lord Bai and the Chinese players to destroy them together. Don't worry, there will be great benefits. Qin won't touch the Vietnamese side's resources and materials, everything will be given to City Lord Bai and the players." Zhao Fu didn't hide his identity. Zhao Fu wanted to scare a large number of ordinary players and give them some confidence. A large number of players were the main force in this battle. So, in order to make good use of them, he needed to use Qin's name. Of course, there was no need to hide his goal. After all, if he wanted to mobilize a large number of players, it would be impossible to hide his plan. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Fu mentioned Qin's name, the expressions of countless ordinary players changed. The fear that Qin had created had not subsided at all. However, when they heard the latter part of Zhao Fu's words, countless ordinary players couldn't help but jump with joy. Qin's Majesty actually wanted to destroy the Vietnamese army. The Vietnamese army had a deep grudge against them, and with Qin's leadership, they would definitely be able to destroy the Vietnamese army. Moreover, after killing the enemy, Qin didn't want anything from them. When they thought about the countless pieces of equipment, skills, and coins that belonged to them, they couldn't help but feel excited. When Bai Rusheng heard Zhao Fu's words, he couldn't help but think to himself, "This is an invitation, this is clearly a threat." However, there was nothing he could do. Qin was simply too powerful, and Bai Rusheng didn't want to face the attacks of 8 city lords at the same time. As such, he could only take a step back and agree. After all, Flowing Stream City did indeed have enmity with him, and if Whiteleaf City didn't destroy him, he would destroy Whiteleaf City. As such, it was better to take the initiative and gain the upper hand. Moreover, he would receive great benefits, and all of Flowing Stream City's resources would belong to Whiteleaf City in the future. What Bai Rusheng didn't know was that the mastermind behind that battle was the person in front of him. Seeing that Bai Rusheng had agreed, Zhao Fu signed a contract with him and told him the plan, and all of Whiteleaf City's people started to move out. This was especially so for the players, who were so excited that their faces were red. After all, they were at the boundary, and there were conflicts every day, causing hatred to accumulate to a terrifying degree. Now that they could finally take revenge, they couldn't control their emotions. After dealing with Whiteleaf City's matters, Zhao took his army and by rushing to another system main city. This system main city was called Fierce Mountain City, and it was about the same as Fragrant Moon City. It was a decent system main city. When the 400,000 or so soldiers surrounded Fierce Mountain City, the elegant-looking young city lord's expression fell, and he lost his usual calm. When Zhao walked out with his people, the young city lord was even more shocked. He remembered Zhao because he had been there when Zhao had ambushed Flowing Stream City's city lord. He clearly remembered Zhao, who was a dynasty legatee, because it was incredibly rare for someone to have a nation armament. However, the young city lord had never thought that Zhao would be so powerful. Was he here to take revenge? Back then, he had wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Perhaps he had hindered Zhao, so he had come to take revenge. Zhao remembered the city lord. Back then, it was because of him and another Vietnamese city lord that Zhao had been forced to stop and leave. If it wasn't for those two, Zhao would have long since killed Flowing Stream City's city lord and obtained a system main city. Thinking about this, Zhao felt quite depressed. Of course, in order to look at the big picture, Zhao didn't mind what had happened, and he told the young city lord what he had said in Whiteleaf City to Fierce Mountain City and called by rushing over. The young city lord looked at Bai Rushing and said seriously, "Brother Bai, did you really agree? Did you really agree?" Bai Rushing looked quite helpless and nodded. There was nothing he could do if he didn't agree, or else the other side would destroy him first. Seeing this, the young city lord sighed. Under Qin's pressure, he could only agree. After all, if he didn't agree, he would have to face the 9 city lords, as well as countless soldiers and players from Qin's city lord, as well as the other city lord. Even though they knew that Great Qin was just trying to sound nice, saying that the Vietnamese side had repeatedly offended China and insulted China's prestige, it was all fake. The other side wanted 2 system main cities, and because they weren't strong enough, they wanted to use their power to destroy the Vietnamese side and the other 2 city lords. However, even though the young city lord knew the other side's goal, he had no choice but to agree because he didn't want to be destroyed. Following this, everyone from Fierce Mountain City started to move. Just like the people from Whiteleaf City, they were all incredibly excited. Zhao found out that this young city lord was called Xiao. Following this, the 2 system main cities started to move. Such a massive move definitely couldn't be hidden from the Vietnamese side. However, even though they didn't know who Qin's legatee was, they knew that he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allied with 2 system main cities to attack a Vietnamese system main city. Without him, how could the Chinese system main cities dare to attack? Just this legatee Qin alone had 400,000 or so soldiers, which was already quite difficult to deal with. Adding on the 2 system main cities and countless players, it wasn't just the Vietnamese people who were afraid, even the 2 Vietnamese system main cities were terrified. After all, they were at a complete disadvantage in this battle, and with so many people working together, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend a single system main city. What should we do now? Countless people started to feel incredibly worried. This matter quickly spread to the real world, and as long as it was related to Qin's legatee, it would attract countless gazes. Right now, there were 2 hottest topics on the Heaven Awaken World Forum: the 2-colored general star had descended, and Qin's attack on Vietnam. The 2-colored general star's descent attracted many people's gazes, but most of them were from factions. Ordinary people didn't know about such things, and Qin's attack on Vietnam concerned the dignity of a nation. As such, even ordinary people paid close attention to it. Everyone knew that the boundary regions were incredibly chaotic, and the people from other countries had ill intentions. They continuously provoked, insulted, and attacked. The conflict at the boundary regions affected all of China, making many Chinese people feel quite furious but powerless. Even though they were furious, there was nothing they could do and could only watch on. Both sides fought back and forth, and both sides won and lost. However, this didn't solve the problem, and they continued to act arrogantly. However, there was nothing they could do, nor could they truly destroy them or dispel their arrogance. China was incredibly vast, and it had countless neighboring countries. All of them were spying on China, which was at the center of the Midland continent. China itself was under a lot of pressure, and a single wolf wasn't terrifying, but a pack of wolves was incredibly dangerous. Whether or not China had the power to defend against so many enemies was something that many factions didn't want to see. At the same time, many factions didn't want a civil war to break out. If all of the world's regions were opened up, putting aside the countless factions, even ordinary people would head to the boundary regions. Because of the conflict at the boundary regions, countless Chinese people were enraged, and the other side greatly hated China. Once the region was opened up, it would definitely be a large-scale kingdom war that would involve countless ordinary people. This could also be an opportunity for countless new powers to rise up. The aristocratic families were much more prudent in their actions. They would not charge forward in a hot-blooded manner. They would choose a more conservative method. Countless rising forces were like spears that charged forward bravely, while the aristocratic families were like incomparably sturdy shields. This was the case not only in China but in the world as well. Aristocratic families cared about the pros and cons, and did not charge forward without any scruples like ordinary people. In such an intense battle, there would definitely be many powerful forces emerging. However, the aristocratic families would not be weak either. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose in the battle between the two forces. The conflicts at the borders attracted countless Chinese people's attention, and because it was Qin who was leading them, many people felt quite excited. They believed that Qin Feng would be able to destroy the two Vietnamese main cities, which would be the first step to resolving the border problems. This could also suppress the arrogance of the countries in the border regions. Or China can exterminate them. For a moment, many people who hated and feared Qin gradually grew fond of him. The masses were so fickle. Ordinary people's gazes were only limited to fighting for their country's dignity and destroying all those who offended them. However, this was not what the countless factions were paying attention to. Great Qin already had 4 system main cities, and it had just destroyed Heavenstone City not too long ago. Now, it had 5 system main cities, and with the Great Qin City, it had 6 city lords. Moreover, Qin's army was simply too monstrous, and he had 450,000 soldiers. Ordinary factions would not be a match for him, and now, Qin had 2 Vietnamese system main cities. That power was simply too great, and it would be great if there was a way to restrict Qin. Unlike the ordinary people, the countless factions were quite afraid because they were seeing things differently. However, not all factions were like this. The factions that did not aim to dominate, such as the ancient clans, the 100 schools of thought, and some righteous sects, all supported Qin's actions. After all, this was suppressing foreign factions, increasing China's strength and raising China's prestige. Of course, they were quite supportive and highly praised him. At the same time, they thought to themselves that Qin had finally done something good for once. He wasn't as bad as he had always been. While the Chinese side was filled with joy, the Vietnamese side was filled with worry. With Qin's legatee taking the lead, would that region be able to defend? If this region was destroyed, other regions would not be safe either, and it was possible that Qin would officially invade Vietnam. If that happened, all of Vietnam would be in danger. Qin's actions caused all of Vietnam to feel quite panicked. If Qin had been in China, no matter how much destruction he wreaked, they would have been quite happy. After all, those who died were all Chinese people, and it had nothing to do with Vietnam. However, now that Qin had set his sights on Vietnam, they could not feel happy at all. All of Vietnam's factions held an emergency meeting to discuss how to face Qin. After the first time, Qin would definitely do it a second and a third time. Their predictions were not wrong. Zhao Fu had planned to destroy Vietnam first, but due to many reasons, he had changed his plan. Of course, if there was an opportunity, Qin would not let Vietnam off. Some people cursed at the Chinese side for being despicable, saying that this was completely unfair. If they had the ability, they should not have let Qin act and should have a fair battle. This idea was supported by countless Vietnamese people, and they all sent battle invitations on the internet, asking for a fair battle and not to let Qin act. The Chinese side wildly laughed. Who was being fair? There was no such thing as fairness in a battle. The Vietnamese people were so stupid. Indeed, there was no such thing as fairness in a battle. There was only victory or defeat. If one cared about fairness in a battle, one would be no different from an idiot. Hearing this, the Vietnamese people were infuriated, and they started to curse at the Chinese side on the internet for being despicable and shameless. However, the Chinese side did not back down and cursed back. Before the battle had even started, a war of words had already started in the real world. Of course, Jiaofu did not know about any of this. With Flowing Water City's strength, it was impossible for it to defend against the attacks of two system main cities. If it wanted to survive, it could only think of a way, which was to ally with another Vietnamese system main city. This was not a problem, as they were all on the same side. After all, the Chinese side's target wasn't just one system main city but both of them. Similarly, all of the Vietnamese players were also targets. Allying with the Vietnamese side was quite easy, as the relationship between the two system main cities was quite good. Otherwise, why would Fragrant Moon City's city lord come to save him? Ho Ming, Flowing Water City's city lord, immediately found someone to tell Fragrant Moon City about this and ask how they could defend against the Chinese side's attack. Fragrant Moon City's city lord immediately heard about this, and a beautiful woman in green wore a serious expression as she thought about how to deal with this situation. She was Fragrant Moon City's city lord, Tran Xianxia. After hearing about this, Tran Xianxia didn't have any good ideas. After all, the other side was simply too powerful, and they weren't easy to deal with. This matter was incredibly important, and Tran Xianxia felt that it was best to personally discuss it with Ho Ming. As such, she personally went to Flowing Water City. Within a room, Ho Ming and Tran Xianxia both looked incredibly serious, and the first to speak was Ho Ming. Xianxia, what do you think we should do? If they choose to attack any of our system main cities, we won't be able to defend a single one. Tran Xianxia nodded earnestly, saying, we won't be able to defend against such a massive number of people, but what I'm concerned about is who that legatee Qin is. Why is he targeting our two system main cities like this? Is there some conflict between us? Conflict? Suddenly, Ho Ming thought of a person who had left a deep impression on him. That person wore a black cloak and had a pair of blood-red eyes that gave off a blood-red light. This person was most likely the one who had killed his adoptive father and framed Whiteleaf City for it, causing Flowing Stream City to suffer heavy losses in the battle against Whiteleaf City. Ho Ming naturally felt immense hatred towards that person, and he wanted to tear him apart. He had almost died at that person's hands, so he had a deep impression of Zhao Fu. I feel that it might be that person because he's also a dynasty legatee. According to the information given by the Otherworlders, that legatee Qin looks the same as that person. Hu Ming said with a cold glint in his eyes. After hearing this, Tran Xiangyue's expression fell as she thought of that person. Back when she had saved Tran Xiangyue, that person had been forced to stop because of the three city lords. However, that person had said something vicious, I hope I remember the price I have to pay. Zhao Fu had never thought that the other side would really take revenge. The two system main cities together were already quite difficult to deal with, and now that a dynasty legatee had appeared, it would be even more difficult to deal with. He pondered for a long time. Tran Xiangyue sighed as she said, right now, we can only fuse our two system main cities together and gather all of our power together. Only then will we be able to resist China, so I'll move my Fragrant Moon City over. How could that be good? My Flowing Water City should move over. Right now, Flowing Water City is so weak, so I should be the one to move over, Hu Ming resolutely refused. Seeing this, Tran Xiangyue could only nod and agree. Following this, Hu Ming moved Flowing Water City and all of its residents to Fragrant Moon City. Because only the city creation stones could be moved, the buildings could not be moved. As such, the people from Flowing Water City could only move into Fragrant Moon City. Fragrant Moon City was already quite crowded, and with so many people pouring in from Flowing Water City, Fragrant Moon City became incredibly crowded. However, as the number of people increased, the Vietnamese people felt much more confident that they would be able to defend against the Chinese side's attack. Hu Ming also built a city creation stone next to Fragrant Moon City's city hall. Even though it looked like Fragrant Moon City now had two city halls, Fragrant Moon City's stats were still that of a single system main city. After all, the two system main cities were only stacked together, and their stats were not stacked. If they could be stacked, Zhao Fu would have to stack all of Qin City's stats together. If that happened, wouldn't Qin City's stats be heaven-defying? However, the heaven-awakened world was incredibly vast, and there were many special cities. There were twin cities that had 2 city lords but only a single city hall. However, their stats were stacked together, making them quite powerful. Of course, these twin cities were quite difficult to form, and they required special conditions, so they were quite rare. After the 2 system main cities were stacked together, the 2 city lords gave out a series of orders, and all of the residents and players were incredibly cooperative. After all, they were fighting against foreign countries, and most people were quite xenophobic, especially when they were attacking them. As such, the Vietnamese side was quite united, and the soldiers and civilians were united in defending Fragrant Moon City. In this moment of life and death, the 2 system main cities were not stingy at all. They took out all of the equipment and skills from their armory and gave them to the defending players for free, increasing their overall strength. The countless players felt incredibly grateful, and they inwardly made up their minds to defend Fragrant Moon City to the death. They also prepared bows, arrows, kerosene, and other heavy objects. Now that everything was ready, the Vietnamese soldiers' morale soared. Let alone Qin City, no matter who came, they would not be afraid, and they were incredibly confident. The news from the Vietnamese side quickly spread to the Chinese side, and within the hall, Zhao Fu, Qin City's generals, Bai Rushing, and Xiao Su were all discussing this matter. Now that 2 system main cities are stacked together, it'll be quite difficult to attack. Our advantage won't be as great, Bai Rushing said as he frowned. This is indeed quite difficult to deal with. Does Sir have any good ideas? Xiao Su nodded and said seriously before looking at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, with our current strength, even though Fragrant Moon City is quite troublesome, it won't be able to stop us. As long as you all support us, Qin City, will definitely be able to destroy it. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Bai Rushing and Xiao Su felt at ease. With how powerful the other side was, they definitely had powerful methods. Following this, the Chinese side also finished their preparations. There were 1.9 million players, 160,000 Stage 1 soldiers, 100,000 residents, and Qin City's 450,000 soldiers, a total of 2.6 million soldiers, and they majestically headed towards Fragrant Moon City. Even though the Vietnamese side's morale wasn't weak, the Chinese side's morale was also quite strong. After all, Qin City was leading them, and they were quite confident in Qin City. After all, they knew how terrifying he was. Charge! A majestic roar sounded out as countless Chinese players rushed towards Fragrant Moon City like a massive flood. It was as if they were going to sweep away everything in their path, giving off a shocking aura. The countless defenders on the city walls all had serious looks on their faces as they looked at the countless Chinese players rushing over. They understood that this battle would not be easy, so none of them dared to be careless. Tran Xianxia and Hung Min stood together on the city walls with serious looks on their faces. Looking at the Chinese side attacking, there was no room for reconciliation, so they ordered, "Fire!" Swish, 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 the defending soldiers drew their bows and released arrows that tore through the air, drawing arcs in the air as countless arrows rained down like heavy rain. After a short moment, some casualties appeared on the Chinese side. However, the casualties weren't high. The first wave of players to charge into the fray were equipped with simple wooden shields. Although these wooden shields couldn't block the arrows of the Tier 1 soldiers, they could easily block the arrows of countless players. The Vietnamese side had a total of 2.5 million soldiers, and if they took out the elderly and children, they would have 2.3 million soldiers. On the other hand, the Chinese side had 2.6 million soldiers, so the Chinese side had a numerical advantage. However, in terms of sieging, the defending side had made ample preparations, so they had an advantage. As such, it was not a big deal that the Chinese side had more people, and it was hard to say who would win. The Vietnamese side and the Chinese side started to fight, and both sides' eyes were bloodshot. The enmity between the two sides was finally going to be resolved today, and only one side would survive. The Chinese side ferociously charged, while the Vietnamese side vigorously resisted. Neither side wanted to lose. Fire! Waves of arrows rained down from the city walls, and the sharp arrows pierced through the clouds, causing countless people to feel quite shocked. This caused many Chinese players to suffer casualties. The Chinese side also started to counterattack. Because they were within range of the arrows, waves of arrows rained down on the city walls, and the Vietnamese side had to raise a shield wall to defend. Very quickly, the massive wave of players arrived at the bottom of Fragrant Moon City, and players took out ladders, ropes, and all sorts of climbing tools as they prepared to scale the city walls. The defenders on the city walls carried all sorts of heavy objects, such as rocks and trees, and threw them at the people scaling the city walls. These heavy objects posed a great resistance to the ordinary players. Because it was so tall and so heavy, if it fell, someone would definitely be injured. However, for people with high cultivation, it was a different matter. That was because people with high cultivation had the power to block the heavy objects that were smashing down. If one wanted to injure them, one would need to infuse their cultivation power into the object with someone of the same cultivation level as them. Only then would the object be able to injure them. It was obvious that not all of the Stage 1 soldiers were on the wall, so when the Stage 1 soldiers attacked, many Chinese people took the opportunity to climb up the wall and quickly climbed up. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Hu Ming ordered all of the archers to turn towards the people climbing the town walls. The countless archers obeyed and aimed their arrows downwards. At such a close distance, and because they had to climb the city walls, it was not easy to block them. Arrows easily pierced into the Chinese people's bodies. Cries of agony rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Their bodies also fell from the sky. The Chinese archers also started to ferociously shoot, and wave after wave of arrows continuously rained down on the town walls. Soon, many Vietnamese people were killed. At that moment, the Vietnamese people poured out barrels of kerosene, wanting to burn the Chinese people below. With so much kerosene, once it started to burn, it would immediately form a sea of flames. Once the sea of flames formed, countless Chinese people would be injured or killed. At the same time, the Chinese people's attacking momentum would be suppressed, causing their morale to plummet. However, the Chinese people were prepared for this. As the sea of flames formed, they threw out bags of white powder, which gave off a bone-chilling aura as they spread out. The ground instantly started to freeze, and the kerosene was also frozen, unable to burn at all. This type of powder was called ice powder, and once it landed on something, it would instantly freeze and seal that thing in ice. After seeing that the kerosene was no longer effective, the defenders continued to use their bows and arrows to attack, while the Chinese people vigorously counterattacked. The battle was incredibly intense, and people from both sides continuously died. From a high vantage point, Fragrant Moon City was surrounded by enemies. There were many people climbing the town walls nearby, and countless people in the distance continued to rush over. Fragrant Moon City was in a complete mess, and many people hurriedly ran to the town walls to replenish their defenses. There were many people standing on the town walls, defending against the attacks from below. The battle between the two sides was incredibly loud, and shouts, killing, and cries continuously sounded out. This was an incredibly shocking battle. Zhao Fu, Bai Rushing, and Xiaosu stood in the air. Zhao Fu looked down at the situation below and felt that it was about time, so he turned and said to Bai Rushing and Xiaosu, "That's enough. Please act according to the plan." Hearing this, Bai Rushing nodded and flew towards Fragrant Moon City. Instantly, two powerful auras enveloped Fragrant Moon City. That powerful aura was like a raging gale, causing many people to feel fear. On the town walls, Xianxia and Hung Min also exploded out with terrifying auras, blocking Bai Rushing and Xiaosu's auras. "The two of you. I never thought that you would work together with an otherworlder and listen to his orders. What, does he not want to act?" Xianxia said as she looked at Bai Rushing in the air. She then looked at Zhao Fu in the distance, and her heart sank. It was indeed him. Not much time had passed, and he had already become a city lord. What's more, he gave off an incredibly dangerous aura. Of course, Xiaosu wouldn't tell them the real reason, so he coldly harumphed and said, "It's best if you surrender now. Perhaps you'll be able to keep your lives. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Ha ha ha, standing. Beside Xianxia, Hung Min loudly laughed as he said, "Do you really think that the two of you can beat us? What a joke. Also, Bai Rushing, I misunderstood last time, but that person framed me, causing us to fight," Hung Min said as he pointed at Zhao Fu in the distance. Hung Min was thinking that if he told Bai Rushing about this, they would definitely turn against each other, causing their alliance to crumble. That way, the Vietnamese side would be able to easily win. Even though he had been in the wrong last time, and not only had he suffered heavy losses, but he had also caused many people in Whiteleaf City to die. Bai Rushing most likely wouldn't tolerate that person framing him. After all, that person was the reason why so many people in Whiteleaf City had died. Whiteleaf City and that Chin's legatee should be enemies. Humph. Don't try to sow discord between me and that person. Instead, think about you. Bai Rushing coldly harumphed and said something that surprised him. In actuality, Xianxia had already told Bai Rushing about this in private. Back then, Bai Rushing had been quite angry because no one liked to take the blame. Bai Rushing had caused many people to die in Whiteleaf City, and under normal circumstances, he would definitely take revenge. However, things were different now. Bai Rushing was simply too powerful. He had 8 city lords and 45 soldiers, and the 2 million players seemed to be more obedient to him. If Bai Rushing resisted, not only would he die, but all of Whiteleaf City would be massacred. Because of the disparity in strength, Bai Rushing had to take a step back. Hu Ming had never thought that Bai Rushing would say such a thing, and his gaze became cold as he said, "Don't you want to take revenge for those who died in the battle? Even though I was the main cause, if you help me kill that person, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. How about that?" Hu Ming did not want to let off the person who had killed his adoptive father. However, with that person's strength, it would be very difficult for him to kill him by himself. If Bai Rushing and Xianxia worked together, the 3 city lords would be able to kill that person. At the same time, they would be able to resolve this battle. If that was the case, he would be willing to let Bai Rushing do whatever he wanted to him. Bai Rushing sighed inwardly. Although this proposal was very tempting, how could he agree? Just as he was about to refuse, a burst of laughter sounded out, causing Bai Rushing and Xianxia to tremble and retreat. Jiaofu lightly laughed as he looked at Hu Ming. He stretched out a hand and beckoned at Hu Ming as he said, "If you want to kill me, come at me. I killed your adoptive father, and he died a very painful death." Hu Ming immediately felt a wave of anger. His adoptive father was the most important person to him, or else he wouldn't have risked everything to attack Whiteleaf City. However, this person who had killed his adoptive father dared to act so arrogantly and talk about how he had killed his adoptive father. How could Hu Ming endure this? A terrifying aura exploded out as a blue aura flame appeared, and the bricks under his feet continuously shattered. "I'll kill you!" Hu Ming roared and his body turned into a blue blur as he charged towards Jiaofu. At this time, Xianxia noticed Bai Rushing and Xiaoxia's expressions and immediately felt a sense of foreboding. She immediately flew out, wanting to stop Hu Ming from rushing forward. However, when the 2 of them flew out of the city walls, 7 terrifying auras soared into the sky, causing the weather to change. The 7 of them instantly surrounded Xianxia and Hu Ming. At the same time, Bai Rushing and Xiaoxia sighed as they joined in. Immediately, Xianxia and Hu Ming felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Their expressions were stiff and stunned. How is this possible? Sensing the 7 people's auras, Jiaofu could tell that they were all city lords. There were already 5 system city lords, and the other 2 were city lords from basic cities. This did not include Prince Qin. After being surrounded by 9 city lords, Xianxia understood why Bai Rushing had insisted on cooperating with Prince Qin despite knowing that he was the mastermind. With such massive power, they had no choice but to cooperate. Hu Ming was greatly startled and understood that he had fallen into a trap. However, he had never thought that the other side would be hiding such a powerful force. Not only was he in danger, but he had also dragged Xianxia into this as well. Jiaofu had a smile on his face as he looked at Xianxia and Hu Ming. Following this, a cold look appeared in his eyes as he said, "Hurry up and kill them to end this battle." Yes. Qin's 7 generals obeyed and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Bai Rushing and Xiaoxia also attacked, and the terrifying attacks of the 9 city lords shook the heavens. The battlefield below was also affected, and sensing the heaven-toppling auras, the countless Chinese players were delirious with joy. They had never thought that their side would have 10 city lords, and they would be able to easily defeat the 2 system city lords. The Vietnamese people's expressions were incredibly unsightly, and their hearts sank. It was likely that they were going to suffer this time. The reason why Zhao Fu hadn't had Bai Qi and the others reveal themselves was because he wanted to lure Hu Ming and Tran Xianxia out. This was to prevent the people within the city from helping them, and it was also to prevent them from escaping with the city creation stone. Otherwise, why would Zhao Fu intentionally provoke Hu Ming? If everything went according to plan, the battle would most likely end soon. Zhao Fu personally took control of the battlefield, and his voice was incredibly dignified, making it so that everyone could hear him. Listen to my orders. All of you attack the western, southern, and northern sides. Qin will attack the eastern side, which has the most people. The countless Chinese players below relaxed. Qin was finally going to act, and he was attacking the eastern side, which had the most people. This greatly reduced the pressure on them. At the same time, they understood that victory was already in their grasp, so they excitedly attacked the other sides. If they could take Fragrant Moon City, not only would they be able to take revenge, but they would also be able to obtain all of the items within. The Vietnamese players on the eastern side looked quite afraid, and their bodies slightly trembled. They were about to face the legendary Qin. Groups of soldiers giving off powerful auras walked out from the tide of players, and the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly changed. The aura of 450,000 Qin soldiers completely overwhelmed the 600,000 or so soldiers on the eastern side, making it difficult for the other side to breathe. Fire! Suddenly, a loud cry sounded out as countless arrows containing immense force tore through the air and shot towards the eastern side. The Vietnamese players quickly reacted and raised their shields, but the arrows that Qin shot out were not on the same level as normal players. Bang, 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 muffled explosions sounded out as countless arrows pierced through the shields and the people holding them. Even though some of the better shields weren't pierced, some of the people holding them were sent flying. Only a small portion of the Stage 1 soldiers were able to block the arrows. Instantly, a massive rain of arrows descended, killing or injuring countless Vietnamese players. They had been careless, and they had thought that Qin's arrows would be the same as normal players, causing them to suffer greatly. The arrows that Qin shot out were incredibly powerful, and not only did he use ordinary arrows, but he also used ballistae. Qin had nurtured ordinary archers, and their archer skills were top-notch. Adding on their equipment and cultivation, the arrows that they shot out were incredibly powerful. As for ballistae, they were incredibly powerful, and Qin had spent a lot of time researching them. They were all crafted with blue-grade materials. After a volley of arrows, the Vietnamese people on the city walls wanted to counterattack. Even though Qin's arrows were quite terrifying, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. But suddenly, a chill came over them. A ghostly aura came out of nowhere and enveloped most of them in an instant. The surroundings instantly became dark, and an eerie aura filled the air. The gray ghostly moon in the sky gave off eerie moonlight, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Arg! Ghosts howled as they rushed out and leapt at the Vietnamese people. Facing the ghostly ocean of attacks, the Vietnamese people screamed in fear and started to run for their lives. The few people on the eastern city walls who weren't covered by the ghostly Qi heard the screams and immediately retreated, not daring to go any closer. In just an instant, the eastern city walls fell silent, and the atmosphere was filled with a strange aura. Sensing the changes on the eastern city walls, the Chinese people attacked the other 3 city walls even more ferociously, and they all thought to themselves, as expected from Qin. He's taken control of the eastern city walls, and they're now one step closer to victory. Brothers, charge! Kill all of the Vietnamese people and take all of their things. After a loud roar, the Chinese people's attacks became even more ferocious, while the Vietnamese people's expressions became quite unsightly, and their morale once again plummeted. The 2 Vietnamese city lords, who were locked in a bitter battle in the sky, couldn't even take care of themselves. If they were even the slightest bit careless, they would die. Seeing that the eastern city walls were under control, Zhao Fu took out a gray stone orb and unleashed stone puppets. A formless energy spread out, and massive rocks gathered, forming 5 10-meter-tall stone giants. After these stone giants appeared, Zhao Fu sent his power into the stone orb in his hand. The stone orb gave off a buzzing sound, and a wave of power lifted the 5 stone giants up, causing them to slowly rise up and land on the city walls. Because the 5 stone giants didn't have any life and were just puppets, they weren't affected by the illusions. These 5 stone giants were transported to the city wall by Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu gave them the order to kill. Now, the people who had been pulled into the nether ghost realm stood there like straws. The rock giant swung its arms, creating a powerful gale. If it didn't directly smash people into pieces, it would send them flying. Those who were sent flying fell from a height of 30 meters, and their fates would definitely not be good. Fresh blood and dismembered corpses covered the entire eastern city wall. The 5 stone giants were like harvesters, harvesting one life after another. Although the 5 stone giants were already very fast, Zhao Fu still felt that they were too slow. He didn't know how long it would take to kill them all. Therefore, Zhao Fu extended his hand and pointed. 10 calamity knights, who were wrapped in black fog and riding skeleton horses, led the skeletons onto the stage. Skeletons were undead creatures and only had a bit of intelligence, so they were immune to illusions. Moreover, these skeletons had some disaster attributes, so they had some intelligence. If they were ordinary skeletons, they would only have instincts. The skeletons' heads flickered with black spirit flames, and they gave off terrifying auras as they slowly climbed up the city walls. Under Zhao Fu's orders, they also started to kill. With the 150,000 skeletons joining in, the speed at which they were killing became many times faster. After a while, Zhao Fu felt that it was about time and ordered his people to dispel the nether ghost realm. The city walls were covered with corpses, and blood spurted everywhere, causing the stench of blood to spread out. Only now did Zhao Fu order Qin's soldiers to attack. Zhao Fu wasn't so stupid as to use his soldiers to fight to the death. Since there was an easier way, why would he fight head-on? The stone giants and countless skeletons continued to advance towards the 2 sides of the city walls. Zhao Fu wouldn't feel any heartache if they died, as he could summon them at any time. However, Qin's soldiers were different, they were lives, so Zhao Fu had to treat them with care. Qin's soldiers easily took control of the eastern city walls and opened the city gates. Countless Qin's soldiers flooded in, and even though some people ran over and tried to retaliate, they were quickly killed by Qin's soldiers. After the eastern city walls were breached, the Vietnamese people's morale plummeted. Because of the stone giants and skeletons on the northern and southern city walls, the Chinese people were able to reach them as well. After being attacked from both sides, the Vietnamese people quickly collapsed. Now, only the western city walls were able to resist. However, after hearing that the eastern and southern city walls had been breached, the Vietnamese people scattered in all directions. They had already lost, and if they didn't run, they would die. Following this, the western city walls were quickly taken down by the Chinese people. By now, all of Fragrant Moon City had been taken down by the Chinese people, and the Vietnamese people had lost. Countless Chinese excitedly rushed into the city, slaughtering the Vietnamese people and taking everything of value. Some people even lewdly smiled as they leapt at the Vietnamese women. Immediately, Fragrant Moon City fell into chaos, and pitiful cries sounded out. The scene was quite tragic. This was the consequence of losing. Qin's soldiers stood on the eastern city walls and did not enter Fragrant Moon City. After all, they had promised not to touch anything within the city. Moreover, even though Fragrant Moon City had lost, it still had some ability to resist. Since Qin's soldiers did not want to take anything, Qin's soldiers would not help kill them. Looking at the sky, the 2 Vietnamese city lords were covered with wounds under the attacks of the 9 city lords, and their clothes were dyed red with blood. They looked quite wretched. Xianxia. I'll stop them, you should run. Hui Ming said earnestly as he looked at the 9 city lords surrounding him and Xianxia. Fragrant Moon City had already been breached, and they had already lost. If they did not run, they would die. He had dragged Xianxia into this and implicated her. Hui Ming felt quite guilty, and he decided to do his best to help her escape. Xianxia sighed and looked quite downcast. She understood that this was the only thing she could do. It was a pity that even if she escaped, Fragrant Moon City's residents would still be slaughtered. However, as long as she could escape, she would have a chance. Xianxia's expression became serious as she hatefully looked at Zhao Fu and nodded to Hui Ming, saying, "Today's enmity will not only be yours but mine as well. I'll definitely take revenge." Hui Ming gave a pleased smile, and a terrifying power suddenly burst forth from his body. Hui Ming's hair gradually became white, and he aged. He was burning his life force to obtain even more power. Boom! Hui Ming slashed out with all of his strength, causing the heavens and earth to dim. A massive crescent moon-like saber light containing incredibly sharp saber chi swept out like a gale, seeming to tear space apart. Even though she wouldn't be able to obtain the city creation stone, being able to stay alive was already quite good. Moreover, with the City Lord seal in her hands, even if Hu Ming conquered Fragrant Moon City, he wouldn't be able to truly control Fragrant Moon City, and she would still have a chance to take it back. With that in mind, Xianxia quickly ran to the side, and the scenery around her flashed by. Her secret technique was incredibly fast. Clang, 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 gigantic sounds of chains rang out. Xianxia was startled because she felt that her speed seemed to have slowed down. However, just as Xianxia wanted to do something, countless chains had already extended out from the void, locking her firmly in midair. Chi, 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 muffled sounds sounded out, causing Xianxia to look over. Her pupils constricted as she saw that Hu Ming's body had been pierced by chains. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't damaged, and he had a look of shock on his face as he died. The scene was incredibly silent, and blood slowly dripped from the air. Zhao Fu had been watching from the side the entire time, and if he hadn't acted, he would have thought that Hu Ming was just a decoration. Your Majesty! This subordinate was useless. Qin and the other generals came to Zhao Fu's side and lowered their heads as they apologized. They had almost allowed a city lord to escape. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would be forgivable, but it had been a one-on-one battle. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and didn't pay it too much mind. After all, Hu Ming had used all of his life force to unleash that final attack, and it was incredibly powerful and difficult to defend against. If they had taken it head-on, they would have been heavily injured. However, because of this, Zhao Fu had been able to easily kill Hu Ming. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and took the City Lord's seal that had floated out of Hu Ming's body. Zhao Fu came to Xianxia's side and looked at her with his blood-red eyes as he coldly smiled and said, "Do you think you can escape? Do you remember what I said back then?" Xianxia furiously glared at Zhao Fu before turning her head to the side, not wanting to pay any attention to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't mind, and he lightly stretched out his hand and grabbed her neck. Sensing that she was about to die, Xianxia started to struggle, but Zhao Fu continued to apply force. "Your Highness." Xianru smiled as she walked over to Zhao Fu's side. Because Xianru could see fate, Zhao Fu often brought her with him. Now that Xianru had a flight stone, she could stand in the air. When Zhao Fu saw her approaching, he understood her purpose, so he also retracted his hand. However, he grabbed at Xianxia's stomach through the air. Xianxia cried out in pain and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A City Lord seal giving off a green light slowly floated out of Xianxia's body, and Zhao Fu grabbed it, causing Xianxia's mind to wither. The chains binding Xianxia slowly loosened. Not only did Xianxia not have a City Lord seal, but her cultivation had also been sealed by Zhao Fu's City Lord seal's power. Right now, she could only be an ordinary person. Why not kill me? Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, feeling quite surprised. She had sensed that Zhao Fu was about to kill her, but he had suddenly stopped. Zhao Fu did not reply to her question, and he turned to Xianru and said, "I'll leave her to you." Xianru lightly nodded before looking at the angry Xianxia. Facing Xianru's gaze, Xianxia had a bad feeling. Zhao Fu came above Fragrant Moon City and said loudly, "I've already killed Flowing Water City's City Lord, and I've captured Fragrant Moon City's City Lord. Those who surrender can keep their lives, but only indigenous residents. Also, Chinese residents, please do not attack those who surrender. If they don't surrender, you can do whatever you want to them." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, some of the Vietnamese indigenous residents immediately knelt on the ground and chose to surrender. The other Chinese players did not dare to attack either. Firstly, Qin had already spoken, and after seeing how terrifying Qin was, they did not dare to offend Qin. Secondly, Fragrant Moon City had been taken down by Qin. However, even though they could not attack the indigenous residents who surrendered, they could freely kill the other Vietnamese players and indigenous residents who refused to surrender. Looking at the pitiful scene below, Xianxia felt quite reluctant. These were her residents, and even though she was quite unwilling, she still said loudly, "Everyone from Fragrant Moon City and Flowing Water City, since things have come to this, it's best not to resist and choose to surrender." Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia in surprise. He had never thought that she would try to persuade them to surrender. However, he understood that she did not want those innocent people to die. Hearing their city lord's words, many of Fragrant Moon City's residents chose to surrender. However, most of Flowing Water City's residents still fiercely resisted. Zhao Fu did not say anything else, and he took the two city lord's seals and flew towards the city hall. Zhao Fu first conquered and relocated Flowing Water City. It was a pity that it had only just been relocated, so he did not obtain any EXP, achievement points, or war points. There was only some fate, which was even less than that of an ordinary system main city. It seemed that cities could not be relocated so easily. Following this, Zhao Fu went to Fragrant Moon City's city hall and chose to conquer and relocate it. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. System announcement. Because you are a legatee, you have conquered a system main city and obtained a large amount of the region's fate. System announcement. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 860,000 EXP. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 200 war points. System announcement. Your chaotic world stone steel has reached level 4 and can be exchanged for legendary grade items. Zhao Fu looked through these system announcements and did not pay much attention to them. However, there were 3 other system announcements that caught Zhao Fu's attention. The first was a region announcement. This region's 2 Vietnamese system main cities have been destroyed, and in the future, this region will no longer spawn Vietnamese players. If you want to recover, you must re-establish a Vietnamese system main city. The second was a country announcement, which both China and Vietnam could hear. The Mu Viet region has been conquered by China, and Vietnam's overall fate has decreased while China's overall fate has increased. The third was a world announcement, which stated that the conditions have been fulfilled. Activating border medallions. From today onwards, border medallions will appear all over the world. Anyone who uses a border medallion will be able to go to a country's border. These 3 system announcements were all quite important. The first was a region announcement, which informed everyone in the region that after Vietnamese players died, they would no longer spawn in this region, and this region would belong to China. In actuality, Zhao Fu had expected this. When he had relocated 4 system main cities, he had received a similar system announcement. However, that system announcement was a country announcement, and all of China could hear it. This meant that the Vietnamese players in this region were at a disadvantage and could only be bullied by the Chinese side. The second system announcement was even more important than the first system announcement, as this concerned the entire fate of a kingdom and the fate of a kingdom. When this system announcement sounded out, all of the Vietnamese and Chinese players were shocked. They had been paying close attention to this battle, so they quickly heard that the Vietnamese side had lost. However, most people were not too surprised, as they were facing Qin. With Qin's terrifying abilities, how could ordinary people be a match for him? As such, they were not too surprised that Qin had won. However, what shocked them was that destroying the 2 Vietnamese system main cities would increase the overall fate of a kingdom. However, after thinking about it, they understood that more territory meant more fate. In the future, that region would belong to China, so the fate of that region would belong to China. This was a good thing. The more fate China had, the better. The more fate they had, the more opportunities they would obtain, and they would be able to do things more smoothly. Of course, they would also become more powerful. After all, the strength of a kingdom's fate determined its future. When this system announcement sounded out, the Vietnamese side was greatly startled and cursed at Qin for being ruthless and tyrannical. The Chinese side was delighted and praised Qin for bringing glory to all of China. The third system announcement was the appearance of a border medallion. Zhao Fu wondered if there were many of these border medallions. If there were many, then people would flood into the border regions, causing the already chaotic border regions to become even more bloody and cruel. Zhao Fu felt that there were not many realm medallions here, but they were not few either. If there were too many, a war between nations would erupt, and now was not the time. After all, if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait until all of the region's passageways were opened. Xiaofu felt that these border medallions were just a prelude to deepen the enmity between the kingdoms in order to prepare for a massive war in the future. As such, there would be many border medallions. The appearance of the border order made it difficult for Qin to attack the border areas. Xiaofu thought about it and gave up the idea of attacking other border areas. After putting away Fragrant Moon City's city creation stone, Xiaofu went outside. By now, the battle had concluded, and most of the Vietnamese players had been killed. However, a small portion of the Vietnamese players had taken advantage of the Chinese players looting to escape. There were roughly 80,000 to 90,000 Vietnamese that had escaped, but they didn't seem to pose much of a threat in the future, so there was no need to worry too much about them. On the Chinese side, there were roughly 400,000 casualties, which was a good victory. After all, the Vietnamese side had 2 million or so people, and losing so few people was already quite good for the Chinese side. Apart from losing a few skeletons, Qin's side suffered very few losses. This was because Qin's soldiers didn't participate in many battles at all. It was all Qin who used the players to do all sorts of things. There were 320,000 people who had surrendered, and 270,000 of them were Fragrant Moon City's residents. Only 50,000 people from Flowing Water City were willing to surrender, and the rest chose to resist to the death. Some people had escaped with the Vietnamese players. The countless players who had survived all looked quite delighted because they had all made great gains. Just the equipment and money they had picked up was enough to make them rich. According to the agreement, the Vietnamese side's resources, such as ores, forests, and medicinal fields, were all given to the two Chinese system main cities. Even though they had received massive benefits, the two city lords couldn't bring themselves to feel happy. Seeing that Qin had obtained so many people and two city lords' seals, they felt incredibly fearful towards Qin. Luckily, Qin had directly left with his people, making it seem as if he didn't want to stay. Only then did the two city lords let out a sigh of relief. This battle had finally come to an end. After Xiaofu returned to Qin City, he re-established the two Vietnamese system main cities, and Xiaofu appointed Flowing Water City's last general, Zhang Han, as the city lord. Zhang Han was still SS grade because he hadn't found any nation legacies recently, and historical generals' corpses weren't easy to find. As such, Zhang Han was still SS grade, and his general star wasn't his main general star. However, Qin already had two S-grade corpses, and he was only missing an SS-grade corpse and an S-grade historical general's corpse before he could create an SSS-grade innate talent blood crystal. As for Fragrant Moon City's city lord seal, Xiaofu planned to give it to Xianru. After all, she would be by his side in the future, and giving her a city lord seal would be of great use in battle. There was also Xianru's powerful yin-yang techniques, which were already incredibly powerful and miraculous. With the city lord seal's power, the yin-yang technique's power would become even more terrifying, and they might be of great use in critical moments. Xianru felt quite surprised. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would give the city lord seal to her. However, seeing that Zhao Fu valued her so much, Xianru felt quite pleased and happy. After thanking him, Xianru accepted the city lord seal. The other generals didn't have much of an opinion about giving the city lord seal to Xianru, as they all supported Zhao Fu's decision. It was just that Xiao Jian and Zhang Dahe felt a bit disappointed because Zhang Han was Great Qin's final general. Even though there were two other historical generals, they were foreign generals and hadn't been with Great Qin for a long time. As such, Zhao Fu couldn't give something as important as a city lord seal to them. After all, if it wasn't for Xianru, one of them would have obtained a city lord seal. Only then would they be able to obtain a city lord seal. Even though they felt a bit disappointed, they understood Zhao Fu's decision. With Qin City's current strength, there would only be more and more city lord seals, so they didn't feel too disappointed because they would obtain them sooner or later. These two system main cities belonged to Vietnam, but Chinese people could use them. Even though they belonged to different countries, they belonged to the same race. However, after Chinese people used system main cities, the system main cities would only spawn Chinese indigenous residents and not Vietnamese indigenous residents. The fewer cities a race had, the fewer people there would be. If they didn't have any cities, they would perish. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu dismissed the generals before looking at Xianru and saying, "Bring them in." Xianru lightly smiled and nodded before giving some orders to the people beside her, and the 5 women were brought into the hall. These 5 women were all incredibly beautiful with snow-white skin and graceful figures. Their auras were quite outstanding, and they could be said to be rare beauties. After the 5 women were brought in, they looked at Zhao Fu with gazes filled with hatred, anger, and fear. Of course, she was Fragrant Moon City Lord, Xianxia. If it wasn't for the fact that she had Phoenix Chi, Xianru would not have told Zhao Fu to stop. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would have long since killed her. As a city lord, the fate she had was even greater than that of a large family. This was because at least a quarter of the region's fate belonged to her, and because she was a woman, she also had a quarter of the Phoenix Chi. As such, she was able to provide a large amount of Phoenix Chi to Qin. Zhao Fu had destroyed Fragrant Moon City, taken the city lord's seal, and killed her residents, so she looked at Zhao Fu with hatred. Apart from Xianxia, there was also Fragrant Moon City's general called Fu Qing. She was quite pretty and had an androgynous appearance. She was tall and slim, had short hair, and her chest was quite flat. She looked at Zhao Fu furiously because Zhao Fu had dared to treat her and the prestigious city lord like this. The third woman was a player called Humailei. She was a celebrity in Vietnam and was quite popular. She was quite beautiful and had a slim figure. She had been forced to consume a reality fruit, and her body had entered the heaven-awakened world and the real world. The other 2 women were from the main branch of a large Vietnamese family, and they were called Bangshu and Xianxia. They had fine facial features, slim figures, and noble auras. They were both players and had consumed a reality fruit. Now, the 3 of them looked at Zhao Fu in fear because their lives were in Zhao Fu's hands. Zhao Fu could do whatever he wanted to them. Last time, when he had attacked Heavenstone City, Zhao Fu had wanted to capture women from large families to provide Qin with Phoenix Chi. Zhao Fu had not forgotten what these large families had done to Qin, so he would not show any mercy. It was a pity that because he had used most of the players to attack Heavenstone City, he had not been able to make a move on the large families. However, this time was different. Even though he was using players to attack a system main city, he was attacking a Vietnamese city. As such, Qin could openly plunder any woman with Phoenix Chi. However, there were still very few women with Phoenix Chi. There were only a few among millions of people. This time, if they didn't include Xianxia, the city lord, and that battle general, they would only have caught 3. What do you want us to do by staying here? As soon as the 5 of them were brought in, Xianxia stared coldly at Zhao Fu and said sternly. Zhao Fu slightly frowned, but still ignored her. He stretched out his hand, and Xianru handed the 5 pieces of paper to Zhao Fu. Last time, Zhao Fu had wanted to see how the Emperor Phoenix statue absorbed Phoenix Chi, so he had brought the 2 women to the Heaven Prayer platform. Now, he did not need to go through that trouble, and he could directly confer titles in the hall. Zhao Fu opened his hand, and a formless energy spread the 5 pieces of paper in the air. Zhao Fu then took out the imperial ruler's seal and pressed it against the 5 pieces of paper. The 5 ordinary pieces of paper gave off a faint golden light and gave off a sacred and dignified aura. Oh! Today, Emperor Qin will bestow Xianxia, Fu Qing, Humailei, Bangshu, and Xianxia's concubines to the Qin dynasty's fate. Xianxia's expression fell. She now understood why Zhao Fu had kept her here. He wanted her to become his woman. However, how could Xianxia agree? After all, Zhao Fu had destroyed Fragrant Moon City, killed countless residents, and even killed Hu Ming, who had a good relationship with him. I won't agree. I won't become your woman. Just kill me. Xianxia said resolutely. Seeing the city lord like this, Fu Qing also stood up and said, I don't want to either. I won't become my enemy's woman. The other 3 women's attitudes were the complete opposite. Humailei looked quite delighted. Even though she was a celebrity from Vietnam and looked quite famous, she had not become a true figure of power. It was no secret that the heaven-awakened world could devour the real world, and only some ignorant people would be fooled. Humailei wanted to find a powerful backer in the future, and if it was Qin, that would be for the best. With how powerful Qin was, he would definitely give her everything she wanted. Your Highness. I'm still a virgin, and I'll do my best to serve your majesty and satisfy all of your majesty's needs. Hu Meilei's face was a bit red, but she still gave a confident smile as she spoke. She knew that any man would care about whether or not a woman was a virgin. It had been difficult for her to preserve her virginity, and perhaps Qin Zhao would like her. Xianxia and Xianxia slightly hesitated. As women from large families, they did not care too much about this. After all, they were born as tools for marriage alliances. Whether they liked it or not, they had to marry the other party. Now that their lives were in Zhao Fu's hands, they could not resist, so it was better to let nature take its course. That way, they would have a better life in the future, and it might even help their families. Your Majesty. We're also willing to become your concubines, Xianxia and Xianxia said respectfully as they bowed to Zhao Fu. Fu Qing could not help but coldly harumph. She felt that the other three women were quite shameless for submitting to Qin out of greed and fear of death. Zhao Fu did not mind the five people's words. He waved his hand, and the 5 pieces of paper turned into 5 rays of golden light that shot into the 5 people's bodies. Zhao Fu looked at them and said calmly, "You don't have the right to refuse." The 5 rays of golden light shot into their bodies, causing their bodies to tremble as they felt a formless energy supporting them. This was Qin's fate, and as Qin's concubines, they naturally had a massive amount of fate. At the same time, traces of golden aura rose up from their bodies and floated towards the heaven prayer platform, fusing into the Emperor Phoenix statue. The 5 people's Phoenix Chi caused the Emperor Phoenix statue to become much more lively, and it became even more powerful. Humph. Suddenly, Xianxia felt the changes in her body. She had already become his concubine. However, she coldly harumphed and took off the hairpin in her hair and aimed it at her neck. Even though her cultivation had been sealed and her spatial ring had been taken, everything on her body had not been taken away. Yes. I can't resist, but I'd rather die than become your woman. Seeing this, Fu Qing took out a small blade and aimed it at her neck as she said resolutely, "This subordinate is willing to die with the city lord. I won't submit to this person." Just as they were about to cut or stab their throats, a terrifying aura exploded out, causing the air in the hall to freeze. A formless energy locked down the 2 women, who were about to commit suicide. Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu in terror. Zhao Fu's calm expression had become icy cold, and everyone could sense his fury. They understood that he was furious, and no one dared to make a sound. Suddenly, the power binding the 2 of them disappeared, but Xianxia and Fu Qing did not dare to do anything because they thought about Fragrant Moon City's residents and the people they were close to. Sensing Zhao Fu's killing intent and the fact that he was a king, they knew that he would definitely do what he said. If they really dared to die, then everyone else in Fragrant Moon City would die as well, and those close to them would suffer even more. They were not afraid of death, but they had to think about Fragrant Moon City, so they stopped moving. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes coldly looked at the 2 of them as he said, "In Qin City, there has never been a person who has dared to disobey me like this, and they would rather die than resist." He had wanted to treat them well, but they had acted like this. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite furious, and he decided to deal with this forcefully. "What? You're not going to continue?" Zhao Fu's cold voice sounded out. Xianxia angrily cursed, "You're too despicable, you're using Fragrant Moon City's residents to threaten us." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and ignored their words as he said coldly, "Take off your clothes." At that moment, a group of female attendants and Xianru came out of the hall, and when they heard Zhao Fu's words, they all felt quite surprised. Hearing this, Xianxia and Fu Qing felt so angry that they almost slit their own throats. "I'll say it again, take off your clothes." Zhao Fu's voice became even colder and filled with killing intent as he looked at the 2 women. Under Zhao Fu's forcefulness, Xianxia and Fu Qing had already given up on the idea of dying. However, they simply could not bring themselves to do such a humiliating thing. "Someone!" Zhao Fu suddenly yelled. Xianxia and Fu Qing's expressions fell. They knew what Zhao Fu was about to do, and they hurriedly yelled, "Wait! I'll take it off." Xianxia put down her hairpin and lowered her head as she slowly took off her green dress. Beside her, Fu Qing also felt humiliated and angry as she started to take off her armor. As they took off their armor one by one, tears continuously flowed down their faces. Finally, they finished taking off their clothes, and two pure white bodies appeared in the hall. The two women still had their heads lowered in humiliation, one hand covering their breasts and the other covering their lower bodies. "Take your hands off." Zhao Fu's voice once again sounded out. Standing by the side, Xianru felt that Zhao Fu had gone a bit too far. However, seeing how angry Zhao Fu was, Xianru lowered her head and did not say anything. Tran Xiangyue and Fu Qing gritted their teeth, feeling furious and humiliated. They slowly took off their hands, revealing their bodies to Zhao Fu. Her perky breasts, her slender waist, and her lower body were all in plain sight. Zhao Fu stood up and walked step by step towards Tran Xiangyue and the other two girls. He stretched out his hands and lifted their chins, causing them to raise their heads. At that moment, the two women's eyes were completely red. Tears continuously flowed down their beautiful faces. Their cheeks were also red. The two of them had never exposed their bodies in front of so many people before. Although Tran Xiangyue felt humiliated by Zhao Fu lifting her chin, she also felt a trace of anger. She looked away and didn't meet Zhao Fu's gaze. Fu Qing stared at Zhao Fu stubbornly, as if he would remember Zhao Fu for the rest of his life. It could be said that he hated Zhao Fu to death. Just as the two women thought that Zhao Fu was about to do something to them in the hall, Zhao Fu snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, and left. Xianru followed behind Zhao Fu and left the hall with Zhao Fu. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. As an emperor, everyone was afraid of him when he was angry. Tran Xiangyue and Fu Qing held back their tears and quickly put on their clothes. Following this, they were led by a few female attendants to a courtyard specially prepared for them. Similarly, they also met Miao Qianmeng and Bai Yiqing here. The two of them looked at the 5 additional women and sighed. At first, they didn't understand why Zhao Fu had suddenly made them imperial concubines. They hadn't expected that Prince Qin would directly make them imperial concubines, and after thinking about it for a long time, they had decided to accept their fate. Now that things had come to this, they were powerless to resist. Even though they had become Prince Qin's legitimate women, they didn't know why Prince Qin had never touched them before. They were quite confident in their beauty, but they didn't know why Prince Qin hadn't come. Afterwards, they thought of the Emperor Phoenix, and their expressions darkened. They guessed that perhaps Prince Qin wasn't interested in them and had made them imperial concubines to use them for something. Miao Qianmeng and Bai Yiqing didn't want to think in this direction. They would rather Prince Qin be interested in their bodies and play with them as he pleased, as at least they could be treated as women. If they stayed here, they would lose their rights as human beings and be imprisoned here forever. They would have to endure endless loneliness until the end of their lives. They truly didn't want to see such an outcome. As such, Zhao Fu hoped that no matter what Great Qin's legatee did to them, he would at least treat them as women and not something that he could casually toss aside. Now that they saw 5 Vietnamese women, even though they did not know what was going on outside, the appearance of these 5 beautiful women reduced their chances. This confirmed their suspicions, and thinking about their fates, their expressions darkened. Next to a small stream, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a fishing rod as he silently fished. Zhao Fu had unknowingly started to like fishing because it allowed him to calm down. At the same time, Zhao Fu's cultivation was quickly rising. "Your Majesty. You shouldn't be angry anymore, right?" Xianru suddenly said as she gave a trace of a smile. Zhao Fu lightly nodded. "Your Highness, are you preparing to start planning for the 3rd target?" Xianru asked in concern. Zhao Fu thought about it before shaking his head and saying, "Let's put the 3rd target aside for now. Facing 3 system main cities at once is quite difficult, so let's first satisfy the requirements for leveling up to a great city." The requirements for leveling up to a great city were 3 basic cities and 6 towns. Now, Qin had 2 basic cities and 4 towns, so he only lacked 1 basic city and 2 towns. Even though Qin already had 7 great city-level system main cities, which were far more powerful than basic cities, the requirements were the requirements, and he only needed basic cities and towns. After hearing about Zhao Fu's reply, Xianru once again respectfully stood by the side and quietly fished with Zhao Fu. A while later, Zhao Fu felt that he had fished enough, so he called over Guobing Lin and Wang Ergu and had them gather information about towns and cities. In the future, Qin City would need many towns and cities to level up. As for great cities, which were system main cities, they could be found in every region, so there was nothing to worry about. Once Qin City became a capital city, it would be a royal city. Only with a royal city would one be able to establish a kingdom, and a royal city was the most basic requirement for establishing a kingdom. However, right now, Qin City was still an intermediate city, and its great cities had not leveled up yet, so it was still quite far away from becoming a royal city. After leveling up to a great city, it would not be split into basic, intermediate, and advanced cities, but 5 levels. Level 1 great cities were equivalent to system main cities, and after level 5 great cities were capital cities. Capital cities were split into 6 levels, and above level 6 were royal cities. As such, even though it looked like Qin City would be able to establish a kingdom in just a few levels, there was still a long way to go. Qin City's path was not short. Moreover, it required countless towns, cities, and great cities to level up. Only with countless cities could one be called a kingdom. How could a few cities be called a kingdom? The more information about towns and cities, the better. They would definitely be needed in the future, there was no doubt about this. Wang Ergu and Guo Binglin quickly obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and started to search for information about towns and cities. Zhao Fu told his soldiers to rest for a day and continue to attack the next day. He wanted to quickly take control of the surrounding 10,000 kilometers and increase Qin City's strength so that they could make a move against the Forest of Horrors. Within the Great Xia dynasty's territory, CG brought Fushi's successor to the city hall of a system main city. The city hall was already packed with people. Most of the people inside looked like doctors, and they all carried small medicine boxes. Some of them even had long sails in their hands, on which were written words like "can cure all diseases, heal the dying and heal the injured." At a glance, it was obvious that these people were quacks. The reason why so many doctors were here was naturally because the city lord's wife was seriously ill and needed urgent treatment. That was why so many doctors had come. The city lord's wife's illness was not simple. Her body was boiling hot, and she continuously sweated. It was as if there were countless bugs crawling on the surface of her body, making her look quite terrifying. Otherwise, with the city lord's power, she would have long since been cured. However, because she could not be cured, the city lord could not do anything, so he invited doctors from all over. This was already the 6th day, and the doctors they had invited a few days ago were completely useless. The city lord saw that his beloved wife was becoming weaker day by day, and he felt incredibly worried. He could only announce that anyone who could save his wife would be heavily rewarded. From tens of thousands of gold coins to hundreds of thousands of gold coins, on the 6th day, the city lord was at her wit's end. In the end, she promised to give half of the system main city to anyone who could save her. One by one, doctors entered the room to diagnose the patient. The truly good doctors could only sigh and shake their heads when they saw the patient's condition, indicating that they were unable to treat the patient. In order to swindle some money, the quack doctors randomly wrote out a bunch of useless prescriptions. Of course, the city lord had people examine these prescriptions. He knew that some quacks would sneak in, and if one took their medicine, one would become ill. As such, he strictly examined these prescriptions to prevent his beloved wife's condition from worsening. After examining a bunch of useless prescriptions, the city lord angrily ordered the quacks who had written these prescriptions to be imprisoned. He had held on to a trace of hope and thought that with so many doctors, perhaps one of them would be able to save his beloved wife. However, not a single one of them had been able to do so. At that moment, CG walked in with some people and gave a confident smile as he said, "City lord, I have a way to save your beloved wife. I have a way to save your beloved wife." Seeing CG, the city lord's expression became serious as he said, "Dynasty legatee?" Because CG did not hide his aura, the city lord was able to tell who CG was at a glance. All city lords treated dynasty legatees with great care. However, hearing his words, the city lord felt quite delighted and hurriedly asked, "Do you really have a way?" CG earnestly nodded before saying, "I can definitely save your wife, but I have a condition." Hearing this condition, the city lord's expression became serious because what this person wanted was definitely not simple. However, for the sake of his beloved wife, the city lord still asked, "What do you want?" CG did not hide anything and raised his head as he replied, "I want you to submit to the Great Xia dynasty." Don't worry, as long as the Great Xia dynasty exists, we definitely won't mistreat you. As for China, the Great Xia dynasty is the true ruler. Indeed, he was not simple, he wanted the city lord to submit to the Great Xia dynasty. This caused the city lord to hesitate, unable to make a decision. City lord. The woman is critically ill. A female attendant cried out as she ran over in panic. This caused the city lord's expression to fall, and he finally made a decision, saying, "All right. As long as you can save my wife, I'll submit to you." CG nodded before taking Fushi's descendant to the sick room. He first had Fushi's descendant check on the woman's condition. Following this, Fushi's descendant took out a white, jade-colored medicinal pill and fed it to the woman. In just a few moments, the woman's condition stabilized, and her body was no longer as hot as before. The insects on her body also disappeared. Seeing this, the city lord was delighted and went to the sick room to check on his beloved wife's condition. Indeed, her condition had greatly improved. 3 days later, the woman's condition had completely healed, but her body was still a bit weak. After resting for a few days, she would be fine. According to the agreement, the city lord submitted to the Great Xia dynasty. With the submission of a system main city, the Great Xia dynasty's overall strength had increased by many times. This was especially so for the 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers, which provided Great Xia with a powerful battle force. Qin had obtained the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation, Blood God pills, high-grade medicinal pills, and Stage 1 soldiers. Normally, dynasties would only have a few tens of thousands of Stage 1 soldiers, and now that he had 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers, his strength had increased to a monstrous level. In actuality, all of this had been planned by the Great Xia dynasty. The city lord's beloved wife had only been poisoned by an ancient poison that the Great Xia dynasty had found in a historical remnant, so ordinary people wouldn't have been able to discover it. This was why CG was so confident. Even though his methods were quite despicable, throughout China's history, all of the founding emperors were wise rulers and good rulers, but they were definitely not good people. Back at Qin City, Zhao Fu stood in front of 10 or so wooden cages, within which were 10 or so beasts, wolves, boars, bears, snakes, and all sorts of other creatures. These creatures were naturally king-grade creatures, and Qin City had been capturing these king-grade creatures to provide the king's crown with king's aura. Now, the king's crown's power was gradually increasing. Zhao Fu took out the king's crown, and 10 or so black sword lights shot out, piercing into their heads. The ferocious-looking beasts that had been roaring within the wooden cages instantly died, and 10 or so golden auras rose up from their bodies and floated into the king's crown. After devouring the king's aura and sensing the king's crown's power, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile. Now, it was time to deal with internal affairs. Before, Zhao Fu had said that Qin City needed to develop like a normal system main city, and it couldn't centralize its management and encourage the residents to do things that were beneficial to the city. First, the people who worked for Qin City would be paid. Whether they were soldiers or residents, they would all be paid a certain amount of money. With money, they would have to circulate it, or else it would be useless. Zhao Fu also encouraged Qin City to develop its businesses. Not only did it do business with outsiders, but it also did business within the city. On the streets, Zhao Fu allowed the residents to open all sorts of shops, such as restaurants, clothing stores, and general stores. He also allowed the peddlers on the streets to do the same. Qin City encouraged all sorts of businesses to develop together. With these developments, the residents' lives would become more normal, and their standard of living would naturally rise. Their loyalty to Great Qin would also increase. With Qin City's encouragement, many people saw this opportunity. There were elves, gnomes, humans, and cat people. All sorts of different races started to open their shops, and all of Qin City became quite lively. Of course, he also had to start collecting taxes. Taxes were the main source of wealth for most countries, so it was impossible for them to not collect taxes. Taxes were a good thing, and they could provide a country with countless amounts of money. However, if they weren't controlled well, they could harm the country. Normally, heavy taxes would force the residents to rebel, so they had to be strictly managed. Looking at the bustling Qin City, Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction. A few days later, a ray of black light shot into the sky, and Qin City officially leveled up to an advanced city, which was a great city. Before, Qin City was still lacking a bit of EXP, but after conquering Fragrant Moon City, it had provided a large amount of EXP. Now that Qin City had attacked other villages, Qin City once again leveled up. Village name, Qin City, epic, level, large city village area, 2,600 square kilometers village territory, 101,800 square kilometers popular support, 85 special stats, territory crop yield plus 140%, territory crop growth time minus 140%, population limit plus 100%, resident stats plus 10, soldier stats plus 11%, population attraction plus 120%, high-grade attraction plus 120%. Subsidiary village limit, for 800 owned villages, Logue Village, Jin Village, Doran Village, Li Village, Wolf Village, Tiger Village. Xiaofu finished looking at Qin City's attributes. Qin City had already leveled up to a great city. After that, it would be a great city. As such, Xiaofu needed to satisfy the leveling requirements as soon as possible. That way, he would only need experience to level up. Qin was collecting information about all the small cities and towns. Once he found them, he would take action immediately. Boom! Just as Xiaofu was about to leave the hall, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive gale rushed towards Qin City. Countless trees violently swayed as if they would be uprooted at any moment, and boulders were blown into the sky like gravel. Qin City was also affected, and the sky was filled with dust. Seeing this, Xiaofu's pupils constricted as he looked towards Holy Light City and asked, "Just what is going on?" Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out, and Xiaofu could tell that it wasn't a divine dragon's roar but a Western dragon's roar. Eastern divine dragon's roars were more vigorous and forceful, while Western dragon's roars were more like roars. Just as Xiaofu was feeling quite confused, a hooded assassin came before Xiaofu and reported, "Your Majesty, there's an emergency. There's an emergency, and a wind dragon is currently attacking Holy Light City." Hearing this, Xiaofu understood and immediately headed towards Holy Light City. As soon as he entered Holy Light City, a wild gust of wind blew against his face, making him feel quite painful. Xiaofu unleashed his king's domain to defend against the wind. By now, Xiaofu had a clear view of Holy Light City's current situation. Many houses had been blown over, and all sorts of rocks and wood were flying everywhere. The residents obediently hid under buildings, and countless players ran to another system main city to avoid the disaster. The scene was incredibly chaotic. In the sky, there was a massive wind dragon that had a wingspan of 1,000 meters. Its body was covered with azure dragon scales, and it had a lizard-like head and 2 long horns. Its body gave off a powerful wind attribute energy. This wasn't an ordinary wind dragon but a boss of a region. Xiaofu recognized the boss of the Forest of Horrors region. It was a 6-eyed flood dragon. As such, this wind dragon was definitely a boss of another region. Why would a boss of another region come to the Forest of Horrors to attack Holy Light City? Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the wind dragon lord in the sky. It furiously flapped its wings, sending out massive wind blades. Fighting against the wind dragon lord was a young woman in white. She was most likely Holy Light City's city lord. "Give me back my child, you thief. Otherwise, I'll destroy your city in my fury," the wind dragon lord suddenly said in a mature woman's voice. Xiaofu immediately realized that a long time ago, Holy Light City had auctioned off a wind dragon egg. That was most likely the wind dragon lord's egg. No wonder they had taken out the wind dragon egg to sell. They knew that the wind dragon lord would come to them sooner or later. Even a system main city would find it difficult to defend against a lord-class creature, let alone a system main city. In the sky, the young woman in white hesitated. Holy Light City had spent a large amount of money to obtain the wind dragon egg, and she had never thought that such a thing would happen. However, looking at the destruction caused by the wind dragon lord, the young woman in white lightly sighed and replied, "I can give you the dragon egg, but please stop." Hearing the young woman in white's words, the wind dragon lord stopped attacking and looked at the young woman with its eyes. "Alright, give me back my child." Seeing that the wind dragon lord had stopped, the young woman in white let out a sigh of relief. She took out an azure dragon egg from her spatial bag and tossed it towards the wind dragon lord. Under the protection of the young woman's power, the dragon egg flew towards the wind dragon lord. Just as Zhao Fu was considering whether or not to act, the dragon egg was covered by a ray of azure light and disappeared. It turned out that the Wind Dragon Lord was wearing a large spatial ring on one of its claws. After the Wind Dragon Lord accepted the dragon egg, the white-cloaked woman and Zhao Fu both thought that the matter would end peacefully. However, the Wind Dragon Lord once again spread its wings, bringing with it a gale. "Give me back my child, but what about the matter of you stealing my child? I want 5 million gold coins, or else I won't let you off so easily." The Wind Dragon Lord's voice once again sounded out, filled with savagery and domineeringness. Actually, both the Eastern and Western dragons loved to collect treasures. However, the Western dragons were even more greedy and would collect anything of value. They would not let go of money either. They especially had a soft spot for shiny gold. Even though she didn't know who had stolen her egg, it was in this city. As such, she had to take revenge on this city, or else she wouldn't be able to resolve her hatred. In order to find this egg, she had spent so much time and effort, so how could she possibly come to an agreement so easily? Even if Holy Light City handed over all of its valuables, the Wind Dragon would still make a move and wreak havoc on Holy Light City before stopping. This caused the white-clothed woman's expression to fall. How could she have so many gold coins? At most, she only had around 1 million gold coins on her. However, for the sake of Holy Light City's safety, the white-clothed woman took a step back and said, "I only have around 1 million gold coins. I can give it all to you, but this matter must end here." By now, the white-clothed woman's attitude became firm. She was afraid that the Wind Dragon Lord would continue to ask for more, so giving it all of her money was already the greatest concession she could make. However, the Wind Dragon Lord didn't appreciate her kindness. Now that she had obtained the dragon egg, she could act as she pleased. It gave off a massive gale and said in an unnegotiable tone, "It's fine if you don't have any money, but give me all of your valuables." "Absolutely not." The white-clothed woman immediately refused. Hearing the white-clothed woman's refusal, the Wind Dragon Lord directly attacked. It opened its mouth and spat out a massive pillar of wind towards the white-clothed woman, forcing her to retaliate. The battle between the two began. Massive explosions sounded out in the sky as wild gales and sword lights flew everywhere, easily cutting out ravines in the ground. Terrifying energy ripples caused the heavens and earth to dim, and countless creatures fled in terror. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he returned to Qin City and immediately gathered his forces. Right now, Holy Light City was the best place to attack. Before, Zhao Fu wanted to destroy the three system main cities together, but he was worried that the players would resist. After all, if the three system main cities were destroyed, they would have nowhere to go. Even if they were afraid of him, they would still resist. Moreover, Zhao Fu was worried that the three system main cities had allied together, and if Zhao Fu made a move against any one of them, they would all send soldiers. This meant that Qin City would have to face at least 300,000 Stage 1 soldiers. Even though Qin City had 400,000 soldiers, they would not have a big advantage against 300,000 Stage 1 soldiers. As such, Zhao Fu did not want to make a move against the Forest of Horrors too early. However, things were different now. With the Wind Dragon Lord, Qin City would be able to quickly take down Holy Light City and set up an isolation barrier. Even if they rushed over, it would be too late. Another factor was that most of the players had run to other regions to seek refuge, and without these opportunists, Qin City would have a better chance of taking down Holy Light City. If they could take down Holy Light City, the remaining two system main cities would be much easier to deal with. Under Zhao Fu's orders, Qin City's soldiers quickly finished their preparations. In order to be safe and to quickly take down Holy Light City, Zhao Fu also brought 150,000 skeletons and 30,000 skeleton mages. In total, they had 600,000 soldiers and all of their generals, and they majestically marched towards Holy Light City. The battle at Holy Light City became even more intense. The Wind Dragon Lord roared as its body spun in the air, causing a massive vortex to form. Following this, countless black clouds gathered, forming a massive tornado. Rumble, the tornado started to spin, causing massive sounds to ring out. Cracks appeared on the ground, and everything in the surroundings, whether it was boulders or trees, was sucked into the tornado. Everything within 10,000 kilometers was affected, and it looked as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, the white-clothed woman's expression became serious, and she exploded out with all of her city lord Seal's power. A white pillar of light shot into the sky, and the white-clothed woman within the pillar of light seemed to become incredibly holy. Immediately, a massive white halo appeared in the sky, giving off a bright white light that dyed the entire sky white. White feathers floated down from the sky, and it was as if the heavens were singing. A pair of white wings slowly spread out from the white-clothed woman's back. Immediately, the white-clothed woman gave off a shocking holy light energy, and she slowly raised her white sword. The massive tornado gave off world-destroying power, and it was about to reach the white-clothed woman. The terrifying might it gave off could cause anyone's heart to tremble. However, the white-clothed woman's expression did not change in the face of this massive tornado, and she only heavily slashed down with her sword. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a white sword light slashed out, seeming to split the heavens and the earth. The blinding white sword light caused the entire world to turn white. Bang! The white sword light and the tornado collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The white sword light was slightly stronger, and it destroyed the tornado, causing it to explode into countless gusts of wind. However, at that moment, the wind dragon lord within the tornado suddenly attacked. It whipped its tail and sent the white-clothed woman flying. The wind dragon lord continued to chase after the white-clothed woman, but the white-clothed woman's gaze became cold. She pointed with her sword, and a white sword light suddenly shot out, easily slashing apart the wind dragon lord's body. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the wind dragon lord howled before retreating into the sky. The two of them once again faced off, and the wind dragon lord felt quite surprised that this white-clothed woman was so powerful. The white-clothed woman looked at the wind dragon seriously, not daring to relax at all. Rumble! Suddenly, a massive black tide, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura, flooded over. This caused the two people's expressions to fall, and they looked towards the black tide. The wind dragon lord loudly laughed as she agreed. Right now, she and the woman in white were evenly matched, and if she could obtain this human's support to destroy the city, that would be for the best. After all of the valuable things in this city would belong to her, so she was naturally quite happy. Not only would she be able to take revenge on this city, but she would also be able to obtain a large amount of wealth. How could she refuse such a thing? However, this human said that he wanted a city creation stone, which was a very precious treasure, especially for a main city like this. The wind dragon lord thought about it and decided to pretend to cooperate with Zhao Fu before taking the city creation stone. That way, all of the good things would belong to her. Human. As long as you help me, I'll definitely give you massive benefits, the wind dragon lord inwardly laughed as she pretended to be serious and trustworthy. Zhao Fu agreed, but he had other plans. Even though he didn't know what the wind dragon lord was thinking, Zhao Fu didn't plan on letting the wind dragon lord off. Right now, only Zhao Fu had revealed himself, and the other 9 city lords were hiding nearby. When the wind dragon lord and the woman in white were both heavily injured, they would attack together and take them down. Killing a wind dragon lord like this would most likely result in good rewards. As for the woman in white, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to subdue her. Facing this scene, the woman in white's expression didn't change much, and she only looked at Zhao Fu. This person in front of her was the dynasty legatee that they had feared for a long time, and she had finally seen him in person. Facing the woman in white's gaze, Zhao Fu felt a bit guilty. After all, from the moment he had entered the Heaven Awakened world, Qin had spent most of its time developing in Holy Light City. Now that he was going to personally destroy it, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. However, Zhao Fu quickly made up his mind and said, "I'm sorry." The woman in white didn't seem angry at all, as she had long since known that this day would come. Zhao Fu gave the order to attack the city, and the Wind Dragon Lord planned to stall the woman in white to make it easier for Zhao Fu to attack the city. As Qin made his move, the other 2 system main cities also received news of this and quickly started to move. Not only did they gather all of their forces, but they also gave out a large number of quests. Many people didn't know what to do. When they saw the rich rewards, they joined in. They didn't know that they were attacking Qin. As for Qin being in the Forest of Horrors, many factions had heard from Su Yan, so they had many spies in the Forest of Horrors. After all, only Qin dared to attack a system main city. In order to attract more people to join, they gave out large amounts of rewards, and they said that even if they died and returned to the real world, they would receive all sorts of rewards. They would also be protected, and they would not have to worry about anything in the future. Many people didn't know why, but with so many benefits, they couldn't help but join. Especially in the real world, if they could be protected, they wouldn't have to worry about money every day. They wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing, and they wouldn't have to worry about offending anyone. This was the most attractive thing. Most ordinary people chose to join, while the large factions were much more astute. They understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and they felt that there was definitely something hidden. The spies directly explained the situation in detail, telling them that Qin was in the Forest of Horrors. The countless factions were completely dumbfounded. They had never thought that the terrifying Qin would be here, and they had slept next to a tiger for so long. Following this, the spies started to threaten them, telling them to think about how great Qin was treating factions like them and large families. This made the Forest of Horrors factions feel quite worried, and they all looked quite terrified. Now, Qin had chosen to kill all of the factions. Following this, the spies threw out all sorts of benefits, promising that the various dynasty legatees would protect them. They didn't want to destroy Qin and only wanted to heavily wound Qin. Moreover, the spies told them about the three system main cities allying together, causing countless factions to join in. The Zhou family, Jiang family, governmental faction, Holy Light Group, Soldier Alliance, all of the factions that Zhao Fu was familiar with were forced to join in. After all, it was because of Qin that they had to unite, or else they would die. Even though they knew the consequences of doing this, even if they didn't do this, they would still suffer the same fate. At the very least, if they chose the second option, they would still be protected by the various dynasty legatees. Most of the ordinary people who didn't know the truth joined in, and these factions were also enticed to join. Not only did they send players, but they also sent indigenous residents. Almost all of the player factions in the three system main cities came out. The system main cities not only sent 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers but also tens of thousands of strong residents. The only faction that didn't move was Heaven's Choice. After all, Heaven's Choice had been established by Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu didn't hide his identity. After Zhao Fu became the proxy family leader of the Ying family, Heaven's Choice was naturally revered by countless people, but now, it was met with boundless hostility. This was because Qin was in the Forest of Horrors, and facing Qin's greatest threat, no matter how much they tried to curry favor with him, their attitudes weren't good. Heaven's Choice was established by Zhao Fu, so it was definitely related to Qin. As such, it was naturally met with hostility by countless people. After hearing about this, the spies that Qin had left in the system main cities were incredibly shocked. This meant that His Majesty would have to face a pincer attack from three sides, and there were nearly 4 million enemies, including 300,000 Stage 1 soldiers. Qin's true strength was 450,000, so if he faced a pincer attack from 4 million enemies, it was quite possible that Qin would lose. What was even more shocking was that the three system main cities had already found a way to destroy isolation barriers, and they had already started to send people to Holy Light City. Qin would definitely be caught off guard, and if he was surrounded by 4 million enemies, Qin would definitely lose. The three system main cities had sensed Great Qin's existence a long time ago, and they knew that it was extraordinarily powerful. This was evident from the abnormal signs that it gave off. As such, the three system main cities had been preparing this entire time. While Qin had been developing for a long time, they had also been preparing for a long time. They had all sorts of methods to deal with Qin. Great Qin had used isolation barriers to lock down regions, and if they suddenly attacked a system main city, they would definitely be caught off guard. However, the Forest of Horrors' three system main cities had been preparing for a long time, so they naturally had ways to break through isolation barriers. Great Qin's system main cities had been preparing for a long time, so they naturally had ways to break through isolation barriers. Qin spies hurriedly sent this news to Zhao Fu. End of chapter 509. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.